Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 325, The Dead Prince. I was not expecting this. Quinn cranked his neck up. To his utter surprise, his eyes caught the sight of dragonhide boots. He shifted his body, bearing the stress of the chains tightening, to look up even further to find himself looking upon a person dressed in black. His eyes turned into frisbees, for even in his wildest of dreams had he expected Severus Snape, the person he had just killed, would manifest in front of him in his own soulscape. It wasn't a dream, but it could have been very well a nightmare. Did greed make you somehow? Quinn couldn't remove his eyes from the face of the man that looked so real. You wouldn't tell me even if you were, he sighed in self-deprecating. You're here to haunt me, aren't you? Go ahead, you deserve that much. Quinn stared at the ghost's face, a thin man with sallow skin and a large, hooked nose, straight thin lips, and dark, penetrating eyes that resembled tunnels, all framed by shoulder-length hair. Even the flowing black robes were so hauntingly similar to the real deal. Snape looked down at Quinn in stoic silence until he finally spoke. I expected more from the men who defeated me in a duel, especially more from by whose hands I ended up dying. Quinn lowered his head and pressed the side of his face on the floor, looking away from Snape. He couldn't give two squats about what Snape thought about him, but the question was valid. He right now wasn't even close to his usual self, much less his best self. It's strange, but I have been watching, said Snape, and I have to say I was quite surprised you were going through this ordeal of yours. However, I thought with your actions as the invisible vigilante, your conviction would have been stronger. It's disappointing to see that someone like that has fallen to this level. Quinn didn't move or even twitch. He laid on the floors with chains around him. But I suppose you see what you expect to see. I thought you were different from all other dunderheads, but you're just like every one of those idiots. Quinn snapped his head up and was ruthlessly yanked down by the chains. He forced his head up with the links digging into his neck. I just went through pride and wrath the other day. I'm not free from feeling those emotions, so I suggest that you don't go down this route. Tell Greed that this joke of his is not amusing. Tell him that I will stay quiet, so there's no need to continue this distasteful joke. Oh. And what would you do about it? I'm not going to stop myself from calling what I see is just pathetic. Quinn felt his anger rise up. He would have taken the indictments about killing Snape lying down because they were true, he would have apologized to the man's ghost. But to hear that he hadn't tried to fight against the sins was an insult that he couldn't take. What do you know? You became a slave to an egotistical megalomaniac snake and bent your knee in begging to an old manipulative bastard. I, you foolish child, have deceived one of the greatest wizards of all time, making myself one of his trusted generals while being in his service of an accomplished legilimens with a head of secrets that could have gotten me killed. I had become significant enough that Albus Dumbledore, the walking image of all good, risked his reputation to give me, a Death Eater, who has spilled blood of innocence, shelter in a school full of children. Until my death, I was well and good and made the best of my situation. And what have you done? Struggle against something that doesn't even exist. I could do both of that, and I could do them now, spat Quinn. As if. You can't even deal with yourself and escape from a simple mess that you have idiotically created for yourself. You won't last a single day in my situation. You would be painfully slaughtered by the Dark Lord, and Dumbledore would lead you by the nose until you couldn't tell if your actions were truly yours or something he planned for you. It was as if the lid over a pot of boiling water popped because of the rising steam. The soulscape shook as Quinn pushed himself off the ground. The chains that bound him snapped by the links, shattering into pieces in the vain effort of trying to hold the owner of the soulscape down. Listen here, you overgrown bat, said Quinn, pushing his face near Snape's. I don't want to hear all of this shit from someone who couldn't stop pining for a girl who was nice to the miserable little boy. Yeah, it was romantic and honorable for a while, but come on, it has been more than a decade. Snape's expression didn't change. Instead, he stepped back and gave Quinn a look over. Here, I thought you enjoyed the floor a bit too much. What? Quinn paused mid-outburst. There were no chains around him, nor was he pressed against the floor. His feet were on the floor, standing him up. How? He looked up at Snape, who was looking back at him with unimpressed eyes. Look around yourself, said Snape simply. Quinn looked. It took him a beat, but he realized what Snape implied. The soulscape had come a long way from the initial blackened state, the white was still tainted with a thick yellow, but the vibe that Quinn could feel was much better. He turned back towards the soul, and his eyes widened when he saw that it had regained much of its beautiful golden color, and except for some muddiness, it looked as if it hadn't been touched by the sin curse. It seems that my death was enough for you to miss that you had recovered much of your soulscape, Snape sounded. You should get a better handle yourself if you're going to continue with your other secret job. You were struck just at the right times that you weren't aware of the control you actually had. Quinn turned to Snape with wide eyes. You're not Greed's working, are you? You're the real deal, the real Severus Snape. That seems to be the case. But how? Snape shook his head. Unfortunately, I don't know. I remember being executed by the killing curse, but after that, I have no inkling of how I can talk to you here, he said, but I somehow know it was because of the killing curse and something in your possession. Quinn furrowed his brows in thought. The killing curse and something in my possession, he thought. A memory of reading entered his mind. In the little Hangleton graveyard, Voldemort dueled Harry Potter after his revival. Their magic met, and the ghosts of the people murdered by Voldemort emanated out from the clash of the spells. Quinn turned to Snape and wondered if this was the same phenomenon. He had, after all, forcefully expunged Snape's soul using the killing curse. But what about something in my possession? Quinn wondered. The answer came to him like a bolt of blue lightning. His hand went to his chest, and while it wasn't there, he knew what it was. The Resurrection Stone. It was his only possession that was related soul. I think I know why you're here, said Quinn, rubbing his forehead, but I can't be sure. Doesn't matter, said Snape, I couldn't be bothered by something I have no control over. The subject of true importance is that I have to get you out of this mess. Quinn continued to stare at Snape with a complicated and incredulous gaze. Greed has used some clever tricks to have you stuck here. But I think I can help you get out of here and get rid of Greed while doing it. How do you know all of this? Snape paused. I do not have any memories after my death. One moment I was seeing the green of the killing curse, the next, I was here. However, I somehow am aware of what has happened with a few people, and for some reason, you're one of those people. I suppose I kept a check on my killer in the afterlife I can't remember. And it seems there is no secret to the dead. There weren't many things Quinn couldn't understand, but this was one of those things he couldn't wrap his mind around. Now, let's not waste any more time, you have to follow my lead so that you can help me. Quinn frowned. It didn't make sense. I'm dead, Mr. West. I can't directly do anything. It's against the natural law, and I don't fancy breaking them, even if I could. All I can provide you is an advantage that you can leverage into defeating Greed. Quinn nodded. He could use some help. He couldn't see defeating Greed without help. But I will need something in return, said Snape. What? Asked Quinn with a surprise. He hadn't expected this. I'm not going to hand my body over to you if that's what you want. I have no desire for your body, you fool, said Snape, sneering. I need a promise from you. I'm not swearing an unbreakable vow with the dead. Snape was not amused. He stared at Quinn with a look that thoroughly looked down on him. Just your word would do. I hope you're not going to deny me, the men who you killed, a simple promise. If it is something I can do, I will give you the promise for it, Quinn sighed. I don't even know if you're real or not, you could just be a figment of my imagination. There is a war on the horizon, said Snape. The Dark Lord is not going to hide any longer, especially after failing to kill Dumbledore. Wars are never pretty, and no one is spared from some consequences. I want you to promise that you will protect some people for me, 2 people. Lily Potter and Ivy Potter. Quinn's eyes widened. He said, you are already dead, even now. Snape's eyes softened, and he uttered a single word, full of regality, always. Quinn's jaw couldn't drop any faster. He didn't even know how he had walked himself into this. I will try to ensure their safety, he said after recovering. Snape's eyes narrowed, but Quinn didn't budge. Snape scoffed but nodded. So, how are you going to help me? Snape started. Greed, as you call him, has blocked you out from what's happening outside. Quinn tried to look outside, but he was still blocked. Thinking about what was happening brought him the anxiety momentarily forgotten because of the shock of coming across the dead men. Just the thought of Greed interacting with Daphne and Ivy made him want to throw up. But in doing that, he has also blocked his internal vision, continued Snape. He can look inside anytime he wants, but that would allow him to do the same. He hasn't done that, and I don't think he's going to do. After all, his entire aim of springing what going outside was to weaken you. Quinn didn't respond. Greed had said that he was doing it because of Daphne, and that could be a reason, but it wasn't the sole reason. As Snape had said, Quinn knew that the timing was to send him into a rut, and despite having that realization, Greed's actions had the intended effect. You're going to use this vision block, and when he comes back, you're going to strike. Quinn West, MC, still in deep doubt if what he is seeing is real or not. Severus Snape, dead. I can teach you to bottle fame, brew glory, even stop her death. Chapter 326, Then There Were Two. Quinn watched from the far side at the 2 girls who seemed to be in deep discussion. At least he hoped it was a discussion and not an exchange of scathing words. He focused on their lips. Alas, they were neither facing him, nor it would have helped as he lacked the skill to read lips. Quinn's magic twitched under his impulsive commands, ready to launch a number of nifty spells ranging from enhancing his ears to picking up distant voices or sound magic to snatch their conversation and carry it over to his side. He contemplated, but he rested his magic after a moment of thought. It was difficult going against his own flawed nature, but unlike his brothers, he was capable of restraining himself with some effort, all thanks to the contribution of his two very generous brothers. His thoughts took a walk to distract himself from the honestly nerve-wracking conversation before him and wandered to wondering what was happening inside the Soulscape. The original was bound there with the help of magic. Ah, magic, it's so wonderful, Quinn breathed a sigh of contentment. The range of magic under his fingertip was absolutely exhilarating and ecstatic. It couldn't, in 1,000 years, compare to what he had when he was nothing but a voice in the back of the head. Back to the original. He had bound him up as a punishment for trying to the unsightly assault. He had been nothing but kind to the original. The additional penalty was blocking the original's view outside. Quinn's brow furrowed. The original was as resourceful as a handyman's toolkit with a cockroach's persistence. The original didn't have the assortment of magic usually available to him in the Soulscape, an advantage for the Sins. Despite that, he had been able to get his voice project out of the Soulscape while they were in control. It had been the downfall of two of his brother, Wrath and Envy. But that much wasn't enough to surpass expectations. What actually surprised him was the control over soul magic that seemingly came out of nowhere. The stab in Envy's back was sudden enough to send a tremor in the remaining Sins, causing him to go ahead with his plan of subsuming lust and gluttony. A wise decision, as the original's access to magic jumped when he subsumed his brothers. He wasn't as strong as 3 Sins, but enough that he could keep the original down. Maybe I should try telling him that Daphne broke up with me, he thought. Contemplating how the pros and cons of the situation, on the one hand, it would definitely be a substantial hit on the original's mental state, putting a hamper on his abilities, but on the other hand, he will have to block the view every time Daphne was as much as mentioned in a conversation. Too much blocking would only serve to raise the original's suspicion. He clicked his tongue. If he could get rid of the original this instant, he would have deceived him about Daphne to strike when the target was at its weakest. But he had no method to get rid of the original. He was a prisoner that couldn't be executed, beat up, sure, but not executed. The risk wasn't worth the unguaranteed returns, he decided. He would leverage another situation when one came in the future. He was brought out of his thoughts when he saw Daphne walking towards him. He straightened up. Her every step was more nerve-wracking than facing the angry original's barrage of soul-shearing blades. What do you like about her? The question came even before Daphne's feet stopped on the ground. He gazed at Daphne, a flash passing through his eyes. He studied her, mulling his answer for the best effect. I need someone who questions me and can keep me in check, he said. The dynamic between Ivy and I is such that she doesn't take my words as right as many do. She will question me until she's satisfied. Call me out if something doesn't make sense. I need that. And you're saying that I can't provide that? Our relationship dynamic is different. In my heart, you represent a pillar of support, who I know will back me with whatever I do. Something I also so dearly need. But I also think that more often than not, you will support whatever choice I make, and those times when you do are enough for me to be worried. She's the anchor I need to ensure that I don't end up going down a path with no returns. Daphne glared at him, her face becoming colder by the second. Is that it? You need her because she is of some use to you. Then she can be a confidant. Why does she need? Her tempo rose until Daphne breathed to calm herself down and stared at Quinn. I'm attracted to her, and she is to me, he said, maintaining firm eye contact. Will you be comfortable with her close to me? Daphne closed her eyes, scrunched up in a frown. She took a deep breath before opening her eyes. Slap. She slapped him tightly with a wide swing. Quinn made no efforts to dodge it, taking it as intended. He didn't lower his head and stared at her with his intentions clear for her to see. Daphne turned away and walked back to Ivy, who was looking at them from a distance. Her eyes widened when she saw and heard the slap. Quinn raised his hand and caressed his cheek. It stung. But he felt good about it. It was always better when Daphne showed more heated emotion than withdrew into her icy shell. He got back to watching the two girls. It was a risky move on his part. He could lose both. Daphne could dump him, Ivy might not like his choice and approach and finally decide that she wasn't interested. The original would have never gone through this, not in a million years. This desire had stemmed from the original, but something that was fated to stay dormant until forgotten. But he was different. If Quinn West wanted something, no one was going to deny him. Quinn waited for what felt like close to 3/4 of an hour. It looked like the discussion had been reached its conclusion because Daphne and Ivy walked to him. He studied their face. Daphne looked like she had a lot to say while Ivy's lips were stopping themselves from curling up. He knew that instant that his bid had been successful. I'm in a mood where that face of yours irritates me. Daphne's words made him restrain his expression. She continued, I should dump you here and now, but I just can't. Daphne's face was a strange mix of sharpness and vulnerability. I do not if this is even something I should entertain, but I'm going to give this a chance. She looked into his eyes, so please don't make me regret this. Please. Quinn stepped close to her in an instant and grabbed her hand. You will never regret this, I promise, he said sincerely. His greed had obviously hurt her. I love you, he said. Daphne stared up at him with her blue eyes full of emotion. For a moment, when Daphne's reply didn't come, he felt his heart drop, but it was only a moment as she raised her hand and softly stroked the same cheek she had slapped. I love you too, she said, but then followed with, I need some time. Quinn's grip on her hand tightened. He didn't like the sound of that. It's not like that, she said with weakness in her eyes. I am tired, with what happened yesterday and now. I'm going back to the dorms and talk to Tracy about what happened here. You can expect her to come blowing steaming with her wand. He gazed at Daphne. He raised her hand in his hand and kissed it. I am very lucky, aren't I? Yes, you are, she said. Daphne tiptoed and kissed him on his cheek and then whispered into his ear, if you leave me for her, I will do everything in my power to make you regret it. She moved away and gave him a good long look before walking away towards the castle. He gazed at her all the way until she was no longer visible. Only after that did he turn to Ivy, who was staring at him with a complicated gaze. While I'm grateful, he spoke, may I know why you agreed? I was expecting you to curse me for even bringing it up. It happened so suddenly that I didn't get the time to think that, said Ivy. If you need more time, you can take it. Making a decision in a hurry to regret it later will not do any of us good. Ivy shook her head, I have decided to give this try. It's strange, you know. At first, I never thought I could ever look at you with anything other than dislike, but here we are, I'm in a relationship with you who already has a girlfriend, and it's Daphne, no less. Never thought my first relationship would be like this. I sprung this on you without warning. Are you sure? Yes, I'm sure, she cut him off. I don't know if this will be a success or if this is a good idea to start with, I don't know why I agreed, there's no reason expressible for it, it is just what is. She shrugged, if I feel like this is not working, I will walk away as if it was any other relationship. I said this before, I will say it again. You're not going to regret it. I really hope so, Ivy said with a blooming smile. He stepped forward. Ivy's eyes widened as her body language turned shy. She didn't move away. He drew her toward him with his eyes, she inclined her face toward his, and he laid his mouth on hers, which was like a freshly split open figure. For a long time, he kissed Ivy and conveyed his feelings to her about how he thought of her decision to be a wise one. Oh okay, Ivy pulled back, her palm on his chest, slightly out of breath. She had her head dipped away from Quinn. Can we dub this our first kiss rather than the last one, he asked, smirking, wondering if absorbing lust had some pleasant side effects. Ivy nodded absent-mindedly before she realized what she had affirmed, and the blush turned to a burning red. After a while, the time to part had come. Can I also expect Hermione to come after with some nasty surprises, he asked. Maybe even Harry? No. I'm going to keep this under wrap for now, Ivy continued when she saw his expression. I'm not hiding this because I'm not sure of this, it's just that I don't want to listen to Hermione harp. And I don't want this to go to Harry, Dad, and especially Mum just yet. Probably after we have spent more time together, are you fine with that? You're making a compromise here. I'm going to follow whatever you want. After working out a few details, Quinn bid Ivy goodbye. She went to the castle, leaving Quinn still on the grounds. He waited a while before finally opening the block over the Soulscape. Hey, so I have some good news, he said. I was able to. He stopped when he saw the original standing with no chains on his body, staring at him with a dull expression. How? He felt a tap on his shoulder and on instinct, he turned, and the sheer shock wasn't the word enough to describe his feelings as he saw Severus Snape standing behind him. You're in my way to attaining my needs, and I can be very greedy. Quinn West, MC, I have attained my greatest achievement. Daphne Greengrass, girlfriend A, is pouring her heart out to her best friend. Ivy Potter, girlfriend B, got questioned why she was so in such a joyous mood. Severus Snape, dead, boo. Fiction-only reader, author, la 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 la. I can't hear you. I can't hear you. Chapter 327, Avaricia. Greed staggered back a step when he saw Snape's visage with his face painted with shock. Snape stared at the men in front of him. You do indeed look identical, he said, his eyes peering at Greed. I think you two can give those unsufferable Weasley twins a run for their money. It's good that I can differentiate the two of you because of this yellowish aura around you, I do not like to deceived. Greed showed no movement and continued to stare at Snape with a shock on his face. The personification looked as if someone had sucked all the blood out of his body, leaving him pale and ghastly. Snape took a step forward, and Greed took a step back. He seemed to snap out of his shock as he hastily turned towards Quinn. How did you do th? His eyes widened as his pupils shrunk. Greed watched as Quinn stood close to him with his hand holding a long golden blade held his both hands firmly. The blade was thrust forward. The soul blade going through Greed's body made for a sickening scene, even if it lacked the bloody gruesomeness. Greed turned to completely face Quinn as he staggered back, his eyes going to the tip of the solid golden blood coming out of his body. His face crumpled in concentration, the golden blade broke into soft beads of firefly lights. Quinn had no intention of letting Greed take his time. He stepped forward with rays of light bending into the shape of a golden knife grasped in his raised hand. His face twisted in aggression as, with a primal grunt, he stabbed Greed in his chest. With a schlick, the knife was pulled out and then sheared again into Greed's body. Once more, twice, thrice, and then again. With each brutal knife thrust, Quinn grunted with hate, channeling it into every stab. Greed somehow managed to raise his leg and kick Quinn back. It was weak, and Quinn only went back a couple steps. Greed jarringly made some distance between them and made a slapdash half-turn towards the other person to guard himself against another backstab. But Snape had Northwest move from his place, watching placidly as the violence unfolded. Quinn watched Greed. Unlike Envy, who had gone down with one strike, Greed remained standing, albeit shakily. It seems absorbing other sins had granted Greed increased durability, he thought. How? A mix of using the Killing Curse and Resurrection Stone. It seems that Killing Curse left behind a residue of sorts that the stone caught that. Though I have no idea why he decided to appear now. Greed turned his face filled with pain to Snape. Snape said, I too don't have the answer to that question. Quinn approached Greed, who hurriedly waved his hand, sending a projectile to whistle towards Quinn. The projectile was thwarted by Quinn with the barest of efforts. You deceived me, said Quinn inching towards Greed, made me feel like a helpless prisoner with no power in my own soulscape. You chained me down and forced me to the ground from the very start. It was you who was pulling the strings from the shadows. The soulscape shook with Quinn's steps as if he was a giant, stomping through the space. Greed looked mortified. Then you screwed with my relationship with Daphne, Quinn fumed. Out of all the things you guys pulled, I loathe this the most, and I hate you the most for it. Quinn raised his hand, and Greed stumbled to the ground, falling. He looked up at Quinn with fear and unwillingness in his eyes. I hate that you caught me in the middle of. Quinn shortly glanced at Snape. All of this, if I wasn't like that, I would have crushed like this before you had the chance to even think about getting out. Greed's wounds started to glow in a solid yellow. It looked he could feel the changes in his body. He glared at Quinn. I couldn't give two shits about your situation. I wanted more, and I saw the opportunity to take it from me. What's wrong with that? You wanted to take what belonged to me. That's what's wrong. I am. You. Quinn and Greed glared at each other. Snape watched them from the side silently. Did you already forget Envy's words? Greed continued with spite. We were born from your mistake. We didn't ask to be here. But we were. So, what's wrong with turning a subpar situation into a great one while enacting revenge against the one who caused all of it, huh? Quinn's face soured at Greed's jabs. I didn't ask to be the manifestation of greed. But unlike Envy, I have no problem embracing who I am, Greed lashed. You know. I don't hate you, Quinn furrowed his brows, you are just someone who was in my way, just like the others were. Quinn felt a chill in his heart. There was apathy in Greed's eyes in which he saw himself reflected. Was something other than greed had been amplified, or was this the reflection of him? Somewhere in the depth of his being was he so cold that he could disregard everything just to achieve his goals? Quinn couldn't help but wonder. You will never be free from me, said Greed as if cursing him. It's too ingrained in you, it will remain with you, raise its head at just the right moment, and for all that's magic, I wish that even with what I did today, you fall for your greed. Quinn frowned, confused with what greed meant. Greed savagely smirked as he raised his hand, and a blinding half-blade twisted over his palm. It rang like a tuning fork as he sent it singing towards Quinn's face. Quinn stood in the blade's path unflinchingly. The murderous blade turned into sand in the wind from the tip and disappeared as if never existed. Greed started laughing menacingly. His voice filled the soulscape. Quinn couldn't tell if he was acting or had the imminent death had turned Greed mad. The knife in Quinn's hand shimmered, it looked as if it was sucking in the light and threw it just brighter. The small blade had turned into a full-length sword. Any last words? Giving the villain some last word? I thought you knew better. I do know better. You are so pitiful that I don't mind if you try something at the last moment. Greed threw his head back with angry laughter. Shing. Quinn waved his sword, and the laughter came to an abrupt end. You wasted your last words, said Quinn, staring at Greed as his eyes went dull and the face twisted in corrupt emotion gradually settled in peace. The final personification of sin, the strongest one, turned into yellow orbs of light. From away, the yellow orbs could be mistaken as golden like the untainted soul in the middle of pristine white soulscape. His eyes didn't move away from where Greed had sat. Killing Greed, while good for him, had left him with some questions about himself. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. The sin curse had been purged from his body. He opened his eyes and felt the wind on his face and the smell of the forest behind him. The rays of light filtering through the tree's canopy were warm. The feeling of him being in his own skin never felt better. Quinn braced himself and let out a shout from the bottom of his stomach as his magic sang. The grass grew faster, winds picked up, the rays of light bent, and the place seemed to be filled with something unseen. He was free. Quinn reached out into his clothes, snatched the pendant piece from the chain, and revealed the resurrection stone in his palm. The mystical stone glowed in a soft black glow. He could feel that resurrection stone had been fed magic. My magic. Several conjectures passed through his mind. The one he landed on was accidental magic working to save its master's life once again, just as it had done all those years ago during the icy vault. He glanced up. Snape had appeared in front of him, outside the Soulscape, which was a relief. He didn't want anyone or anything in his Soulscape, near his soul, ever again. Snape looked like in the real world with the rays of sun passing through his gray translucent body. "Thank you," said Quinn. What Snape had done wasn't big, but it had the intended, profound effect of delivering the shock, which made an opening that Quinn could exploit. He knew without it, he wouldn't have been able to injure Greed, and an uninjured Greed was capable enough to fend him off, even if he did try something. If I tried something. Quinn wasn't sure if he had worked up the intent to try to rise up against Greed. It was the abrupt appearance that had shocked him out of his wallowing misery. "I killed you," said Quinn, his eyes full of respect for the dead men, "and you still helped me. If I was on your place, I wouldn't have been able to do it. But Snape is Snape." He sneered, "I didn't do it for. If it wasn't that you were of use, I would have fought to the end if someone tried to drag me out here." The words seemed strange to Quinn, but he moved past them. He smiled wryly. "Professor, I swear I will keep my promise." He rubbed his head. He finally had full access to his mindscape, and Greed's actions lay before him in full view. Triple ugh, that greedy bastard. He could even feel the emotions of satisfaction oozing from the memories. Snape nodded. He turned to the castle, his eyes flickering with emotion. "Would you like to go visit?" asked Quinn. "The funeral is set for at sunset. You would be able to see." "No, it's all right." "I don't want to," said Snape. "Even if it is not possible, I fear I will turn into an actual ghost if I go. I just want you to keep your promise." "I will." The dead and the living both watched the magical castle of Hogwarts, which had countless memories tied to her for both of them, for everyone who had ever stepped enjoyed her shelter. "Mr. West," said Snape, not looking away from the castle. "Yes, sir. You were the best student I ever had." Quinn's eyes widened as he turned to Snape, but the man was gone to his surprise. He hurriedly looked down at the resurrection stone, it lay dormant in his palm. He looked up at the castle and at the clouds dotting the sky. Scene break. Lily Potter looked at the dark overcast clouds hiding the red hue cast of the sunset. All lessons were suspended, all examinations were cancelled. A good handful of students were hurried away from Hogwarts by their parents, the Patil twins were gone before breakfast, and Zacharias Smith was escorted from the castle by his haughty-looking father. Seamus Finnegan, on the other hand, refused point-blank to accompany his mother home. They had a shouting match in the entrance hall that was resolved when Dumbledore had stepped in to have a conversation with the mother. Lily looked around the subdued great hall. Everybody was wearing their dress robes, and despite the teenagers filling it to their full capacity, the hall was quiet. She looked to her side, and beside Dumbledore's throne, a single, simple chair sat empty. She looked to the Slytherin table. The entire Slytherin house looked less polished to her, lacking the usual pristine sharpness that the student exuded in Unity. Crabbe and Goyle were muttering together. Hulking boys though they were, they looked oddly lonely without the tall, pale figure of Draco Malfoy between them, bossing them around. She wondered how the boy was doing right now. Narcissa Malfoy had been delivered to her son as Dumbledore had promised. She heard from her husband that Lucius Malfoy had refused to come along when they gave him a choice. Her thoughts were interrupted when Dumbledore rose to his feet, and the little hum in the hall died away at once. "It is nearly time," he said. "Please follow your heads of houses out into the grounds." The students filed out from behind their benches in near silence. She saw Slughorn at the head of the Slytherin column, wearing long, emerald-green robes embroidered with silver. She had never seen Sprout, the herbology professor, looking so clean. There was not a single patch on her hat, and when they reached the entrance hall, they found Madame Pant standing beside Filch, both dressed for the occasion. The entourage arrived at the lakeside, to a place where hundreds of chairs had been set out in rows. An aisle ran down the center of them. There was a marble table standing at the front, all chairs facing it. Lily roamed her eye over the crowd. There were not many people from outside Hogwarts. The seats were mostly covered by the students. The castle ghosts were there too, barely visible in the bright sunlight, discernible only when they moved, shimmering insubstantially on the gleaming air. She could see members of the Order of the Phoenix, but they were only a handful, with the majority missing. A delegation of ministry officials, including the Minister of Magic herself, walked past her towards the front rows. She next recognized Rita Skeeter, who, she was infuriated to see, had a notebook clutched in her red-taloned hand, writing away with her eyes peering at the centaur Forenza, who was standing like a sentinel near the water's edge. Standing at the outsides of the chair arrangement was a guard of Aurors, which included her husband, James Potter. There was no one present who Severus could call family, she thought. The staff was seated at last. Lily sat on the left side of the aisle, in the second row behind the head of houses and the minister. Dumbledore's chair was empty. There was a hushed whisper from the back. When she turned, Lily saw Dumbledore was walking slowly up the aisle between the chairs, and floating beside him, wrapped in emerald velvet spangled with silver serpents, was what Lily knew to be Severus' body. A dull pain rose in her throat at this sight. Dumbledore placed the body carefully upon the table. Dumbledore then began speaking words, but she couldn't hear them. Her eyes were fixed on the emerald shroud. Dumbledore finished his speech and took his seat in the front. Lily waited for somebody else to get to their feet. She hoped someone would get to their feet. She expected speeches from the minister, but nobody moved. Then she felt something on her face. Lily raised her hand to her cheek, and when she saw her fingers, they were wet. She felt something on her other hand on her lap. The back of her palm was wet. Lily looked up, and the clouds were darker than ever. It must have not taken more than a few seconds for the cover of clouds to start pouring the heaviest shower of the season. While everyone pulled out their umbrellas or conjured them, Lily's eyes went to the table in the front in frantic worry. But the headmaster had taken care of it. The rain seemed to bend around Severus' body with not a single drop touching his body. Lily slumped in her chair, the worry draining from her muscles. When she looked around, people had started to get up, probably returning to the castle to take shelter from the rain. Among the standing people, a figure caught her eyes. Dressed in a suit, covered in black from head to toe. He stood on the right side of the aisle, in the front row reserved for the prefects. Lily recognized the head boy even with the rain impeding her vision. He had his hand gloved in black raised straight above. Then a bright white light bloomed in his palm. She didn't know why, but her eyes moved above to the sky, and there she saw it. A red spot appeared in between the black and gray. The clouds started to move in a spiral, with the red circle growing bigger and bigger with each passing moment. Those who had gotten up to leave stopped and looked up at the swirling clouds. Umbrellas all over were slowly put down, with every pair of eyes present on the lakeside fixed to the sky just like hers. The red hue of the sunset sky shone above Hogwarts. The dark clouds were still present on the periphery, but it was as if something was stopping them from entering Hogwarts, protecting it. Lily looked back down to the front row of the right side. He had resumed his seat and sat patiently with his eyes to the front table. She gazed at the empty spot in front of the table. The memory of the boy who had called her a witch when they had first met surfaced in her mind. Lily got up and moved to the front. Severus Snape, Slytherin, the Half-Blood Prince, Potions Master, Master of the Dark Arts, Death Eater, Order of Phoenix, Head of House Slytherin. Quinn West, MC, I won't name my child Severus. Fiction-only reader, author, Everybody Wants to Rule the World Lord version. Chapter 328, The Last Visit. The school year was cut short. After the events transpired at Hogwarts, the school administration was bombarded with letters from concerned parents who wished to have their children back home to safety. The sheer amount of letters, along with parents who had directly descended on Hogwarts to take their children, had forced Hogwarts' hand to end the school year before time. The examinations were cancelled for everyone except the 5th and 7th years. OWLs and Newts were postponed by 1 week, and it was decided that the 2 essential tests would be conducted within a ministry-approved venue. Quinn rose early on the last day at the school. He was already packed. The Hogwarts Express would leave 1 hour after breakfast. But before he left the school for the last time, he had to do something important. He cancelled his morning workout with Eddie, and instead of going to the grounds like every morning, he headed to the 6th floor. Quinn stared at the narrow corridor in front of him. It looked no different than any other of its type scattered around Hogwarts. He could clearly see the end of the corridor where a wall stood ending the path. He glanced behind him for a fleeting moment before taking firm steps towards the portrait hung on the dead-end wall. There wasn't a single soul anywhere near the place, just him and the portrait. He looked up at the posh man with a goatee sitting on his ornate chair with a rod-straight posture, elegantly reading the book in hand from behind his small lensed glasses that hung on the tip of the nose with a long bridge. Quinn stayed silent, waiting for the portrait to look at him, which he knew wasn't going to happen from the dozens he had visited the place, but he waited, he wanted to. The result was as expected. The painted man continued to read his book, and Quinn watched him do it with only the sound of the occasional flip of the page sounding in the lonesome corridor. Headmaster Viridian, Quinn finally broke the silence. The men didn't respond immediately. Instead, He raised a finger towards Quinn and kept it raised as he continued to read the book. It was a minute later that the portrait of Vindictus Viridian placed a thin bookmark between the pages and closed the book upon it. He lowered his finger and, for the first time, focused his eyes anywhere other than the book. "Yes," he said simply. Quinn blinked in surprise. That was different, he thought. He requested entry into the room of rewards. "Password?" asked the portrait. Quinn's surprise grew. That was yet again wildly different from what he was expecting. "No condescending jab, or asking me to return," he asked. "That was only warranted when you, time after time, accosted me and disturbed me when I was preparing to slumber or was already asleep. This is early morning, the appropriate time to gain entry in the room." It was that simple for some basic politeness. "Finalis Visita," Quinn said, the password picked up from Recon. Viridian nodded and opened his book again as the portrait swung open to allow Quinn entry and let out cold, dry air from within. Quinn exhaled a puff and stepped inside the room of rewards. The room hadn't changed a single dust grain since the last time he had entered. The grid of standing double-sided bookshelves occupied the space with their black binders full of records on every Hogwarts student that ever studied in its classrooms. He picked the middle aisle and made his way to the room center, where the Hogwarts crest decorated the floor and hid the secret beneath the floor, hid the demons beneath the road. Quinn kneeled before the crest, channeled his magic, and uttered the magic words. The different parts of the crest jumped in their place, with a white glow leaking from within. The crest vanished and left behind a gaping hole. "Why am I here? Why am I doing this?" Such thoughts passed through his mind as he dropped him into the gaping tunnel. As he descended, his thoughts were doubting his actions, but his body was fearless, so fearless that he didn't create an elevated platform for him to stand upon and landed directly upon the bare floor of the vault. He immediately crushed the magic from the floor that tried to knock him out. The Sin Vault wasted no time to open business. The heptagonal walls glowed up in their seven-colored glory. Quinn's furrowed brows eased a fraction when he felt the magic from the runes fill the room. It felt familiar, he could recognize it, and it wasn't the absolute unknown it was as earlier in the year. He raised his magic as the runes reached saturation. The seven-colored beams burst out of the runes, but instead of infiltrating Quinn's soulscape without any hindrance, it halted like water before a dam at the boundary of the soulscape. Quinn had no sense of achievement as he thwarted the waves of soul-based magic. All he could wonder as he operated his magic was greed right? Is my greed too much for me to control? He had come down into the Sin Vault without even thinking about it. His first instinct had led him into the place that had derailed his life 2 out of 2 times. Was his greed for some semblance of reward so strong that he had yet again ignored a sense of safety, even after all the lessons he had experienced? The magic from the runes ran out, and the beams dribbled out until the room was again in darkness with Quinn in the middle. His body eased up as he looked around the room. He wished he knew if there wasn't any other offensive surprise, but he didn't. However, something told him that everything that could worry him was over. There was a quake in the room, making Quinn twitch. The wall directly behind him broke into rectangular brick blocks and turned inwards until there was a path opened up to him. Quinn slowly exhaled all his previous tension to make room for a new batch that arrived with the appearance of the new door. He took out a miniature stone tablet from his pocket, enlarged it to full size, and leaned it against one of the walls with ample magic to ensure it would not topple over. On the stone tablet were concise instructions on finding him if someone did reach here and screwed themselves over. He cracked his knuckles just to break the heavy silence in the antechamber. Then followed with the sound of his footsteps. His heartbeat in his chest blared in his ears as he stepped across the threshold and wisely sent his magic forward for scouting, which reported back with zilch in response. But Quinn knew better to believe that his skill with magic would be reliable in the Sin Vault. He kept his eyes forward and his ear listening with his skin tingling in attention. After deliberate and careful walking, Quinn reached the end, where a humble room awaited him. There was nothing in the square room but a single portrait. Quinn recognized the portrait. It was unique in Hogwarts. It was the only non-magical portrait inside Hogwarts, proudly displayed in the entrance hall outside the Great Hall. Yet, here it was, present inside the Sin Vault. The man in the portrait, with his long white beard and long flowing hair, opened his sparkling blue eyes with specks of green. The man blinked a couple before his eyes turned to the front, focusing on Quinn. "Oh." Quinn West, the man's first word delivered a punch to Quinn. "It seems you have finally made it to my humble abode." Merlin. The Grand Sorcerer of the King Arthur's Court, the founder of the Order of Merlin, an organization that promoted non-magical rights, and the greatest magic user in the Western world and one of the greats that the world had ever seen. The person that had permeated himself through the generations and immortalized himself in the minds of every single person who ever heard of his legend so much that he had become part of the magical vernacular. Quinn gulped. "You were behind the Sin Vault?" he asked. "Why?" "Sin Vault." Merlin repeated. "Ah, the 7 sins, yes, I'm the creator of this magic." Quinn asked the question that plagued his mind, why? Why would the greatest of all time create something so horrifying? Why? Let's say, because of Morgana. Morgana. Morgan Le Fay. Morgan Le Fay, more commonly known as Morgana, was a medieval dark art practitioner famous for being the enemy of Merlin and the half-sister of King Arthur. Yes, Morgana, sighed Merlin. In one of our tussles, she displayed a surprising skill in soul magic, which worried me because I was lacking in that area of magic, and by now, you must know how tricky soul magic can get. I couldn't risk falling behind, so I started to dabble in soul magic. Alas, I was naive in those days. Morgana was using wizards and muggle alike in her experiments to learn more about soul magic, and I, by my lonesome, couldn't keep up her progress, so I made this place and cast my magic in it. You wanted to use children. Quinn exploded. He and Alan had come to this very conclusion the first time Quinn had suffered from the sin curse. But having that theory confirmed was infuriating. I did, said Merlin, nigh a regret on his face. Where else better but at a castle full of young children with their bubbling and growing magic? Hogwarts was the best place I could think of to experiment to catch up with Morgana. Quinn's magic flared out of control. It lashed on the walls of the room, but they remained unharmed even under the unrelenting angry assault. Even Merlin's portrait remained unscathed. Do you have any idea what I went through? Quinn's voice distorted like a demon. You egotistical piece of shit. Give me one reason I shouldn't make it my life's goal to erase every trace of your legacy from the world. I will find a way to destroy all physical traces and erase the entire planet's memory if that's what it takes. That's a bold claim, boy. I've become quite famous after my death, said Merlin. As for if I know what you went through, I do. I was watching you all the time, after all. Quinn's furious momentum pressed a brake, while still angry, his magic abated. I have eyes all over. As long as it is in this castle, I can travel to any portrait in every castle, even the deer painting in your room. Anywhere you went, I was followed, observing you. So, I know exactly what you went through, and I did construct the magic, so piecing together whatever I missed was easy enough. He was being watched. Quinn's heart quivered. Also, don't worry, all of those who went through some version of the magic I cast here left relatively unscathed. Okay, you caught me, a couple of them did suffer later, but I did compensate their families. Ah, don't worry, no one entered here after my death, you're the first one. That doesn't change anything, you crazy bag. Merlin then went on to tell the tale of the Sin Vault. How he used to visit Hogwarts once a year to teach for a week, and by then, the Sin Vault would have lured in some students. When Merlin arrived for his 1 week, the curse's progression would reach a level where Merlin could study the student to gain some insight and then fix the affected students before he left. It continued for 2 decades, with a couple of students getting caught every year. Over the years, the Sin Vault changed as Merlin learned more and became what it was today. He told Quinn that every person would be affected in a different way and what Quinn went through was unique to him, something Merlin was proud of because he could gain new insight from every subject. When Morgana died, I stopped experimenting with Hogwarts students, but I didn't want what I created to extinguish, so I put a puzzle in place and put in a portrait here so that if someone stumbled in here, I could know what happened, even if it was after my death, said Merlin before asking, do you mind telling me how I died? Even after so much time here, I could not find how I died. Portraits were copies of the person, but they only held memories until the person had last refreshed the portrait. So not having the remembrance of death was a trait of a magical portrait. According to what I have read, you fell in love with a girl, taught her all your magic, and then were done in by her, said Quinn. Merlin's eyes seemed to shine with realization. A sad look passed his face before it went to the normal, smiling one. So, what are you going to do now? He asked. I don't think you can destroy me, at least, not now, not for a good while. Quinn didn't even have to think about his answer. If I can't destroy you, then I will take you with me and keep you isolated until I am able to do so. He fixed the portrait with a baleful glare. Merlin didn't look one bit regretful for his actions. He had played with innocent students' lives. And he had made his life miserable. Or, you don't do that, and maybe I will teach you a thing or two when I feel like it, said Merlin with a smile. You will find that I can be very knowledgeable about a wide variety of magics. Quinn's expression turned. He stared at Merlin, unblinking. After an unknown amount of time, he walked to the portrait, removed it from the wall, and walked out of the wall with the portrait in hand. Greed was right. Maybe he could never get rid of him. Quinn West, MC, finally over. Merlin, portrait, sometimes, sacrifices are needed. Fiction-only reader, author, well, I did drop one clue about Merlin. The reason why I chose Merlin was that I think that anyone that great must have some skeletons in his closet. Also, I don't know if I am going to show Merlin that much, he will maybe work in the background with Quinn, but do let me know. Chapter 329, Ground Rules. The Hogwarts Express chugged along the tracks, making its way through the lush and overreaching countryside. The school was over, and the student population was on the red train, going back to their home. The farewell party went straight down the gutter. Eddie grumbled, leaning on his train berth, his leg resting on the front corner of the opposite berth. Marcus picked his head out of his pork pie and fixed Eddie with a disappointed gaze. Don't be like that. Professor Snape died protecting the school from Death Eaters. We weren't going to have a farewell party either way. You think I don't know that? It just took a lot of time for me to get that big crate of fire whiskey, Eddie huffed with crossed arms. I had to divvy it all out and didn't get a party in return. You can come to my house, said Quinn. He was lying beside Marcus with his feet crossed and a book floating over his head. I will get you good and drunk. Grandfather would be more than delighted to start a young man like yourself on his journey alcohol. Though I doubt you'd be getting fire whiskey from him. Why? Let's just say he has taste. In turn, you will be getting a lot of handcrafted beverages along with an evening full of responsible drinking habits. Yeah, that sounds drab. But hey, I won't say no to some expensive stuff. Send me a date and time, I'll be there. You say that, but I guarantee that you will be copying him by the end of the day. Quinn tried to imagine what fun it would be to see Eddie and George together and the two drinking. He could imagine it going in so many interesting ways. Moreover, he would even get a bonus interaction between Ms. Rosie and Eddie that could very well be more entertaining than Eddie and George. You don't anything to with the prefects? Marcus asked Quinn. I thought the bunch of you would be doing something like a posh lunch to mark the end. Quinn waved his hand. Nope, not one bit interested in that. Plus, no one was in the mood for it. It didn't help that quarter of the prefects went home directly with their parents, so we just dropped the idea of doing something as a farewell. It wasn't just them. The entire 7th year was bummed as their last days in Hogwarts had taken such a tragic turn. The only positive that had come out of the mess was the postponed exams, though some complained about wanting to get it over with as soon as possible. Eddie loudly slapped his thighs as he stood. Well boys, I will see you. I don't know when. Going to see Tracy? Asked Quinn. Yeah. Quinn grabbed the book and got up as well. You, Daphne. Yes. Eddie turned to Marcus and opened his mouth just to close it. He furrowed his brow before quirking one up. You know, we never talked about you, have we? You never told us if you liked someone or who you liked, and somehow we never asked you about. Eddie turned to Quinn. That's surprising, innit, mate? Quinn stepped beside Eddie and faced Marcus. It is surprising indeed. 7 years together, and never did you tell us what's your type, much less who you fancy. I think it is high time your best mates know about this sort of stuff. Both sat down in front of Marcus in unison, leaning forward over their crossed arms. No, don't sit, said Marcus, gesturing them to stand up. I fancied no one, there that's the answer, happy, now off you go, you don't want to keep the ladies waiting. I don't buy that crap, Eddie shot down the answer. I don't believe you never got interested. You must have a crush or two. Was it someone in DA? Asked Quinn. Was it Susan Bones? She's pretty, and you two got along. Now that you say that, they did get along splendidly. Then there were all those meetings. He can't be blamed for taking a fancy. Maybe she did as well. You dog. The minister's daughter, mate. Now that's ballsy. Never knew you to be so ambitious, Marcus. You know there's still time. It might be late, but you can at least communicate your feelings. You might regret it later if you keep those feelings hidden. Go jump her bones. Marcus' jaw had long slackened. No, he shook his head, no, again, no, and then again, none of that. How did, from where, you two? Out. Come on, who better to tell but us, said Quinn. Out. Look at him all shy, said Eddie. Sod off. There was a knock on the door, but before they could even turn their heads, the door slid and shuddered open. Tracy Davis stood at the door with her eyes narrowed at her boyfriend. I have been waiting for a while, and here you are, laughing it off. Eddie stood up and all but flew to Tracy's side. He kissed her cheek and took her hand into his. We got busy trying to make Marcus' love life successful. Turns out that he likes Susan Bones. You do? Asked Tracy, surprise replacing irritation. No, I don't. Don't listen to them. So he says, said Quinn laughing. Tracy's eyes turned to Quinn, and her eyes narrowed yet again. She fixed him with a glare. Eddie noticed Tracy's change. He looked between his girlfriend and best mate and asked, What? Did something happen? Something happened. What happened? He cheated, said Tracy, making Quinn's heart skip a beat, me out of money in a bet using a trick. So it wasn't just me. He cheated in a race against me, used some bloody magic to rush off like a horse. Is that so? She hummed, sounds like him. Quinn thinned his lips bitterly. Daphne had told Tracy as she said she would. As one would expect, Tracy wasn't happy with what she had heard and had come for Quinn with her wand in hand. The incident, fortunately unseen, was Tracy bombarding Quinn with her most offense-heavy curses, with Quinn blocking them while hearing her hurling the non-magical type curses from her mouth. After she had tired herself out, Tracy switched to yelling at him for forcing Daphne into a horrible relationship. When he tried to give an explanation, which was difficult as Quinn didn't have a solid explanation for the situation lust and greed had dropped him in, and that might have shown as Tracy had huffed and sneered and walked away mid-explanation. "It's lovely to see you as well, Tracy," said Quinn earnestly. Tracy was one of his close friends, someone he had gotten along with from the get-go, and this was the first time they had turmoil between them. She raised her hand and threw something at him. It glinted golden as Quinn caught it out of the air. "Let's go," she pulled Eddie along while giving Quinn one last glaring side-eye. Quinn looked at his palm, and there sat a golden galleon. When the door was slid close, Marcus spoke up, "Wow, she's in a bad mood. How much did you take from her? It must be a lot if she's still paying it now." Quinn could only heavily sigh in response. Scene break. Quinn rubbed the galleon with his thumb. He glanced down at the face of the coin, peering near the circumference, where a string of words swam as if on a long striped display showing stock prices. The fake galleon was used in DA to communicate the meeting details, and every member had retained the coins with them for communication. He had one as well, but he didn't keep it in person. He glanced up at the compartment he was asked to visit, communicated by the coin. He furrowed his brow and stepped back from the curtained-off glass-windowed wooden door to take in the full picture. There was a focus-averting charm laid on the whole front of the compartment. The charm worked the same as the muggle-repellent charm, but for magicals, it wasn't a widely used spell as it would fail if someone was actively looking for the thing that the spell had been cast on. The spell work in front of him, as Quinn judged, was skillful with decent power behind it. He glanced around the train corridor, there was no one present but him, and had noticed how half of the compartments in the section were empty because of the lack of students that had boarded the train today. It was a suitable place to ward off a compartment with such spell, away from the frequent pair of eyes that would pass by. He knocked on the door but didn't enter. A second later, the curtain parted a sliver, and green eyes peered from within. The door opened, and he was pulled in by a dainty hand. Quinn found himself in the room with two girls he was well familiar with. He peered at Daphne and Ivy as they stared back at him, making him nervous. It felt like a long time, but it was just yesterday that he had entered into a relationship with both of them. It wasn't nearly enough time for him to gather his thoughts. "Hello," he said. Then proceeded to scream at himself for the slight off-tone. He pretended to clear his throat and said again, "Hello," this time normally. Both greeted him back. Ivy greeted him with a smile and a wandering eye, which he thought was because of yesterday, while Daphne greeted him as if nothing had happened. "So, how are you two doing? Any change of thoughts since yesterday?" he said jokingly. The joke didn't hit. Quinn knew it as it was coming out of his mouth. Daphne's eyes sharpened, threatening to turn into a glare any second. Ivy, on the other hand, looked a bit hurt. Quinn immediately realized what had gone wrong. Wait, I can practically see your thoughts," he said hurriedly. "I am not regretting this and have no intention of going back on what was decided yesterday." He could only blame things on greed so much, and it was time to take responsibility. "Then don't say things that make us think like that," said Daphne, snappily, "but much less than yesterday." Ivy nodded. "I apologize, I wasn't thinking," he said. "But I can sense that both of you have some thoughts since yesterday." "We have," said Ivy. "I think it would be better if we have some well-defined rules between us to ensure that this," she pointed to everyone, "doesn't collapse." "Agreed," nodded Quinn. "We have talked between us too what we expect from you. We will tell you those. And because it goes two ways, we want to hear what you wish from us." That was good, Quinn thought. He could definitely work with some guidelines. He hadn't even heard their expectations, but he was already feeling good about it. "First, and maybe the most important part rule," started Daphne. She pointed at herself and Ivy, "We aren't involved with each other. We are involved with you and you alone. As it stands now, we aren't interested in pursuing anything with the other, so don't expect us to do so or ask us to do. Ivy and I will work on our relationship, but it won't go farther than friendship, not romantically, and definitely not sexually," supplied Ivy and followed with a very blunt. "So no threesomes if you somehow had that in mind." Daphne nodded conservatively. "Wouldn't think of it," Quinn agreed with them without missing a beat. "Next rule," Daphne continued. "We are fine with spending time together." She flushed a bit, even living together when it comes to that. Quinn held back his surprise of Daphne talking about living together. They hadn't talked about a living situation, this being the first time. "We are willing to share some trips and outings, but there must be some single dates, and during those personal one-on-one times, there must not be any mention of the other. I personally want that you don't take Ivy to places that I deem special between the two of us, for example, the small handicraft Muggle market that we visited before this year." Quinn's eyes shined in recognition. It was his first time taking Daphne to the non-magical world, and instead of overwhelming her with all the glitz and glamour, he took her to a quaint street-side handicraft bazaar. "I want the same," said Ivy. There was a competitive light in her eyes. "So, you can't take her to the architect's vault?" Her shoulders slumped, and she mumbled, "We don't have any place else, and you're already not returning." Quinn was quick to rescue and promised her about building places with time. He did get a look towards Daphne, but she was as serene as night. "Now, this is the last thing we could think," continued Daphne. "It's about what and how much to share. I am open to hearing about what you did with Ivy if you're looking to share that. I might ask you about it, or you might want to share it on your own. In either case, I will leave it up to you how much you want to share and how much Ivy would be fine with me knowing." "I don't want to hear anything you do with Daphne," said Ivy. "As long as it is not something we three did together, I only want to listen to the bare minimum. If it is not something I must know, then please don't let me know about it." Quinn again agreed. And not it was time for him to share his side of the expectations. "I only have one," he said. "I want an appropriate amount of alone time where I don't spend time with either of you. Daphne already knows it, but I demand, an amount of alone time alone, which borders just at the limit of what's permissible in a normal relationship. But that's not going to work if I'm going to spend time with both of you, so while I will be cutting down on my alone time, I still want a fair share of it. So, I request that you respect my time alone." His ask was taken in immediately. They then continued to talk and agreed that a calendar was needed to mark the plans from all three sides. The discussion ended with defining what was to be shared outside. All three were in unison that, with the exception of Tracy, they weren't going to make the relationship public, with Daphne and Quinn still a normal couple in the eyes of the public. Volume 8, Year 7, has ended. Quinn West, MC, let me write that down. Daphne Greengrass, in part of a relationship, wants to move in with Quinn when she graduates Hogwarts. Ivy Potter, in part of a relationship, wants to catch up with Daphne in terms of her relationship with Quinn. Tracy Davis, angry friend. Furious well-wisher. Fiction-only reader, author, I forgot about Luna. Let's just say she was hanging out with Astoria. Chapter 330, Price of Failure. Dobby wrapped his fingers around Voldemort's girthy. A man appeared out of nowhere on a moonlit lane. For a second, he stood still, his eyes roaming around the area. He stowed his wand beneath his cloak and strolled down the lane bordered on the left by wild, low-growing prickly shrubs, on the right by a high, neatly manicured hedge. The man's long cloak around his ankle as he turned right into a wide driveway that led off the lane. The high hedge curved with them, running off into the distance beyond the pair of impressive wrought iron gates barring the man's way. His steps didn't break. In silence, he raised his hand in a kind of salute and passed straight through, as though the dark metal were smoke. The yew hedges muffled the sound of the man's footsteps. There was a rustle somewhere to their right. He drew his wand again, pointing it towards the source, but it proved to be nothing more than a pure white peacock, strutting majestically along the top of the hedge. The man thrust his wand back into his cloak, breathing out a breath as he shook his head at the presence of the peacock. A handsome manor house grew out of the darkness at the end of the straight drive, lights glinting in the diamond-paned downstairs windows. Somewhere in the dark garden beyond the hedge, a fountain was playing. Gravel crackled beneath his feet as he sped toward the front door, which swung inward at their approach, though nobody had visibly opened it. The hallway was large, dimly lit, and sumptuously decorated, with a magnificent carpet covering most of the stone floor. The eyes of the pale-faced portraits on the walls followed the man as he strode past. He halted at a heavy wooden door leading into the next room, hesitated for the space of a heartbeat, then turned the bronze handle. The drawing room was full of silent people, sitting at a long and ornate table. The room's usual furniture had been pushed carelessly up against the walls. Illumination came from a roaring fire beneath a handsome marble mantelpiece surmounted by a gilded mirror. The man lingered for a moment on the threshold. As his eyes grew accustomed to the lack of light, he was drawn upward to the strangest feature of the scene, a person sitting near the head of the table with his arm outstretched on the table with a dark mark eerily glowing in a dark sludge green. The arm trembled constantly along with the rest of the person whom the arm belonged to. None of the people seated were looking at the trembling person. "Locke," said a high, clear voice from the head of the table. "You are very nearly late." The speaker was seated directly in front of the fireplace so that it was difficult, at first, for the new arrivals to make out more than his silhouette. As Rivers Locke drew nearer, however, the figure's face shone through the gloom, hairless, snake-like, with slits for nostrils and gleaming red eyes whose pupils were vertical. He was so pale that he seemed to emit a pearly glow. "Beside Dolohov," said Voldemort, pointing to a place near the middle of the table's length. Rivers took his allotted space. Most of the eyes around the table followed him, and it was the second he took the seat that Voldemort spoke. "So, my lord, all of our captured troops are being moved to Azkaban from Street Mungos tomorrow, at nightfall." The interest around the table sharpened palpably, some stiffened, others fidgeted, all gazing at Rivers and Voldemort. "Tomorrow, nightfall," repeated Voldemort. His red eyes fastened upon Rivers' dead black ones with such intensity that some of the watchers looked away, apparently fearful that they themselves would be scorched by the ferocity of the gaze. Rivers, however, looked placidly back into Voldemort's face, not daring to move it away, After a moment or two, Voldemort's lipless mouth curved into something like a smile. Good. And this source of information comes from my Novellus Actionite source in Rufus Scrimgeour's camp, said Rivers. Bartmeows called Voldemort to the pale young man with straw-colored hair and freckles, sitting closer to Voldemort in the upper half of the long table. You will take some our own and free the unjustly captives from the Auror entourage. I expect that you won't fail me. His red eyes glanced at the platinum blonde-haired man who still trembled without stopping as the dark mark continued to glow. Rivers' eyes turned from Voldemort to Bartmeows, Barty Crouch Jr. Rivers knew the man to be Voldemort's most rabid follower, his devotion only matched if not surpassed by the crazy witch Bellatrix Lestrange. Barty had been sent to Azkaban after his untimely reveal at Hogwarts and had been busted out by Voldemort at the same time as Rivers had been. Rivers could recall the moans and grunts of Barty that went for nearly a year before finally going silent as the Dementors had feasted on the new, fresh meal. Yes, my lord, Barty bowed his chair. I will shoot the Aurors from the ground, straight into their unmarked burial grounds, and bring your servants back home. See that you do. As Barty smiled deeply in delight, Rivers turned back to Voldemort. My lord, I have heard another piece of information, something that DMLE and even the minister's camp buried away from reaching the papers. Rivers waited, but Voldemort did not speak, so he went on. The papers wrote events of the night as the Dumbledore, his band of professors, and the Aurors, from Order of Phoenix, responding quickly to the infiltration and containing our team, with only Severus Snape being the sole casualty. Get to the point, Rivers, said Voldemort with a tinge of irritation in his eyes before he went back to the trembling men. Rivers' following words made Voldemort look back at him. Dumbledore, the Hogwarts professors, or the Aurors, it was none of among them that put a stopper to our plans. He paused. It was the invisible vigilante. If there weren't any pair of eyes on Rivers before, now he had warranted the attention of the entire room. I met another contact, from Street Mungos. They told me that the team was being treated in an isolated ward with Aurors guarding it around the clock, which is not unusual, but only a small portion of the staff knows what's happening inside that ward. All the records are sealed. My contact is one of the people who attend to them. I was told that the Death Eaters in the ward had their arms disabled with the same magic that was used on the day of the Quidditch finals. A discussion broke out in the room. The invisible vigilante, being the reason for their efforts to get rid of Dumbledore, didn't fare with the Death Eaters leaders present in the room. Voldemort held up a large white hand, and the talk subsided at once, all eyes returning to him. He stayed with his eyes staring slanting down and one bony thumb tracing a circle on the table. Does the invisible vigilante have any connection with Dumbledore and his Order of Phoenix? It doesn't seem so, said Rivers. There isn't a single indication that the invisible vigilante is someone from the Order of Phoenix or that he's someone from outside who works with them. His scarce and unannounced appearance makes it hard for anyone to get a trace of his identity. Anyone else? DMLE and the Ministry also don't know about his identity, said Not Senior in contribution. Auror Dawlish is a part of the task force created by Amelia Bones in her last days as the head of DMLE with the aim to find the invisible vigilante. The efforts to find any clue, but their efforts have turned no fruit, even with the minister assigning additional resource in hopes of finding him. The yellow flame of the fireplace behind Voldemort turned blue, roaring up in size and fury. The Death Eaters held their breath, not willing to attract even a fleeting moment of attention to themselves. My lord, all eyes turned to Peter Pettigrew, who sat well into the upper half of the table. If it is true, then I suggest that we don't attack the Auror transport to free the failures. Their identities are ruined, and now they can't even wield magic, making them as useless as a squib, if not less. Rivers didn't know if Peter Pettigrew had balls of steel or he was just plain stupid. When he glanced around, he knew he wasn't the only one with those thoughts. All had their heads dipped or averted. Everyone in the room knew that Voldemort had broken out those affected during the Quidditch finals from Azkaban. Not because they were his Death Eaters, but because Voldemort wanted to find a cure or countercurse to the invisible vigilante's magic. But till this date, Voldemort hadn't made any progress with half of those people dead or as good as dead because of the experimentation. Pettigrew continued, I'm sure Dumbledore and the Ministry are rearing to go on a tour. If we stay away and let the transfer to Azkaban as they planned, and nudge the papers in the right direction, we would be able to derail their efforts. While Rivers had no intention to speak his thoughts, he couldn't help but agree with Pettigrew's reasoning. There was no benefit in rescuing people who had no use. Rivers sighed internally. He could feel the glare from Barty. It wasn't his idea to pour water over his big moment. No. The rescue will still happen, said Voldemort, making some in the room think that he won't abandon them if they ever got into trouble. But then Voldemort said, I want to see how the invisible vigilante's curse reacted with Greyback's lycanthropy. I don't care what happens to the others, I want Greyback in the basement the morning of the day after. And that made Rivers' worst dream come true. Among the things that Rivers wanted to avoid, coming across invisible vigilante was the last thing he wanted to happen. He would not only lose his magic and have one or two of his limbs removed but also would be hunted by the Dark Lord with the terrible fate of turning into a lab rat. It was only time when Voldemort ran out the people to kill. The company around the table watched Voldemort apprehensively, each of them, by their expression, having the same thought as Rivers. Voldemort, however, seemed to be speaking more to himself than to any of them. I have been careless and so have been thwarted by luck and chance, those wreckers of all but the best laid plans. But I know better now. I understand those things that I did not understand before. I must take the matters into my own hand. There have been too many mistakes where Harry Potter is concerned. Some of them have been my own. That Potter and even Dumbledore lives is due more to my errors than to his triumphs. At these words, seemingly in response to them, a sudden wail sounded, a terrible, drawn-out cry of misery and pain. Many of those at the table looked to Voldemort, startled, for the sound had issued from the men who had been trembling, the men who owned the house they sat in. "Lucius," said Voldemort, with no change in his quiet, thoughtful tone, "first, you made the egregious error in my absence, and now your family has betrayed the cause by running away with the Dumbledore's Bird Club. Am I right to punish you for their wrongs, Lucius?" "Why yes, my lord," gasped the men who would die rather than be seen in anything less than perfect in appearance, but the same man had seemingly lost all of his dignity and polish. "Dumbledore is alive, and that complicates the matter more than before," continued Voldemort. He watched his wand twirling in his fingers. "I thought with Dumbledore gone, I would be able to get my hands on Garrick Ollivander, but that doesn't seem to happen anytime soon. I still don't know why my magic doesn't work against Potter, though I do think that it is because of my wand. For that reason, I shall need to borrow a wand from one of you." The faces around him displayed nothing but shock. He might have announced that he wanted to borrow one of their arms. Asking a wizard to hand over their wand. From all the things one could ask for, it was one of the last things one should ask for from a wizard. "No volunteers," said Voldemort. "Let's see. Lucius, I see no reason for you to have a wand anymore." Lucius Malfoy looked up. His skin appeared yellowish and waxy in the firelight, and his eyes were sunken and shadowed. When he spoke, his voice was hoarse. My Lord D. "Your wand, Lucius. I require your wand." Aye. "It was because of your son that Yaxley, Carrows, and the others lost their arms to the invisible vigilante, so it is only natural that the father must pay for his son's sins." Voldemort waved his wand, and like a guillotine during the French Renaissance dropping on heads, a wide silver blade dropped on Lucius' marked hand, cutting clean through the bone and the dark mark. Everyone in the room averted their eyes as the scream pierced through the room. Even Pettigrew drew in a breath and felt a phantom pain prick through his silver hand. "There," said Voldemort, "you won't be needing your wand anymore. Now give me your wand as I asked you to do." Malfoy, who had grabbed his hand with his other hand, painfully removed it, put his hand into his robes, withdrew a wand, and passed it along to Voldemort, who held it up in front of his red eyes, examining it closely. "What is it?" "Elm. And the core?" "Dr. Rag, Har, Ring. Dragon heartstring, good," said Voldemort. He drew out his own wand and compared the lengths. Finally, he waved Lucius' wand and waved it at Lucius' stump, and a fire erupted around the wand, searing the flesh and cauterizing it shut. "There, Lucius, a thank you for lending me your wand. Are you grateful?" Why, yes, my lord," said Lucius through tears. "As you should be, Lucius, as you should be. It very well could have been green rather than silver." Voldemort, Dark Lord, a kind and compassionate lord. Rivers Locke, Death Eater, has assumed somewhat of a spymaster position. Peter Pettigrew, Wormtail, didn't get a hand buddy. Lucius Malfoy, Death Eater, and what did that get him? Fiction-only reader, author, it might be late, but that was my contribution to April 1st. Chapter 331, Invitation. The elevator bell rang as the door opened. Quinn stepped out into the inner corner of the Ministry Central Atrium, ground floor. He stretched his legs on the very tip of his toes. The Ministry, like usual, was full of people coming in and out, going about their busy day among a crowd of similarly busy people. He glanced back to see the elevator door close. He had just finished giving the last of his 3-day Newt period, conducted right in the heart of the Ministry, in the Department of Magical Education's office space redesigned to be an exam center. He took out a piece of parchment from his pocket. It was the admit card to be shown to the security guard for visiting the Ministry for the 3-day examination period. Quinn stared at the printed parchment. With this, he was finally over with his Hogwarts education. The 7-year leg of his life was over, the castle, aid, the cursed vaults, the room of requirements, aid, the classrooms, the grounds, everything had come to a full stop, period. The only thing that had remained was to receive his Newt certificate and his graduate degree. "Ah. Quinn, is that you?" As he was putting the rolled-up parchment back into his pocket, Quinn heard the voice calling to him. He turned towards the source and saw James Potter, in the typical Auror clothing, a suit sans the accompanying overcoat/topcoat because it was the prime of summer. "Auror Potter," said Quinn in greeting. "You know," James pursed his lips and eyes, "I can count on one hand the people who call me Auror Potter or Auror James outside of the formal setting. I appreciate you using the proper title and all, but you can call me Mr. Potter or Mr. James if you'd like. It has become a habit, said Quinn with a polite smile. I will keep it in mind moving forward. James smiled. So, what brings you to the ministry today? I just got finished with my newts, actually. The last one. Oh, right. I remember hearing that they were conducting the OWLs and newts in the ministry. I saw the education department guys running around. Those guys are only used to taking care of Wombat in the ministry. Quinn nodded. The theory examiners/proctors were really prickly and nervous around the Hogwarts students. They were clearly not used to handling school students. Harry was bouncing on his feet when he got the official letter that his exams had been cancelled. Even Ivy was relieved about having to give exams. I think Hermione psyched her out about the exams, laughed James. He smiled and looked Quinn up and down. So, done with Hogwarts, that's a big deal. I heard from Lily that you got made head boy, which means Dumbledore is going to sign that recommendation for you, and believe me, that really opened the doors. It did to the Auror office for me. What are your plans for the future, son? Quinn held back a groan. He wasn't sure James would want to even think about the word, son, while anywhere near him if he knew that he was dating his daughter. Especially if he heard the exact of the relationship. I have an apprenticeship lined up, starting next year. As Quinn said that, a dong banged up in his head. Ah, shit. I need to write to Mr. Allen. Well, he can wait a couple days, he's on a beach anyway. Oh, in what? Charms, transfiguration, defense, or maybe potions. Mind magic. James was visibly surprised by Quinn's choice of further study. You want to become a mind healer? No, nothing like that, said Quinn. I live at the top of a massive conglomerate and thus a very valuable asset for anyone who would want to get their hand on my family wealth. It is imperative that my mind is well protected for the sake of not only my family but also a sizable population of the world. James finally showed an expression of understanding, but then Quinn knew what the initial surprise was all about. Mind magic, or at least, occlumency, was an extremely valuable skill for anyone wanting to protect that mind, and it was perfectly justifiable to learn that skill, even excel in it, and admirable to become progressively better at it. But the other side of mind magic, which didn't delve into the protecting part, came with an attached stigma. People were naturally averse to the individual they knew could read their minds. But even without that, I would love to learn more about mind magic, said Quinn with an apologetic smile. Getting to know my way around the inside and out of the mind is the first step to better know myself, don't you think? Despite the attached stigma, Quinn didn't have any qualms about letting people know about his intentions to learn mind magic. Even if it was the father of his girlfriend, especially if it was the father of this girlfriend. There was a silence between the two, so Quinn decided to change the topic. I heard about the attack on the prison transport. Last I heard, the investigation was still ongoing. Has there been any new leads on that front? James shook his head with pursed lips. I cannot divulge any information, the investigation is still ongoing. Quinn didn't need any facts. The senior Auror's expression gave the not-so-unfavorable truth of the situation. It seemed the night raid had been a little too successful. Did the Dark Lord at least make an appearance? This time he did get an answer in the form of a compact shake of the head. Quinn had many more questions to ask, but it seemed that if he asked anything else, it would only serve to dull the Auror's mood. You know. I think you'd be a great fit in the Auror's office, said James suddenly, his eyes shining as he stared at Quinn. You said you're going to your apprenticeship next year, right? How about you gave being an Auror until then? He stepped closer. I am sure you'll find it right up your alley. I will even make myself your mentor. Don't underestimate being under a senior Auror like myself, it comes with its ample perks. How about it? Quinn took a step back. The sudden burst of excitement was a little too sudden. He was even sure that he heard a mutter about this being enough for a promotion. Air. Before Quinn could say a single word in reply, a growling voice spoke from behind him. What is this, Potter? The Auror office hasn't fallen enough that it needs to act like a girl peacock spreading its plume for mating. Quinn turned back and found himself staring at an electric blue artificial magic eye on a scar-riddled face staring at him. He stared at the man well named as Alistair Mad Eye Moody. The man had one good eye, grisly scars, and a chunk of his nose missing. The veteran Auror even had his other trademark, the wooden leg that looked like a vicious animal's claw. It's actually the male who has the plume, not the peahen or the girl peacock. Quinn turned his eye to the young woman beside Alistair Moody. She had a pale heart-shaped face and dark twinkling eyes with short, spiky pink bubblegum hair, which, as Moody spoke, turned into waist-length violet locks with red accents. Bah. Peacock peahen. Whatever, said Moody grumpily. The Auror office should be the aim, the top of the mountain peak, not some roadside wench that you could pick up for a night and forget about the next. You're making it sound like I'm a prostitute, said James. You might as well be. Quinn listened to the two talking with one ear, but his attention was focused on Moody's companion. What? She asked. I'm Quinn West, he said. You're Nymphadora Tonks. Tonks narrowed her eyes, her red accent growing darker. I go by Tonks, only Tonks. You know my name, so you must know. Well, you aren't particularly hiding it. When Quinn was in his first year, Tonks was in her 7th. At that time, they were in 2 different worlds, so he never had any interaction with Tonks, the most were walking by her in passing. So what? You want me to someone? Quinn shrugged, not really. I was just wondering if you do it some other way than I do it. His hair, which was jet black to its roots, suddenly became more voluminous and took on a royal shade of blue. Tonks' eyes widened, and the 2 bickering Aurors went silent. All 3 pairs of eyes turned to Quinn as he spoke to Tonks. Natural talents like yourself are fascinating to me, Quinn matched Tonks' hair color and even her slightly brightening skin tone as he spoke. Is the process the same? Or are the abilities granted by nature itself somehow better than the ones created by us? If I could somehow find about how that instinctual magic of yours work, I would be able to elevate my abilities. Are you a metamorphmagus? Not at all. It's just that copying what you do is not as hard as you think. Though I have to say, unlike you, I can't do it instinctually without thinking. Moody's wooden leg clicked against the ministry floor as he limped towards Quinn. His magical eye swirled at Quinn, taking him from top to bottom. Lad, are you lying about not being like the lass? Asked Moody. Why would there be a need for me to lie? Said Quinn, the color draining from his hair as they returned to their original jet black. It serves me no good to hide something like this. Moody hummed. He peered at Quinn as if trying to see through his secrets. He then backed away, but his eyes were still focused on Quinn. Well, Quinn clapped, as much as I would like to talk to you, very interesting people, believe me, I would like to have some long conversations with all of you, but I have to leave for today, maybe some other time. He nodded to James and then to Moody and Tonks before walking away. I take it back, Potter, said Moody. What? If you can get that lad into the force, you can be a girl peacock. Just peacock. I will whore myself out to the boy if I can get him to join the force. Tonks and James looked surprised, they looked towards Quinn shrinking back. That's surprising coming from you, Moody, said James. That lad never once took out his wand, said Moody, and yet, he was able to do whatever Tonks could do, or at least a part of it. If he could do that without a wand, then just think what he could do with one. If what I'm thinking is true, then we could be looking at a future Dumbledore. James sucked in a breath, and Tonks gasped. Or maybe another Dark Lord. Moody, James frowned, isn't that too much? He's a pureblood, correct? So are both us, what does? He's young and impressionable, Moody cut him off, and unlike you, he wasn't part of a faction. He's a West, above from factions, but not detached from them, he could be pulled down into one, it's the question of which. Or maybe into something else. Both of Moody's eyes stared at James, but there were no more words spoken. He turned to Tonks and grunted, come on, lass. We are going to the pits. Not the pits. James said a hasty goodbye to Moody and Tonks and ran to the ministry entrance, and was lucky to catch up just at the entrance. Quinn. Quinn turned and saw James running towards him. Yes, he asked. Would you like to visit for dinner? What? Quinn West, MC, top commodity. James Potter, Senior Auror, an invitation could be a start. Alistair Mad-Eye Moody, Captain Auror, semi-retired from active duty. Mentor to a special asset. Nymphadora Tonks, Junior Auror, Metamorphmagus. Chapter 332, The Second Dinner. The space twisted and distorted like an old hag's wrinkles. There was a pop, and Quinn appeared behind a tree near the township gate of the little community of Godric Hollow. He glanced around for the presence of a non-magical residence of the hybrid township. Seeing that there was no one in sight, he stepped out of the tree's shade and walked towards the gate under the guise of an invisibility charm. It would be a bother to run into a non-magical resident and become part of a conversation that would go nowhere, ultimately ending in a confundus or obliviation charm. The little township was the same as before, with the town church sandwiched between the town square and cemetery and half of the houses hidden from the sight of the unknowing residents who continued to live their lives in a town that looked to be nothing out of the ordinary. But today, Quinn could see something out of the ordinary. He swept his eye on the paved street he was on. Quinn could make out several individuals that shouldn't be there usually. Some were hidden under an invisibility spell, and while Quinn couldn't tell who exactly they were, he could clearly pinpoint their positions. Then there were few physically hidden instead of magical invisibility, though these people did have muggle-repelling charms cast over them. Quinn made a mental of his surroundings with the people he spotted, and they seemed to be strategically placed around his destination. Quinn reached his destination, the Potter house. He eyed the cozy house, much more spacious on the inside, from a few paces outside the property. He could feel a strong ward on the property, he could feel his warding, a type of aegis, on the property, and seeing that the Potter house was protected by his ward was a relief to Quinn. He thought for a second if he should check if there was a goblin ward, which he personally recommended to be set alongside Aegis, but decided against it in case he alerted the owners of tampering. Before stepping through the ward boundary, he softly patted the front of his sleeveless vest, and all of his clothes straightened out. He walked to the door and knocked on the door from the attached door knocker. The wait between the knocking and the door opening wasn't anything lengthy, but to Quinn, it felt excruciatingly long and startlingly short, all at the same time. It reminded him of the time he had visited Daphne's house for the first time after they had started dating. He had been cornered by Sophie Greengrass, whom he was told won't be present during his visit. No. I am prepared this time, he thought and straightened himself. And they don't know that I'm dating their daughter. There was a faint sound of footsteps before the door swung open for Harry Potter to appear in view. Right on time, or... Harry glanced back at a clock hung just beside the door. Oh, you're 5 minutes early, no wonder Mum suddenly went mad. Should I return after a while? You can pretend it was the milkman or something. Or we can just wait here and talk until someone comes out looking for us. That's fine as well. Did you really expect anyone to buy the thing about the milkman? Hey, I was being polite. It's the sentiment that matters. What kind of milkman comes in the evening? The imaginary kind, of course. We get our milk in the morning through the owl. A mishap in delivery then. It happens, you know. We got milk today. An extra package for being such loyal patrons. A little customer appreciation can go a long way. Brand loyalty and all that jazz. But I don't have milk to show. You were thirsty and drank it. An entire bottle. You're a growing boy, you can guzzle down a bottle. It might even go to your height. Hey. Me being shorter than you doesn't mean I am short. You are just really tall. Never said anything about you being short. That was all you, mate. You just don't want to admit that your suggestion was silly. I have no idea what you're talking about. As Quinn and Harry spoke to each other at the door, a voice from inside the Potter house interrupted them. What are you two doing goofing at the door? Come in and shut the door before the mosquitoes come in. Harry turned, and Quinn leaned to the side to get a look at Hermione Granger peeking out from a room. Oh, you're here as well, said Quinn. I am staying over, said Hermione. Ron is here as well. That's nice, said Quinn. Before he entered the house, he turned to the outside and waved over to the hidden people with a smile, who had clearly moved from their initial places when he had revealed himself on the doorstep of the Potter house. Who are you waving to? Asked Harry. To the milkman, of course. That's still going on. Quinn followed after Harry and Hermione into the Potter house. They led him into what he remembered to be the lounge, where he found the other two of the Golden Squad waiting for him. Good evening, you two, he said, smiling. Ron nodded in greeting, while Ivy responded with a good evening, accompanied with a bright smile. Quinn continued to smile, keeping his brow from quirking. Had she forgotten the conversation they had? When James had asked Quinn to come to dinner, he had immediately communicated with Ivy about it through Magifax. But the problem was that after the Hogwarts attack and the looming threat of Voldemort, the Potter children weren't allowed out of their houses without adult supervision. This meant that Ivy and Quinn couldn't meet face to face, and they could get caught if they kept using Magifax. It was Ivy who remedied the problem before Quinn even brought it up. It turned out that she was thinking about how to communicate better with Quinn. She learned how to make the two-way mirrors James and Sirius used in their Hogwarts days. She charmed 2 hand mirrors, something she could do easily without getting pinged by the underage magic usage trace on her wand as she was inside a magical home and a heavily warded one at that. To keep the mirrors a secret, Ivy forewent ing the mirror to Quinn and instead sneakily dropped the mirror in a marked corner of Godric Hollow, from where it was picked up by Polly, who transported it to Quinn, with only 3 people knowing of the twin mirror's existence. Your father asked me to come to your home for dinner, said Quinn, surprised to have a 2-way mirror in his possession just after the day he got the invitation to the Potter house. He hadn't even told Ivy about it, that's until now. What? Ivy exclaimed and instantly sat up in her bed. How? When did this happen? Yesterday, said Quinn, ruffling the back of his head. And? I accepted. Oh, Ivy sounded surprised and lost at words simultaneously. Yeah, said Quinn. He could have politely refused the offer, but if he had done that, he would have not been able to meet Ivy for the summer. Sure, even if Ivy didn't take the initiative to send the 2-way mirrors, he would have made something similar, but meeting face to face was something he wanted to do, even if it was just once. So, we need to talk about how to act in front of your family, he said, that's if you want to keep it hidden. Ivy nodded. She wasn't ready yet, they had just started going out. I say that we act normal, just like the last time I visited, I think that'd be fine. You mean, you coming unexpectedly and I pulling my hair wondering if you'd do something horrible? You and I have really different memories of that day. It was jolly fun for me. Well, it wasn't for me. But I do agree about acting as if we are friends. I concur. Then, it's decided. That was how Quinn remembered the conversation between them went. But that smile on Ivy's face was definitely not something that would be classified as normal. She could smile, but that was a little too bright, and if he was being honest, he didn't mind it. Harry and Hermione took a seat on a triple-seater. Ron was slumped on a single-seater with his feet on a footrest. He turned to the other single-seater in the room, but his eyes caught Ivy, who was lightly tapping the empty space beside her on the double-seater where she sat. Quinn stared at her for a moment before taking the seat where she asked him to. "Where's Miss Potter? I would like to greet her," he said. "Mum," called Harry, "Quinn's here." He turned to Quinn, "She'll be here." Or, "Mr. Potter." "In the kitchen with Mum, probably." Quinn nodded. He watched as he saw Hermione and Harry get their feet up the sofa and snuggle with each other. "I did hear about you two getting together," he said. It looks like it was true. He had been occupied with his internal problems and keeping up with who was going out with who wasn't on the top of his priority list. Quinn glanced at Ron and found him looking at the couple from the corner of his eye. He reached out with a feather-soft legitimacy probe, and the feeling of green jealousy echoed through the probe. It seemed that the resident Weasley wasn't psyched about his best friends getting together. "How's life after Hogwarts?" asked Harry. Quinn retrieved his magic and turned to answer. "I don't know. I have been at home, doing nothing special, to be honest. It just feels like any other summer break. I guess I will know when I don't board the Hogwarts Express on the 1st of September. What about you guys? Any ideas for your final year?" "We will be aiming for the Quidditch Cup," said Ron confidently. Harry nodded. "Gryffindor is going to win, no doubt about it." A smile appeared on Quinn as he dipped his head to hide it. "What?" asked Ron. Quinn shook his head, the smile still on his face. "It's about Quidditch," so he most probably remembered something that Carmichael said, Ivy supplied as she peered at Quinn. Both Ron and Harry leaned forward. Harry immediately asked, "What did he say?" "Nothing," he said. "Nothing, but he did do something that I did personally find hilarious." Ron and Harry exchanged glances before turning to Quinn with a question in their eyes. "The day Ravenclaw won the Quidditch Cup, Eddie sort of marked it." "What do you mean?" "He sort of engraved his name on the Quidditch Cup. Well, to be precise, he wrote, 'Eddie Carmichael, the real champion,'" said Quinn, and every pair of eyes in the room widened. "And I mean really engraved it. He made sure you can't undo the engraving." "We have to get a new Quidditch Cup," said Harry immediately while Ron had his jaw hanging. "You know it better than me that the Quidditch Cup is a tradition. It has a long legacy behind it. I don't think McGonagall would replace it, even with Eddie's name on it," said Quinn with a grin on his face. "He told me that he'd regret missing the expression on your face when you saw it. I guess I ruined your surprise, but at least now, I can tell Eddie my first-hand experience about it." A chime bell sound tingled inside the house. It sounded like some sort of indicator as Quinn could feel that the sound was weaved with a hint of magic. Quinn turned to Ivy. "That was." "Someone came through the floor," she said. There were heavy footsteps in the corridor beside the lounge. The sound grew closer until the source entered the room in the form of Sirius Black. The senior aura directly focused in on Quinn and sighed. "You really gave everyone a scare, kid." Quinn West, MC, "I am confused, just a bit." Ivy Potter, Potter Princess, had fun creating the two-way mirrors. Harry Potter, boy who lived, likes to banter at the door. Chapter 333, The Second Dinner, Part 2. "You really gave everyone a scare, kid," said Sirius Black as he dusted the fluidust from his jacket. "How do you mean?" asked Quinn. "Don't act coy, kid," Sirius chuckled carelessly, but the curve of his smile was modest, and there was a glint of seriousness in his gray eyes. "You know what I am talking about. I don't think a simple wave of the hand would be something to freak about. It wouldn't be if the recipient was expecting one, but they weren't, were they? In my defense, they weren't well hidden." "So you say, but they got a scare when you suddenly appeared." The Golden Squad looked between Quinn and Sirius, confused by the ongoing conversation, and interjected by asking to be cued into the conversation. But before either Quinn or Sirius could explain, James and Lily Potter entered the lounge. "You were coming today, Sirius," said Lily in surprise. "What should I do? I don't think we have enough food for another person." "It's all right, dear, we have some dog chow." "I'm sure Padfoot would be satisfied with that," said James, smirking. "Haha, dog food, haha," Sirius said to James. "Couldn't come up with something remotely funny, could you?" "I found it ample funny," said James. "It was hilarious, Sirius," Harry chimed, sharing identical smirks with his father. "I knew I should have gotten myself a little me," Sirius grumbled, "at least I shouldn't have been double-tagged like this." Lily sighed at Sirius, James, and Harry's antics before asking, "You should have let us know that you were coming, I would have prepared accordingly. Let me see if I can make something with leftovers." "It's all right, you don't have to do that," said Sirius. "I'm not staying for dinner, I wasn't even coming today." "Did something at the office?" asked James. Sirius shook his head. He nudged his chin to Quinn. Your little guest surprised the people outside. If you hadn't told them you were having a guest and the fact that Harry talked to him on the doorstep, things could have gone poorly. James and Lily turned to Quinn, who just shrugged. How did they miss him? James asked. Gone was the chipper tone replaced by a serious tinge. Sirius turned to Quinn and asked, you want to take this, or should I? I was under an invisibility spell, said Quinn. I mean, I wasn't going to be walking through a hybrid village like this without some sort of guise to keep the non-magicals away. It would have been troublesome if an overly friendly chap decided to strike up a conversation. Justified, James turned to Sirius. They should have detected him. I know, I'll plan some upgrades and make sure this doesn't happen again. But I am surprised that you were able to detect them at all, Sirius said to Quinn. Not all of them were that obvious, Quinn crossed his hands. I guess a couple of them hadn't taken shadows and distortion into consideration while casting. I caught the slight unnaturalness, and then I started to look for more, making things more transparent to me. But I guess if I wasn't looking for them, it would be fine if the weak links were strengthened. But that's the problem, those coming under guys will be looking for those weak links, said Lily with furrow between her brows. Sirius, please ensure that this doesn't happen again. James, you as well. Quinn glanced at Sirius. It seemed that he was in charge of the protection of Potter House. He felt a tug on his arm. He turned and found Ivy close enough that he could make out the vibrancy and pattern in her emerald eyes. Ah, I am really conscious of her, such thought passed his mind. What is happening? She asked. I found people outside of your house, hidden under invisibility spells and muggle-repelling charms, and I spotted them. It seems that they are keeping an eye on your house for protection. He turned to James and Sirius, are they Aurors? Sorry kid, can't tell, said Sirius, winking. So, Aurors who are part of the Order of Phoenix, thought Quinn. There are people outside our house. Ivy exclaimed in surprise, along with the rest of the Golden Squad. It seemed they weren't aware that they had been under surveillance. It does make sense, said Hermione, to have people keeping a lookout, that is. Quinn agreed. Unlike the general public, those connected to the Order of Phoenix were well aware, and in acceptance, of Voldemort's return. It was only natural to have people stationed outside the Potter house. Quinn could even guess that if given a chance to examine the Aegis wards, they would be the top of the line and connected to the DMLE's emergency response service. He looked around, also wondering if there was a labyrinth door hidden somewhere in the lounge. He was sure that the Potters had one. The situation, however, did make Quinn wonder if the Potters had lost confidence in the Fidley's charm. Having betrayed by someone who they considered to be their closest confidant was an emotional hit that most people won't want to go against ever again, so Quinn didn't put it against the Potters to be averse against the use of the ward that had promised them safety, but had resulted in the loss of dear family. Or maybe there's another safe house under the Fidley's, ready at a moment's notice. Quinn looked at the three adults, wondering if they knew the location of the hypothetical location. Quinn silently waited as the adults revealed the security arrangements around the Potter house. The talk was short and only a rough overview, given that Quinn was present in the room. All right, enough about this, we have a guest with us today. Lily put an end to the topic. Then I will be off, said Sirius. See you tomorrow, mate. No, now that you're here, stay for dinner, said Lily. I will sort something out. She turned to Quinn, look at me, dear. You have been here for a while, and we haven't even offered you anything to drink. She gave a sharp glance to her children. It's all right, Mrs. Potter. The invitation to the dinner today gives me another chance to try your fabulous cooking. I haven't forgotten the taste from the last time I was here, said Quinn politely. His words had their intended effect of instantly raising his affinity points of likability with Lily. The last time he had done this was just because of fun, but this time the stakes were high, and he needed the Potter parents to fall in love with him. I need to become the son they never had, thought Quinn as he stood up and took out a matchbox-sized box. He expanded it to its full size and presented it to Lily. This is just a little thank you gift for inviting me to dinner today. It's set of cured meats and cheeses, and there's a bottle of wine from my grandfather inside. Quinn didn't miss the glances that James and Sirius shared when he mentioned his grandfather. Oh my, you didn't have to bring us anything, said Lily, accepting the box. Quinn continued to smile politely. His gift game was strong. That solves the dinner problem, said Sirius, grinning with a thumbs up to Quinn. Sirius, I already set up some beans on the stove for you, said Lily as she sent Quinn's gift somewhere inside the house. I thought you'd be fine with beans on toast. You have been standing here for the entire while I have been here. Magic, silly. Come on now, we don't waste food in our house. But I don't want to eat beans on toast. You're not a child anymore, Sirius. Don't act like one. The little banter between Lily and Sirius seemed to push the slight heaviness because of the protection situation behind and bring in a light and bright suitable for when guests were visiting. As they moved to the dining hall, Ivy subtly bumped into his shoulder. She was smiling when he glanced at her, obviously happy with Quinn's performance. And what could Quinn say? Sometimes, he lived to impress. The dinner table was set up with a beautiful spread of appetizing food. There were 3 chairs each on the lengths of the table and 1 each on the heads of the table. Quinn could feel that the table had been expanded and that 4 of the 8 chairs were conjured, copies of a single chair, of the 4 real ones, made from the Geminio charm. Quinn took a corner chair along one of the lengths, and again, to his surprise, Ivy took the chair beside him, on the table's length. He was perfectly fine with Ivy sitting beside him, but wasn't the plan to not seem suspicious. He thought she would sit beside Hermione, who had taken a chair on the opposite with Harry sitting beside her. In the end, Quinn, Ivy, and Sirius sat along the table's length. Lily took a chair on the table's head just beside Quinn, with James sitting directly in front of Quinn. Harry and Hermione sat beside James. Finally, Ron took the other table head. "The food looks amazing, Mrs. Potter," said Quinn in unrestricted praise. James, who sat opposite to him, sneakily rolled his eyes. It seemed that it was going to be a repeat of the last year. "You know, I was amazed when James told me that Mad-Eye wanted you to join the force," said Sirius at the table. "Moody doesn't believe in soliciting people for the Auror office. He believes that the least requirement for an Auror aspirant is for them to apply on their own without any persuasion. So I couldn't believe it when I heard about it." Mad-Eye said what? Harry exclaimed as his food fell from his fork. "Believe it or not, but that Moody even compared Quinn here with Dumbledore," said James, adding to the conversation. That made eyes go wide around the table. Comparison to Albus Dumbledore was a high praise, but that praise was elevated to another level when it came from someone like Alastor Moody. "I am sure he was jesting," said Quinn. "Moody doesn't jest, kid," laughed Sirius as if hearing an amusing joke. "But really, why don't you give the Auror training program a try? It has some great perks, and I think you'll have great fun there. They even pay you just for being in training." Quinn snorted internally. He knew that the Auror training was a notoriously tough program. Long hours, no work-life flexibility, and standards that made even the most talented of the bunch find themselves running around trying to keep up with the program. It was akin to a young doctor starting their residency, working enough hours that they earned a very low hourly rate even with their hefty salaries. Quinn wasn't interested, so he was going to join something that would dominate his life. "All right, that's it, you're making him uncomfortable," Lily turned to Quinn. "If I remember correctly, Professor Flitwick told me that you're planning to go into magic research. But, I'm confused about what field you're aiming for." "I'm keeping my options open," said Quinn. "I actually want to pursue everything from transfiguration to herbology. I will need varying knowledge if I want to pursue some advanced magics like alchemy." "Just like Dumbledore," commented Sirius. Lily didn't pay him attention. "That's admirable, Quinn. Even Ivy is aiming to go into magic research. She's starting with warding magic, which will take her to aim to gain mastery in both charms and runes," she said with pride in her eyes as she looked at Ivy. "I know," said Quinn, turned to Ivy. "I was there when Ivy was talking to Professor McGonagall about her new subjects. Aiming for warding instead of taking charms and runes individually shows commitment, which I immensely respect." Ivy seemed to be conscious of the sudden attention, or maybe it was because of Quinn that she bowed her head in embarrassment, but as Quinn was beside her, he could see a smile blooming on her face. Below the table, suddenly, he felt Ivy's hand intertwining with his own. Quinn held himself from reacting. He knew that Ivy Potter was bold, but now it was confirmed. "Oh, look at you, all matching, that's cute," said Sirius with his brows wiggling at Quinn with a grin on his face. Quinn knew what Sirius implied. Only if he knew. It was then that Ron joined the conversation. It seemed as he understood Sirius was implying as he spoke. "Quinn is going out with Daphne Greengrass. Quinn West, MC, a security scare. Ivy Potter, girlfriend, bold and bolder. Fiction-only reader, author, moved to another city for internship. COVID tests, nose swab, felt weird. Wrote a chapter while on the job. Writing throughout the day is a new experience. Looking forward to the next 2 months. Chapter 334, Provoking Ire. Oh. Greengrass, you say, Greengrass, Sophie Greengrass." Sirius leaned forward to get a grinning look at Quinn. "It's Sophie's daughter." "It's her, isn't she?" "It is." "Oh, if she's as pretty as her mother, then you got a catch there, kid." He leaned back into his chair and folded his arms, his eyes taking a faraway look. "I still remember, I tried to pursue her when we were in Hogwarts. A Gryffindor and Slytherin, the forbidden love, right up my alley." "She was a Ravenclaw," said Lily. He sighed dramatically, making most eyes roll, "but she never gave me, Sirius Black, the time of the day. It was heartbreaking. I even remember bothering Lily. Constantly. About getting a good word because they were benchmates in arithmancy class, good friends, but she refused to even look at me when I brought up the topic. I didn't like you very much back then." "You and James were total gits in those days," said Lily bluntly. "Ah, Lily dear, you know just the words to cheer a man up, smiled Sirius. On the other hand, James Potter looked to be entirely invested in counting the individual peas on his plate. The Golden Squad, especially the twins, listened and chuckled along with the story. All the while, Ivy didn't let go of Quinn's hand under the table, even while she talked on the table. Quinn and Daphne dating each other was a big event in Hogwarts, said Lily, and it sounded weird to all Hogwarts students, including Quinn, when she said, it even reached McGonagall's ears. I can say on good authority that her ears would perk whenever we talked about it in the faculty office, she giggled. I heard from Pomona that McGonagall has always been interested in her liked-students relationship, she's quite the consumer of gossip. Ignoring the looks from the others, Quinn turned to the Potter couple. I heard that Mrs. Potter was Professor McGonagall's favorite, and I'm sure she was partial to Mr. Potter with him being the Quidditch captain. It seems like she must have been on the lookout on your relationship. I heard it was quite dramatic with Mr. Potter chasing Mrs. Potter for years. How do you know that? Asked James. Let's just say that professors really like me, he smiled. I have an excellent rapport with a certain Scottish witch, and unexpectedly, she tends to get chatty if you find her when she has a drink in her hand. James looked more interested in his plate than ever, as if he had found gold in his pudding. While Lily looked like she would turn the same color as her hair, having heard that her once professor and now colleague was talking to her students about her quite dramatic relationship. Sirius threw his head back with roaring laughter. Oh, that was fantastic. He turned to Ivy. Bad luck, Ivy. I remember the last time I met Quinn, I did try to get you together. Alas, I, the cherub of love, have failed. I am fine, thank you, said Ivy. And Quinn could tell she was fine. She had been doing all kinds of things with her hand to his hand. Quinn was having doubts if she was really trying to hide the relationship. They were sitting beside a load of people who didn't know about their relationship, and if they didn't know it before, they knew now that he was going out with Daphne. If they got found, he could only imagine what the rest of the evening would look like. They have actually come a long way, both of them, said Hermione. They didn't get along at all when they first met. It went on for a couple years where they, especially Ivy, weren't on the best of terms. Really? I couldn't tell. Lily looked at Quinn and Ivy. We kept a distance, said Quinn while wondering what was going below the table. Oh my magic. It's like she's making up for that. He was a jerk, said Ivy, smiling. You started it, Quinn replied. Those were fun times. They were. Ron spoke with food stuffed in his mouth. Owsies at fun. Quinn glanced at Ron and simply smiled. He contemplated whether he should do something to the Weasley, who really bad table manners, but decided against it. I am kind, aren't I? I need to be praised, yes, I need to be showered in them. He didn't want to create any drama in Ivy's home when he was so cordially invited for dinner, and he was trying to make a good impression here. The conversation continued at the dinner table until they moved back to the lounge, where they started to talk about the real-world circumstances in the country. Quinn was fine with some topics, such as economics and finance, while the other, like politics of the Wisengamot faction, weren't things he liked to talk about, but many things were connected and normal within conversations. He could tell that James was subtly keeping the topics of conversation closely tied to the Light faction. He didn't try to stray away from that and listened carefully to what James, Sirius, and Lily spoke, trying to piece together the internal situation of the Light faction and even the Order of Phoenix, though they didn't really give out any vital information, only some tidbits that he used to speculate. He even had an inkling that James and Sirius, especially James, were trying to hint around him siding towards the Light faction. Quinn had expected that. He had graduated Hogwarts, stepping into the real world. It was just that he had expected the Grey faction, even the Dark faction, to approach him first rather than the Light faction. He, of course, restrained to giving any form of commitment to them. He preferred to be factionless, and if he was to be sided with a faction, he would wait until the very end to make his decision. After some while, the Potters offered him a drink, but Quinn refused the offer. Right now, any thought of inebriation or any form of drugs made Quinn want to puke out his insides. It was total revulsion. He took that as a chance to retire for the evening. Already? Asked Ivy. Are you sure you don't want to stay for a little longer? Yeah, it's getting late, said Quinn when he saw that no one was looking at the strangely except Hermione, but that was to be expected. When he was about to leave, Quinn asked to go to the bathroom. Ivy led him there and took the moment of privacy, a moment where she knew that they wouldn't be seen by the others in the house, and if someone came, she would be alerted about it. But Quinn didn't know about that, so when she pulled him into a snog session, his eyes went wide, and he didn't know what to do with his hands until later when he responded back. You have been really confusing today, said Quinn between a kiss. Didn't we decide not to do something risky? Risky? Like this. You don't like it. It's not nice. It's exciting. I can't deny that. Ivy kept him until it was about to get suspicious, and it was the right moment to let go as Harry sprung up just moments later. Hey, are you two okay? He he said, and came upon Ivy standing outside and the door to the bathroom opening with Quinn coming out with a handkerchief in hand. "Is something wrong?" asked Quinn. "No, it's nothing," said Harry. Quinn and Ivy exchanged glances when Harry turned. Ivy winked at him, making Quinn think that this wasn't good for his heart. Quinn bade farewell to the Potter family along with Sirius, Hermione, and Ron, who say them out to the door. He refused to use the Floo, instead of choosing to apparate home, personal choice. He stepped outside the Potter house ward boundary. He waved again to the guards outside, still hidden. They were hidden better since early evening, but not enough. Quinn smiled when he felt them shift a little to his wave. Some hid themselves better while others exposed themselves. He chuckled and walked out of Gordic Hollow. It was the township rules that apparition wasn't allowed within the town borders if it wasn't inside the house wards. And because Quinn wasn't part of the Potters, he wasn't keyed into the house wards, and this couldn't apparate from within the Potter house. He stepped outside Godric Hollows. The sky had already gone dark, and the moon was glowing brightly with stars clearly visible. The night sky was one of the perks of having the house in the countryside. It was always clear, with the celestial bodies visible. Quinn stared up at the sky for a while, contemplating if he should fly his way home. But decided that it would be better to apparate and lay on the roof to admire the stars and still calm. As he was about to apparate, he felt a flow of magic trigger around him. It was sudden and flowed all around him like a great river, forming a dome. It took Quinn a surprised beat, but then his magic flowed outwards, as aggressively as he could pump it. His eyes turned grave as he felt the fluctuation of spatial magic. The space around him was being solidified. It was an anti-apparition ward. Quinn straightened up and looked around when he heard the crunching of grass and the turn of stone gravel. Suddenly, figures came out from the dark, all dressed in black robes and silver masks, surrounding him. "Death Eaters," said Quinn as he counted a dozen of them. "Oh, come on, I just had a really nice evening, let's not ruin it." "Surrender," said one of the masked Death Eaters. Quinn turned to the speaker and smirked. "Not a single one of you has their masks down. You don't want someone to know that you're attacking Quinn West. That's not a confident outlook, gentlemen." Behind the smirk, Quinn analyzed the situation. He could now feel isolation wards, blocking sound, and any form of disturbance from going out. They were trying to keep this under wraps, different from the usual Death Eater modus operandi. "Surrender," the speaker said again and raised his wand with other Death Eaters. Quinn didn't grace them with an answer. He cracked his neck and unbuttoned the buttons on his vest. "I ate a bit too much," he said. "You guys came at the right time. Now, I can exercise it off a little." He didn't waste a beat, turned to the soul speaker, and let out a gnarly shearing spell. The Death Eater wasn't expecting the attack. There was no wand in Quinn's hand after all. A shield was pulled up, but the half-baked shield was sheared through like a hot knife against butter. Quinn didn't stop and charged another powerful spell towards the same Death Eater. There was solid contact, and he went flying back like a cannonball, smashing into a tree. The other Death Eaters responded and led a blinding array of spells, all different colors with varying effects. Quinn's magic dumped into the ground, and the earth around him rose up like spikes, forming a rough dome. The magic ripped the earthen dome apart, but no spell made it through. Quinn's mind zapped with activity. He triggered his spells, and the flying chunks of the earth all transfigured into pure steel. The lumps of steel froze in air and warped into spears. The Death Eaters all pulled up their protective spells to guard. Quinn was expecting that and welcomed it. He now had a moment to assess the situation. It was the first time since he had been aggressively attacked by multiple opponents. He was experienced with facing multiple opponents, but that was when he had prepared for it, when they weren't expecting him. This time they had prepared for him. And they had prepared indeed. As Quinn was concentrating on the 11 Death Eaters, a spell came from within the woods just outside Godric Hollows. Quinn noticed the spell, but just in time. He turned, and out of instinct, ice crystallized between him and the spell. The ice seemed to have not entirely crystallized as the silver spell melted through the ice and struck Quinn. It was like a jolt of electric current coursing through his body. Quinn felt himself lose control of his body and fell down onto his knees, and for a moment, there wasn't anything he could do to stop his fall. A fear bubbled inside him, gripping his heart. He didn't like it. Losing control of his body. He wasn't going to go through that ever again. An obscene amount of magic burst out inside Quinn's body. The effects of the spells were purged. Quinn got up on his feet, and he only had a few words for the Death Eaters. "You guys are lucky. So lucky that I don't have my mask and gear. Quinn West, MC, I loathe being not in control. Fiction-only reader, author, let's start the next mini-arc, 2 to 3 chapters at max." Chapter 335, Carnage. The late evening, early night sky framed the background of a tense situation. The spell discharged left residue, leaving behind their remnants magically in the form of a tingle in the air and the physical destruction with the carved ground and splintered barks. The Death Eaters thwarted the threatening but easily avoidable steel spears. The wands were raised again with magic coursing through them. They were many while their target was one. Losing one of their own while not optimal wasn't something to be worried about. Getting the job done was the priority. The faster they got it done, the faster they would get the fallen to safety. But then the sole opponent spoke. I'm going to make it so you can't use those port keys to get out of here. You tried to trap with this ward, so don't think I'll let you go without a good sleepover. The statement ruffled some feathers. The first thoughts were of surprise of the portkey knowledge. While not a secret, it was still not common knowledge. But then came the offense, a child who was still wet behind the ears trying to threaten them. Did he not know his position? They knew their target, Quinn West. Every one of the Death Eaters knew about him, what he represented, and thus why it was imperative to be successful. But then a scream pierced through the tenseness, and a body came flying out from the trees, passing over their heads and dragging the rubble as the body came to a stop at Quinn's feet. While the eyes were staring set in the middle at the spectacle, one of them turned to where the body came from and saw a glint of what looked like a ginormous tree branch, colored gray with a few green figs, retreating into the darkness. Quinn raised his foot and stamped it on the Death Eater's head, pressing the face into the gravel. There was a painful groan that he ignored. He pointed his palm at the body and forced a spell into the Death Eater's back while staring at the bunch in front of him. There was a scream much more horrible, terrible than the one before. It sent shivers down the listeners' bodies. They couldn't even see the injury clearly yet, nonetheless, they could tell that it was severe, to say the least. The spine was at least cracked and mangled, with further damage to the back. You all are fortunate that I have to think about my reputation, said Quinn pointing at the Death Eaters as he pressed the head further into the ground. I can't cast dark curses on all of you, and neither can I kill you guys, but I will ensure that the healers have a horrendous time healing each and every one of you. That will have to do for now. Shut up, brat, said one of the Death Eaters in a gruff voice. Quinn glanced to the Death Eater, and an explosive spell leaned on the legal boundaries of a non-dark spell manifested between them. The cast speed surprised the Death Eaters. The gruff one pulled up a shield while others went for the attack. The best moment to attack was the just moment after the opposition had just cast their magic. The exact time the explosion spell was released, the ground jumped between Quinn and the Death Eaters, serving his commands. There was an exchange. The ground exploded into dust in the face of magic. Quinn cast another level of protection, this time magic shields, which stopped the spells that passed through. On the other hand, the explosion spell saw no stoppage from the defensive shield and rammed into the panicked Death Eater's raised hands. It broke bones, and some magic slipped through the sides of the arms into the face, obliterating the mask and shredding the facial muscles. Spells are slower than guns, they say. Quinn's voice suddenly echoed from everywhere around the Death Eaters, startling them as they looked around, and it is true, guns are frighteningly quick, and the spells aren't up to that speed yet. No one has tried to increase travel speed yet, but it doesn't mean that magic is slower. Let me show you a skill that top-hit wizards take pride in. The dust cleared, and they found that Quinn had vanished from their encirclement, only leaving behind the unconscious Death Eater on the ground. They immediately went on alert towards their surrounding, but then the same place in the middle showed a ripple, and light ripped towards a Death Eater. It was a split moment between the appearance and impact, and then the Death Eater went flying, crashing into the tree, rattling it to its roots. I'm going to pick out every single one of you, repeated Quinn's voice. The Death Eaters immediately launched their spells to the middle, but they passed through. There was no one there. Suddenly Quinn materialized just in front of a Death Eater, who froze in shock at the sudden appearance. The Death Eater felt his entire body gripped by something. It felt like a body bind, but worse as the magic binds began strangling. Breathing soon became difficult, with each breath becoming a gasp. Quinn had his back to the other Death Eaters, and they took the chance. Spells were shot, and multiple lights covered their paths and made an impact with the Death Eater. Quinn had vanished from the front. The magic was too much, and the Death Eater collapsed into a heap on the group to reveal Quinn, who now stood behind the collapsed Death Eater. He walked to the side, and with each step, a part of his body disappeared until he was no longer visible. Something started to bubble up inside the Death Eaters. 3 of theirs have been taken down, 1 because of friendly fire, and now they couldn't even keep track of their target. Another sudden spell suddenly appeared. It sunk into the ground beside a Death Eater's feet, changing the solid ground into a quagmire. The Death Eater lost balance and fell on his back, slowly sinking into the sludge. It wasn't over as the muddy appendages rose from the sinking ground and pulled the Death Eater inside. He struggled, fought against the sludge, shot stray spells but found that the sludge started to solidify against his body. Then a horror jolted through his body when he found that the ground began to press his body tighter and tighter until his lungs stopped working and darkness overtook him. Only the masked face of the Death Eater remained over the ground, which was now back to normal. There wasn't a beat missed as the next attack against the Death Eater arrived. And it was the biggest and most devastating one yet. Wind started to pick, making the Death Eaters look around vigilantly. Within moments, the area was filled with fierce gusts moving in unpredictable directions. The Death Eaters found it challenging to stand still, much less try to find Quinn. Ayayawaya. Everyone turned just in time to see 4 people drop to the ground, and even in the dark, the carved backs of the 4 victims could be seen shredded with blood staining the skin, clothes, and everything it came into contact with. One of the Death Eaters started to back up, his heart was trying to beat out of its natural rhythm. He raised his wand up, moving it constantly to cover any direction the attack could come, trying not to stumble because of the wind. He felt a hand on his shoulder and felt a shiver creep up his body before he could turn. He looked down and saw a long silver blade slowly come out of his abdomen. The ice started to shake as he continued to watch, the tip of the blade turned into liquid and climbed up the edge until there wasn't a blade left and the silver was sticking close to his body. Then he heard, "I have plugged up the wound from both sides, the blood will stay inside where it belongs, thank me for it later." There were 2 shoulder taps before everything went black. That was it. One of the Death Eaters pulled up his sleeve, exposing the dark mark. He was going to portkey out of there. He touched the mark with his wand, and it started to turn red, the portkey was activated. Nothing happened. What? I told you're not going anywhere today. The Death Eater felt something hit him on the head with something blunt and heavy. The pain was momentary before he went to the ground and knew nothing more. Quinn looked around. There weren't many Death Eaters left. He glanced up to where he had stealthily set up an anti-potkey ward hidden in the shadow of the Death Eaters' wards. He cast an assortment of illusion spells on himself and disappeared to prey on the remaining Death Eaters. He was going to keep picking them apart. There were magic he couldn't use in his Quinn West persona. Everything that he used as his invisible vigilante persona was out of use for Quinn West. If revealed, there were plenty of ways they could reach others, and then someone was bound to connect the points. Then there was dark magic which he couldn't be seen using for the sake of his reputation. He won't be charged for using such spells in the current situation, but people would keep in mind that he used dark magic. He called up more magic and sent a massive gash of fire towards a Death Eater, blasting him in the face with flames as if coming out from a high-fueled flamethrower. After causing some burns, Quinn vanished the bones from a leg and left the Death Eater on the ground, unable to move. He turned to the opposite side and saw a Death Eater trying to run. He stamped his foot on the dirt, and a long linked chain came snatching up the ground. A huge clamp on the other end grabbed the Death Eater's foot, tripping the runner. Quinn pulled the chain with magic and dragged the Death Eater near him, where he buried him inside the ground and suffocated to end another one. He threw a superpowered reducto into another Death Eater's face and crushed just enough bones that would keep the men alive. That continued until only one was left. Quinn faced the last Death Eater, who had his trembling wand pointed at him. "Why, you monster. This is all your fault," said Quinn. "If you just hadn't done this, none of it would have happened." He stepped forward. "Stay away." Quinn ignored the futile and useless words and closed the distance. The Death Eater raised his wand and cursed, "Avada Kedavra." Quinn halted, and a rough chunk of ground rose up. Something material was the only way to block an Avada Kedavra. The green zap exploded the ground, leaving behind a plume of dust. Quinn grinned, "Thank you. You just gave me some great justification. What? I can now rough you up a little." He raised his hand and sent eerie bolts of lightning towards the Death Eater, which he wasn't able to dodge, rendering him prone to the ground. Quinn walked to the limp body and straddled it. "I did this once before to someone," said Quinn as he raised his fists and charged them with body magic, "and I suppose he didn't like it all, so I'm assuming you won't be liking it as well. And this time, my hands aren't going to get all mangled." Quinn raised his fist and then dropped them on the Death Eater's face and then started the pummeling. Nothing could beat the physical exertion of pounding someone down to a pulp with his bare hands, thought Quinn as he continued to beat them, and bloody, the thoughts of the spell that had hit him earlier in the fight occupied his mind, fueling him with anger. He didn't notice that the men had gone unconscious. But fortunately, someone was there to stop him. Quinn's hands froze mid-punch. He turned his head, a glare still in his eyes, to look upon a crowd of people looking at him. Among them, at the head of the crowd, was Ivy, who was looking at him in worry. Looking at him surrounded with carnage and battered bodies. Quinn West, MC, releasing frustration at its finest. Death Eater, F***ck ed, status, all done. Fiction-only reader, author, good night. The link is in the bio. Chapter 336, Aura Office. Quinn. Hearing his name called out brought him out of the bout of anger. His hand stopped in the air as he momentarily glanced at the broken face before his attention went to the source, itching to get back. He turned his head back and saw the Potter family, Sirius, Hermione, Ron, and an assortment of people who he assumed were the guards. His anger subsided at the sight of the people, the reasoning started to flow back in with the trickle of adrenaline retreating back from his bloodstream. He glanced back at the Death Eater and the bloodied face. This was enough, he thought, and that he wouldn't be able to do any more anyway. Quinn got up from the Death Eater's torso and turned to the Potters. He took a deep breath before dropping his shoulder and stepping away from the Death Eater. "They started it," said Quinn. He rubbed his hand, and a water bubble covered them that slowly took a red hue. He shook his hands, and the stained water splashed away on the ground. "Are you all right?" asked Ivy, worry quivering in her voice. Quinn nodded. There was a scrap or two from the flying debris that nicked his clothes and some skin, but other than that, he wasn't touched by any magic. Ivy seemed to want to come near him, but Quinn sent a very short and concise burst of sound magic saying, "No," which made her halt with an unbridled unwillingness. Quinn glanced at the others and was relieved that no one felt his burst of magic to Ivy, especially with the Aurors standing a step away from Ivy. "What happened?" asked Sirius, stepping into the war zone, his eyes wandering over the numerous unconscious bodies. The corner of his eyes wrinkled when he saw the Death Eater with the gashes on his back. "They were looking to abduct me," said Quinn, glancing around the area to see if there was something that needed to be hidden. "I wasn't able to apparate away because of an anti-apparition ward covering the area. It was gone now." "Classic Death Eater work," spat Sirius. "I thought they had isolated this place. What alerted everyone about the tussle?" asked Quinn. "Something must have broken the ward because they," Sirius pointed to the guards, "saw flashing lights and a pillar of fire, and here we are." "Did I somehow end up damaging the ward?" thought Quinn. He didn't want to damage the isolation ward set up by the Death Eaters. It allowed him to operate without worrying about things ending too quickly, or maybe it was because they weren't able to keep it up properly, and looking around the latter seemed to be true. "So, what's next?" asked Quinn, not in the mood to talk to anyone. "You will need to come with us to the Aurors office," said James, looking around before turning to Quinn. "We will need your account of what happened here." "Can't you see what happened here?" said Quinn, spreading his arms in annoyance. "Still, you'd need to come down to the office." Quinn sighed. "Very well. Let's be off then." He turned to the group and said with a bow, "I apologize that all of you had to see such unsightly sight. It ruined a pleasantly enjoyable evening. I will make it up to you the next time we meet." That last one bit was intended for Ivy, who apparently understood and gave a slight nod. Scene break. Quinn sat in an interrogation room inside the Aurors office. He wasn't being interrogated, but it seemed that Aurors would lead anyone who they wanted to talk to an interrogation room. Quinn didn't mind that he was seated here instead of maybe in an Aurors office or the bullpen. The privacy of the small room while the Aurors outside ran around processing the incident was much appreciated. He loosened the tie from under his collar and placed it on the table in front of him. "I have been exposed," thought Quinn. Quinn West was to be a talented individual interested in magic. He was supposed to be ahead of his peers, an overachiever in both academics and otherwise, a winner in life. He had a great background, a part of high society, all the riches he desired as part of an illustrious family, an excellent social standing from his time in Hogwarts, great friends who shone in their own ways, a flourishing love life. Everything in his life was supposed to be perfect. But that carefully put together image strayed away from perfect when such an individual was found pummeling a group of Death Eaters in the ground, guaranteeing every one of them a lengthy extended trip to the hospital. "I might not be able to hide this one," he thought. The last time something like this had happened was during Harry Potter's abduction attempt from Hogwarts. He had stopped the abductors, and because of the limited visibility, he could escape the public's eye. But this time, there had been Order of Phoenix members and Aurors in the mix, and a good number of them. It wasn't possible to close that many people's mouths, and it was bound to spread out. Dulling the spread, however, was another matter altogether. He had plenty of resources to keep it from spreading to the common folk, but those in the right places would hear about it. "Unlike the last time, I'm sitting in the Aurors office," Quinn sighed. "Grandfather will need to grease some hands to keep my name out of the official report." The problem was that the scale of the situations was different. Last time, it could be chalked up to carelessness from the Novellus Actionites member that he got done in by a child. This time, it was 13 Death Eaters against one youngster just out of Hogwarts that couldn't be packed up as luck. So when people heard what he had done, brows would rise, and the mind gears would start to turn, clicking the obvious chains of thoughts. Quinn clicked his tongue. Damn Death Eaters. The door creaked open, and Quinn looked back to see James Potter and another man walk into the interrogation room. "Good evening, Mr. West. My name is Gawain Robards, I'm the head Auror," said the man as he and James took seats in front of him. "I have been informed that you had an unfortunate encounter with a group of Death Eaters. I would like to ask if you're feeling all right." Quinn observed the men. With Amelia Bones becoming the minister, the previous head Auror, Rufus Scrimgeour, was promoted to the head of DMLE with Gawain Robards, a captain Auror announced to head Auror position. "Other than being irritated about my evening being ruined, I'm doing just fine, thank you, Auror Robards." "That's good, good. I have been briefed about the situation by Aurors Potter and Black, but I would like to hear what happened. There are a lot of things that took place before Auror Potter arrived at the scene. There's nothing much to say. The Death Eaters were ready in an ambush to abduct me. I know that because they asked me to surrender. I tried to escape using apparition and a portkey, but that was left unsaid, but they had set up a ward which rendered that option unfeasible. From there on, I had no choice but to retaliate in self-defense. Even if you say self-defense, you seriously injured 13 people. Many of them would be under the care of medi-healers for a very long time. I was against multiple opponents. I had to thin the herd and ensure when I dropped someone they stayed down. You broke 3 backs. I might have poorly controlled my output under panic. Panic. You were found on top of a Death Eater, caving his face with your fists. He used the killing curse, you can check his wand. I was angry, and things might have gone a bit out of control. Gawain and James exchanged looks. Quinn knew that they couldn't do anything to him. In the first place, the Aura Office, or DMLE as a whole, wouldn't want to press charges against him. The victims were Death Eaters, and as long as there was a dark mark on their arm, they saw no love from the law enforcement. The ones who could be pressing charges were the family members of the Death Eaters involved, and even then, Quinn was sure, he would walk out scot-free with 0 consequences. There were a few more rounds of questioning, with Quinn asked to write down his experience for records. If you'd like to call your family, said Robards. I have already done that, said Quinn. Gawain and James were surprised. James said, you already informed your grandfather. My grandfather isn't in the country, neither were Elliot and Leah, someone else would be coming for my family. How? Asked James. Did Sirius send someone to take your message to your family? Quinn put his hand into his pocket and placed a pocket watch on the table. He clicked a flat button on the side, and a small square plate came ejecting from the side. He touched the top with his finger, and the plate started to expand. Parts began to appear out of nowhere until the plate had grown to the size of a small notepad. What is this? Asked Gawain. That's a Magifax, said Quinn. Well, a version of it. What? A Magifax. The Magifax models in the market were all stationary. Even the smallest version was only made to fit on a work desk. The size that Quinn had just produced was unimaginable. How? It's a concept model and isn't going to be available to the public for a good while, said Quinn, reducing the portable Magifax back into its chip size and clicking it back into his pocket watch. You don't have to look surprised. My family makes Magifax. I volunteer once in a while to test things that are in development. The door suddenly opened, and an Aura poked her head inside. Sires, some woman by the name of Rosie is waiting outside with a posh lawyer. They're here to pick him up, she pointed to Quinn. Quinn looked at the 2 before him and asked, am I free to go, Auras? Yes, said Gawain. Quinn stood up and picked up his tie from the table. Thank you. I hope you'll be bringing those Death Eaters to justice. I'm willing to provide any help the Aura Office needs, so if you require me, please contact my lawyer, who I'm sure you'll be meeting now. Certainly. We will give this our top priority. Fantastic, Quinn smiled and walked to the door, but then he turned and faced the 2 Auras who had stood up. Just one more thing I would like to say. Yes. I would be very upset if the Death Eaters, for some reason, didn't make their way to Azkaban. Gawain and James frowned. They didn't appreciate the Aura Office's latest point of failure. And it would also make my grandfather not very happy. And believe me, making me unhappy is nothing compared to making my grandfather upset. He doesn't like to be disappointed. From their expressions, Gawain and James understood what Quinn was implying. Quinn gave them a final nod before leaving the 2 Auras alone with his words in their thought. Quinn West, MC, thinking if he should take care of the Death Eaters while they're being transported to Azkaban. Gawain Robards, head Aura, is about to get a lot of pressure from his higher-ups. James Potter, senior Aura, has been put as the Aura in charge on the case record. Fiction-only reader, author, next time, Golden Squads and Aura's reaction. Chapter 337, Changes to Come. James and Sirius exited Rufus Scrimgeour, the head of DMLE's office, closing the door behind on the meeting with the head Aura and a couple of Captain Auras. They walked in silence through the ebony marbled halls. Well, they made Scrimgeour come down, said Sirius, looking at his watch, which showed a time much after the working hours. Yeah, James pursed his lips. He didn't look about it. I don't think I had ever seen him come down this late, even when he was the head Aura. Sirius shook his head with a sigh. I don't think his mood is going to get better tomorrow when he meets the Bones, and then I reckon George West going to come down to make his presence known. Ugh, it's going to be horrible until we put the bloody fools to trial and throw them inside Azkaban and chuck the keys into the ocean. And all of that would only be the start. I don't think George West will take an attack against his grandson sitting down. He's going to retaliate in some way. I just don't know how he will enact his revenge. I think some people are going to lose their jobs. Remember what Dumbledore said. Voldemort is going to want his people inside the ministry in important positions. Head of houses of Wisengamot were just a side of influence, the Department heads represented the other side, the actual changes happened on that level, and if George West starts to pull strings, the blood supremacists who are suspected to be connected to Voldemort may have a difficult time. But, I don't think Scrimgeour and Bones are going to let him interfere with the ministry and DMLE. Or, I think he's going to attack businesses. It's his forte, after all. James recalled how his father used to do business with George West. He might want to pull out the funding for Voldemort's operations. I just hope things don't get difficult for the common folk because of the fighting. That's one naive thought. There will always be some collateral damage, it's usually the common folk who face the brunt of it. Remember when I told you about Moody telling me about bringing Quinn to our side? The reason I invited Quinn to dinner. Yeah, what about it? Do you think this would end up being the tipping point for that? But instead of coming this way, the Wests will join themselves in some form with the Grey faction. George West does business with Jacob Greengrass, and Quinn dates his daughter. I fear that our chances took a hit today. James sighed. Things had derailed before he could even try. Well, we got one thing cleared, said Sirius. What? That kid can use magic without a wand. The tone of Sirius' voice was a mix between weighty seriousness and respect. You know what that means, don't you? The fact that we are just finding this out, and even Dumbledore doesn't know about it, means that the kid has been hiding it for who knows how long. Moody said that we could be looking at the next Dumbledore, said James, but I don't know if Dumbledore could do that at Quinn's age. I definitely couldn't, I still can't. Maybe Moody was right. How do you think Dumbledore will think of that? I don't know. Who knows what Dumbledore is thinking? We will only know when he tell us. Sirius groaned. I guess now we have to attend an Order of Phoenix meeting. Dumbledore will want to know what happened, so yes. Can't it wait till the morning? We won't be free from tomorrow, said James before sighing. I'll also face Dumbledore about moving, he has been hounding about it quite a while. Do you plan to move? After today, Lily would want to move somewhere safer. What about you? What do you think? Maybe, I'll have to talk about it with Lily and the children. Scene break. In the Potter house, the Golden Squad sat in the room Harry's room. Harry sat by his study chair, Ron sat on another chair, with Hermione and Ivy sharing the bed. After making sure they weren't missing anything, the 4 teens had just left the small gathering downstairs, after making sure they weren't missing anything, and had come to the room to have a quiet place to talk. Did you see all the people? Started Ron, his body hunched forward. They were just sprawled over the ground everywhere. Did he really do all of that? The other 3 pursed their lips. They could recall the scene of carnage that had happened outside Gordic Hollow. Uprooted trees, barks with chunks missing, the carved ground, scorched soil, the smell of burning in the air, the slight tingle on their skin as they arrived there, and all the bodies that looked they had been thrown haphazardly. He was on top of the person when we got there, said Hermione. She recalled Quinn's back as his fists repeatedly cocked up before going down on the bloody and broken face that she only saw afterward. It didn't look there was someone else down there other than Quinn and the Death Eaters. Dad told me when I was getting kidnapped, started Harry, and when they came upon him, he was on top. Changing the face of the person. He has big arms, said Ron. They're smaller than Charlie, but they're up there. The dragonologist Weasley had developed a bullier physique than his leaner brother due to his demanding work with difficult dragons in the pits of Romania. I mean, I knew he was strong with magic, but today, I wasn't expecting that. Hermione trailed off. They had looked at it firsthand and had heard what was being talked about downstairs, the amount of damage that Quinn had done and what was done to him. It was astonishing. Do you think he used dark magic? Asked Ron, raising some eyebrows in the room. What rubbish are you talking about? Ivy immediately rebuked Ron with a frown. They were saying that dark magic was used in the fight. Ron pushed back. Of course, there would be dark magic. There were Death Eaters fighting, for God's sake. All right, don't fight. Harry broke the fight before it could escalate. But it did come to surprise that Quinn could do that. There were 13 Death Eaters and just one of them, and the fact he looked fine when we saw him, it was rather shocking to me and the others. Ivy slumped back against the wall that was beside the bed and sighed. She was trapped. She wasn't allowed to go out of Godric Hollows without someone accompanying her, and now, after this, she was sure things would become stricter even though it wasn't them that was targeted. She glanced at the door. Just outside, on the other side, was her room, and inside there was the two-way mirror that she shared with Quinn. She wanted to leave here and try contacting Quinn but knew she wouldn't get the chance now, probably not until late at night. She would only be talking to him tomorrow, she thought. And that too only through a mirror. Are you not surprised? Harry asked Ivy. Ivy turned a lazy eye to her brother. I am, but at the same time, I'm not. He always looked so calm during DA, and he's always doing some strange and fascinating things, so I guess, while I didn't think about it, it was always at the back of my head. What kind of strange and fascinating things? This and that. I don't know. He's always doing something, some of them are bound to be interesting. Harry stared at Ivy, but she didn't seem in the mood to talk, much less answer, so she let it go. Quinn was always doing something, he thought too. He has seen a couple of those interesting things as well. What's going to happen now? Asked Ron. The Death Eaters will be put to a trial, said Hermione, and because they got caught in the act, with ample proof, they're going to be put in Azkaban. Because they're Death Eaters, and I assume they're going to be marked as one that's going to open an investigation on their lives, their work, their families. The ministry under Amelia Bones is aggressive against Death Eaters. It's just the start, this is going to be big. That was something that didn't need to be stated. Scene break. Voldemort tapped his bony finger on the mahogany table. He looked at his generals, his inner circle, those he expected to handle his organization. But right now, none of them could match eyes with him. I will ask again, he said, when I said I wanted Quinn West to be brought, what didn't you fine wizards and witches didn't understand? He watched them cower, turning their beady little eyes, looking to pass the blame. All of you are of noblest of backgrounds, the purest of magical blood, the rulers of this country, so did you not understand what the West name means? Was I expected to explain to all of you fine people what failure would mean in this situation? Do you not understand now that we don't have Quinn West in our grasp? We don't have the opportunity to put George West under our palms. The room started to shake as Voldemort's blood-red pupils deepened, emitting an ominous glow as he stared at the people around the table. He hissed in his serpentine tongue, and a deeper hiss was returned, one that reverberated in the room, making people jolt. He glanced at the opposite of the table as his beloved familiar slithered on the table with her strong green-scaled body, representing his proud Slytherin heritage. One glance at his nogginy was enough to set fears in the heart of even his own Death Eaters. She was a part of himself and had a piece of himself. My lord, said a short, stout man while sweating bullet, we didn't think the child would be able to take on 12 people. He cut the man off. Yes, that would be a correct assumption, but did you not think the West child could have bodyguards with him? What then? Do you think that 12 people, of whom I never trained a single one, would be able to bring him here? He had seen a great future when he heard that the West child would be visiting the Potter house. It was an opportunity. If Quinn West had shown his face outside, they would make a move and abducted the child right under Potter's nose, not only bringing George West under his control but also turning the Wests against the Potters and Dumbledore by making George West resentful and blame them for the abductions of his grandson. We are well aware that Amelia Bones, the blood traitor, has been a persistent bug against our advance in the ministry. I wanted this to be a change to that situation. We could have established a foothold and then grabbed control in one fell swoop, but now, George West is going to look in our way. Why did none of you esteemed wizards add yourselves to the plan? Were you afraid of what would happen if George West found out? He sneered as they couldn't answer. Voldemort stroked Nagini's head, making her hiss in pleasure. He wondered if he should let her feast on one of them to set another example. But decided against it, now was not the time. Break out the people who were arrested. I don't care when you do it, but I don't want them to reach Azkaban. Embarrass the ministry, the minister, the DMLE, everyone involved. I don't want George West to be chummy with Bones, put a fault in that relationship before it could grow. But wouldn't that offend George West more than he's now? We offended him enough when we tried and failed to abduct his grandson. Doing this won't make any difference, said Voldemort. He looked at his Death Eaters before announcing, I will be leaving the country for a few days. I need to remedy this embarrassing situation that you have put us in. I expect you not to make the situation any worse in my absence. If I hear that there had been some unnecessary complications when I return, be prepared to face some punishment. Nagini hissed in pleasure, her long body curling wider on the table, almost touching the people who jerked back. Voldemort waved his hand, and all left with haste as there was a plague they had to run away from. He fell into thought while stroking Nagini's head. The situation with Wests was a roadblock that needed to be cleared as soon as possible, or else it would stop his conquest of magical Britain and the subsequent plans of expanding his rule. It was time to call in some favors and meet some old friends to see how they were doing. Quinn West, Ivy Potter, stuck at home, thinking if there are ways to meet Quinn. James Potter, Senior Auror, maybe it's time to move. Voldemort, Dark Lord, time to go travel. Chapter 338, Things at Home. Quinn breathed in as he pulled up on an crunch and emptied his lungs out as he went down. He felt the sweat on his bare upper body as he continued to work his body under the summer sun. As he went down, the sun's heat would dissipate, and a cool wind would pick up as he would pull himself up. The magic synced with his breathing, flowing inside and outside his body. He pushed more magic into his body, contracting his muscles to make things a little difficult for him. His brows furrowed as things did get a little more challenging for him. He was focused on his body when his ears picked up the crunching of grass moving closer. He pulled up and turned his head back to face the familiar footsteps. You got back quickly, he said. I was expecting to see you in the evening. George looked down on his grandson, his eyes moving around Quinn's body. I'm not injured, not even a nick on the skin, said Quinn. I will believe when I see no injuries, said George, and Quinn got up with a kip up and turned around to show George that he was indeed all right. Tell me everything that happened, start from the top and leave not a single detail from what happened yesterday evening. Quinn did precisely that. He started from the top about his arrival at Godric Hollows, the presence of guards in front of the Potter house, some chatter about the dinner, and then the climax in the form of his confrontation with the Death Eaters. He finished the account with his little time in the Aura office. That's about it. After that, I was home, had a lovely sleep, and here we are. Quinn waved his hand, and a patio table with 2 chairs conjured between them. I am assigning you a bodyguard, said George as soon as he sat down. I refuse. You don't have a choice. After yesterday, it's clear that if you're going to roam around outside, you'll need a bodyguard, said George, and before Quinn could get a word in edgewise, George continued. It's better if you take some time off from here, and a good way to do that is to leave here and go to New Zealand. I want you to start your apprenticeship with Alan Badley now instead of next year. Quinn stayed silent for George to finish before starting. Wow, okay, I heard what you said. I'm not going to do that. Instead, I'm going to stay here, have a good break, plan a trip with my friends, and have a jolly time. I will also repeat, I do not want a bodyguard. Don't try to stick someone with me, don't even think about it, I'm not going to appreciate it. You don't need to appreciate it. I will not be getting a bloody bodyguard. The grandson and grandfather stared at each other from across the table. None said anything to each other, just stared at each other. They only started again when Polly popped up and served tea. Are you fine? George asked. Quinn answered with a glass of lemonade in hand, I'm doing just fine. You don't need to worry like that. George took a sip from his teacup and sighed, you and Death Eaters mentioned in the same sentence is not good for my health. It was fortunate that Elliot was with me, or else I would have been leaving a lot of things unattended. I will write to him to tell him that I'm okay. He must be worried sick there all on his own. Leah would be coming in the evening, I got her message. Should I write to her? If I remember correctly, today and tomorrow are her free days with Abraham, and you know how those 2 work. It'll be better if I write to her before she gets that portkey. He raised his hand towards his room to summon the portable Magifax, but was stopped by George. You can do that later. So, 13 Death Eaters, that's impressive. Some might say that, said Quinn, smiling into his glass. You never told me about this, that you had reached such levels. Even some Aurors and Hit Wizards pass their careers without achieving such. It wasn't a big deal, Quinn crossed his legs and said nonchalantly. They were weak, not used to group combat, hell, they were untrained, normals, they probably didn't even use magic daily. So even though they were a dozen, they weren't much of a threat if even greater in number. And well, they underestimated the difficulty of the mission they were given, their failure was imminent. Untrained or not, they were 13, and you were 1. Fighting that many people and coming out victorious uninjured, that is a big deal. Fighting multiple opponents without magic, yes, that's extraordinary, but I had magic. When magic is involved, normal rules don't apply. But they had magic as well, son. Having magic doesn't give them the same weapon as I. The way we understand magic is completely different. Even if we term it as magic, it's something completely different. I could see that from the condition they were transported into St. Mungo's. I heard they horrified many eyes. I might have overdone it in the heat of the moment. It was astonishing when it happened, I was never expecting them to greet me with such vigor. You seem to have progressed much in magic. I have been working on it for years. It would be strange and disappointing if I didn't make progress. Yes, but you have made too much progress, I'm impressed. And I just wonder how much you have progressed. To be exact, you're asking me if I have progressed in the disreputable parts of magic. Yes, that's exactly what I am asking. In some ways, I have made more progress in those parts than in the mainstream. Things can get boring, and those things just seem so much interesting. And dangerous. You let me worry about that. A parent always worries about their child. I still think you're too young to be dabbling in those things. Quinn raised his glass again. There wasn't anything he could say to dissuade George's worries. The most they could do was ignore each other and pretend that the cause of uneasiness didn't exist. What are you planning to do now? Asked Quinn. I do not like getting involved in wars, said George, taking a somber tone. Wars, skirmishes, happen every day in this world, be it wizarding or muggle. There are plenty of countries, unrecognized states where we do business, where people are at war with each other for resources. I have tried to stay clean of war, knowing well that it would make us humongous profits and secure my family's future even better if we partook even a little. Those are third world countries, I don't care much about them. This is my country, my birthplace, where I grew up, a place that I dearly love. And I still don't want to get involved, but... George looked more somber than Quinn ever looked at him, and he saw a look of anger in his eyes, something so rare that it took him a step even with his acclimacy to remember seeing it. They encroached upon my family, something I love much more dearly than anything else. I have to, wish to, want to, respond to what the Dark Lord dared to do because if I don't, they will think I'm weak, that I fear him like everyone else does, I can't let that happen. I already moved away once during the last war. I will do so again if it happens again, but I will not stay silent this time. You are planning to take an active part in the war? Asked Quinn in surprise. War hasn't started yet, son. We're still in the preparatory stages, George said while shaking his head. Even if it had begun, I have no intention of picking a side on the chessboard or becoming a side. However, what I can do is ensure the white side of the board has the advantage. I will take my revenge and hedge the bets in favor of the side I want to win. That sounds like taking a side. Not if we stay away. George maintained hard eye contact with Quinn, and we stay away. We stay away, huh? George nodded. Tell me more about the dinner. Did something interesting happen? I see no reason why the Potters would invite you, asked George. The objective of the dinner, said Quinn with air quotes, was to thank me for the Umbridge situation. It was overdue, as James Potter said. It was an excellent thank you dinner, but the real reason was to bring me to the Light faction, or at least the Order of Phoenix. He was dropping hints all the way through the time I was there, except that everything was nice. And, asked George. What? Counter-asked Quinn. Are you going to join Dumbledore's Order of Phoenix? Now, why would I do that? They're looking to recruit you. You obviously got attacked by Death Eaters with the intention to exploit you to get to me, which means they have no intention to solicit you into joining their illustrious ranks. The abduction attempt and their plans for you obviously didn't please you, and knowing you, you may have formed a grudge against them. Joining an outfit that combats Death Eater must look like an attractive destination to you right about now. I mean. I wasn't thinking about that, said Quinn. George just stared at him, which seemed to have to be looking through him. I will repeat it, Quinn, he said. We are staying away. That we means you, me, Leah, Elliot, Rosie, and everyone who works for me. I will say it again and will say it as much as the time is needed from me, so if you need to hear it again, let me know. Quinn pursed his lips and narrowed his eyes just a smidge. Why do you think I don't plan to stay away? He asked. I am not saying that you don't, but just in case you wanted me to say it, I will say it. I don't know if it's just me, but it sounds really passive-aggressive. George shrugged. I understand, sighed Quinn. We stay away. He was going to stay away, but the other him could have as much as free reign he wanted, or at least all the freedom he could afford. Quinn put down his empty glass and stood up from his chair. I will hop into the shower to freshen up and see you at breakfast. He got a nod in response. He walked away, but he heard George call out to him just as he was a few steps away. Yes, he asked. Remember when I helped you with Labyrinth? Yes, it has worked out very well till now. Yes, it has been going well. But I'm talking about the promise you gave me. That made Quinn smile pause. He stared at George for a bit before saying, yes, I do remember the promise. Have you thought about what you want? No, not yet. I was just saying. I see. Good, you may leave. And Quinn did just that with a lot of thoughts in his mind. Quinn West, MC, that was. Strange. George West, grandfather, I have spoken. Fiction-only reader, author, whoa, that was tense. The link is in the bio. Chapter 339, Sharing a Secret. Quinn closed the door to his room, and the latch snapped into the frame. He walked into the walk-in closet attached to his room, and the chair from under the study table followed after him. It placed itself in front of the full body-length mirror, where Quinn sat himself down. He took out a circular hand mirror and played with it in his palm. He looked between the hand mirror and the full-body one. The hand mirror glowed, turning solid yellow, then the full-body mirror glowed in the same hue before both dimmed down to normal. Quinn put the hand mirror back and patiently stared at the full-body mirror. A sheen passed over the huge mirror glass and stopped reflecting Quinn's image. Instead, it showed Ivy from the chest up. Ivy's face bloomed as the two-way mirrors connected, her eyes intently staring at him. Are you alone? He asked with a whisper. Ivy nodded. Why were you sitting so far away? She said. Can you even see me from there? Quinn softly smiled and pinched out his index and thumb, manipulating the charms in the two-way mirror to change its transmission. Am I visible now? He asked. A/N, LOL. Online meeting. Much better, Ivy stared at Quinn. How are you? Were you injured? Did you go to St. Mungo's to get checked? What did they say? How? Slow the train, said Quinn. I'm fine, there were no injuries. Yes, I went to St. Mungo's despite that. Miss Rosie took me forcefully, don't worry about it. He wondered how many times he had repeated the same things to Miss Rosie and Polly, who seemed incapable of taking his word for it. How about you? Yesterday must have been a scare for everyone at the Potter house. Mum couldn't stop pacing. She wouldn't like the mere thought of Death Eaters near our house, and yesterday it actually happened. Even if they weren't coming for Harry, it was enough to set her worries off. You passing past the guards unseen didn't help it. She's in the library now, reading upon protective charms and wards, sighed Ivy. Sorry about that. But she's right. The Death Eaters dared to come this near your house must show that they're not apprehensive enough about being near the enemy area, where they knew the possibility of guards being present is the highest. That's not something you want to see from an enemy who wants nothing more than to kill you. It's not exaggerating to say that it might be the time to move houses to somewhere more secure. I don't want to. Ivy. I know it is tough to leave your childhood home, but for the safety of your fam. I know that, she cut him off. The unwillingness was brimming in her voice. It's just if we move from here, we would be moving to somewhere with much more rules and restrictions. I'm sure I wouldn't even get to go out in the yard. I can't deny that, but it doesn't matter, does it? You'll be off to Hogwarts before you know it, and there you won't have those rules even with your mother at Hogwarts with you. Ivy sighed. I know, but Hogwarts still isn't for a while. I'd be bored to death before that. You'll be turning 17 soon, you'll have full access to your wand after that. Have some fun with magic, pick up a project, create something interesting. I do it every year. It's really fun, and brought in a lot of money. Didn't you have fun creating these mirrors? Do something similar to that, and time will pass before you know it, and you have Hermione with you, both of you can work together and make up something amazing. Tell her she might even get some extra points from the professors, she'll jump at it. Ivy almost tumbled back over her bed, laughing. Hey, do you have any way we could meet again, she said. I won't get to meet you for a long time at this rate. Forget about during the summer, I might not get to meet you during Hogwarts, Mum might not allow me to go down to Hogsmeade. You can always sneak out, you have the map and the cloak. Tell me when you want to meet, I'll be there, and we can spend some together. It's pretty easy if you can successfully sneak out. We can even go out if we have enough time, without freaking people out, that is. I think that'd be something I could do. Okay, let's see how this turns out. Looking forward to it. Hey, listen. Quinn couldn't see anything except Ivy. She looked up, away from the mirror, and then he heard Hermione's voice from the other side. Hey, Ivy, what are you doing? Nothing at all. Are you looking for something? The image in the mirror was covered as Ivy shoved it under somewhere, and the voices got muffled because of it, but Quinn could still make out some of the conversation. Was that way mirror? It wasn't it. No. Oh my god. Wait. Quinn moved quickly and cut the call immediately in case the mirror was seen, his face would come up, and that'd be not optimal, to say the least. He weaved his magic and set up a disturbance in the spell connecting the two-way mirrors so that even if someone tried to connect from the other side, it would seem like the magic were faulty. Not a calm day, Quinn chuckled, wondering how Ivy would be handling things with Hermione. He got up and turned to the array of clothes behind him. What should I wear? Scene break. Quinn sat on the green field, his eyes looking at the cloudless blue sky. His magic moved inside him into the ground beneath, slowly, so slowly, getting expended from his body. The grass around him moved like they were being swayed by the winds even though there was no wind around him. He focused on a patch of grass that looked no different from its kin around it and sent up more magic to it. The grass grew longer, wilder, lusher, and denser, and the progress could be seen through the naked eye. The grass wilted, turned yellow, withered away before new strands grew, richer than before, and the process repeated until Quinn heard footsteps and turned back. Hey, he said with a smile. Daphne looked down at him. She was dressed in a summer skirt with a black top that complemented her usual elegance with its gracefulness. The fact that you called me here must mean you heard what happened yesterday, said Quinn getting up and dusting himself. It was expected that Jacob Greengrass would hear about the sudden late-night activity in the ministry. He had gotten a magi fax from Daphne early in the morning, wanting him to come near the non-magical village down the hill from the Greengrass residence. She didn't speak and continued to watch him with the same gaze he had gotten from all his family since yesterday, so he repeated the answer before the question came, I'm all right. The Death Eaters, though, I can't say the same for them. I heard that they got some nasty injuries. Daphne stepped forward and hugged without saying a word. Quinn wasn't surprised by her reaction and embraced her gently into his chest with his chin over her head. He stayed silent as he felt her stronger than usual hold over him. Calm now. Daphne nodded into his chest but didn't let go. I hope this thing didn't cause you too much worry. I got worried sick when Father told me. Death Eaters. 13. Seeing that Daphne was getting anxious the more she spoke, he stopped her and got back to calm her down. When she calmed down, Daphne separated from him. Tell me everything, she said. Quinn went through the events, but unlike what he told George, he toned the things down for Daphne and only gave her the rough details of what happened. He saw her eyes narrow when he glossed over the details a couple of times, but he got by. And that's about it. Your grandfather must not be happy, she said. Father thinks he's going to retaliate in one way or another. Your father is absolutely right, he sighed and told her the conversation he had earlier in the day. He was already in a meeting with someone I was leaving to come here. He's going to participate in the war, she asked with worry. Quinn shook his head. He's not, wants us to stay away. That's a wise decision. It looked like Daphne was in full agreement. Quinn didn't comment on that situation. After some conversation, the two roamed around the area hand in hand, with Daphne telling Quinn all her favorite places. It seemed that Daphne loved to just walk to places from her home and see if she could find new places. As Daphne was sharing all these things with him, Quinn decided that he wanted to do the same. Would you like to know something about me that I haven't told anyone? He asked, not knowing why he was asking. Yes, was the instant reply. It might be a little heavy. I don't mind. Okay, then. Only my family knows about this, but I am a Legilimens. They stopped in the middle of a dirt road with Daphne's wide eyes staring at him. Surprised? Horrified? Repulsed? He asked. Surprised, yes. Scared, more than a bit. But the other two? No. That's good to hear. Since when? Before Hogwarts, actually. I told you about my apprenticeship. It's with my mind magic master. He taught me occlumency, and because I had the potential for it, I also learned legilimency. I have been using it ever since then. Even in Hogwarts. Mostly in Hogwarts, every day during breakfast for 7 years. When I had just joined, I used to listen to everyone's surface thoughts to see what was going on. He paused as he stared at her. Even you were included in those times because I lacked control, and when you didn't have your barriers primed, I would hear your surface thoughts. He felt her hand clutch, his hand firmer. He could feel her worry, but he continued, there was a time when I liberally used legilimency whenever I could get away with it. Somewhere along the line, I grew or just realized what I was doing, so I implemented rules upon myself. Never to use any form of legilimency on my friends. If someone seemed safe the first time, I wouldn't use legilimency to hear their thoughts. I continued the breakfast ritual, but limited it down to emotions and excluded friends. He then stopped and let Daphne decide what she thought of it. Her reaction. She resumed walking and pulled him along. Have you ever looked into my memories? She asked. Quinn shook his head. I haven't, not with our friends. I rarely dove into memories during Hogwarts. And outside Hogwarts? Well, I need a way to practice, so when during the summers, whenever I would go to the non-magical world, I would take some time and sit down in a crowded place like train stations and feel memories, listen to thoughts, and even dive into memories. I justified it to myself by thinking that I would never meet those people ever again, and it worked because I never felt I was violating my values. There was another spell of silence before Daphne spoke and asked, did you feel my emotions before asking me out to ensure that I? No, Quinn said before she could finish, I had done a good job with my self-imposed restrictions. I'm not going to lie that I wasn't tempted to check, but they were just fleeting thoughts that I paid no regard to. I see, said Daphne before asking. Would you like to check now? If I love you. Quinn softly shook his head. He didn't need that. Would you like to know if I love you? It'd be great if my girlfriend loved me. Daphne stopped and faced him. I have a much better way than reading minds to let you know if I love you. Oh, what is it? It's straightforward, she said, tiptoe as she pulled him down. Quinn found himself kissing her. It was soft and slow but at the same time burning. His head was filled with thoughts of how she was right. It was straightforward and effective. Quinn West, MC, a secret is strongest when known only to one, but sometimes, secrets are better when they're weaker. Daphne Greengrass, loves to find unknown places, saw a different side. Ivy Potter, wants to get out of her house, in a bit of trouble. Chapter 340, The Azkaban Transport. Granian breed of winged horses neighed under the dark night sky. Calm down, boy, said the carriage driver patting down the horse out of the 6 horses attached to the front of a long barred cage atop wheels. The gruff middle-aged man with the scruffy beard smoothed out the horse's coat as he glanced at the group of fellow Aurors standing at a distance, conversing. One of them, who Graham recognized as Hartley, broke away from the group and walked towards him. Is everything ready, Graham? Asked Hartley. Aye, the boys are ready to fly, anxious actually, said Graham, the Auror assigned as the carriage driver. Good, good, today's an important day. Hartley turned his eyes up to the cloudless sky. The weather's with us today. It doesn't look like it will rain or thunder. Nor will it thunder, Graham added. It's terrible time flying when the horses get agitated by the thunder. Rain won't be hindering me today as well, it looks to be turning into an easy haul today. Hartley pursed his lips, making Graham ask if something was wrong. You know how it is, said Hartley, we'll be hauling Death Eaters to Azkaban today. Last time this happened, the patrol was ambushed in the way, and the prisoners freed away by the filthy Death Eaters. 3 good people in the guarding patrol are still stuck in St. Mungo's spell damage recovery ward. You reckon it will happen again? Who knows? Last time, the prisoners were pretty big names, Greyback, Caro twins, Yaxley. This time, they aren't that big of names, so maybe the Death Eaters won't bother. Can't imagine them being the chummiest of the bunch. We have to be careful, sighed Graham as he continued stroking the well-maintained coat. It looks like we'll be traveling a lot of people today. He pointed at the group of 10 additional auras that had arrived with the prisoners. Orders from above. The Death Eaters seemed to have tangled with someone mighty important and pissed them off. Scrimgeour had been taking rounds of the office to check progress. Even Lady Minister came down once. No one wants this to go down in flames. Let's just hope it goes smoothly without any crazy. Don't we all want that? 13 Death Eaters, all cuffed behind their backs with arm cuffs, were levitated to the open cage and unceremoniously dumped inside with no regard. The cage door was shut on them as they shuffled inside. The magical look snapped into places with a buzz of magic sealing them shut. A wave of cracking blue magic passed between the bars on all four sides, forming a pale coating before it vanished, there but unseen to the eye. Graham and Hartley greeted their superior in charge as Sirius and James came to overlook the transfer process. Should we knock them out? Asked Sirius, lightly kicking the side of the cage, springing up the pale blue protection. It'll be much less trouble for us if they don't fuss. He looked down at the Death Eaters. Don't fuss, okay. Any strangeness, be ready for a world of misery. It'll be a problem if they get too roughed up during the transport, James said with crossed arms. Let's nail them down to the floor with sticking charms and leave it at that. Sirius smirked. Yeah, on a second thought, it'd be a pity if they don't experience the pleasant winds of the night during their ride. After all, when's the next time they'll get to experience such luxuries? Will you be coming with us today, sirs? Asked Graham. Yes, can't have this going wrong. Other than us, you'll be joined by one more senior and one captain. If Death Eaters do come to save their pals, they'll be coming along with us. That much for a transport? Hartley asked in brow-raising surprise. At this rate, the Death Eater will turn back when they see who they'll be going against. The four laughed beside the miserable Death Eaters stuffed into cages as if they were animals. It would take someone a good amount of effort to look for someone inside the Aura office sympathetic with Death Eaters. All right, enough joking around, it's time to focus on the job. The four Auras turned to see Captain Aura Kingsley arrive. He called for everyone to gather around and started the final brief. This is your standard transport to Azkaban operation, but because our prisoners are Death Eaters, there's a danger that other Death Eaters would try to free them as they have done before. We will be divided into 4 teams. Singh's team will remain with the prisoners and take them to Azkaban. Potter and Black will take their team and protect the carriage if the Death Eater tries to be stupid and interfere with the transport. I will take my team and act as support wherever needed. Don't slack off or let your guard down. Now, let's do the job and get home. The Aura Patrol took flights on their brooms and surrounded the prisoner cage pulled by winged horses reined in by Graham. While Graham had cast a nifty spell that reduced the wind resistance on his body, the prisoners had no such luxury and were whipped by the fast winds. Graham had his eye in front when he noticed something on the edge of his field of sight. And out of nowhere, out of nothing, at least 30 hooded figures, suspended in midair, formed a vast circle. He narrowed his eyes behind his flight goggles before they went wide. He whipped his wand out and placed it on his throat. Death Eaters incoming. His voice fought against the wind and reached the ears of all members of the Aura Patrol. The trained Auras took their formations at once and formed a dome around the prisoner carriage. But just as they set themselves into the formations, several spells came whistling against the wind and exploded in the front. The chaos was instant as the Auras spearheading at the front were blown away along with their brooms. In an instant, the night sky was turned into a battlefield of magic, with bright spells lighting up the darkness. Brooms flew at neck-breaking speeds, with the riders weaving out of the spell's way and defending against others. Graham looked around, his grip tightening on the reins. He raised his wand to cast spells defending the horses, trying to keep them safe because the carriage would crash below into the fields without them. He also kept on the team in charge of defending the carriage, watching to spot the weak side and supplementing it. He swallowed at the chaos around him. There was no communication from anyone, and that worried him. That's why he didn't like transports to Azkaban. The fortress, surrounded by vast waters, with no island anywhere near it, was covered in wards that disallowed apparitions and portkey travels, which couldn't be pulled down even for a second because of the security risk, and there were no flow network because of the risk of getting watched. The only way to arrive at the prison was by flying, which could lead to problems like the one they faced now. A spell suddenly came from a side that Graham thought was the strong side protected by the defensive team. He turned hastily towards the spell with his wand. He wasn't going to make it. Suddenly another spell came from just beside his head and expanded into a shield spell, thwarting the Death Eater's spell. Graham jolted in surprise and turned back. That shield spell wasn't a standard one used by Auras. His breath hitched when he saw another spell, this time from a weak side, coming towards him. Time seemed to have slowed down for Graham, and at that moment, he could only watch as the spell inched towards him. But then again, out of nowhere, another shield spell came over his head and protected him against the second Death Eaters that should have blown him out from the air. The world returned to speed, and the sounds returned to his ears. Graham's heart thumped like a train as his eyes swarmed around with his wand at ready. But while Graham's mind was thinking about protection and survival, another part was dominated by the 2 spells that had saved his life twice. They weren't standard aura shield spells, and while not all used those spells, he couldn't remember anyone using that specific one. Thump. Graham jumped in his seat because of a sudden downward jerk from behind. He turned his head up and back towards the carriage cage, and his pupils shrunk from shock. Standing on the top of the carriage, dressed in all black and the mask well known to everyone in DMLE. Invisible Vigilante, but Graham's voice was drowned away by the winds. The shocking appearance was sudden as the Invisible Vigilante vanished in front of Graham's eyes. Instantly, Graham tried to locate Invisible Vigilante, and found him immediately, in the form of horrid screams that reached his ears against the flow of the winds. Graham looked back into the prisoner cage through the bars to find he couldn't see anything than soot and haze that filled the cage, leaking out, blowing back with the winds. Graham broke out of his shock and put the wand to his throat to inform the entire patrol, Invisible Vigilante. Invisible Vigilante. He is here. He has released a spell into the cage that I think is the one we suspected he used before. He is invisible. I repeat, the Invisible Vigilante is here. There was no response for 1 second, 2, 3, 4 ticks before Graham heard a voice that he identified as Kingsley. Noted. Remain focused on the prisoner's protection, we will take care of tracking him down. Don't interfere with the prisoners inside the cage. The last part of the message made Graham suck in a breath. He clutched the reins tighter and ignored the screams coming from behind him. The Aurors didn't need to put much effort into finding the Invisible Vigilante. The sky was lit up with white flashes near some Death Eaters, sending him falling out of the sky into the fields below. Then 2 long glowing red chains appeared out from a singular point and sprinted towards 2 Death Eaters and grabbed onto their brooms. As if chained to a wall, the brooms were yanked from below the Death Eaters and sent them to an obvious fate of free fall. If they survived, their fall was currently unknown. One of the Aurors shot a spell from where the magical red chains originated, and a shield manifested into defense. There was a distorted ripple in the shape of a human as the shield disappeared. The distortion vanished almost instantaneously, hiding the Invisible Vigilante. I have a lock on him, heard Graham and everyone in the Aura Patrol. It was Sirius Black who had spoken. I can roughly locate him, do you want me to pursue him? There was a pause in the response from Kingsley that came into everyone's ears, but it surprised a lot of people when it arrived. You are not to attack the Vigilante until the threat of Death Eater ambush is taken care of or until I give the order. If he attacks any of us, you are free to shoot him down. After that, Black, Potter, and I will hunt down the Vigilante with the rest of you continuing on to Azkaban under Singh's command. Kingsley finished with, I want him alive. Serious affirmation ensued, with James following after. Graham accepted the orders from Captain Auror in charge. He didn't know how to feel about it but didn't get the time to ponder about it because of the attacks. Graham took a look back in the cage and saw that the soot and haze had cleared. He watched as the Death Eaters lay slumped on the floor, not moving. He panicked, wondering if they were dead for a second, but then he strained his ears to hear some painful moaning that he almost missed. Graham knew that the Death Eaters had lost their hands if his guess was correct. Invisible Vigilante, unannounced participation, operating as per M.O. Graham, Junior Auror, on a ride to remember. Kingsley Shacklebolt, Captain Auror, controversial decision. Chapter 341, Storm and Pursuit. The sounds of whipping wind flapped in his ears. Quinn, in his noir gear, flew above the fighting Aurors and Death Eaters, keeping his eye on the spell crossfire from behind his mask that had been magically modified to not hinder his vision in any way, especially his peripherals. He glanced at the prison cage. Titani Nervum's soot and haze had subsided as the magic had run its course, taking away not only their hands but also their legs as one final revenge. If it was any other prisoner transport, even if they were Death Eaters, he wouldn't have bothered coming here, but it had become personal because the prisoners were the 13 Death Eaters who had attacked him. He had kept an ear open for it, keeping tabs through his grandfather, and when he heard that it was going down today, he had put on his gear and was out of home with an excuse of going to the non-magical world that he frequented enough to not seem suspicious. They're talking, he thought. It was faint and well executed, but he could sense the flow of magic going back and forth between every aura. He observed the flow and arrived at the conclusion that it was sound magic with it being used to communicate over the wind. He turned his focus on the Death Eaters. Unlike their opponents, there was no communication, or at least none that he could pick up, but that wasn't highly probable. Good for me. They'll go down more easily. He was done with his primary objective of disabling his 13 assailants. He wondered if he should exit and leave the Death Eater rescue team to the Aurors, but after some pondering, Quinn decided to stay a little longer to ensure that there were no casualties on the Auror side. There were already on the lesser side, and losing any more would be a loss of quality magic users capable and competent in dueling. Quinn controlled the fines and launched towards a Death Eaters like a cannonball. He Euro-ed his legs forward and mercilessly kicked the Death Eater from his broom. He ignored the falling scream and grabbed onto the broom, bombarded it with his magic, setting the entire shaft on fire. Looking around, he picked a nearby Death Eater and sent the burning broom towards them. The Death Eater, startled at the sight of a burning broom streaking towards him, steered his own broom away, and with his attention consumed by the broom, he was hit by a spell from an aura, just as Quinn had intended things to turn out. Quinn glanced down, and he could see the rural being left away and the urban building closer. He could tell that within a few, they would be squarely into a city with large non-magical populations under them, making any commotion in the sky a potential spectacle to those down below, something that was a severe security hazard. He took in the aerial battlefield. Even with the fight going for a while, the Death Eaters still outnumbered the Aurors. He needed to trim the numbers enough that the Death Eaters lost confidence and retreated from the rescue operation. I guess it's time to blow some away. His focus deepened. The magic began pouring out of his magic core. The deep reserves, which rarely saw such substantial expenditure from magic, started to hum as if they were excited about what was to follow. He increased his altitude and rose up above the battlefield, looking down at everyone with his burning purple eyes. Suddenly, everyone in the air saw large currents of wind whip up around them. They picked up speed, sucking in some of the clouds below them. The swirling winds grew more potent, forming a tornado around them, with Death Eaters and Aurors alike suddenly finding themselves in an eye of a literal storm. But this eye of the storm wasn't calm at all. Everyone found themselves clutching their brooms tighter and were forced to adjust their speeds to not running into the swirling wind walls that progressively grew stronger. But then everyone found their danger alarms rang up a storm when the tornado started to shrink upon them, but at the same time, the swirling winds only seemed to run faster. Quinn turned his glowing purple eyes towards the Death Eaters in the sky and commanded his magic and thus decreed the winds to do his bidding. The winds turned into almost solid pillars and shot at angles towards the Death Eaters. One of the wind pillars sneaked up a Death Eater from behind and knocked the wind out of him, and he found himself leaning towards the tornado walls. If it was just that, it would have been manageable, but then the winds that made up the pillar surrounded the Death Eaters and forcefully pulled him towards the tornado. The Death Eater's scream got locked inside the winds, but everyone saw the violent outburst of spells shot in panic. That was until the men met the tornado, and all struggle halted. And with that halt began the chaos that descended the Death Eaters into what seemed to be a waking nightmare. The fierce symphonies of wind sung under Quinn as the conductor, extending their screaming talons that pulled the masked followers of the Death Eater into its violent embrace. The magic was one from the Nordic books of winds that Quinn had picked up in Denmark. Quinn had learned a variety of wind magics from the said book, usually concentrating on control-type magic, but the book had an abundance of destructive magics with the sole aim of decimating their targets. Quinn breathed out, and his eyes returned to their usual color. The tornado dissipated just in time for the flight to reach the port town. He glanced towards the direction they had come from, where he had left behind a trail of Death Eaters. He didn't know how many of them survived their fall. After all, he didn't know how many were able to hold onto their wands while being pulled apart by the winds. The thought only stayed in his mind for a moment. Quinn glanced towards the prisoner carriage and saw that the winged horses were still flying strong. The Aurors had moved closer to the carriage to keep themselves away from getting sucked into the tornado. He had taken revenge, cleared away the obstacle for the Aurors, used a magic he wouldn't get a chance to use usually, and had felt great all the way through. Now it was time to go home and maybe have a nice meal at a non-magical restaurant on the way. He turned himself invisible and flew away in the opposite direction from the sea. But it had only been maybe half a minute of flying when he felt something and turned back. His eyes widened when he saw 3 people on brooms flying in his direction, and it was obvious that they were following after him. What? He recognized the 3, James Potter, Sirius Black, and Kingsley Shacklebolt in the front. Quinn pulsed his magic and accelerated faster to force the 3 Aurors to give up their pursuit. Contrary to his expectation, the 3 had no problem keeping up with his speed and even a lot of the distance and were now just on his tail. He frowned and turned forward. He thought of the maximum speed of the fastest broom and upped his acceleration to push his speed past that maximum limit. But then a spell whizzed past Quinn, missing him by inches. His pupils contracted, and his speed faltered because of the sudden surprise. It took mere seconds for Quinn to shake the shock, but that was already too late. Quinn clicked his tongue and twisted himself to face the 3 Aurors while still flying away from them. He turned his head a smidge and let another spell go past him. A spell came from Sirius, immediately followed by James, and the link continued by Shacklebolt. It was like archers alternating themselves to shoot a continuous barrage of arrows. There wasn't a single skipped beat, forming a chain of seamless spells. Quinn grunted with furrowed brows. They could see him, but Quinn knew of that possibility. Invisibility spells didn't work well while moving, especially when moving at his current speed. He couldn't run away from this. He could leave them in dust in terms of flight speed, but that was a problem as flying was something that took a lot of his focus, and there was a high enough risk of him getting hit by a spell. And because of the same reason, he couldn't apparate out. The only operation was a confrontation. Or. Quinn glanced down and saw a small town beneath him. It took a split second to make his decision. He cut his forward acceleration, simultaneously creating a partial vacuum beneath him that sucked him down at a revved rate. It must have been surprising because there was a noticeable pause in the spell barrage before they continued. Quinn sped up his descent, and soon he was on the tarmac road in a fortunately deserted street, and he hit it running. Quinn didn't wait for a second and dashed out of the main road into a gap between the buildings. Shit, he cursed as the other side of the narrow alleyway was another wide street. As he came to a skidding stop on the concrete of a manhole cover just as a spell blasted the tiles off the paved ground. Quinn looked up and saw Sirius on the other side of the alleyway, flying. "Surrender," came a voice directly above him where James came into sight. A yellowish dome suddenly covered the area around them, and Quinn could see Shacklebolt casting the dome. He was cornered. "We don't want this to get messy," said Sirius. "It'd be better for all if you come with us peacefully. If you resist, it will get ugly quick, and after what happened before, we don't want that, do we?" Quinn didn't respond, instead kept an eye on all three Aurors and began trickling his magic, slow enough that even the trained Auror couldn't detect the flow of magic. It was better for him to get them by surprise, especially in the current situation. "Invisible Vigilante," Shacklebolt spoke from above, "I am Captain Auror Kingsley Shacklebolt. The Auror office and the DMLE have issued an arrest order for you. You might think that your actions are doing good for society, but the truth of the matter is that they have been against the law, which is there for a reason. Your blatant disregard of the law is dangerous not only for you but also for those who might take inspiration from you and go down a path that will harm them. Unlike you, not all are well versed in the magical arts. So it is imperative that you stop your actions and come with us. If you come with us now, I can guarantee that the prosecution will be lenient on your case. Even the minister would support leniency. It is a great deal that not many if any get," said James from above. "We want you to work with us against the Death Eaters. If you are of help, we can work a deal for you. Isn't that what you want? The demise of the Death Eaters, just imagine the DMLE working towards your goal with resources much greater than yours." Quinn listened to them and stood straighter and spoke in the distorted voice of the invisible vigilante. "No." The Aurors seemed disappointed. They exchanged glances before looking down at Quinn. "Then we will have to take you by force," said James. Quinn replied, "Goodbye." He tapped his foot on the manhole cover below him. The magic that Quinn had been tricking in secret had corroded the concrete, so when Quinn tapped it, the concrete broke, and the cover sunk down into the sewers, taking Quinn with it. The Aurors' faces exploded with shock and surprise. They recovered swiftly, but it wasn't fast enough as a pop greeted their ears. Quinn West, invisible vigilante, cornered but not trapped. James, Sirius, Shacklebot, 3 Orateers, Bacana. Fiction-only reader, author, Doom 2, if someone gets the reference. The link is in the bio. Chapter 342, Visible Vigilante. Quinn pulled the noir gear off of him in one of the many alleyways that he had ended up memorizing in cases he needed an empty place for situations like the current one. That was close. He hadn't expected the Aurors to spot him and chase him down while they were on the Death Eater transport assignment. So it surprised him to see 2 senior Aurors and a Captain Auror on his pursuit. "I need to figure out a better invisibility spell. These ones aren't clearly working under high speeds." He had thought that the Night of the Sky would work for him to cover up for the limitations of the spell, but his assumption was faulty. At least, the Aurors were able to spot him. It didn't help when an Auror was actively looking for him. Damn, Aurors. Why couldn't they just do their job? Why do they need to follow me? This is all Amelia Bone's fault. Why did she have to set up a task force? It was clear from Shacklebolt's words that the Aurors office wanted the information they thought he had. They were even willing to strike a deal. Though I can't think Rufus Scrimgeour would be willing to strike a deal with a vigilante out of his control. The new head of DMLE didn't seem to be a negotiating person. Which meant that Amelia Bones must have really rallied for the task force, thought Quinn. He stepped out of the alleyway into a partially busy street and began wandering around without a destination in mind. He didn't want to return home just yet with his filled with thoughts swirling with Aurors, Death Eaters, and invisible vigilante. So he decided to have a walk to clear up his head. His thoughts soon wandered to the chase. Quinn wondered if his choice to drop into the town was correct, or should he have continued flying and tried something else. It was luck that the alleyway had a manhole cover, or things would have gotten real ugly fast. The escape through the manhole cover was a way for him to leave the conflict without violence. It was clear to Quinn that if he hadn't found the manhole cover and escaped using the sewers, a fight would have ensued, and because of his choice, the location would have been a town instead, somewhere detached from the general population. There would have been property damage and even a possibility of a non-magical getting implicated and injured. Quinn didn't want that to happen. He was confident that even with 3 trained Aurors, who probably had more technical and practical experience than him, he would have come out victorious. He was comfortable in the invisible vigilante's fighting style and magical usage. It wasn't an overreach to say that he was more familiar with it than he was with Quinn West's fighting style. But Quinn preferred to avoid violence and destruction. He wasn't very keen to leave a magical footprint in such a way that would harmful attention to the magical world and take work to cover and fix it up. And Quinn's fight with the 3 Aurors would have done substantial damage to the town. If that happened, the lenient Aurors department could turn their stance. Which was something Quinn didn't want, as it not only made him a prime enemy for the Death Eaters but also a target of capture for the Auror, who would remove the "handle with care" sticker from the box he was. Who knew that being a vigilante, an outlaw, would have to worry about so many things. This job is tougher than I thought it would be. But, Quinn was sure that now that the invisible vigilante would be appearing more and more from now on. I wonder, how would this shape things up? For now, he had other work to do. Scene break. He escaped, said Amelia Bones to 4 Aurors sitting in the conference room with her. She looked down at the report and expanded, escape through the sewers. She looked at Rufus Scrimgeour, Kingsley Shacklebolt, James Potter, and Sirius Black. How did he manage to escape a Captain Auror and 2 Senior Auror when they had managed to trap him in an alleyway? The Aurors remained silent, with Scrimgeour looking at his subordinates, looking for answers. He got lucky, ma'am, started Sirius. If he hadn't found that exit, we would have him a room with us, making him spill all of his secrets. That sounds like an excuse, Auror Black. I do not like excuses, you know that, right? Yes, Minister. Amelia sighed. They had come this close to the invisible vigilante, but he had again slipped away. She picked up the report and glanced through it when she found a line that jumped out off the page. He can fly. She looked up at 3 Aurors who were part of the confrontation. What does this mean? He wasn't using a broom. He wasn't on a broom, we can say that with certainty, James nodded. There were many observations that led us to believe that the invisible vigilante can fly without the use of a broom. First, Junior Auror Graham reported that he found the invisible vigilante standing atop the prisoner cage, visible. There was no broom in his possession. Sirius picked up from there. When I spotted him initially, I kept an eye on him, and from the distortions in the magic, I could tell that he wasn't on a broom. It got progressively clearer when we were chasing him that he wasn't using one. Then he was completely exposed when he dropped his disillusionment, and there was no broom anywhere near him. Unaided flight. Amelia knew surprise when she felt it. A wizard who could fly without a broom. That was something she didn't think she would listen to today. It was a long-established fact that unaided flight wasn't something possible ever in the history of magic. No, it wasn't unaided flight, said Shacklebolt. Yes, he didn't use a broom, but the magic he used wasn't true flight magic. We can confidently say that the invisible vigilante is a master in using wind magic. He used wind magic to get rid of the Death Eater. How many of the Death Eaters were we able to find? Asked Amelia. The report didn't mention what had happened or what was the progress of the Death Eaters that had initiated the attack. We are trying to find them. It is difficult to find them when they were whipped out by a wind tornado, said Sirius. If they made it alive, it would be too late to find them, but if they didn't, we will either get to them first, or there will be news in the Muggle newspaper. Amelia massaged her index finger on her temple. This will be a problem, she said to Scrimgeour, but her tone was more of asking. Scrimgeour nodded, his cold lion-like eyes looking indifferent. If we find a dead Death Eater, and from the look of it, he didn't mind finding one, it would open a case, or multiple, of murder against the invisible vigilante. If that happens, the current policy would need to go in overhaul. I know, of course, I know, she sighed. Amelia wanted to say that she hoped there would be no dead bodies but couldn't say it because that would show an unfavorable amount of favor for someone whose every appearance was associated with breaking laws. What should be our stance on this? Asked Kingsley. The incident is going to be leaked to the public sooner or later. We can put a gag order on it and stop it for a while, but if it gets out after a wait, the impact is going to be larger than before, and we will have to answer why we hid the matter in the first place. Don't do that. Tell your teams not to talk about it, but don't mention that it's official. There will be no official memo on the matter. Scrimgeour fiddled with the ring on his finger. For now, what we can do is to put the information as sensitive as part of an ongoing investigation. That seems to be the best course of action, Amelia agreed. Scene break. Riverslock sat down in the Malfoy lounge with a drink in his hand, picked from the Malfoy cellars. He let down his shoulders as he relaxed and raised his glass to take a sip, but before the rim could reach his lips, a voice sounded. What did you find? Rivers' hand paused and glanced towards the source and saw Peter Pettigrew sitting on a chair in the corner, covered in darkness. I can switch on the lights if you want, asked Rivers. You went fact-finding, did you not? Said Pettigrew. Does the DMLE have anything on the invisible vigilate? Rivers lifted his glass again and took a sip, savoring it before he finally answered, they know nothing other than that he can fly. We also know that. What else? It seems that some of Auror chased after the invisible vigilante. They had some sort of confrontation. The details on that are tight, but the clear thing is that they couldn't capture him. He gave Potter, Black, and Shacklebolt the slip. Pettigrew showed no emotion, but there was a light in his eyes. How many of them have returned? Asked Rivers. Half of them. What do you think about the other half? Peter shrugged, they're either dead, or they deserted in fear of retaliation from the Lord. The news of Lucius' punishment had an effect. Rivers took it from there. If Lucius Malfoy can't escape the punishment, then what about them? They might have thought running would be a chance to break away. Fools, scoffed Pettigrew. By running away, they have brought upon death upon them. When the Lord returns, he will hunt them down. Or they could be dead. They could be. Rivers took a sip and let the silence swirl. When's the Lord going to return? That only he knows. What is he doing? Pettigrew stared at Rivers with a flat smile. You could have asked these questions to him rather than trying to get information from me. Nothing like that, said Rivers with a similar smile. I missed the timing to ask the questions, and you're his trusted, so you'd know. Am I wrong? Who knows, said Pettigrew, his smile growing more plastic. About the invisible vigilante. Rivers knew that he wasn't going to get more answers from Pettigrew, so he switched the topic. Who is he? I have been trying to find his identity, but no one seems to even know the color of his hair. He's a mystery, said Pettigrew. The fact that he dared to face the Dark Lord means that he is either confident in his magic to get alive, or he's an idiot. I'm betting on the former. How do you think the Lord's going to react to this? He has been neutral about the invisible vigilante, which I find uncharacteristic for him. He has been a hindrance one too many times. I do not know why I haven't seen a single shred of anger or even annoyance. I do not know what he's thinking. Rivers sipped his drink. Unlike Pettigrew, he had seen something in the Dark Lord's eyes. Curiosity. Quinn West, MC, I wonder a lot. Chapter 343, Two Tracks Merging. Quinn walked down the stairs of his briefcase. Ever since Hogwarts, it had become a place where he spent substantial time. After all, the entirety of his research had shifted from the aid workshop and the room of requirement to the corridor of rooms present inside the expanded confines of the briefcase. He stopped in front of a royal blue door with a pearl-white owl with intelligent human-like eyes. The owl seemed angry and stared at Quinn with a piercing glare. Thinking of the inspiration behind the door art made a blissful smile bloom on Quinn's face. He opened the door and stepped into the pitch-dark room with the open door as the only source of light. It shined a light on the world on the sole object in the room. Wake up, he said. The white-bearded man in the magical portrait roused from his sleep and cracked open his eyes, narrowing them to adjust to the light. When he looked at Quinn, the blank face turned into one of great anger, so much so that the man's pale skin flushed red. You, thundered Merlin, as if wanting to break out of the photo frame. Who do you think you are? I am Merlin, the Grand Sorcerer of the King Arthur's Court. The premier enchanter of the free lands. How dare you imprison me in here? Release me at once or face the wrath of magic and nature's smite. Quinn chuckled. What is so amusing? Merlin's voice seemed filled with poison. Oh, nothing much. Quinn clapped his hands for the MLEs in the room lit up. This makes me cognizant of the fact that the development of magic didn't end with your death. The fact that there's so much more magic that you don't know, but I do, that brings me so much elation. Portrait magic had much progress after Merlin's death. While he could travel to every portrait in Hogwarts, but if his image was taken out of Hogwarts, Merlin wasn't able to return to the castle. On the other hand, Phineas Black, a Hogwarts headmaster, could travel between his portrait in the headmaster's office and the one in the Grimmauld Palace. When Quinn found that interesting fact, he exploited it to exact some revenge. How was it? Feeling panic, anxiety, and fear after so much time, all those emotions that must have become foreign to you after so much time. You had wide access in Hogwarts, the means to go anywhere, and everywhere you wanted. But here you are, having all that taken away, locked in a room by a person who has a grudge against you, hates you even, not knowing if you'd ever see anything other than the blackness of the dark. How does it feel? I hope it was jolly fun. Quinn knew he was getting revenge against a portrait, an image of Merlin, and not the real man, but it sated his need for the sweet payback. Merlin gritted his teeth. The ancient wizard's blue eyes seemed to be burning cold flame. He took a deep breath and retreated to a stoic appearance. Quinn didn't mind that and conjured a chair in front of the floating portrait. I have some questions to ask, said Quinn nonchalantly, as if he couldn't see the anger. Why would I answer you? Do you want to spend the rest of eternity in darkness? If that's the case, I'm happy to give you some privacy. Merlin seemed that he didn't want anything more than to cast killing curse from his eyes. Seeing that Merlin didn't have anything to speak, Quinn continued, what can you tell me about spatial magic? Spatial magic, Merlin's glare softened only a smidge. What do you want to know? I'm currently dwelling more into the intricacies of spatial magic. I thought, who better start than the Grand Sorcerer of the King Arthur's Court? The premier enchanter of the free lands. So how about it, Mr. Big Shot, what can your old wise magically created head teach the young naive me? I see thy guidance. I spent time researching the secrets of spatial magic. While I can't demonstrate them, I can guide you to the correct course, help you not stray from the wrong paths. That would be great, smiled Quinn, folding his legs and taking out a small notebook and pen. What would I get? Merlin spoke the second Quinn stopped. Quinn quirked a brow. Do you want to spend another indefinite amount of time locked here in this room? I want to be given some freedom. I want you to give me access to a place with many portraits and charm them so I can pass through them. You're in no condition to negotiate, portrait. But I'm no ordinary portrait, am I, Mr. Quinn West, said Merlin with his eyes full of confidence. I have a hoard of knowledge inside me that you can't extract, only I can give them to if I wish to do so. You don't know that. I have a way to turn you into something that would answer every question of mine. Oh, but you don't. You wouldn't be here talking to me if you had a way to do that. I won't pretend to know you inside out, but I have observed enough to know that if you had a way, you would have already used it. I would. Quinn sighed and closed the notebook with the pen as a bookmark. Why couldn't you be more gullible? I'll give you access to one more frame, ask any more than that, and I'll leave you here. How about it? Merlin nodded, seemingly satisfied. Good, then let's continue, said Quinn while thinking. I guess the portrait isn't the same as the real thing, he didn't make me specify the place. What do you want to learn? Tell me about the taboo curse. Then the lecture began. Scene break. Quinn was at the breakfast table eating his breakfast while reading the newspaper when George came into the room fully dressed and looking ready to leave. You're going somewhere? Asked Quinn. Germany, said George tersely. Oh, a nice business deal. No, a problem. Quinn quirked his brow but didn't look up from the papers. What happened? Someone made a mistake. No. But half our partner alliances in Germany suddenly pulled out doing business with us all together yesterday morning. That made Quinn's both brows shoot up. What? Half? What happened? The Dark Lord happened. The Dark Lord. Quinn dropped everything and solely concentrated on the conversation. He went to Germany and swayed the pure-blood supremacist to drop business with us, those he wasn't able to get, he threatened. George didn't sound happy. Quinn knew that there were not many things that would make his grandfather angry, and business going bad was a thing that always made him furious. Why would the Dark Lord suddenly attack our business? To get me off his back, of course. Do you know how much work and effort it is going to rebuild our business? I can't bring back our partners, I can't trust them. Finding new ones that could match them would take a great amount of vetting and due diligence, and even then, it is going to be a while before we reach the same revenue benchmarks. I knew I shouldn't have gone the alliance route and built our own. Why did I expect competence and honor from those bigoted morons? So the Dark Lord thought you'd be hurting his operations here, so decided to disrupt you in another country to occupy your time. What are you going to do? I am going to take care of Germany, of course. I'm not going that madman ruin my business anymore, he has already done enough of that. When I'm done in Germany, I will pull his operation here Death Eater by Death Eater. Or, I take over the retaliation against the Dark Lord and his Death Eaters. George turned his stern eye to Quinn, his eyes narrowing. Didn't I say we were going to stay away? I'll stay away. I'm just going to follow what you do and not the bone-breaking you think I'm going for. I will handle matters peacefully, Mahatma Gandhi, non-violence. All that stuff that you love. How about it? I'm not sure. I am an adult, grandfather. I have plenty of experience using favors, I'm charming, and well, I know legilimency, and as long it is for a just cause, I'm willing to offer my services as legilimens. And what cause more just than to bring trouble to the Dark Lord? So what you say, shall we show the Dark Lord the might of the Wests? If George's face was any indication, he wasn't impressed. I do not like it, he said. But you know I'll be good at it. There was a long silence in which Quinn and George stared at each other, smiling other severe, until George sighed, you can do it. Thank you. But. There's always a but, Quinn sighed. You'll do things the way I say you do. Meaning that you'll go to the people I send you to do what I want you to do. I'll leave it to you how you want to accomplish my given tasks, but other than that, you'll have no additional input. Agreed. So, I'm going to your execution, man. I wouldn't put it in those words, but yes. All right. I agree. Your wish will be my command. My commands will be your commands. Oh, come on, we had a good thing going on. George shook his head. He picked up the cup of juice that Polly had packed him and left without saying another word. Well, that was great. Now both of me can get involved. Quinn West in meetings, behind the doors, cracking down on influential people's authority. Invisible vigilante in the field, behind the mask, breaking down on Death Eater's bones. Here, I thought with 8 over, I would be free. Wait a minute, what am I, Batman? No. I'm better, Bruce Wayne was a bum. Quinn West's a total badass. Yeah, I'm better. Polly popped up in the room and asked, would Little Master like some sweet cereal? Yes, please. Quinn West, MC, too lives on the same track, a good thing or bad. Merlin, portrait, teaching for his freedom. George West, grandfather, or godfather. Fiction-only reader, author, sorry for the shorter chapter. This chapter just ended this way, and it seems it'll take me some time to adjust to my new living situation. Written on April 5, 2022. Chapter 344, Converging Paths. Elliot entered the gardens of the West property, stretching his shoulder to relieve some stiffness. It had been longer than usual since he had got to spend some time at home, away from all the strains of work. All the problems in Germany had sapped all of Elliot's energy and were taxing enough that he wished he could take a vacation. He was about to move to the corner where he had planted herbs on his own when he chanced upon Quinn laying on the ground, spread eagle. "Is something bothering you?" asked Elliot. Quinn groaned and kept groaning until he said, "I am old." "You just turned 18, young master. You're in no way or form old." "My magic stopped growing yesterday," said Quinn, his eyes staring at the sky. "Your magic?" "The flux period, I exited it yesterday," sighed Quinn. "The flux period of growth." When a magical human turned 11, they'd enter a state of magical flux where their magic would grow even if they didn't use any. Magic being a muscle would grow with use, and during the flux period, magic would grow at an incredible rate if regularly utilized. Quinn had been using as much magic as he could every day ever since he could remember. It wasn't an exaggeration that he had larger magic reserves than anyone his age. Quinn was even sure that he had larger reserves than Dumbledore and Voldemort. However, the flux stage, as it was appropriately named, a stage. It had to come to an end. It was observed that the flux stage would pass when a magical would pass at the end of the 17th year and around the 18th birthday. Quinn, who had just recently turned 18, had passed the age limit, and today, his magical core had finally matured to an adult's. The magic inside him was still capable of growth, albeit at a very slow rate. He had thought his flux stage would continue for another 4 years because of his transmigration status, but it seemed that he was too optimistic in his thinking. "This sucks." There was a feeling of stagnation inside his body. If his magic had been free before, as if he was walking through the air, now it seemed like it had been forced to walk inside a vat of viscous liquid that pulled on his every movement to move forward. Elliot laid down beside Quinn and faced up, also looking at the sky. "Doesn't it signify that you're ready?" he said. "What do you mean?" "Now that your magic core has matured, doesn't that signify that you're ready for a magical journey, your magical journey? That you're done with preparation and have all the tools you'll need to progress, and now you can fully give it all?" "I've been giving it all since a long ago," said Quinn before sighing. "I understand what you're saying, but it is hard to accept that the same amount of effort won't be paying the same level of dividends. So you won't be doing it anymore?" "I don't feel like it," said Quinn. He could somewhat understand why Voldemort had gone down the path of artificial modifications, and he had just been off of the growth just for one day. "Then don't," said Elliot. "It must have been tiring to expend all of your magic every day. It won't be bad for you to take a break from it." Quinn reached into his pocket and showed Elliot a golf-sized ball of shiny metal that reflected in many colors. "This is lead. I have had this ball since I started Hogwarts. Lead is a metal that's difficult to manipulate and meld through magic. It takes a lot of magic and requires a decent amount of focus to perform operations without exploding the metal. Since I got it, I have been doing it, and this ball has seen at least 16 hours of contact with magic every day. I just can't believe that I'll be stopping." "How are you doing?" "You look tired," asked Quinn. "The mess in Germany isn't sorting out as we expected it would. The fact remains that they're foreign and we indigenous, is creating unnecessary friction. The partnership break is creating much more problems for us than for them. It'll take some more time to sort the problems out so that problems." "How's grandfather doing?" "Busy. I don't think he's going to stop until he thinks he's done, which might take a while," saying that Elliot got up before saying his finishing words, "Don't let the tension pile up in your heart. No matter what choice you take, it should be the one that comes from your heart." Quinn watched Elliot till he was gone before looking back at the sky. He floated the lead ball up so he could see it and wondered if he should continue with the exercise that, when compared to before, now seemed pointless. The lead ball distorted into a liquid consistency that thrummed with spikes. It broke down into smaller pellets that then flattened into rings that began rotating in front of his face. "I'm a sucker of magic." The lead continued to change shapes as Quinn stared at it from below, wondering if there was someone he could go to. Merlin couldn't help him on this. The flux period wasn't discovered in his time, and Merlin himself hadn't done personal research on the subject. Quinn had written to Alan, and even though he knew about it, he had never tried to push his magic after his flux period, and even during it, Alan had been like any typical teen when it came to increasing his magic reserves. Quinn suddenly sat up with a sparkling look in his eyes. A golden idea had struck him. It was genius, he thought. "I know. I should go ask Grindelwald." It was time to take a trip. Scene break. Voldemort sat in a room with a poshness that oozed out from every corner of the room. There was a glass of wine in his hand that he rose up to his lipless mouth. "You have been doing a fine job against George West," said Voldemort, pleased. "He's been so busy that he doesn't have the time to raise an eyes towards Britain." "Dark Lord, we're already struggling with George West," said one of the German pureblood. "At this rate, he will steal our business rather than us his. Pulling out of the partnership has plunged us into the risk of future losses that seem inevitable," sighed another pureblood. "This doesn't seem to be looking to be a good deal." A sudden chill descended into the room. There were a dozen or so people in the room, and every single one of them looked at the one who had spoken, their eyes practically screaming that he needed to stop. "Hansha, do you like your money more than your life?" asked Voldemort. "George West will take your money but won't kill you. I, on the other day, can take away your life and your money after that. Which one do you think is better?" Hansha felt his feet go cold. "And no, my apologies, my lord." Hansha wasn't over yet. He gathered up his courage and spoke, "My lord, if I may." Voldemort lazily waved his hand, so Hansha continued, "I was a bar when I heard a name." "What name might that be?" "Gregorovitch." The wine in Voldemort's hand trembled. He turned to Hansha with his eyes being a mix of excitement and danger. "I hope you're not jesting, Hansha, are you?" "And no, my lord. I heard it clearly. They were talking about Gregorovitch, and you were looking for him. Tell me more about it, Hansha, and I will forgive your previous unsightliness." Thank you, my lord." Voldemort glided along a twilit street. The buildings on either side of him had high, timbered gables. They looked like gingerbread houses. He approached one of them, then saw the whiteness of his own long-fingered hand against the door. He knocked. He felt a mounting excitement. The door opened. A laughing woman stood there. Her face fell as she looked into Voldemort's face, humor gone, terror replacing it. "Gregorovitch," said a high, cold voice. She shook her head. She was trying to close the door. A white hand held it steady, preventing her from shutting him out. "I want Gregorovitch," she cried, shaking her head. "He doesn't live here. He doesn't live here. I don't know him." Abandoning the attempt to close the door, she began to back away down the dark hall, and Voldemort followed, gliding toward her, and his long-fingered hand had drawn his wand. "Where is he?" He moved. "I don't know, please, I don't know." He raised the wand. She screamed. 2 young children came running into the hall. She tried to shield them with her arms. His wand tip glowed green. "No." A man burst into the room. Voldemort lowered his wand as the green glow subsided, and a smile grew on his face. "It's good to see you, Gregorovitch." "Give it to me, Gregorovitch." Voldemort's voice was high, clear, and cold, his wand held in front of him by a long-fingered white hand. He had just found out why his wand didn't work against Harry Potter's and found another piece of exciting information. If his wand didn't work, then he needed to get another, and if he was going to a new one, which better but the best wand ever made. Gregorovitch, at whom he was pointing, was suspended upside down in midair, though no ropes were holding him. He swung there, invisibly and eerily bound, his limbs wrapped about him, his terrified face ruddy due to the blood that had rushed to his head. He had pure white hair and a thick, bushy beard, a trussed-up Father Christmas. "I have it not. I have it no more. It was, many years ago, stolen from me." The hanging man's pupils were wide, dilated with fear, and they seemed to swell, bigger and bigger. "Do not lie to Lord Voldemort, Gregorovitch." "Who was the thief, Gregorovitch?" "I do not know, I never knew." A young man. "No, please, please. One last chance, wand maker." Gregorovitch's eyes widened in horror as a memory surfaced in his mind. Gregorovitch burst into the room at the end of the passage, and his lantern illuminated what looked like a workshop. Wood shavings and gold gleamed in the swinging pool of light, and there on the window ledge sat perched, like a giant bird, a young man with golden hair. In the split second that the lantern's light illuminated him, Gregorovitch saw the delight upon his handsome face. Then the intruder shot a stunning spell from his wand and jumped neatly backward out of the window with a crow of laughter. Voldemort's wand glowed in green again, and Gregorovitch's mouth screamed wide open. Grindelwald. Quinn West, MC, Airtrip. 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 Elliot Dalton, Sebastian, time to have a kickback. Voldemort, Dark Lord, oh. Mikey Gregorovitch, Wandmaker, on a new adventure. Dash asterisk asterisk dash asterisk asterisk dash asterisk. Chapter 345, Nurmengard. Austria. Why were you going there? Leah said, decanting a bottle of wine. She raised the decanter and asked, "You want some?" "No, thank you." Quinn attached his pockets to the inner lining of his thin coat pocket. "As for Austria, I want to go mountain air scaling." "What's mountain air scaling?" "Oh, you know, it's like climbing a mountain, but without actually climbing it. I'm going to scale the Austrian Alps by flying and hovering over the surface until I reach the top." When I get to the top, I'm going to jump from the top with a gliding suit that I stitched on my own. Exciting activities and great weather are going to sum up to what I think will be a really great weekend. Oh, that does sound exciting. Maybe I should also come. Don't you have work? Leah sighed and poured her Bordeaux glass with aerated, unlocked wine and filled it a little too much over the one-serving limit. Yes, I do, she sighed. Go to your stupid mountain air scaling thing alone. Arg, it sounds so much fun. Quinn calmly smiled. Saying half-truths mixed with half-lies was the best way to tell a lie. While he was going to Austria Alps and was going to scale a mountain, but in no way he was going to do it for a fun activity. All right, I'll see you on Monday, said Quinn. Bring me something cool from Australia. Austria. I'm drunk already. Quinn chuckled and exited the West Manor with a pocket full of travel gear. Today was the day he was going to visit the Impenetrable Prison created by the most successful Dark Lord of the century, more successful than the current generation of the European Dark Lords, the Dark Lord of Deceit, the one owner of the Death Stick, Gellert Grindelwald. It had been a while since he had felt such a burst of excitement inside and heart. The pure exhilaration of unknown adventure with untapped potential. He snapped his fingers with a grin, and the gates to the West Manor melted away in the middle and remolded themselves back into shape as he passed through them. This is going to be marvelous. He snapped again, which became the precursor to the loud pop that whisked Quinn away. The Austrian Alps have the highest peaks of the entirety of the Greater Eastern Alps, extending from the foot of the Bergamasque Alps at Lake Como and the Bernina Range in the Graubünden canton of eastern Switzerland along the Liechtenstein shore of the Rhine in the west as far as to the lower promontories east of the Mur River including the Hochwechsel in Austrian Styria. The valleys of the rivers Inn, Salzach, and Enns mark their northern boundary, the Drau River their southern border. They had great weather around the summers. It was neither hot nor cold, just the right temperature with the glaciated terrain letting a cool breeze throughout the mountain. Quinn perused the map in his hands and turned his eyes up to look at the Petsek of the Schober group of the Alps, standing at the height of 3,283 meters and the prominent location of the Nurmengard prison. Quinn closed the map, stretched his legs, and jumped against the ground to push himself into the air. Wind surrounded him, and he flew at jet speed, shoveling the snow dust to the sides from the air pressure. He air-scaled the mountain and covered the ground faster than any or thing. When he reached the location marked on the map, he rose up straight into the air and rose until he could see the flat hilltop part of the larger peaks. It was an assuming hilltop to others, but Quinn could feel the tremendous magic activity that was practically oozing out in every direction. Magic flowed into his eyes that shined in purple, and his breath was taken away as the Nurmengard prison came into view. Nurmengard was a stone fortress at the edge, overlooking a deep ravine where falling didn't have any other result other than death. It had a square-edged tower with a cone-shaped top, possibly a watchtower. There was a building connected to the tower that was slim with windows. It did not look impressive any right, and from the outside simply looked like any other rugged and unimpressive building. But Quinn could tell the truth. Even from his place, he could tell the actual impressiveness. He flew down and landed on the boundary of the wards and spells with the sole intent to keep unwanted, uninvited people out, and Quinn was precisely that, an unwanted visitor. He scaled a wall and stood on the top of it as he stretched his hand forward, and a layer of magic as it passed over his hand. 1, 2, 3. As counting uttered past his lips, Quinn studied how the ward interacted with his arm. Every single detail that he could observe was taken in and processed to form conjectures and conclusions. 6. 7. He pulled his hand back. 7 seconds was the limit unauthorized personnel could remain on the prison grounds without alerting the guards. It made Quinn frown deeply. The ward was weak, pathetically weak for the reputation that Nurmengard held. I can break these like this, Quinn snapped his finger, and a red spot appeared before him, illuminating the previously hidden ward. Quinn stepped forward and passed through the ward boundary into the official prison space. Quinn slowly moved through the grounds, taking each step carefully. Who knew what crazy Grindelwald had planned into the prison? Suddenly, behind a wall, Quinn stopped on the spot when he saw a guard dressed in stark white appear from the corner. Quinn remained still under the guise of invisibility, watching the guard lazily and carelessly stroll through the grounds. Quinn narrowed his eyes, raised his arm, and shot a spell into the back of the guard, knocking him out. After a thorough mental search, Quinn found the answers he was looking for. The grounds were harmless enough if the correct paths were followed. The real danger laid inside the prison, especially for those who were spell-marked as prisoners. Quinn followed everything the guard did to traverse the prison, knocked out the equally careless guards in his path, and eventually reached the topmost floor and, thus, the topmost cell while feeling that something was very wrong. Before he stepped in front of the cell, he put on his noir gear and mask. The cell was a standard cell with bars in the front, and behind those doors was a man. He had no hair, his teeth were rotten, his fingernails had turned yellow, and the man looked like a sack of skin hanging over a skeletal frame. His piercing blue eyes, sunken into the depths of his skull, were the only feature that time had not faded. A hoarse voice came from behind bars, as if they hadn't spoken for ages. Who might you be? I am Noir, said Quinn. Even though he had been termed as the Invisible Vigilante, he wasn't the one who came up with said moniker. Noir. I see, the man got up from his cot, almost falling over as he did so. The man looked like he would keel over by the gentlest of winds. He came to beside the bar but didn't touch it. And, Noir, why have you come to Nurmengard? This place isn't much of a sightseeing location. Oh, forgive me. How rude of me not to introduce myself. My name's Gellert Grindelwald, but you must know that already. After all, I'm the only one who lives in the castle. Gellert Grindelwald had designed a prison so formidable and terrible, both from the inside and the outside, that the International Confederation of Wizards had deemed it too cruel to use on common prisoners. Only the leaders of his dark army had ever been imprisoned here. His army, more than any others, knew just how much effort their master had put into the spells guarding these walls. All of those leaders had long passed away. Why re the enchantments outside so weak? Asked Quinn. Oh. They're weak, said Grindelwald, and Quinn quirked his brow behind his mask when he heard the voice getting smoother and less hoarse. ICW and Dumbledore. Do you know Dumbledore? Yes. Good. ICW and Dumbledore made changes to my masterpiece, soiling my creation. Dumbledore did a decent job. Grindelwald looked at the bars in front of him. He added his own enchantments to this cell. I haven't had the chance to witness those. He hid them quite thoroughly. I wonder what they do. It wasn't necessary, though. Mine are enough to keep even me, at least me of now inside. The ICW, those guys infuriate me. There was a heated passion heat in his voice. I always assumed they made mistakes. I haven't been outside of this cage ever since I got in, so I never knew. He smiled with his rotted teeth. Thank you for telling me. Those nitwits couldn't comprehend my genius and soiled the perfection that I had created. Indeed, Grindelwald's mind, one of the greatest in the history of the century, had continually upgraded and improved upon his prison over the entire course of his campaign. Gellert knew of every enchantment he placed on Nurmengard, and he knew there was no way around them. When the ICW first sent their team of enchanters to increase the security of his cell, they thought they found several flaws in his containment spells, as Grindelwald knew they would. They tried to correct the flaws, only to spend their last moments alive wondering why their necks were bleeding. In the years that would follow, no less than 5 guards were killed as they attempted to fool around with the prison's enchantments. The last death led to the virtual abandoning of the upper levels of the prison. House elves were left to deliver food and remove any waste from the few surviving prisoners. It was a surprise to hear footsteps on the cold floor. It has been ages since I heard human footsteps. I thought I had forgotten them. Quinn tapped the side of his head, but it seems they were still there. Quinn had no doubt in the statement. Grindelwald's eyes gave it all away. Unlike every other part of his being, the eyes shined like gems. They were intelligent, deep, focused, and a reminder of the men that had once been. I apologize if I seem talkative, but I haven't had a guest in so long. Just your presence in front of me is the most interesting thing that happened to me in decades. Why don't you speak some more? I would like to hear your voice, your real voice, and not the altered one. Would you please offer this old man this small wish? There was a silence for a minute before Quinn opened his mouth in a normal voice. Hello, Gellert Grindelwald. Your real voice. Grindelwald cut him off at once, his eyes taking what seemed was clear to be anger. I may be old and frail, but don't disrespect me by thinking that I do not understand magic. I can still feel the fluctuations magic this close to me, so do not jest with me. My apologies, said Quinn, this time in his real voice. No worries, no worries. May I ask why I have the pleasure of your visit? Quinn West, MC, feeling a mix of emotions. Gellert Grindelwald, ex-Dark Lord, this is interesting. Fiction-only reader, author, was hella tired yesterday. 2 out of 8 weeks done at internship. 3rd week is on. The work is, okay. Am learning a lot though, so can't complain a lot. Chapter 346, 2 met, 1 left. May I ask why I have the pleasure of your visit? Quinn stared at Gellert Grindelwald. He was different from what Quinn had imagined what a former Dark Lord would be like. Grindelwald seemed almost desperate, but at the same time, Quinn believed he understood where that desperation came from. Human was a social being and needed some amount of human interaction. Grindelwald, from what Quinn could glean, had been deprived of that human connection for decades. It is surprising that he has even retained his sanity, some of his sanity, thought Quinn. He found himself staring into Grindelwald's eyes, those bright blue eyes. They were a clear telltale sign of the terrifying inclemency that had kept Grindelwald from descending into complete madness. Well, I would like to know about the flux period, specifically about how to increase magic after it ends. Grindelwald leaned away from the bars and hummed as a pensive expression appeared on his face. Quinn's eyes shined. Maybe Grindelwald knew something. The Dark Lord had performed feats of magic that required a respectable reserve of magic. Flux period, there are multitudes of ways to boost magic after the sweet period parts. Would you like to know? Quinn nodded. Grindelwald smiled, but when he spoke, the words that came out weren't that Quinn was expecting. I will require something in return. A clever smile appeared in Grindelwald's eyes. Quinn froze up for a second. His eyes became cautious. What do you want? He asked. Show me your face. I refuse. Then we don't have an agreement, Mr. Noir. You're trapped in here, without any means to escape. What value does knowing my face bring to you? You're my sole visitor in decades, Mr. Noir. As you said, I have no means to escape here and don't know when the next visitor will come, if they ever will. So, if I'm going to help you, I demand that I know the face of someone who might as very well be the last person I ever see. You're so desperate. Be that as may, you have my offer. Accept it, and I'll share my knowledge. Refuse it, and we may have a lovely chat where I'll withhold the information you may or may not need. Quinn pursed his lips. He should have known that getting information out of Grindelwald wasn't going to be so straightforward. As much as Quinn knew, if Voldemort reveled in violence, Grindelwald thrived with information. Various streams of thoughts passed through his mind until he decided that it was safe to show Grindelwald his face. He hasn't met anyone for years and isn't going anywhere, he thought. I'll comply, said Quinn. I'll show you my face. Grindelwald's face once again came close to the bars, just a finger's breadth away. Quinn raised his gloved hand to his mask, and with a click, the mask came off. He lowered his hand and showed his face to Grindelwald. Now remove the magic over your face. I have to say, you must be really confident in your magic to try that for a second time. Quinn held back a groan. He was confident in his magic and thought that he'd be able to get past the somewhat magically talented frail old man if he made some adjustments. He sighed and pulled down the illusion over his face. I knew it. Grindelwald clapped happily. What? I knew you were young, said Grindelwald, his eyes shining as bright as stars, and the old man's entire being looked younger, more energized. The question about Flux's age was clearly indicative of your age, especially when you came to Nurmengard with such a question. Quinn's heart chilled. In his curiosity and greed, all other thoughts, even ones about his privacy, hadn't even come up. It was okay now that Grindelwald knew of his face, but that didn't change the thought of a what-if plaguing his mind. But I couldn't have guessed that you were so young. I had thought you of being 20 years ago or older. It is fascinating that somehow you were able to break into Nurmengard. You must be amazing at magic. Tell me how to continue the growth of magic after the flux period, said Quinn, cutting the chatter. Oh my, look at you, so much hurry, chuckled Grindelwald. Well, to answer your question, there's no organic method to keep up that level of growth. Quinn's pupils shrunk, but what you can do is perform some rituals that'll be able to stimulate your already matured core, and make it balloon up in size. Grindelwald went on to explain in great detail the use of rituals and magical modifications to increase the size of the magic core, and with each other method, Quinn's eyes darkened. Every method was viler than before, and while they seemed legit answers to Quinn's question, most of them sounded like something that someone like Voldemort would use, or maybe had already used. He didn't utter a single syllable until Grindelwald was done speaking, and even after that, he kept quiet. He had revealed his secret identity to a manipulative Dark Lord in vain. And that's about what I know, said Grindelwald. Would you like to know something else? In return, I'd like to know your name. No, thank you, said Quinn and put his mask back on. He wasn't going to give any information more of his personal information to the men. Grindelwald's smile remained the same. Then how about we chat? That wouldn't cost you much. No, thank you, said Quinn promptly. Grindelwald's smile dimmed. He sighed and straightened his back as much as he could. I expected more from when someone could come to meet me, but I suppose not all can go as per expectation. But how about you stay here for a little while? Quinn had turned away when his pupils shrunk. He felt as if chains had slithered over his body, individual links clenching over his body as if trying to suffocate him. Quinn couldn't even move away from his spot. He cranked his neck back and glared at Grindelwald. Let me go. No. Let me go. Grindelwald. You should stay here, and we can have a civil conversation. Quinn gritted his teeth, burst his magic out, and felt the chain loosen, but the chains immediately snatched back onto his body, clenching again. He tried again. Once again, Quinn felt the magic wash over him, and yet again, his magic failed to break the spell around him. What are you doing, old man? Quinn demanded, his magic lashing out. I'm warning you, let me go, or don't blame me for a backlash. Are you quite done? Grindelwald asked. My desire to keep you here far surpasses your desire to take it. Therefore, you're extremely unlikely to be able to overpower me for it. Grindelwald laughed for the first time in years. Regardless of my body's appearance, my magic remains quite strong. You're deluded if you think you can overpower me with such brute force magic. Grindelwald raised his hand, and Quinn was pulled near the cell, inches away from the bars. For the first time since coming here, Quinn had the sudden awareness of just who this prisoner used to be, and still was. It hit him faster than the old Dark Lord's hideous breath. Don't be like this, Noir. Am I asking something outrageous? All I want to have is a talk. But I don't. You don't have a choice. I always have a choice. Quinn's magic flared again, and his eyes turned purple, making Grindelwald jerk back. Quinn's magic started to balloon outwards, making Grindelwald's binding push outwards. I can't overpower you with brute magic. Your magic is the same. I am delusional. Quinn scoffed with a grunt. You're the one who's delusional to think that your magic is the same. Magic is mind, body, and soul. Your mind has cracked, your body has deteriorated to this patheticness. Quinn's eyes switched to golden for a split second, and this time Grindelwald's eyes were blown wide. Your soul, while still intact, is already withered. You are already a thing of the past, you skeleton. Don't push it. Quinn's magic screamed and bit back. With all his strength, Quinn pushed Grindelwald away, sending the old man tumbling backward and falling into the stone floor. Ignoring the pain in his back from the fall, Grindelwald pushed himself as far back into the cell as he could. Don't try to hide that smile of yours. I'm not going to attack the cell, I expect it to behead me or some other gory thing. Grindelwald cackled. Oh well, it was a try. Grindelwald's pupils dilated as he turned towards the small barred window in his cell, and all of a sudden, the old man had gone eerily silent. The snake's coming. What? Grindelwald turned to Quinn. The snake's coming here, Quinn. How did you? It doesn't matter. While our talk has not ended well, I still appreciate the small conversation we did have. If you leave here now, you'll escape his presence. Who are you talking about? The Dark Lord, the latest one. Quinn's brows went above. Voldemort was coming here. Right now. I'm leaving, said Quinn immediately. He turned to walk away. He had heard about Grindelwald having seer blood inside him. Thank you for the talk, Quinn. I'm glad that you were the last one. Quinn paused his step. Had Grindelwald foreseen his death? He turned to face Grindelwald and seeing that the old Dark Lord spoke once again. If you could tell Albus, I'm sorry for Ariana. Did you really? So you know that. I don't know if I killed Ariana. I don't care who killed the girl. If it helps, I don't mind bearing another death. It doesn't change much for me. I guess I owe Albus that much. Quinn didn't give any affirmation as he turned away from Grindelwald with the rotten tooth smile, the last image he had. Quinn had no sympathy for Grindelwald. He was still a Dark Lord responsible for countless lives lost, and as far as Quinn was concerned, the request was just a ploy for sympathy to move Quinn enough that he would get Grindelwald out of the prisoner cage to escape death. He walked down the stairs and sprinted through the ground floor. He needed to exit the prison grounds to apparate away from him. But as he reached the main gate, Quinn came to a skidding stop. There was a slight tremor coursing through the castle. It seemed Voldemort had arrived. It seems ICW had done enough corruption to Grindelwald's spellcraft to allow Voldemort to exploit a weakness in the plan. Then he recalled Grindelwald telling him about Dumbledore casting spells on Grindelwald's prison cage. And just when that line of thought ended, the entirety of Nurmengard shook as if it was breaking down. Did he trap him inside, thought Quinn. He shook his head. It doesn't matter. No. Quinn's soul shivered when he heard a baleful scream. That was Voldemort. Grindelwald did do something. The prison castle began shaking, and cracks appeared in the walls. Quinn took that as a signal to leave and bolted out of the building and flew outside the prison grounds just as the castle's top blew up. Quinn kept an eye on the building from afar. A few seconds passed in silence until there was an explosion, and the faraway figure of Voldemort came flying out at a turtle's pace before apparating away. He's injured, Quinn muttered. The old man must have used his magic to escape and set up a trap for Voldemort. Quinn glanced at the prison. There were guards inside that he had knocked out. He sighed and headed inside to bring them to safety and dig a Dark Lord's grave. Quinn West, MC, met one Dark Lord, missed another one. Gellert Grindelwald, Dark Lord, ploy or apologetic. Fiction-only reader, author, wrote a chapter between Voldemort and Grindelwald. Chapter 347, for Das Grossier Wall. Grindelwald watched as Quinn disappeared down the stairs. He sighed. The plan to invoke sympathy had failed. I wonder who he really is, he muttered. His seer blood was far from perfect. It was already a surprise that he was able to get a name. But having known the name and face, he couldn't help but wonder more about the person named Quinn West. Oh well, maybe I'll get to meet him afterward, he sighed while glancing towards the small window. His prison started to shake. The brick shook off old dust, his feet felt tremors, and the debris rained on his old nest head. Grindelwald walked to the edge of his cell, his knees were tired from standing, and sat down on his thin, wet cot, and got to staring at the small window, the only source of natural light that ever graced his body, but also from where the cold mountain winds came which tortured his joints night after night. The window suddenly darkened, and a black mist came pouring into his cell, spreading to the ceiling. The mist stuck to the top, bubbling and freezing simultaneously. Grindelwald watched it calmly with his blue eyes, studying with curiosity. The mist sank to the floor with a waterfall and coagulated into a humanoid figure, giving shape to a lean and tall man with slit-like red eyes, a flat nose, a bald head, ghostly white skin wearing a loose black robe on his body. Grindelwald, spoke the unnatural man. Grindelwald smiled with a bare grin, Voldemort. I knew you'd be coming. 53 years after his defeat, Grindelwald found himself not alone in his prison cell. The prison had been infiltrated by the newest iteration Dark Lord. He found it strange having someone this close while not being separated by bars. He wanted to get up and touch Voldemort. He couldn't do it with Quinn, knowing that if he tried, the prison of his own creation would retaliate. Grindelwald internally sighed. It wasn't like he could peacefully touch Voldemort without getting cursed with some horrid magic that his body couldn't bear, as it was now. Look at you, so frail and weak, said Voldemort with a mocking sneer. Defeated by your enemy, jailed inside your prison created to hold your enemies. What an insult, a stain on your accomplishments. And you were killed by a little babe. I will let you decide which is more of a stain on accomplishments, smiled Grindelwald. The sneer fell from Voldemort's face, his red pupils darkening as if a shot of blood had been injected into them. I will kill that little babe, but you, he looked Grindelwald up and down, can't even stand against Dumbledore. But don't worry, I'll take care of the old fool for you, so in return, you tell me where the Elder Wand is. Grindelwald's eyes threatened to widen, but he pulled on the reins known as a clemency to keep his expression to the carefree, mad, smile. The Elder Wand, the Elder Wand, of course, the Elder Wand, Grindelwald smiled as if listening to something amusing. No wonder you came to the humble abode. You can't defeat Albus with your own power, so you want the help of a wand that'll push you over him. How frail and weak. Voldemort's mouth pursed into a thin white line. Tell me where it is, Grindelwald. Grindelwald laughed again as if hearing a joke. Voldemort's bland expression twisted into a frown. He raised his wand, clutched in his bony finger, and chanted, Crucio. An invisible stream of magic flared out of the wand and hit the skinny body of Grindelwald. A scream pierced the prison cell's walls, and it continued till Grindelwald's weak throat from not speaking much for decades screamed sore. Now, tell me where is the Elder Wand, Grindelwald, said Voldemort, his expression confident. Grindelwald laid prone on his cot, coughing with his body shaking. He used his skinny arms to push himself to sit up, leaning against the wall. Grindelwald stared at Voldemort, his chest going up and down, until when the ex-Dark Lord started to laugh again. Voldemort's eyes narrowed angrily. His mouth twitched. He cast the Cruciatus curse again. The pain again tortured Grindelwald's body, cutting his laughter off and replacing it with screams. Answer the question, said Voldemort, stopping the magic. Grindelwald took a while to sit up and raised his head to again look at Voldemort with a mocking smile and spoke with a frail voice, you know. I've been here for decades, but it doesn't mean I've been completely cut off from the outside world. The idiots who thought they could improve upon my work ended up creating mistakes that I could exploit. The guards talk downstairs, and I listen. They told me about your penchant for torture, but do you think torturing me would work on me? Grindelwald looked at Voldemort as if he was bored. I am Gellert Grindelwald. Do you think your usual, crude, methods will work on me? Voldemort stared down at Grindelwald, his expression not showing what he was feeling. Then let's try some other methods. Legilimency. Grindelwald and Voldemort met eyes, and a connection was established immediately. Grindelwald felt a metal probe thump against his shield and his eye sharpened in focus. It had been a lifetime since he had felt a mental attack. The last time had been after his capture with various Aurors trying to extract information out of him. They, of course, had failed. Is that the best you can do? Asked Grindelwald, scoffing. If so, I care for the wizarding going downhill in their capabilities. Voldemort frowned. Grindelwald felt the force of the mental attack increase, but he shook his head. I have been alone for a long time, Voldemort. I have a lot of time on my hand, and mental practices have been common for me, and you should know that occlumency is much easier to improve than legilimency. Even without that, I have been practicing the mental arts for longer than you have been alive, boy. Don't think I'll just roll over and let you in. Grindelwald winced, the pressure on his mind just went up. While he had said what he said, his condition hadn't been good for the past 50 years. What Quinn had been correct, his magical trifecta wasn't operating at the level it should be. He could keep it up for a good while, but not long enough. Voldemort raised his wand and again launched a vile curse that struck Grindelwald's body, who felt that his body had been plunged into freezing cold water. His skin turned progressively paler, visible in real time with chattering teeth. Grindelwald's body shriveled up into itself and dropped onto his cot once again. Let's see if you can still keep things hidden, said Voldemort. Grindelwald felt as if a hippogriff had crashed into his mind. He gritted his teeth and turned to Voldemort before breaking into laughter, weakened by the cold, but he kept laughing. Voldemort fumed in anger and curses after curses fell on Grindelwald's prone body, while Grindelwald kept on laughing at Voldemort, who failed to break into Grindelwald's mind. I have never ever been defeated, except by Dumbledore's hand, said Grindelwald, his teeth chattering. Oh, one time is enough, and if there's going to be another, it is not going to be someone else like you, he laughed. Voldemort's fury exploded, but he was about to launch a curse when he stopped. He looked down at Grindelwald, and his frown turned into surprise, which gave way to a smile. Only defeated only once, you say, he said. Doesn't the Elder Wand change masters on defeat? If you were only defeated by Dumbledore, then that means, his eyes widened, and anger started to bubble in them. If Grindelwald was laughing before at Voldemort's failure, now he was laughing at Voldemort's realization. Oh, you realize it now, don't you? The one who you hate the most has the thing you want so dearly. How does it feel now? I feel it is fate. He started to shake with laughter. Grindelwald didn't care if Voldemort knew or not. He had already spent his prime here and was left behind by the world. He only cared that he didn't get beaten by a disgrace like Voldemort. You have killed so many wizards and witches, said Grindelwald. So much magical blood spilled. So many lives that could have birthed more magic dead. You started the war, wanting to prove that the wizarding kind was superior to muggles, but all you did was to make them weaker by killing so many. You're a disgrace to the wizarding kind, an enemy to magic. I hope you get killed by the hands of the boy who lived. Grindelwald raised his hand to point at his eyes. I have seer blood in me, so let me give you a prophecy. You're going to be killed, Voldemort. He laughed. You're going to get killed. Voldemort raised his wand to Grindelwald. You don't have to worry about any of that, Gellert. If you kill me, you're going to regret it. A pathetic excuse for a pathetic man, said Voldemort and yelled, Avada Kedavra. Grindelwald smirked as green filled his vision and uttered his last words, ready to regret. As the killing curse hit Grindelwald's body, an orange streak expunged from his body and raced towards Voldemort. The Dark Lord didn't miss a beat to defend himself, even while in surprise. While his defense worked, a portion of the spell passed through his defense and seemingly got absorbed into his body. Voldemort's eyes bulged. He clutched above his heart and staggered. His nose slit started to bleed as his body began quaking. No. He waved his wand, and a yellow glow covered his body before it got absorbed. He weakly looked to the ceiling and raised his wand, and the entire cell came apart, brick by brick. His feet left the prison cell ground and flew away, not giving Grindelwald's dead body another look. Scene break. Quinn walked into the previously securest cell of Nurmengard prison castle and started at the blown-off ceiling. He sighed at the destruction. Voldemort was strong, he thought. Grindelwald had created the prison, believing it to be perfect, but Voldemort was able to stroll in and exit without retaliation. Well, the prison did injure him in some way. He waved his hand, and all the debris rose. He couldn't vanish it as every single piece was imbibed with magic, so he could only put it away to the side. When the debris cleared, there laid the crushed body of Grindelwald. Quinn stared at the lifeless body, and another sigh exited his body. While he didn't agree with what Grindelwald stood for, he still held a level of respect for the man's level of accomplishments. Grindelwald had accomplished so much more than many couldn't achieve in multiple lifetimes. I wonder what happened for you to smile like that, Quinn muttered as he stared at the smile on Grindelwald's face. You know. I'd love to learn about people, how they think and behave from you. He, of course, got no other response. Quinn waved his hand, and Grindelwald gently rose from the floor. When ICW response team would arrive later, they'd found a grave that'd be immediately dug out. But that grave had a tombstone with words etched into. For das Große Wall. Here rests the greatest Dark Lord to ever reign. Gellert Grindelwald. Asterisk. Quinn West, MC, doesn't know that it was Grindelwald not Nurmengard. Gellert Grindelwald, Dark Lord, the disapproval of cowards is praise to the brave. Voldemort, Dark Lord, he was warned, but didn't heed. Asterisk. The link is in the bio. Chapter 348, Visit to the Ministry. In the Ministry's main atrium, two guards chattered at the security check counter. You came early. Everything at home all right, Geoffrey, said Pierce, a Ministry guard, sitting behind the security counter with a puzzle book in his hand as he leaned on the back of his chair, making it stand on its two hind legs with forelegs dangling in the air. Everything's all right, said Geoffrey, rubbing his forehead. Couldn't sleep last night, and then it was already morning. Because of the baby? Yeah, Geoffrey sighed. He kept crying for the entire night. Just when I thought he slept and I could also sleep, he would walk up and raise up a storm. Your house isn't the only place where someone raised a storm. What do you mean? Pierce picked up a newspaper from the counter and slid it through the hole in the glass panel separating them. Geoffrey picked up the newspaper. The front headline was literally plastered all over the page, and reading it made Geoffrey's sleepiness fly away as if he had been injected with a potion that he took during his newt days to stay awake for various nights. Nurmengard fell. Show. Pierce leaned forward. Not so loud. What loud? It's on the front page. I know that, I'm not stupid. But I got ordered that we're not to talk about this during work. So keep it down, and we can talk. Geoffrey leaned forward on the counter and spoke in a low voice. What about Grindelwald? Did he escape? Was it someone who worked with him in war? What if? No, the Dark Lord Grindelwald is dead. According to that, someone dug him a grave and buried him in it. They dug the body out to confirm it. They dug a dead man's body out. Piers shrugged, the only way to be sure if a Dark Lord is dead or not. Is there something about Dumbledore written in there? He must be happy that his nemesis is finally dead after so much time. It must feel good that now he only has to worry about one Dark Lord returning. They couldn't get him for a comment. But I guess you're right, Piers chuckled. I thought I needed a coffee. I don't think I need one anymore. Go get some. No one wants you drooling all over the counter. I'll wait. Thank you. But as Geoffrey was about to turn away to get some coffee, a voice called out to them. Good morning, gentlemen. I would like to check in if any of you'd like to help me do that. Geoffrey and Piers turned to see a young man dressed in a maroon suit over a black shirt. Name and reason for the visit, asked Piers. Quinn West. I am here to visit the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes, said Quinn. Piers noted it down before asking, do you have an appointment? No, and I don't need it. Piers turned and procured a badge from the machine and handed it to Quinn through the hole in the glass before asking, your wand? I don't use one, said Quinn. Squib. Piers raised a brow. Quinn placed his palm flat on the glass panel, and a layer of crackling ice began spreading on both sides of the glass. He smiled and answered, would that have made a difference? Piers seemed miffed but shook his head. Would you be willing to submit to a search to see if you're hiding a wand? Quinn nodded and calmly went through the search, resulting in Piers not finding a wand, or to be precise, he ended up finding nothing but a few coins. Quinn's person was free of any personal belongings other than some money. You're clear. Quinn thanked both the guards and walked past them. Just money and no wand, said Geoffrey. That bloke was weird. Not just money, most of it was galleon, and you saw how he was dressed, he must be a brat from a rich family, said Piers picking up his puzzle book again. People like them don't have a worry about problems that we suffer. If he needed something, he would buy a new one. Rich people have it easy. Geoffrey looked at Quinn's back before a yawn came over him. I need a coffee. On the other hand, Quinn walked to his destination with a sigh. I should have taken grandfather on his offer. There was a special, VIP, entrance to the ministry without any security checks for affluent people. George and the others in the family all used that entrance, all except Quinn because he didn't usually come to the ministry, and today he wanted to keep his presence invisible. After taking an elevator ride, Quinn reached his destination. He walked out of the elevator and walked straight to the greeting desk to greet an elderly lady sitting behind the desk. Good morning, lovely lady, he said, I'd like to meet Stephen Spreck. Do you have an appointment? The elderly receptionist asked. No, but I'm sure he'd like to meet me if you tell him that Quinn West is here to visit. The elderly lady quirked her brow and looked up at Quinn for the first time. She narrowed her eyes at him in a half-threatening way. Sit. I'll inform him, said the elderly lady. Quinn smiled charmingly and rapped his fingers on the high-quality desk. He took in the space around him with people coming in and out. Quinn enhanced his ears to listen to conversations and watched every person that walked by, the way they walked, what they talked about, what they wore, among other things that he could perceive. He eavesdropped on their emotions and surface thoughts. He smiled and nodded to everyone who matched eyes with him. Follow me, said the receptionist. Quinn turned to the elderly receptionist and nodded with a smile. He followed her through a few corridors until they reached a small section with only a few offices and another smaller receptionist desk at the end with a young and pretty receptionist lady. Caroline, if you could lead him to Mr. Spreck, said the old receptionist. Caroline, as she had been identified, put down her nail file and looked up for her eyes to widen as she took a look at Quinn. Quinn smiled charmingly and extended his hand for a handshake. Good morning, Caroline. My name is Quinn West. It's a pleasure to meet you. Caroline immediately grabbed Quinn's hand for a shake, and her other went to twirl her blonde locks as she stared into Quinn's eyes, finding herself not being able to look away. The old receptionist cleared her throat, ending Caroline and Quinn's handshake. Lead him in, she said before walking away. Caroline led him through the door beside her desk to the office of her boss Stephen Spreck, who stood up from his desk and came walking with a pudgy belly to greet Quinn with an oily smile. Mr. West, what an honor of someone from your family to come to visit me, said Spreck. Quinn smiled and shook hands with Spreck, who used both his hand. Caroline, if you'd get us some refreshments, said Spreck. Caroline gave Quinn one last very flirtatious look before leaving. Department head Spreck, said Quinn after he and Spreck sat down, I have always been interested in the work of the Invisibility Task Force here at the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes. The Muggle and the Wizarding world need to remain apart from each other, and the task force is an essential part of it. Keeping all the magical creatures and incidents hidden from sight must be a hard job. It's hard, but it's our job, so we can't complain, said Spreck, twirling his miniature mustache. I see, so it's hard as I expected, so that's why during the last 2 Death Eater Azkaban transports, there were 2 breaches of the protocol where major magical incidents came into the Muggle view, said Quinn with his eyes smiling. Pardon. I understand that keeping invisibility across the entire state is a tough job, and having a mishap or 2 during one's tenure is understandable, but having 2 of them, of such magnitude that Oris on reserve duty had to be called in to cover all bases, so close to each other, what can I say? It raises some question. What are you trying to say? Spreck's face turned red. I am trying to say nothing, Mr. Spreck, but people have been asking questions about the happenings. You must know how important the law of secrecy is, and if accidents like these keep happening, who knows when we might find ourselves revealed to the Muggles. And who might these people be? Asked Spreck, looking like a red balloon about to burst. Well, my grandfather is one of them. That made Spreck deflate to a normal fat human being. Mr. Spreck, I did some fact-finding about you before I came here and was surprised to find that out of the entire ministry, the Invisibility Task Force is the one department with the least diversity in its ranks. You not only have the least number of first-gen magicals, pardon my habit, that's Muggle-born for you, but you also are rutting in the bottom when it comes to half-bloods. All you have are pure bloods. Spreck seemed to realize that Quinn had been insulting him. He stood up with his belly jiggling, bursting in anger, and shouted at Quinn. So what? This is my department, I'll do anything I like. Who are you to tell me how to? Quinn tapped his armrest with his finger, and Spreck found himself being pushed down by a strong force into his chair. Sit down, Mr. Spreck, and put on a smile. What? Smile, said Quinn with a smile. The office door opened, and Caroline walked in with a plate of refreshments. Thank you, Caroline, said Quinn with a smile, ignoring her blatant attempt to touch his hand as she handed him his glass of juice. He gave Spreck a look, and the men seemed to understand as he cooperated by acting normal. After Caroline left, Quinn continued, Resign, Mr. Spreck. What? Resign, as in relinquishing your position as the head of the Invisibility Task Force. Your time here has come to an end, and consider this as a generous warning and a chance to exit with dignity. What is that supposed to mean? I'm not going to resign. Then be prepared because we're going to drag your name through the mud until your superior is forced to fire you, said Quinn. Huh? W.H. You don't want everyone to hear about your mistress, do you? Spreck sputtered as if his tongue was repeatedly being pulled. By the time he could put his words together, Quinn spoke again. Caroline is a gorgeous woman, you're a man in power, just think about what it'd look like. Moreover, we have very good people who can make it look like you forced her into this, and if we can assure that, I'm sure dear Caroline would be happy to play the part. Aye. Yes, you, Mr. Spreck. We are giving you a chance. If you walk away peacefully and hand over your seat to a candidate of our choice, we can assure you that you'll face no retaliation, and Mr. Spreck, when I say resignation, I actually mean retirement. I don't want you to be involved in any bureaucracy or politics, I want you to leave the ministry, go live in that summer house of yours away from your Death Eater friends, who I know were behind the 2 incidents you let get out of hand. And believe, under this administration, you don't want to be labeled as an accomplice to the Death Eater and the Dark Lord. Lady Minister and Scrimgeour will eat a small fry like you for breakfast and ship what remains to Azkaban. Spreck couldn't speak. He could only stare at Quinn with his mouth open. The man had sweated so much that the color of his shirt was soaking. Quinn drained his glass of his juice and stood up. You have 3 days to decide, Mr. Spreck. I'll return in 3 days to get your response. If you say yes, you announce the retirement by the end of the week, and then the clock will start on 2 weeks under which you'll leave the ministry for good. If you say no, we will start our campaign against you, and don't bother trying to fight it because we have everything ready for deployment at any given moment. Quinn walked to the office door, and before he opened it, he turned and said, Think about your family, Mr. Spreck. If you go peacefully, they won't be disgraced, and you'll still have plenty of means to earn a handsome living, but if you fight, you know how ugly things can get. He smiled, It was lovely meeting you, Mr. Spreck. I'll see you soon. Let's go for lunch at that time. Quinn opened the door and left, leaving behind a man with as much sweat on his clothes and thoughts of turmoil in his mind. Asterisk. Quinn West, MC, I am optimistic that this one will break. Stephen Spreck, head of the Invisibility Task Force, has a summer house that'll be seeing some use. Fiction-only reader, author, can you guess where I took the names from today? Except for Caroline, that was random. Asterisk. Chapter 349, Weeding Out. Did you hear? No, what? Spreck from the Invisibility Task Force announced his retirement yesterday. So. That itself wouldn't have been surprising, but he appointed a half-blood as his replacement. What? That Spreck appointed a half-blood. I reacted the same way when I heard it first, but it's the truth. Quinn smiled as he listened to the conversation between two ministry employees sitting beside him in the ministry cafeteria during lunchtime. Yesterday, Quinn had visited Stephen Spreck after a 3-day period as he had promised, and Spreck had all but begged Quinn not to ruin his reputation and that he'd immediately retire. Quinn had generously kept his part of the deal and had called off the disgrace campaign along with giving Spreck a candidate of his grandfather's, choice to be his successor. Quinn cleaned up his fruit bowl and finished up his glass of water. He burnt the tiny receipt into ashes and let it fall and flow down to the ground. We have a dustbin here, and more importantly, the ministry's not the place to burn things carelessly. It can be a massive fire hazard, Mr. West. Quinn paused. He could see that the crowd in the cafeteria had stopped talking to each other and were now whispering among each other as they looked at him or they were looking behind him. He turned back, and his eyebrows raised by a half to find himself standing face to face with Amelia Bones with an entourage of Aurors behind her. Madam Minister, what an unexpected surprise. Is it a surprise, Mr. West? Asked Amelia. You have been visiting my ministry every day for the past few days. It wouldn't be strange to run into me, the minister. I should have just come through the VIP section, thought Quinn as he said, What can I do for you, Minister Bones? Should we talk over some food, Mr. West? Asked Amelia, but before Quinn could tell her that he had already eaten, she started to walk with the Aurors following behind her. Quinn shrugged and followed after them. They led him to a door beside the cafeteria, which opened up to a much larger area. The decor was dignified, higher quality, more polished, and much quieter. Unlike the main area, which was a communal setting, this one, which he could tell was a VIP section, was designed to have a private sitting arrangement with every party sitting a respectable distance from each other. They reached another door, and the couple of Aurors that had come inside stopped there with Amelia and Quinn walking inside an even emptier and private room where Amelia sat down on an empty leather chair while Quinn took the chair opposite her, brought in by a waiter. This is a fancy space, said Quinn. Do you always have your meals here? Only when I do not have it in my office, Amelia said, receiving a cup of tea from the waiter. Quinn refused all and any food from the waiter before saying, You didn't answer my question. Why this invitation? I wonder why your sudden interest in the ministry, Mr. West. As far as I know, you have been in Whitehall a handful of times before this week, but now, you've been here every day. It makes me wonder. Quinn shrugged. I wasn't expecting that some so busy as you were keeping tabs on the little me, Minister. Keeping tabs on various things is what keeps me busy, Mr. West. Sounds awfully drab. Things are rarely glorious in reality. I think that's deep. Amelia placed her cup down and spoke. You've visited various departments in the past few days, the Invisibility Task Force, Beast Division, International Magical Office of Law, Ministry of Magic Public Information Services. May I ask why you have been visiting all of these departments? Their work interests me. They have such fascinating duties and domains, making me wonder how exactly the inner workings mesh with each other. I simply wish to sate my curiosity. Mr. West, you do realize that all departments in the ministry handle official work. You don't have to worry about me disturbing their work. I wouldn't hold it against them if I was turned away because I was disturbing their busy work and would respectfully oblige to their request. Fortunately, all of my visits have bore fruit, and I have gotten to learn a lot about all the departments. Are you looking to join one of these departments? No. As I said, just sating my curiosity. Quinn kept smiling in the face of Amelia's questioning. How's your grandfather? I haven't met him since our meeting about our incident. It's okay. You can say it as it is. The abduction attempt by the Death Eaters. Yes. My grandfather's not in the country at the moment. He has been busy cleaning up the mess the Dark Lord made in Germany, so he hasn't had the time to visit the ministry. But please don't worry, he has assured me that he has been keeping tabs on the situation. That's good to hear, but she didn't sound like it. It's good that the Death Eaters reached Azkaban. Things would have become complicated if another batch of Death Eater prisoners were freed before they reached Azkaban. It would have indeed made things complicated, she sighed, but the situation is already complicated even without it. You must have heard about it. The Invisible Vigilante, correct? Amelia nodded. The Invisible Vigilante and the Death Eaters who came to free the prisoners. It is good that there were no casualties on the Auror side. But there were deaths on the Death Eaters. A total of 3 Death Eaters dead, Amelia sighed. Quinn held his expression. 3 Death Eaters had died during the Azkaban transport because of his wind tornado sucking the people in and throwing them out. It turned out that they had not been able to keep hold of their wands. The news had spread like wildfire through the country, splitting the people into 2 parts, those who defended the Invisible Vigilante and those who condemned him. The result had been DMLE changing its stance against the Invisible Vigilante, turning the internal passive stance to an aggressive curse on sight. Quinn didn't know how this would affect him. Since then, he hadn't been out as the Invisible Vigilante on the English soil. As for how he felt having the lives of another 3 people on his hands, he felt disconnected from the entire situation. Better Death Eaters than Aurors, he said. Are you in support of the Invisible Vigilante's action? Asked Amelia, touching up her monocle. I firmly believe that the law that protects the people shouldn't be broken. Breaking laws that help maintain peace and harmony is a punishable offense, said Quinn with an earnest expression. I'm glad to hear that, said Amelia. Quinn changed the topic. Minister, you look tired. Is there something weighing on your mind? The situation around Nurmengard has brought in an entire bag of problems, she sighed. But the prison isn't on our soil, and Grindelwald wasn't a citizen of our country. He was under the charge of ICW for the past 5 decades. Why is this any of our problems? Said Quinn with furrowed brows. He was genuinely curious about it. It's because of Dumbledore. He was the one who caught Grindelwald, so the ICW decided to rope us into it because DMLE was actively involved during those times. Dumbledore agreed. That's surprising, said Quinn. Surprising, why? It's been half a century since the war, that's a long time, and Dumbledore's pretty involved with the current Dark Lord, so it surprises me that he would go along with ICW. Have you met with him? Amelia shook her head, not yet. And then, I had to authorize some of our Aurors to the ICW task force, which is going to find the 2 parties responsible for the Nurmengard's destruction. 2 parties. 2 parties. The prison was scoured by experts, and they were able to conclude that there were 2 different parties there. The way the magic was used was too distinct, the 2 groups that were involved were trained to use magic differently from each other, and that was clear from the evidence left. 2 groups, thought Quinn, but then realized that the level of damage to a sturdy magically enforced place Nurmengard was too much for people to think that it was only 2 people and not 2 groups. Curious, said Quinn. He filed it in his mind to check what sort of experts Amelia was talking about and if he needed to prepare himself for things that might point back to him, but he wasn't much worried about it. He had done enough due diligence to keep himself from connections. You're very curious, Mr. West. It's the only way to learn. You have to have the curiosity if you want to experience all sorts of new things. I also have something I'm curious about. Oh, what is it? Stephen Spurk resigned today. I heard that, yes, said Quinn, keeping himself relaxed. Didn't you meet him yesterday and 3 days before? I did. Mr. Spreck was the first one I visited. He was so sweet. Did he say something about his sudden retirement? I am surprised why he would make a decision so suddenly. I had worked with him a lot during my days in DMLE. When I visited him first, he didn't look like he wanted to retire to me. Is that so? A pity. I guess I'll need to have a talk with Stephen. It'd be best to ask the person himself, said Quinn before patting his knees. Now, if you'll excuse me, Minister. I'll take my leave. I still have some work to do. Please, don't let me hold you back, said Amelia and saw Quinn get up, button the front button of his coat, and exit the VVIP room to enter the room. From where she was sitting, she saw Quinn walk up to another man, who looked surprised to see Quinn. While she couldn't hear what they talked about, she saw the men hurriedly get up and walk away with Quinn. She glanced at the Auror standing at the door and silently beckoned her. Did you find something? Asked Amelia. Yes, as you asked, I looked into the people Quinn West met in the past few days, and it was as you expected. They have been on the list of people we suspect connected to the Death Eaters. Do we suspect them to be marked? No, ma'am. None of the people he met are suspected Death Eater, just associates of Death Eater. Stephen resigned today. Ma'am. In the coming month, a lot of department heads are going to resign, and others will replace them. Then there will be those who stick on and raise a commotion. Amelia sighed and massaged her shoulder. Another bloody mess that we will need to keep an eye on. Your orders, ma'am. Get me everything we have on the people Quinn West has met and will be meeting. Do the same with those who are replacing the department heads. I need to know everything we have on them. Amelia sighed. Wests have begun digging their fingers in the ministry. Asterisk. Quinn West, MC, meeting people about to retire, left and right. Amelia Bones, Minister, the busiest she had been since taking her chair. Fiction-only reader, author, what should I write tomorrow? Asterisk. Chapter 350, Sneaking On. Ivy boarded the red Hogwarts Express with an excited expression. Today was the first day out since she had been out of her house. She had spent the entire summer vacation trapped inside her house with no access to the outside. But today was the 1st of September, and there wasn't an active Hogwarts student that wasn't at the King's Crossing station. There are a lot of people, said Hermione, looking around the platform. I wasn't expecting these many people to come. Ivy looked around, and while Hermione said there were a lot of people, there wasn't that much of a difference from the previous years. However, after last year's break-in, neither of them was expecting the turnout to be the same. The last time they had seen, the parents were pulling their children away with declarations of never letting them return. But here they were, seeing those very people standing on the platforms. They must be pressured by the attacks, muttered Ivy. The attack outside your house might have been what made all consider Hogwarts safer than their own homes. Hermione narrowed her eyes towards her best friend. Don't give me that look. We have already gone through this, and I do not want to talk about it, said Ivy dismissively. All you have done is avoid answering my questions. I will answer all your questions if you stop being so judgmental. How can I not be doubtful if you don't answer my questions? Let's not do this. Or this will end up going forever. Hermione sighed. She fixed her headgirl badge before boarding the train behind Ivy. They made their way to a compartment where Hermione unloaded her luggage and went away to the prefect compartment, leaving Ivy alone in the compartment. Harry and Ron had gone to meet their friends after such a long time, leaving their shrunk luggage with Ivy. Soon, the train jerked into motion and began moving. Ivy crossed her legs and turned her gaze outside as the scenery gradually left the urban behind, welcoming the vast expanse of the natural landscape. Her eyes remained glued on the scene. For the past 2 months, her only window to the outside had been the two-way mirror that she shared with Quinn, who carried it with him while outside, visiting places. She still remembered the view from the mirror when Quinn had floated it above the buildings to get an overhead shot, which then had turned into a tour through the narrow streets and even close-ups of many people engaged in their daily activities who couldn't see the presumably invisible mirror floating near them. But even despite that, nothing beat watching with her own eyes, knowing that it was just a glass pane away. As she was blankly watching out, something entered her vision, piquing her attention. She squinted to focus. Is that a bird? It was indeed a bird. As the small dot flew close, the shape of broad wings became clear. With each flap, the black bird would come closer to the train until it was flying just beside it, moving in the same direction. A crow, Ivy muttered. It was the biggest of its kind she had seen. She was also surprised the bird was able to keep up the train that chugged forward at full speed, making her guess that it was a magical species of the crow family. I don't remember studying about this particular one. Ivy tried to recall the identity but failed. Maybe Hermione will know. The crow flapped its wing in rapid succession and left Ivy's window behind, speeding ahead. Just when Ivy was about to return her focus from the bird, the crow did a surprising and unexpected happen. The bird pivoted back and faced the opposite. Ivy's confusion soon turned into surprise as first, the crow flew towards her suddenly, the glass pane too vanished as it never suggested. Ivy raised her hands to protect herself, but the next second, she felt the fluttering wind stop. She peeked out from behind her eyes to see the black crow staring at her from the opposite seat. She hurriedly glanced at the glass pane, but it was intact and present. Ivy looked back at the crow. She gulped. The bird was larger than when she had seen it before. And as the bird was nearby, she could finally see that crow's black feathers had a purple shine that had only turned visible at specific angles when the light would splash on them. How did you get in? She asked, tilting her head, slightly scared because of the size. The crow's response was something she didn't expect. The crow twisted and turned, and suddenly, Quinn was sitting in front of her. That was exciting, not going to lie, said Quinn, fixing his cuffs underneath his suit. He waved his hand, and the compartment door locked up. Quinn. Ivy stood up and hugged him. He hugged her back and pulled her into a snog session that both sides craved. How did you? You're an animagus. I have been a couple for a few years, a long but interesting story. You didn't tell me. I want to be an animagus as well. It didn't come up naturally. As for becoming an animagus, it's quite the lengthy to become an animagus, but if you want to, we can work on it. We should have done it during the summer break, but then you wouldn't have been able to complete it while locked inside. But whatever, we can think of something while you're in Hogwarts. My dad's an animagus. Sirius as well. Oh. Quinn, of course, knew that. That's neat. What form does he take? Stag. You're a crow. Technically, a raven. But yeah. What do you think I'll become? It's mostly the same as Patronus, so there are chances that you'll be a blue jay. Blue jay is small. Believe me, smaller size for a bird form is better. You might not be able to fly in stronger winds, but in an ideal environment, smaller birds are great. I have been in many great flights in my animagus forms. Ivy felt envious of the prospect of a new experience. Why are you here? She asked. I thought we agreed to meet outside of Hogwarts after I reached the castle. I missed you, so I came. The plans we had decided earlier are still on. Does Daphne know you're here? Nope, I came only for you. Ah, how sweet. Ivy was still straddled upon Quinn and gave him a reward. Hermione would blow up if she walked in upon us. She's still not happy. No, she is not. But her pestering has gone down at least. Quinn sighed. I'm not popular with best friends. Both Tracy and Hermione aren't thrilled about our relationship. It bothers you that much? Yes, it does, said Quinn, surprising Ivy. They're the only two who know about our relationship, and both of them aren't supportive. It makes me wonder if anyone else would be. Ivy didn't have an answer to it. She, too, wasn't worried about the same. Let's forget about it, Quinn smiled. While it does bother me, it's not to a level where I'll lose any sleep. Ivy nodded. I heard there are professors and even Aurors on board today, said Quinn. They really want this to go well. I heard from an Order of Phoenix, that Dumbledore wants Hogwarts to be seen as a safe place, and the Hogwarts Express getting safely to Hogsmeade is important for that. If any Death Eaters came, which they're expecting them to come, the professors and Aurors are going to retaliate in defense. I hope everything's peaceful. Are you going to help if they come? Quinn shook his head. I'll defend as long as I can stay anonymous. If I reveal myself, my grandfather is going to get angry, and I don't want to anger him right now. He's prickly these days, said Quinn, pausing before continuing. Please don't go out and try to actively fight them. I support self-defense, but don't pick a fight with them, leave that to the Aurors. Yes, Ivy sighed. I have heard that so many times in the last couple of days, Mum's been harping on and on about it. If they're so worried about it, why can't they just let us come directly through Hogsmeade? It's a show of confidence. Hogwarts and even the Ministry can't have people thinking that they're scared of the Death Eaters by stopping a long-time tradition. It's risky because of the young children involved, but I see where they're coming from. Ivy hummed. They want to keep up the traditions, but they moved Ollivander out of the shop. That caught Quinn's attention as he asked, I am curious, what's going on with the wand situation? The first years don't have their wands yet. Mum said that Ollivander and his shop are going to be present at Hogwarts, and the first years are going to get their wands in the school itself. I see this becoming the norm. I think so too. Someone in the Ministry will think that it's safer for the children to have their wands when they enter Hogwarts, and then somehow it'll become part of the sorting ceremony. You know, that actually sounds cool, but I wouldn't want it to happen. Parents need to get used to their kids having a wand, and the time before Hogwarts where kids can't do much with them is the perfect time for that purpose. Tell that to Hermione's parents, Ivy giggled. They told me that Hermione almost broke everything in her room. What about you? I'm sure you weren't any less. Please, Ivy rolled her eyes. I had Mum with me. She would allow me my wand 1 hour in the morning and 1 in the evening. She narrowed her eyes. You got to do magic without care, didn't you, you spoiled brat? Spoiled brat. Quinn quirked his brow playfully. I was anything but spoiled. I will have you know I did my chores and completed my tasks before I could use magic, he said proudly, puffing up his chest. Aren't you a good boy, said Ivy, her voice a bit husky. I am, Quinn nodded deeply. Then let me give you a reward, she said and leaned forward. But before they could get into another snogging session, a loud explosion disturbed them. Both of them looked outside the window, and they saw black trails flying through the sky. Looking closely, they saw people inside, flying on brooms. They came, he sighed. They did. Ivy got up from Quinn. What are you going to do? Quinn stood up and stared out of the window. He saw a flying Death Eater shoot a spell towards the train, but it was deflected by a shield spell, thus crashing into the ground, exploding the mud and grass that did hit the train. I'm going to go to the roof in case a spell slips past the Aurors and professors. I'm sure the train has its own enchantments, but prevention is better than cure. Quinn turned away from the window and pulled Ivy into another kiss before saying, I'll see you in a couple of days. We will go out then. Be safe, she said. I will. Have your wand at ready, in the immortal words of Mad-Eye Moody. Constant vigilance, Ivy sighed again. She had heard that phrase so much during the summer that her ears bled. Quinn laughed. He snapped his fingers and turned invisible. Next, the window again vanished from its frame before it returned again, and Ivy could tell that Quinn wasn't in the room. At that moment, the door rattled. Ivy unlocked it and let in Hermione, Harry, and Ron inside. Did you see it? Asked Harry. I did. What should we do? Ivy took out her wand. We stay ready and wait. If they come inside, we teach them a lesson. Asterisk. Quinn West, MC, I hitchhiked to get a ride with my girlfriend. Ivy Potter twin, likes exciting situations. Fiction-only reader, author, corporate sucks. Asterisk. Chapter 351, Interrogation. Quinn pulled himself atop the Hogwarts Express. The black roof was windy, fluttering Quinn's clothes and hair back and making his balance difficult. He snapped his fingers, and the winds neutralized their assault on him. The Death Eaters that flew above the train, like annoying mosquitoes buzzing. Spells came down from the sky at the train, but shield spells would shoot up and intercept the attacks. Quinn watched as a rope shot up on the side of the next coach, and an Auror climbed up on the roof just as himself. Quinn stilled himself and focused more on his invisibility. He didn't want to get found out like he did during the Azkaban transport. Unlike that time, he wasn't masked. Similarly, several Aurors climbed up on the roofs, and the exchange immediately became more heated as the Aurors began to attack while protecting the train. Quinn stayed put on his spot. He wasn't going to make a move if the train wasn't in explicit danger, and from the looks of it, the Aurors were doing a good job protecting the train. Should I shoot some of them down, he still wondered, looking between the Death Eaters and the Aurors. After a thought, he decided not to do anything, but just as he was about to close down the query, his eyes caught an unmasked Death Eater flying among the masked ones. An unmasked Death Eaters, those among the Dark Lord's rank, who didn't mind their identities revealed while doing their Death Eater duties, they were those been broken out of Azkaban, who knew that showing their faces would make no difference, thus hiding them provided no value. Bartmeo's Crouch Jr., Quinn muttered as his eyes followed the one guilty of patricide. I can't let this chance get away, can I? Bartmeo's Barty Crouch Jr. was an inner circle Death Eater, a fanatic one at that. It was no secret that he worshipped the dirt that Voldemort had walked on and thus wasn't scared to follow every word uttered by his master, and he did have a reputation for being crazy in the head with a passion for destruction and chaos. Quinn glanced at the Aurors before raising his hand with his palm following the flying Barty Crouch. Quinn waited for him to lower his altitude, and the moment Quinn thought that the range was close enough for absolute hit accuracy, he let the spell fly. It whistled through the wind and struck Barty in the back. Barty's broom immediately dipped, and the rider leaned to the slide and slipped off. For a second, Quinn watched the men free fall through the floor. He thought if he should just let the men fall, the height of the fall wasn't enough for absolute death, there was an equal chance of life and death, and for a moment, he was fine with taking the chance and let luck decide Barty's fate. But at the very last moment, Quinn operated from the roof and appeared right under Barty's free fall. He raised his magic up and cut off the body's momentum. He caught Barty and immediately operated off from the scene. Quinn appeared in a forest and dumped the unconscious body on the ground before sighing. He knew that Aurors would question among themselves who shot the Death Eater down, and when they would conclude that it was none among them, they'd go to the professors, who would again refuse, and then it'd go to students. If, by chance, Barty had died, Aurors would need to launch a mandatory investigation involving everyone second year onwards, and he didn't want that to happen, adults questioning young children, who would obviously be anxious about the questioning, and that didn't sit well with Quinn. He didn't want the young children to go through such experiences. Even if none of them would be charged, he didn't want them to take the stress that would naturally pop up even if they knew they were safe. Moreover, who knew how Voldemort would respond? Maybe the madmen would use it as an opportunity to attack every first-generation Magical's family for revenge, so Quinn whisked Barty away to ensure that no student would be involved. Now, what should I do with him? He stared down at Barty Crouch with narrowed eyes. First, he stripped Barty naked, even the underwear wasn't spared, but because he didn't want to have a wiener in his vision, he conjured underwear over Barty. Next, he cast a space-locking ward around them to disable apparition and port keys. While he had taken away all the clothes and belongings, there was no telling if Barty had something inside his body that could be used as a port key. Then there was a stretch of stillness. Barty lay unconscious as Quinn stared down at him. Quinn took out a triangular black patch from his pocket. He tapped it, and the black noir mask came out with a pair of leather gloves. He put the mask and gloves on, leaving the rest of the outfit inside the noir patch. His hair changed colors, and even their style altered. Wake up. Quinn removed the spell he had cast and then dumped ice-cold water on him. Barty sucked in a cold breath along with the ice water and turned to his side, coughing his lungs out. W what? Barty muttered under confusion. Bartmeo's Crouch Jr., said Quinn, gaining Barty's attention. You. Barty recognized Quinn's invisible vigilante immediately. You have failed the magical community, Death Eaters, said Quinn, his voice distorted. You have killed, maimed, harmed countless innocent lives, and have done so without a single shred of regret inside you. It is time for you to be judged. You filthy. Quinn swiped his hand in the air, and Barty was struck with an invisible slap. How dare. Quinn swiped his hand again, and another tight slap attacked Barty's face. Stop. Another slap knocked Barty down as he tried to get up. Barty stared at Quinn with vigilant eyes. He opened his mouth but then promptly closed it when he saw Quinn raise his hand. You will speak when I allow you to speak, said Quinn. Barty reached around seemingly for his wand. His eyes widened as he realized that his wand wasn't near him. He looked down and saw that he was only wearing underwear that wasn't his. I will have you answer some of my questions, said Quinn, deciding to exploit the chance that he had unexpectedly created. How is the Dark Lord doing? I heard that he is not feeling these days. Barty's eyes widened. How did you? When it comes to filth like you, I know things. Answer my question. Barty spat in response. You can go to hell, you blood traitor. No, I'm sure you're a foul mudblood. Quinn calmly raised his hand, and a spark of lightning zapped Barty, sending him into screaming pain. Don't answer my questions, be ready for some punishment. Fuck you. How is the Dark Lord's health? Quinn asked again. Barty refused to answer and was again struck with magic that sent him rolling in pain. Barty continued refusing to answer, and Quinn continued to dole out punishment in painful proportions. Barty laid on the ground, panting, writhing in pain. His body twitched and spasmed with tremors. Seeing that, Quinn spoke, "It looks we need to raise the stakes. Continue to not answer my questions, and I'll take your magic away." That made Barty twitch from something other than the pain. He looked up at Quinn, wariness and fear in his eyes. His eyes studied Quinn, studied the invisible vigilante, who was known to have taken magic away from various Death Eaters. "I see you have made your decision," Quinn spoke when Barty kept his silence. "Then you know what you have to pay." A dark haze suddenly puffed out Quinn's hand, startling Barty. The Death Eaters pushed himself back on the ground, away from Quinn. However, it was futile as Quinn raised his hand, and a copious amount of hazy smoke flew out of his palm and pooled onto the earthy ground. The magic moved like it had a mind on its own, chasing Barty, and when it reached his body, it rose and covered him up. Sticking to him. "Stop," yelled Barty. Quinn clenched his fist. The haze grew darker with soot puffing up around Barty, covering him in an almost opaque smoke. When the screams began, Quinn ignored them and continued to operate his magic, guiding the magic to the intended areas on Barty's body. Quinn waved his hand and blew Tentani Nervum's haze away. He stared at the pathetic-looking Barty and offered, "Answer my questions, and I'll return your magic." Fuck why you? Quinn sighed. He wondered why he wasted so much time going through his method. He wanted to see if he could pry one of the Dark Lord's fanatic followers' mouths open. "I do not want to go inside that disgusting mind of yours, but you leave me no other option. We will do this the hard way." Emperor Yin ropes shot out from the ground. They wrapped around Barty and pulled him firmly to the ground, keeping him still even with him thrashing around. Quinn kneeled down beside Barty and placed his palm over his forehead. "This will hurt, do try to endure." Barty's eyes turned to the back of his head, leaving only the whites. Again, a scream pierced the forest as Quinn's legitimacy tore through Barty's mind, scouring through the Death Eater's memories. Experienced them one by one, numerous meetings, small operations that had gone under the details, shady dealings, and the various others related to Death Eaters. Please excuse me for a moment," said Quinn. He got up and turned away from Barty while casting an opaque black ward that blocked out Barty from witnessing anything outside. He took out the vibrating two-way mirror from his pocket and was about to answer it when he looked around his entirely forest surroundings. He waved his hand, and the scene around him shimmered into a scene of his room with a slight change. The wall behind him was a nondescript wall in case he needed to change locations. "Hey," he said, answering the call. "Are you all right?" Ivy peered through the mirror, looking at Quinn and his surrounding. "Where are you?" "In my room." "It's going through a repaint," said Quinn, thinking he'd need to repaint his room now. "I hope the Death Eaters didn't return," he said, gambling on the fact that their leader, Barty, disappearing must have made them leave. "No, they left. It was very sudden. One of the Death Eaters got shot down and disappeared. I think that scared them off," said Quinn, knowing that said Death Eater was behind him. "Oh, I didn't know that," she said. "You should have come in. I thought of doing so but thought that after the attack, your friends would come looking for you, and thought it'd better to leave." "They haven't come yet." Ivy turned when there was a knock on Ivy's door. "They're here. I will talk to you later. Love you." "Love you too," said Quinn, waving her goodbye before putting the mirror away. He put on his mask and turned back, and the black dome crumbled away with Barty still on the ground, writhing. "Sorry about the wait, let's continue." Asterisk. Quinn West, MC, wanted to see if he could interrogate, extract information, without legitimacy. Bartmeo's Crouch Jr., Death Eater, Pain and Whiteness. Asterisk. Chapter 352, He Strikes Again. A single candlestick glowed in the darkroom. The door creaked open, and Peter Pettigrew stepped inside, closing the door behind him. He stared at the sole figure illuminated by the candle and internally sighed. Since when had he become the messenger? In charge of relaying the news to the Dark Lord, risking his well-being every time Voldemort was in a bad mood or had terrible news. Pettigrew didn't break the silence and stood beside the door, waiting. After a couple of minutes, Voldemort spoke. "Speak, Wormtail." "Barty is missing, my lord," said Pettigrew bluntly. "He was shot down during the Hogwarts Express attack. According to his team, he fell off his broom and disappeared before they knew it. The same goes for the Aurors. There hasn't been any information about Barty's arrest." There was no response from Voldemort, and Pettigrew, too, stayed silent until Voldemort finally spoke. "Who shot Barty down?" "It is not known, my lord. Barty's team said that the spell came from the roof. The roof was only occupied by Aurors, so we think that one of the Aurors shot Barty down, but then where did Barty go?" completed Voldemort. "Yes. None of the Aurors left the train. The question of Barty's disappearance still remains. If you could use the Dark Mark to contact him." "The Dark Mark?" An honor bestowed upon the Death Eaters by Voldemort, signifying their value in the eyes of the Dark Lord. The mark had various use, and one of them was that Voldemort could issue a summons to his marked Death Eaters. It was up to them if they wanted to answer those summons, but only a few dared to refuse the Dark Lord's summons. Give me your arm, Wormtail. Pettigrew walked to the Voldemort's chair, and being this close, he could finally see the Dark Lord's visage. Voldemort was wrapped in bandages from head to toe, with a pungent smell wafting from the medicinal pastes applied underneath the wrappings. When Pettigrew presented his marked arm, Voldemort raised his trembling arm slowly. Pettigrew kept his face and body still under his control. He knew that the ruthless Dark Lord was having a moment of calmness, a rarity since he had returned from Nurmengard in the Austrian Alps. Whatever happened there had left Voldemort severely injured, so injured that even now, after several days, the injuries had persisted. Voldemort touched the dark mark, which was lighter from its usual darkness. Pettigrew clenched his jaw as a burning pain shot up his arm. The mark's color bubbled and darkened, the blacks turning blacker and the red turning bloodier, until the mark returned to normal. Bartmios is trapped or dead, said Voldemort. Or he defected, thought Pettigrew, but his thoughts remained unsaid. While he understood Barty's personality and devotion, he didn't believe in absolute trust. He believed that even someone as messed up as Bellatrix would turn if someday the Dark Lord turned to the light side, a hypothetical that he could never see happening. Bartmios is still in the country, Voldemort said, his voice flat. Pettigrew quirked his brow. So it was true that he could track the marked Death Eaters down, or at least could tell the general position, he thought. The last time he had suspected of this was when the Dark Lord had hunted down Igor Karkaroff, and they had been able to find the traitorous man surprisingly easily. Can you tell if he's dead? Asked Wormtail. It takes time for the body to decompose and break down. The mark will remain true for some time after death, that is if Bartmios is dead. What do you think happened to him? I don't know enough to form a conjecture, said Pettigrew. Take a guess, Wormtail. Pettigrew thought for a bit. I believe that the Aurors, or at least a group of Aurors, are operating independently or covertly under orders. My guess is that they abducted Barty so they could interrogate him to get information about us. He cannot use his mark to escape, nor can he use the extra port key issued to him, Aurors have him trapped. But they could do the same if they simply arrested him. They could, but if it's not on the official records, they could use legilimency to force the information out of his mind without having to face the very severe laws prohibiting the use of the mind arts in interrogations. Ah, those laws, the fact that those particular ones exist slipped from my mind, said Voldemort. It could be that, but would Rufus Scrimgeour permit this? Asked Pettigrew. He seems to be a stickler for rules, would he break the law? You misunderstand him, Wormtail, said Voldemort. Rufus Scrimgeour is what you call a lion. He isn't like Amelia Bones, who would die before getting caught breaking the law. And he would is anything but Cornelius Fudge. People like Scrimgeour will go to lengths to accomplish what he wants to achieve. I would not put it past him to resort to such methods. Pettigrew made a mental note of that. He was sure that he was going to have to deal with Rufus Scrimgeour in some time. It was better to have a hand on the pulse of the important people. Then what is your command on this, my lord? Asked Pettigrew. I will tell you the part of the country Bartmios is in. Search for him. If he is alive, I want to see him tell me what happened. If he is dead, get me his corpse. He needs to be rewarded for his service and devotion. Pettigrew bowed. Scene break. Quinn stood up from the ground. He removed his gloves as he stared down at Barty Crouch's body. You know, I do not like using legilimency this way, said Quinn, narrowing his eyes at spasming caused as a side effect of brute force legilimency. I prefer the gentler, more elegant approach, the one that doesn't leave a trace. It is one of the things my master insists is a sign of a true master legilimens, to leave as if you never came. Quinn's face twitched in disgust. But, what have you done? Every decision you have made has affected innocents, spilled so much blood, destroyed lives, families. I could not stop myself from being forceful. Despite being under his father's imperius for more than a decade, Barty Crouch had done so many vile deeds before his incarceration that even those among the Death Eaters would find their stomachs turn. Barty had gotten back on track with his activities right after his freedom. It was as if the men had been starved of his appetite for blood, fear, and agony, and like a hungry maniac, Barty had done everything to abate his unending cravings. I wish to purge my brain from what I have seen, but at least I got some precious information from it, said Quinn. Some very useful information. The Dark Lord is injured. Barty's body twitched, different from his spasming. If I had to mention your one positive quality, it would be loyalty, but unfortunately, it is not to the correct party, said Quinn. Barty's spasms had calmed down. His eyes regained partial focus as he glared at Quinn. MMY Lord DD is going to kill you, he spat. I would not put it past him, but how would he know that I was the one who brought you here? He will know how. Quinn narrowed his eyes. He had scoured Barty's memory, and he couldn't recall anything that would implicate him. But then he realized that it was Barty's fanatic worship talking. Then so be it, Quinn shrugged. But do you think the Dark Lord will come with his injuries? What do you think? I do not think he will. He will. If that helps you feel good in your heart, Quinn said, but at the same time thought, I need stop now, too much of Quinn West is leaking out. He looked down on his suit. I blame these clothes. You have run your usefulness, Bartmio's Crouch Jr., Quinn put on his leather gloves back. But unfortunately for you, now I have to end this. Quinn raised his hand, and a green glow covered his hand. You are going to be the second one I am going to send away directly. You are going to stay in my mind forever. And believe me, I do not like the thought of that, but I am not going to stop. And my lord will. Quinn unleashed the killing curse on Barty, cutting the guy's thread of life. I don't feel guilty. I don't know if that's a good thing or not, but I like it. He stared down at Barty's dead body and sighed, let's dig you a grave. Most deserve one, you do too. Scene break. Pettigrew stared at the grave in the middle of a forest. It looked freshly dug, even had a simple headstone with the dead man's name. He looked around. The place did not look somewhere Oris would operate. He thought it would be more of a secure, underground bunker. Did you find anything? He asked. Nothing out of the ordinary, said a member of the search party. It doesn't look like this was Oris doing. Pettigrew turned to his left and saw Rivers Locke peering down at the headstone with indifferent eyes. No, it doesn't. Who do you think it was then? Rivers shook his head. I don't know enough to speculate. Take a guess, said Pettigrew. Rivers' eyes studied Barty's grave. Pettigrew could tell that the devious mind behind those dead eyes was turning in thought. Invisible Vigilante, said Rivers. A ridiculous name. Pettigrew blinked in surprise. Why do you say that? This doesn't look like Oris work. The Order of Phoenix won't do this, or at least not like this. The third, but the most probable option is him. He somehow knows what we are going to do and wholeheartedly opposes us. He killed 3 of ours before and must have decided to take out a more prominent one this time. There is no evidence that it was the Invisible Vigilante. Rivers shrugged, it is just a guess. Pettigrew wanted to dispute, but the more the thought stayed in his mind, the more it started to feel like it fit. There were others who would have loved to take revenge against Barty, but as far as he knew, there wasn't anyone who had the capability to do it or the means to know that Barty was going to be present at the train attack. What should tell him? Asked Rivers. Pettigrew shook his head. We don't offer conjectures to the Lord. He is resting, maybe when he is feeling well. Rivers stayed silent, and Peter took that as his assent. He turned to the other Death Eaters around him and ordered. Let's dig the body up if there is one remaining. After all, the Invisible Vigilante wasn't famous for being kind and peaceful with those he came across. Asterisk. Quinn West, MC, his clothes help him separate his 2 personas. Barty Crouch Jr., Death Eater, his headstone only had his name written on it. Peter Pettigrew, Death Eater, the messenger. Rivers Locke, Death Eater, just speculating. Voldemort, Dark Lord, injured by another Dark Lord. Asterisk. Chapter 353, The Paper Slip. We need to find a new place to meet, Sirius sighed as he closed the door to the lounge behind him. You guys can't convene here every time the Death Eaters do, he said to the Order of Phoenix member sitting on his well-curated furniture. What would you all have done if I had a lady at home with me? We would have asked her to leave, said Hestia Jones. Well, you would have. If you think that, it would have been awkward for you and I would have shut the door in your face. Sirius took a seat, dressed in his nightclothes with a glass filled with a golden liquid. I'm not cracking a joke. If I have a lady with me, I'm going to turn you all away, but then he winked at Hestia, but if you want to keep me company, you're always welcome at 12 Grimmauld Place, Hestia. Hestia snorted, not gracing Sirius with a response. Enough mindless chatter, Moody's gruff voice with a knock of his walking stick. He turned to his left and said, get on with it, Albus. We don't have all the time of the day. All eyes turned to Dumbledore, who was sitting at the head of the group. The man was dressed, as always, in his eccentrically bright-colored clothes. In the group of regular clothers, he stuck out like a peacock in a sea of peahens. I'm sure all of you are aware of why we have gathered here, said Dumbledore, his voice disjointed from the reason behind the meeting. Today, the Death Eaters targeted the Hogwarts Express and the students, as we expected they would. There was a wave of nods and murmur among the group. Fortunately, both us and the Oris office expected them to do so and planned safeguards against them. The Hogwarts Express always had a professor or 2 on board during the trips, but today, the train harbored 5 professors, all expecting Death Eaters to attack. I disliked the idea to run the Hogwarts Express this year, but neither the Ministry nor the Board of Governors wanted the centuries-long practice to break, sighed Dumbledore. I hope they'd be more receptive to my suggestions after today. However, the reason I called all of you is not because of the attack itself, but the unforeseen thing that happened during the attack. Bartmio's Crouch Jr. unexpectedly disappeared after being hit by a spell. Who cares what happened to Father Killer, spat Elphias Doge, Coin. I care, Elphias. I care, said Dumbledore. He gave a look to Elphia's, which had a smile, but his eyes were nothing but somber. Bartemius' disappearance is an anomaly in a situation that is easy to understand. I'm trying to understand how did he disappear, where did he go to, and who or what made him disappear. He swept his eyes to his group as if expecting them to offer something, but none spoke. Then let us start with the Aurus office. Dumbledore turned to James and Kingsley. Was the Aurus office behind the disappearance? No, said James, exchanging a glance with Kingsley. As far as the DMLE is considered, we haven't participated in the disappearance. Kingsley chimed in, I have confirmed with the hit wizards. They, too, weren't involved. I can say that this wasn't orchestrated by the Ministry. Moody cut Kingsley off, don't come to that conclusion yet, Shacklebolt. You might have done so, but that doesn't mean the Department of Mysteries wasn't involved. Those sneaky bastards behind their locked doors might have taken Crouch's kid to study the Dark Mark for one. Everyone's eyes widened, and some sort of realization dawned on them. The Department of Mysteries, a section of the Ministry of Magic that carried out confidential research. Most of its operations were carried out in total secrecy. Few wizards within the Ministry actually knew what was located within this department. Various mysteries of the world were studied there. Wizards who worked in the Department of Mysteries were known as unspeakables because of the confidential nature of their work. Due to the highly classified nature of this department, it was granted a great deal of independence, being the only one within the entire ministry that did not need to answer to the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Even the Minister for Magic had very little authority over the department's operations, as the 15th Minister's attempt to shut down the branch was ignored by the unspeakables. Did they take Death Eaters during the war, came as a question from Nymphadora Tonks. Moody grunted, his artificial eye rolling in its socket. Maybe they did, maybe they didn't. Some of the Death Eaters had gone missing during Barty Crouch Senior's hunt. Most assumed that they ran away, but who knows, they might just have been abducted by the unspeakables for experimentation. Last time, little Barty had his daddy, so they couldn't pick him up, but this time he was alone and ripe for picking. What do you say, Albus? Dumbledore shook his head. There's no use in discussing what they did during the war. We have no way to prove it. By saying that, I'm not subtracting the possibility of the Department of Mysteries being involved today. If they did, we might not see Bartmios for a very long time, if any time. I do not think the unspeakables were involved, it's not like them to act so publicly, secrecy is their bread and butter. But the question of who took Barty Crouch away still remained. It remained in everyone's mind. How did he get taken away? Asked Tonks. Apparition, I reckon, said Lily. The train is loud enough to hide the sound. No one raised any opposition to that conjecture. No one saw anything. James turned to Lily. Did the student say something unusual on the train? Because whoever took Barty away was either on the train or following it. Lily shook her head, none of them reported anything unusual. It can be assumed the perpetrator wasn't on the train. Tonks, who listened to everything, kicked her feet forward and stretched back. Death Eaters, an unknown suspect, and an open mystery, I say it is the invisible vigilante. Possible, but just a speculation, said James, and the group parked the choice and moved on. Someone who had his loved ones killed by Crouch. Too broad, but it's an angle we are working on, said Sirius, his glass clinking with ice. The case is assigned to the newest batch of rookies, they'll be looking into the missing Crouch. Robards didn't assign it a higher priority, asked Dumbledore, peering from the top of his glasses. Sirius shook his head. He doesn't want to waste precious resources looking for a missing Death Eater. It is busy work for our rookies to learn things. And no, he won't change the status even I ask him to. I also don't want the priority status to change. Dumbledore shook his head. What if it was the Death Eaters themselves? Tonks said as if she had a revelation. She yelped the next moment as Moody hit her with a stinging spell. Think before you speak, lass, he rebuked. I was thinking. Think better then. The conversation derailed then. The group began bouncing off ideas and theories about Barty's disappearance. Conspiracies were born. Imaginary plots were weaved. But in the end, the group wasn't able to come to a conclusion about Barty's disappearance. Albus. Dumbledore turned back and saw Moody standing behind him. Everyone was talking in the lounge while he had stepped away to have some quiet thinking time while admiring the old black heritage paintings that Sirius had still kept. How are you feeling, Albus? Where did that come from suddenly? Dumbledore asked with a confused smile. What would be wrong with me? I'm talking about Grindelwald, said Moody bluntly. The man was never one to mince his words. So. Avoid it or not, Albus, but that man, Dark Lord or not, was a big part of your life. You're clearly not feeling well. And why do you say that? You ended up joining the ICW investigation without a single word of objection. They approached, and you gave them what they wanted, knowing well that the investigation is more of a publicity stint rather than an actual attempt to find the truth. They don't want to find out how a Dark Lord who has been locked away for half a century died. Thank you, Alastair, but I'm fine. As for the ICW investigation, even if it's only half an investigation, I want to be a part of it. Grindelwald's death was sudden and without a hint of prior warning from any sources of any ministerial agency across the globe. So if there's someone searching for an answer, I would like to be kept in the loop. Moody wanted to say something, but he was stopped by Dumbledore. End of discussion, Alastair. But as Dumbledore was about to step away, Moody put his walking cane in Dumbledore's way. Dumbledore looked at the cane and then at Moody. I have some work to do, Alastair. Now is not the time. I hope you know that we need to focus on the current Dark Lord. Chasing an old one isn't on the top of the list right now. I know that better than anyone. Moody pulled his cane back. I hope you do, he grunted before stalking away. Dumbledore watched Moody for a bit before he shook his head. He turned away and eyed Sirius, who was bothering Hestia Jones. Dumbledore called out to him. How may I help you, Dumbledore? Asked Sirius. I have something I'd like to show you. Dumbledore took out a half slip of parchment and handed it to Sirius. What is this? Sirius asked just before his eyes began reading the words. To the Dark Lord. I know I will be dead long before you read this, but I want you to know that it was I who discovered your secret. I have stolen the real Horcrux and intend to destroy it as soon as I can. I face death in the hope that when you meet your match, you will be mortal once more. R.A.B. This R.A.B. is he. Regulus Arcturus Black, Sirius uttered. My brother, he often signed his name like that. Dumbledore's eyes flashed. He was right. It was Regulus Black who had written the letter. Where did you find this? Asked Sirius. Regulus had replaced something Voldemort had valued. Dumbledore couldn't bring himself to change the letter, but he wasn't going to be the one who gave out essential information. He deceived Voldemort and replaced it with a fake. I think that something must be here, where he lived. I was wondering if you had his belongings. It was a reach that Sirius would keep his brother's belongings after such a long time period, but he had to try, just in case he did. I have some of his stuff. It is all in his room, said Sirius, his eyes glued to the paper. Dumbledore didn't say anything. He let Sirius process things. Finding that the Death Eater brother, who was the image of everything Sirius stood for, had betrayed Voldemort. I know this is hard, Sirius. But do know that your brother was a brave who saw the truth of the situation and did his best to remedy the situation. Be proud of him, said Dumbledore. He could wait for a few days longer to search Regulus' belongings. Maybe then he would be able to get his hands on another one of Voldemort's Horcruxes. Asterisk. Sirius Black, proud owner of a bachelor pad, feels like his life foundation has been shaken. Albus Dumbledore, Order of the Phoenix, making his way, piece by piece. Alastair Moody, Mad-Eye, perceptive as hell. Asterisk. Chapter 354, Recruitment. Quinn sat in his favorite cafe with a book in his hand. He neither drank coffee nor tea, but he did like eating cakes, and while Polly and Ms. Rosie made perfectly delicious cakes, this cafe baked delicacies so addicting that Quinn had suspected them of adding drugs as an ingredient. He had gone as far as to check there was anything suspicious, but other than some great quality ingredients, he had failed to find any other strange things. The fork cut a piece of his lemon yogurt cake and floated itself to Quinn's mouth as he continued to read his book. He let out a teeny bit of food moan as the lemony goodness exploded in his mouth. This is so good. He turned to the shop counter and threw a hearty thumbs up to the employee behind the counter, who thumbs up back with a smile. He returned to his book with forkfuls of cake gently placed into his mouth. But then suddenly, a man came and sat in front of him, at his table. Quinn didn't look up from his book as he said, "There's an empty table there, if you don't mind can you vacate my table? That'd be much appreciated." Another forkful of cake landed on his tongue. "I actually meant to sit with you, Mr. Quinn West," said the man. "I've heard a lot about you and wondered if we could have a little chat." Quinn finally looked up at the uninvited man and chanced upon the clean-shaved man dressed in a brown suit with a darker tie and a Panama hat, looking at him with sparkling eyes that stood out as the only defining feature of the man. "And who might you be?" he asked. "Apologies for that. How rude of me to not introduce myself. My name is Croaker. I'm pleased to meet you." Croaker, asked Quinn, but he already had an inkling. Now he already, for a fact, knew who this man was. "Just Croaker for now." "Well then, Mr. Just Croaker for now, if you want to have a chat with me, please schedule a meeting with me through my secretary." "You don't have a secretary, do you?" "No, I don't have one." "Then there's no way for me to schedule a meeting." "Exactly. Finally, you get it. I thought you were simply slow on the uptake. While I would like to return by saying that it was a pleasure to meet you, it would be a lie if I said so. Now, if you'll please leave me alone to my cake." Quinn returned to his book, but Croaker didn't move from his chair. Instead, the man called for the waitress and ordered himself the same thing that Quinn was having. Good choice, said Quinn, but what are you doing? If you want to enjoy your cake, do so at another table. If you'd just listen to me, I'm sure you'd be interested in what I have to say. Not interested. Would you lose anything if you listen? Yes. My incredibly precious time. I have a job offer for you, Mr. Quinn West. Thank you for the offer, but I'm not interested in entering the working society yet. Have you heard of the Department of Mysteries? Quinn clicked his tongue and put down his book on the table. You had to say it, didn't you, Saul Croker? Oh, you know me, asked Croker, briefly surprised. Of course, I do know you, Professor Saul Croker. You're a premier researcher in the study of time. Have a law named after you, Quinn said to Croker, who kept smiling. Professor Saul Croker's law. It states that 5 hours was the longest someone could travel back in time without the possibility of serious harm to the traveler or time itself. I have varying thoughts on the matter, but your research was a fascinating read. Why, thank you. But what about your varying thoughts? Where do you disagree with my theory? Asked Croker. There's no mathematical logic behind my thinking, but I believe that a person doesn't need 5 hours to send time and the future events into disarray. One rash decision made under rash emotion or an action taken in the heat of the moment, he snapped his fingers, that is all it takes to plunge everything into chaos. Ah yes, the human factor, Croker nodded. I used a base assumption for my research. Actually, I'm currently trying to study how the spectrum of human behavior and actions affects the stream of time. Interesting. It is, isn't, smiled Croker. Are you interested in the research of time, Quinn? Can't say I'm not. Then would you like to join the Department of Mysteries? No, thank you. Quinn, you realized what this offer represents. A very few people ever get a look from our department, much less an offer to join. Croker reached into his coat and took out a black leather folder/binder. Quinn's eyes lingered on Croker's coat, which shouldn't be able to hold a large folder. It made Quinn think that Croker, or even most unspeakables, had pockets similar to him. Then his eyes went to the black leather folder. It was something he recognized fairly well. A Hogwarts record folder, said Quinn. Room of Rewards, the entryway to the Sin Vault, held records of every student that ever studied at Hogwarts, everything from report cards, achievements, professors' recommendations, behavioral accounts, among other various things. Quinn had seen his own black folder, and he was pleased to read what was written there. I have to ask who gave you this. Quinn pointed at the folder. Who's the one inside Hogwarts who has the in with the departments of Mr. He paused mid-sentence. It is Professor McGonagall. She's the one who recommends students and provides you with black leather folders. Minerva McGonagall, the deputy headmistress of Hogwarts. Except for the magical privileges that Hogwarts bestowed upon the headmaster, she was in control and had access to pretty much everything in Hogwarts. She would be the most likely person to provide the information to the unspeakables. Moreover, it was McGonagall who provided Hermione with the time turner, something strictly controlled by the Department of Mysteries. That one incident was all Quinn needed to form his conjecture. Man, who knew McGonagall would be the, he made air quotes, recruiter inside Hogwarts, who knew the upright Scottish witch would be the one. Quinn watched Croker, who sat with no change in expressions, which confirmed that he had been correct. Everything from Croker's face to his body language was perfect, too perfect, which itself became a fault. I don't blame her. For a clock to function properly, all the cogs must be placed in their appropriate places. I don't know what you're talking about, Croker denied Quinn's conjecture at once. We don't usually recruit straight out of Hogwarts. Children who come out of school are still too immature and inexperienced to be part of our operation, but, he opened the black folder, you. I have never seen this from someone just out of Hogwarts. When I first saw it, I thought it was a joke, but after confirming twice and vetting it thrice, I couldn't see it as a joke. Prefect. Head boy. Organized a multi-school Quidditch league. Hosted the Triwizard Tournament. Perfect grades, and there's aid in distress, or aid, the last one was as a shining star on your record. You have done so much in 7 years, Quinn. And the thing that binds everything together, your aptitude for magic. Croker stared at Quinn and continued after a pause. After seeing all of this, I, on behalf of the Department of Mysteries, extend an offer to you to join us as an unspeakable. Quinn breathed out, leaning into his chair. Unspeakable. He knew what power that designation held. It was a department with autonomy within the ministry, so much so that even a ministry of magic couldn't shut down. It was the place where mysteries of magic were studied, with the envelope being pushed forward. With all that, Quinn responded, I appreciate the offer, but I'll have to refuse. Quinn, we're a very exclusive organization and wouldn't extend this offer again. If you chose to refuse this offer now, it'd be gone like sand in the wind, it won't return. Do know what you're missing is something you'd regret missing. We are at the bleeding edge of magic. We have direct sight to the truth. So, I'll extend this offer for the second and last time. Join the Department of Mysteries. There was a silence between them. Both sat in the outside area of a cafe with people walking by them, unknowing about the conversation that was happening just a few paces away. That an unspeakable and a member of the wealthiest family in the country were sharing a table beside them. "I still refuse," said Quinn. Croker sighed as he closed the folder and put it back. "May I know why did you refuse?" "I won't lie by saying that if I had accepted your offer, I would have gotten access to resources which would be tedious for me to procure, a culture of research and innovation, but all of that would have come with its restriction. I would have lost the freedom that I have right now." Quinn stopped Croker from interjecting. "Whatever you say, it is still a ministerial department with a budget, and I'm sure the Department of Mysteries have their own deliverables that they need to meet to maintain that budget, because I'm sure the bureaucrats and politicians would have chewed down the flow of money with how your department operates. I don't want to spend the next decade as a grunt who is stuck with handling those mandatory tasks. I want to learn whatever I want, travel whenever and wherever I want, pursue whatever interest I want to overtake, and if I join you, it will take me a long, long time, maybe never even, to reach that level. And you're saying that you'll be better off on your own." A smile stretched on Quinn's face that could only be described as self-confident. "I'm a West, Mr. Croker. I have no shortage of funds." He pointed at the black folder. "What you have in that file is not all of me. It's just one side of me. Yes, I spent 7 years in Hogwarts, but that doesn't mean that Hogwarts was all I did in that time. I'm going to travel and meet people at the very top of their fields, learn from them and improve." Quinn's expression turned to a half-smiling, half-serious. "I'm going to recreate the golden age of magic in this era, my era." He then smirked. "And about this being the last offer, I don't think so. You'll approach me again. Even if you don't, I'm sure your department and I will be collaborating on some projects. That's some arrogant thinking. The golden age. That's some big talk. It's only arrogance if I'm wrong. As for the big talk, I only aim for the best." Quinn stood up. He had finished his cake, and the discussion had also come to an end. "Mr. Croker, please have anything you want. I have a tab here, ask them to put everything on there." "That's nice of you." Quinn smiled and was about to leave when a thought struck him and spoke to Croker. "If you're looking for new blood, I'd suggest that you target Ivy Potter. I'm sure you know who she is. Ask Professor McGonagall for her file, I'm sure she'd be a valuable asset to your organization." "Thank you, but you don't need to consider yourself with. I'm just pointing you to a good recommendation. You don't want to have another Augustus Rockwood situation." Croker's eyes turned sharp as he looked at Quinn, who chuckled. "Oh, that hit a nerve. I'm sorry." Quinn didn't wait for a response and walked away with Croker watching him from his chair. Asterisk. Quinn West, MC, I shall not be part of the secret organization. Saul Croker, unspeakable, has studied time magic. Fiction-only reader, author, I have been wanting to write something like this for a long time. Maybe, Croker will return later. Asterisk. Chapter 355, Online Meeting. There was a knock on the door. Ivy turned her eyes away from the mouse she was practicing transfiguration. She pulled out Marauder's map and checked who was outside. The map confirmed that the people outside were the people she was expecting. She raised her wand to the door, and the lock clicked open. "Come in." The door swung open, and 3 people dressed in green trims entered the empty room. 1 girl and 2 boys, Daphne Greengrass with Blaise Zabini and Theodore Nod in tow. Ivy's eyes narrowed a fraction at the large rectangle of cloth floating above Daphne's hands. It was apparently known as Recon, a magical map with the functions of the Marauder's map, but better, or as Quinn had said. She didn't know something like this existed until it showed up in Daphne's hands. She found out from both, Quinn and Daphne, that Quinn had created the map early in his Hogwarts years to sneak around. It made sense why Quinn had never been caught outside despite it being an open secret that he broke curfew religiously. Daphne, Zabini, Nott, Ivy greeted the 3 Slytherins. "Let's get started right away," she looked at her wristwatch, "he's going to connect anytime now." "What are you doing?" Daphne walked to Ivy's table. "Trying out Transfiguration from William's compendium." "Which one was that?" "The one Professor McGonagall suggested as extra reading." "How is it? Anything new?" No. I'm reading this because Quinn had referenced some concepts from here in the one he gave us. I'm just exploring those references, the language is terrible, just as Quinn said it would be." "What are you reading these days?" "I'm alternating between herbology and arithmancy." "Yes, I know they're far from each other, but that helps me to put a break when I need one." "I heard Luna's already on the 2nd volumes," said Ivy. Daphne pursed her lips. "She has an unfair advantage of being with Quinn before us. Moreover, Quinn taught her personally for such a long time. It's not surprising that she's ahead of us." Ivy nodded before turning to the 2 boys who were looking at them. "Any idea why he wants to talk with you today?" she asked. Zabini said, "We don't know. He sent a letter asking to talk to us, other than that, he didn't say much." Nott nodded the same. Zabini looked around the room before asking, "How will this happen? Is he going to come here?" Ivy stood up and walked to the wall where something large stood covered in a blue curtain. She grabbed the fabric and pulled on it to reveal a body-sized mirror. "This is how he's going to talk to you." As Ivy said that, the sound of chimes rang in the room. "Right on time," she said and retrieved a big hand mirror. Daphne's eyes followed the mirror as Ivy went and tapped it against the frame of the larger. The mirror shone with a short burst of light, followed by the reflection disappearing away, and what took its place was the image of Quinn sitting on a chair. "Good evening, everyone," Quinn smiled. "I hope everyone here's doing well and had a great day till now." His eyes turned to where the boys stood and greeted them. "Zabini, not, I hope both of you didn't have any prior commitments that you had to miss to meet with me today." The Slytherin boys shook their heads. "Good. Now, that was enough pleasantries. I'm sure both of you're busy, and we can always come back to them afterward if we have time. I will come straight to the reason why I asked to meet you like this. I'm curious as to why didn't you contact me, and seeing that both of you are in Hogwarts makes me further curious about what happened." Zabini and Nott exchanged looks and then glanced at Ivy and Daphne. "It's okay, they can stay and listen. I trust them, so can you." "It was all because of Malfoy," Nott took the lead. "Malfoy. Draco. Both father and son. It seems that Draco was given a task that he failed, and the punishment for it was given to his father," said Nott. "My father, who was eager to induct me into the ranks of the marked Death Eaters, suddenly changed his mind. It seemed that dear father didn't want a mistake for me to affect him, so he cancelled his plans to make me a Death Eater." Nott snorted. "He even went as far as to dress it up as conceding to Mum's request. What a farce." Quinn looked intrigued. "Is that so? What happened to Lucius Malfoy? What sort of punishment did the Dark Lord bestow upon him?" "Father said that he lost an arm and his wand." "An arm and a wand," said Quinn with surprise, but unlike Ivy, Daphne, and even Zabini, Quinn seemed less shocked by the revelation. "The Dark Lord must be furious to take away Lucius' wand. I overheard him talking about avoiding meeting with the Dark Lord for some time. It was the worst, he stayed home longer." Quinn hummed. He turned to Zabini and asked, "What about you, Zabini? How were you able to stay at Hogwarts? What's the reason behind why your mother didn't whisk you away from the country?" Zabini sighed heavily. He didn't look like he wanted to talk about it and even glanced at the others in the room, slight unwillingness in his voice. He sighed again. "She has found herself a fiancé." Eyebrows in the room and in the mirror were raised. "She has moved out of the country for the moment. She wanted to take me with her, but the school isn't as good, and well, she had a talk with Dumbledore. Everyone could see him turn into a tomato, and he assured that I'll be safe as long as I'm in the castle. I still can't believe that I'm still here." "Everyone thinks the same, Zabini, everyone," said Quinn sighing. "Which one would this be? 8th, 9th, I don't know. Let's hope this one hangs on to his life force." Zabini snorted as if hearing a joke. The track record of the past husbands didn't help Lady Zabini's case. It made people. How could she continue to trap more and more people even after such a public record of things not turning out in favor of her partner? "Did Dumbledore come to your house, or did your mother approach him?" asked Quinn. "I'm not aware of what happened there. Just that one day, my mother decided that she wanted me to continue going to Hogwarts. I, of course, didn't object one bit. Rest is history that I'm not interested in. Does it matter if it was Dumbledore or Mother who started the conversation?" "It was just a personal curiosity," said Quinn with a smile. "I'm not going to lie by saying that I'm not disappointed that we weren't able to form a partnership, Zabini, not, but I'm happy that you're able to attend Hogwarts for you last year. It wouldn't have been a pleasant experience having uprooted for your school of 6 years with just one more going. But if you ever need my help, please feel free to contact me. As you know, I'm always ready to provide to aid those in need of it." The conversation that Quinn had called Zabini and not for had ended. After he had caught up with them, both exited, leaving only Ivy and Daphne in the room. "They gave us strange looks," said Ivy, looking at the door. "That is to be expected." Daphne took a seat. "It'd seem odd to anyone why you have a way to contact Quinn like this when I'm his girlfriend." She gave a pointing look to Quinn. "It's okay. Zabini and Nott are tight-lipped guys. They won't say anything." Quinn seemed carefree. "If they do give you some trouble, go visit Astoria. They both owe Aid a favor or two. So, how are you two doing? How's the feeling of being a 7th year?" "Same as before. Everything's about newts. The first years are tiny." "Figured," Quinn smiled. "So. I have another question. Who's the new Defense Against the Dark Arts professor? I'm assuming that Professor Slughorn is still teaching potions." "He is," said Daphne. "As for the new professor, it's one of the Weasley brothers, William Weasley." "Bill Weasley," added Ivy. "The one who works in Gringotts." Quinn quirked his brow and asked Ivy. "How did the goblins let him off work to attend Hogwarts? Did he leave his job?" He said he's still working with Gringotts and is with Hogwarts for the year. As for how is it possible, I questioned that myself but haven't asked him yet. Maybe Ron will know. I doubt it, Daphne said with a snort. Ivy turned a sharp eye to Daphne. He's not stupid, you know. He's just a little slow to understand his understanding. He makes it up with his other qualities. Those are. All right, let's stop before this derails into a fight, said Quinn, stopping the discussion. I was in that school for 7 years, and now both of you are in your 7th, and in all those years, all of us have seen different teachers every year. It makes me wonder if there's really a curse on the position and if William Weasley, the cursebreaker from Gringotts, is there to purge said curse. Or, he's there to be another person for Hogwarts security. Quinn tapped the armrest of his chair. If we're to assume that it was the headmaster who contacted Mrs. Zabini, then it isn't a stretch to again assume that he's taking steps to fortify the security. It could be any of those, said Daphne. I think it's the latter, Ivy gave her opinion. Quinn quirked his brow, you think, or... Ivy fixed him with a glare that made him end the sentence before it could. Okay, I'll not ask. Both Quinn and Ivy had made an agreement that Quinn wasn't to ask questions involving Order of the Phoenix. The agreement was placed to ensure no awkward conversation would ensue between them. I, too, think that it's the latter, said Quinn. I think Dumbledore is trying to rebuild Hogwarts' image of being safe, which has been damaged in the previous year. Harry's almost abduction, Crouch impersonating Alastor Moody, Umbridge, the Death Eaters, there have been one too many incidents. I've been part of the first 3. I punched Harry's abductor's face in, he ended up in jail, I stunned Crouch, and then kicked him a couple times, he ended up in jail, I filmed Umbridge, capturing her misdeed, she ended up in jail. I had nothing to do with the Death Eaters thought. Sending people to jail must be your thing, Ivy smirked. That's not my thing, said Quinn. My thing is magic, resourcefulness, intelligent and playful charm. Of course, it is, said Daphne. I feel you're making fun of me. Rubbish, Daphne smiled before asking, how's your grandfather doing? The load has begun to decrease. The rebuilding in Germany has finally entered a stage where he doesn't feel warranted to be overlooking every single aspect of the operation. I don't think he ever needed to do that. I'm sure he has people to handle something like this. He has, but it turns out that Germany was his personal project when he was coming up, and I guess he feels sentimental enough to get involved. I'm going to try to keep him at home. So you're going to jail him in his own house, said Ivy. Quinn and Daphne looked at Ivy and said in unison. That wasn't funny. Asterisk. Quinn West, MC, I have sent a lot more people to jail, indirectly. Also, I was involved in all 4 incidents. FOMO not getting me, bro. Ivy Potter, holder of the two-way mirror, has sat in OOTP meetings. Daphne Greengrass, holder of Recon, has a pulse on what's happening through her father. Asterisk. Chapter 356, Recalling Past Events. Dumbledore stared at the gold and green locket sitting on his table. A beautiful ruby snake was inlaid on the top cover, with its serpentine body forming a red S over the surface. He picked it up, and his fingers fiddled with it distractedly. He knew it was fake, a letter of unauthentication came with it to prove that it was a replica. Dumbledore wasn't happy to find a replica when he had set out to find the original. He had bled for it, drank poison for it, fought Inferi while suffering from accursed poison for it, and then had to face a disgruntled student out to kill him, had to come to a hard realization that he had lost a close friend and a closer confidant. And the aftermath that followed was something he would have liked to deal with a clear and not tired mind. And the worst part of it, it was only after everything that he had only found that the locket was a fake. All of his effort for naught, bar one single thing. One thing that he had been able to get out of the entire debacle. He had found a clue to the real Horcrux. Voldemort's Horcrux. Rab. Regulus Arcturus Black. Scion to the prestigious House of Black. Voldemort's loyal Death Eater. Or it had seemed so as Regulus Black had betrayed Voldemort and had switched the locket when he had realized what it actually was. Meaning, while the Horcrux was still there, it was out of Voldemort's reach, and he had no idea that the piece of his soul wasn't the place he had left, under the protection of the various protective and lethal magic. It gave him a chance. As the situation stood now, neither party knew the location, but that was more of a disadvantage to Voldemort as the Horcrux user didn't know if his soul container was still active, if he would still depend on it for keeping himself alive. And if he could find it before Voldemort, it would be a strain on Voldemort's heart. Fortunately for him, he had a clue, while Voldemort didn't. Unfortunately, Dumbledore had followed the clue that came in the form of a letter of powerful spite but wasn't able to find any lockets in places where one could find Regulus Black would go. Sadly, the looking had turned out to be a dead end as every place he went, he got opposite to what she accepted. Where did you hide it, Regulus? Dumbledore muttered. He had to try to put himself in Regulus' mind but hadn't gotten much from it. The problem with Regulus Black was that there weren't left who knew the men. His own brother, Sirius, didn't know much about him because of the differences in childhood. Those who knew Regulus, and were still alive, wouldn't talk to Dumbledore. This isn't getting anywhere, he sighed and pushed the locket away. He popped his favorite lemon pop into his mouth, feeling the pleasant sourness that let the maid way for sweetness. He leaned into his chair with thoughts about Horcruxes pouring into his mind. 7. The number which held power with magic and something Dumbledore suspected Voldemort to aim for his Horcruxes. He's going to aim for 6 pieces with the 7th being himself, he thought. But he doesn't know that the number he's going to have 7 Horcruxes. He got up and walked to a portrait and pulled for the frame to open up like a door on its hinges. Dumbledore tapped his wand against the wall, and a portion vanished as if it was never there, leaving behind a square cavity in it. He stared at the black diary, half melted, half burnt, with a stabbing hole in the middle. He picked it up and brought it to his table. Tom Riddle's diary, what Dumbledore considered to be the first Horcrux. It was the only one of the 2 Horcruxes he had within his grasp, and as far as he knew, the only Horcrux that he knew to be destroyed. He sank into his mindscape and went back to the memory of the Potter twins and Hermione Granger telling him about the Chamber of Secret incident. He recalled them telling him about the basilisk and how a young Tom Riddle had appeared by using the diary as the medium. But as he recalled the memory, a frown appeared between his brow. He remembered how Harry recalled that the diary had been stabbed with the basilisk fang when he woke up. Epsy. A house elf popped up in the office and stared at Dumbledore with her doe eyes. He wrote something on a parchment slip and gave it to Epsy. Please give this to Professor McGonagall and tell her to bring them now. Epsy popped away with the slip and left Dumbledore staring at the burnt diary with a hole in the middle. Scene break. Why did you want to see us, Headmaster? Asked Ivy as she took a seat in the headmaster's office. She had been playing cards with some of the 5th years when McGonagall came in to tell them that Dumbledore wanted her, Harry, Hermione, and Ron in his office. Harry and Hermione hadn't been pleased to have their snogging session interrupted. On the way, they picked up her mother. Dumbledore retrieved a diary that was well familiar to her and placed it on the table. About this, he said. Ivy stared at Tom Riddle's diary, or Voldemort's diary. Her pupil shrunk when she recalled the memories of that day inside the Chamber of Secrets. What about it? Asked Harry with an edge in his voice. Harry, you told me when you woke up, you found this diary stabbed with the basilisk fang, and it wasn't you who stabbed the diary, said Dumbledore. I was wondering if you could think back to that day and try to see if there was something else that you might have missed. He turned to Ivy and Hermione, you two as well. Please try to recall if you remember something from the day before you got petrified. Ivy nodded and tried to remember that day, starting from the morning, but she couldn't find anything odd other than the horrifying yellow eyes. Then her mind wandered to what Harry had told her happened in the Chamber of Secrets. Her body tensed. It wasn't what Harry had told her that tensed her, but what she had done to find the truth. Ivy closed her eyes and pretended to use a clemency as if she was going through her memories. She didn't want to match eyes with Dumbledore, and neither did she want to open her mouth. It was better if she kept her mouth shut. I think I know who stabbed the diary, came a voice from beside her. Ivy's eyes flew open in shock. She turned to Hermione, who had just spoken. Ivy bit the inside of her cheek. It had slipped her mind that Hermione was there with her when she had asked. Hermione glanced at Ivy, who couldn't give her a look to stop. Any attempt to stop Hermione would be caught by Dumbledore, and over that, her mother was in the same room. That year, Ivy and I were trying to find the identity of the Slytherin's monster, but we weren't able to find the identity, so we decided to seek some help. Help, said Lily, confused. Not only her but all others than Hermione and Ivy looked confused. We went to Aid to see if we could find an answer there. Dumbledore leaned forward. Aid, you mean Quinn West? Hermione nodded. We asked Quinn if he knew about the Slytherin's monster, and he knew who the monster was. He knew. McGonagall exclaimed. He pointed out the facts surrounding all the petrifications that had happened throughout the year, and the only magical beast he could equate all of them to was the basilisk. He pointed us to a book in the library and sent us away. Ivy began praying that Hermione would stop, that she wouldn't continue, but it seemed that luck wasn't with Ivy today. But before we could leave, Ivy asked another question. Hermione glanced at Ivy as she continued. She asked Quinn if he knew where the opening to the Chamber of Secrets was. Lily gasped. He knew. Yes, he knew. Or at least, at that time, we thought he had a guess where it was. He told us the entrance was in the Moaning Myrtle's lavatory, but as you know, we both never made it there. Because of Quinn, we weren't dead and only petrified. He had pointed out the presence of reflective surface near every petrification victim. Both of them had been caught by the basilisk's glare through their mirrors, turning their body to stone. The next thing they remembered was waking up in the hospital room with aching and sore bodies. But how does that make Mr. West the one who stabbed the diary? Asked Dumbledore. We asked him if he was the one who did it. He admitted it, asked Dumbledore with surprise. Hermione shook her head. No, he denied it outright. But he had let it slip in his wording that he had been inside the Chamber of Secrets. Hermione then explained how when Quinn had asked them what happened in the Chamber of Secrets, he had used the wording down as if he knew the chamber was somewhere beneath. And in his own wording, Quinn had said that he never saw the opening, only that he knew it existed there. Ms. Granger. Just the wording isn't enough to say that Mr. West was the one inside the Chamber of Secrets, said Dumbledore, but his tone and eyes were one of thought and contemplation. But it does make him one of the most likely suspects. If we could only have someone who could have witnessed what had happened. Fawkes, suddenly Harry yelled. Fawkes was there. We should ask him if Fawkes was there. The phoenix had been the main reason why the basilisk was slain with such less effort. The immortal bird has plucked the deadly eyes of the basilisk, ridding him of its most lethal weapon. Unfortunately for us, Harry, we can't ask Fawkes, said Dumbledore. Why? I have communicated with Fawkes about it, and from what I gathered, he didn't know what had happened because of the sudden burning day, which reverted him back to his chick form. Harry's shoulder slumped. Then we don't have anyone who could answer our question. Ivy internally sighed with relief. She was petrified, Harry was knocked out, the basilisk was dead, Teen Voldemort was purged, Hermione wasn't inside, Ron was far away from the actual chamber, making no one who could confirm if Quinn was inside. Even she herself couldn't, as she hadn't had that conversation with Quinn yet. But then. Ahem, perhaps I could help you all with this problem. All eyes, even the ones on the headmaster/mistress portraits, turned to the speaker. Ivy blinked in surprise as she looked at the speaker. At first, she was confused, but then Harry's recollection of events started to ring inside her head. She realized what she and everyone had missed. 2 people, 1 phoenix, 1 basilisk, and 1 ghost. That's who everyone thought was inside the Chamber of Secrets that day, but all were wrong. There had been another. Asterisk. Quinn West, MC. Strange, lately, it feels like I'm not getting appropriate screen time. Ivy Potter, wants to keep secrets, stunned. Albus Dumbledore, headmaster, as stunned as the one above him. Fiction-only reader, author, you guys can either think/find out who's the unknown speaker at the end. It's not going to be challenging to find it all my fanfiction, the books, or the movies. Or you can shut your brain down and wait for the next chapter. Asterisk. Chapter 357, Everyone Lies. Quinn stared at the letter in his hand with furrowed brows. The paper used was high-grade stationery, even the ink use seemed to be of a specific shade of blue that he hadn't seen yet. But most importantly, the letter had come with a flash of fire while he was shopping for potion herbs, a severe fire hazard. Seeing a phoenix arrive from the fire with the letter clutched in its beak while it stared at him with its molten red eyes, which he was sure were studying him, was the last thing he was expecting to happen. You're cordially invited to visit Hogwarts for an important discussion regarding the security of Hogwarts. Should I call my lawyer? Do I even have a lawyer? But jokes aside, Quinn wondered what this was about. The letter was signed by the Dumbledore himself, the 4th time he had seen this signature. The first time had been on his OWL certificate, then on his Newt certificate, and then on his graduate degree. But this was the first time he had Dumbledore write personally to him. What does he want? Quinn stared at the letter, thinking if he should go. The letter mentioned Hogwarts security. What could that be about? Did Dumbledore want to consult him about all the hidden passageways in and out of Hogwarts? Quinn was under no delusion that Dumbledore had stopped thinking that he wasn't going out of the castle because he had been caught out of the castle. Or maybe this was just a ploy to bring him to Hogwarts, and the real reason was something entirely else, like wanting to convince him into joining the Order of Phoenix. Quinn had no fear about going to Hogwarts. There was no benefit for Dumbledore to harm him, and the headmaster wasn't going to pull a stupid abduction attempt. The only thing that he felt unsure about was the motive of the meeting. As Quinn was thinking about it, a chime rang in his room. He raised his hand, and the two-way mirror flew into his hands. He accepted the connection and smiled as his girlfriend came into the frame. Hey, how are? What happened? Scene break. Quinn operated outside the Hogwarts boundary. He rolled his shoulders and pulled on the hems of his tan suit jacket. He gazed up at the castle. After graduating, he had only been in the vicinity a couple of times, primarily visiting Scrivenshaft for the design of his new personal cards. After working with the shop that understood his tastes and preferences for so many years, he wasn't going to change his printing service and stationery provider. He stepped through the castle ground boundary and took a sharp breath when he felt the magic wash over him. It felt different. Hogwarts didn't consider him a student anymore. Now, he was but an outside visitor. Quinn stopped and felt around the wards. They had changed. The ward scheme was more coherent and cohesive now than on his last day at Hogwarts. Is it because of Bill Weasley, or did Dumbledore decide to sort the clutter? The ward scheme around Hogwarts was a curious case study in the field of warding. Every time Hogwarts changed headmasters, the new one would add their own wards to the warding scheme, which was good from an updation point of view, but the problem with Hogwarts was that none of the headmasters ever coordinated with their predecessor. Every time a new headmaster took their seat, they would simply dump new wards on the Hogwarts ward stone, and because the site was the marvel of magic, Hogwarts Castle, the wards would be accepted without any problems on the compatibility and load side of things. No matter how many wards were thrown on the castle, it would supply them with ample power. And because Hogwarts could accommodate, no one bothered to sort the mess. It was natural that as the number of wards increased, the overall integrity of the defense would increase as well. But at the same time, there were too many redundant wards. Quinn himself had once found 4 anti-apparition wards overlaid upon each other in the same place. While that made it nigh impossible to apparate inside Hogwarts, it also created friction between individual wards, which in theory could be exploited. Exploited by someone knowledgeable as Voldemort. But now, Quinn could feel that the wards were much more sorted. This still needs work, but it is a start, he thought. It wasn't possible to solve centuries' worth of mess in such a short time. He walked on the path that connected Hogsmeade and the entrance hall's gate. The course was the same as always, and it felt like he hadn't ever left. As he arrived near the castle, he saw the gate open a crack, and 2 professors walked out. Professor Flitwick and McGonagall. Quinn smiled. How nice of you to receive me, but you didn't have to do this. I believe I know my way around the castle. If we didn't come, Mr. West, the castle wouldn't have allowed you entry. Quinn's smile widened in response. McGonagall sighed, and Flitwick chuckled at his expression. You were our head boy last year, Mr. West, said McGonagall. And I have to thank you for that honor. Flitwick again laughed with McGonagall sighing the second time in under a minute. Let's go, Mr. West, the headmaster is waiting for you, said McGonagall, a strange peering expression on her face. Quinn's smile withdrew a fraction as he nodded. He turned to Flitwick and asked, will you also be joining us, Professor Flitwick? No, I won't be. I came to tell you that come to my office after you're done with your meeting. Let's sit down and catch up over some tea, said Flitwick. Of course, I'll be there, so open that secret jar of jam. Today, I'll be lathering my scones with that sweet goodness, said Quinn grinning. I should have never revealed it to you. Too late to regret, Professor, Quinn laughed. Flitwick left, and Quinn followed McGonagall through the hallways, passing by students who would look curiously at Quinn, who would wave back at the one he recognized. Everyone recognized him beside the new first years, so he had passed by one-line conversations with multiple people. But as they approached the headmaster's office, the people thinned out. It was then that Quinn initiated a conversation with McGonagall. Something interesting happened recently, Professor. Would you like to know? McGonagall quirked her thin brow before humming positively. I had an interesting talk with a gentleman named Saul Croaker. McGonagall's impeccable gait and stride faltered as she heard the name. Quinn continued, he was friendly enough, which I would say half surprised me, but then, I had an elitist image of unspeakables, but Croaker seemed like a pleasant fellow. He eyed McGonagall with a fun and mischief in his eyes. Never expected you to have a connection with the Department of Mysteries, Professor. By any chance did they approach for the position of an unspeakable? McGonagall came to a slow stop, making Quinn stop as well and turn back to look at her. He told you, she asked. Of course not. He would never do that. He neither confirmed nor denied, essentially, refused to comment. Had a perfectly calm expression and everything. I was sure it was you, and now you confirmed it. You can't tell anyone. I don't want to tell anyone. It does me no good to displease the unspeakables by taking away their Hogwarts recruiter. Why ruin a perfectly good secret, a useful secret? Then don't bring it up. We have reached the office. Quinn turned to the front to look at the gargoyle-guarded gates. McGonagall walked to the stone gargoyles, and they stepped away when she uttered the password. Quinn fixed his clothes one last time before entering the headmaster's office. The office hadn't changed much since Quinn had last visited years ago. It was still a disorganized clutter, a neat mess, but still a mess that could only make sense to one who had made the clutter. Mr. West, you're finally here, said Dumbledore, sitting behind his desk with a subtle smile on his face. Quinn didn't greet the headmaster immediately, instead looked at the other people who were present in the room. First, there were the people who belonged at Hogwarts, McGonagall, who had come with him, Lily Potter, who sat alongside her twins and Hermione Granger. But then some didn't belong at Hogwarts, Alastor, Mad-Eye Moody and James Potter. I know the letter said this was about Hogwarts security. I wasn't expecting Aurors to be present. Quinn stepped towards Dumbledore's table. You don't usually like outsiders interfering with Hogwarts matters. It's a pleasure to see you again as well, Mr. West, smiled Dumbledore. As for Alastor and James, they have my complete trust. Quinn unbuttoned the front button of his suit as a comfy chair materialized behind him. He sat down, made himself comfortable, and said, yes, but I don't, no offense, gentlemen, and I don't feel comfortable with them being here when I don't know what this meeting is about. This meeting is about why you have lied to everyone, boy, said Moody. Quinn didn't reply to Moody, he didn't even look at the battered men. Dumbledore spoke, it as Alastor says. This meeting is because of your lie. I've lied a lot, Headmaster. You'll have to be more specific about which one we are talking about. You admit to lying. Moody spoke up again. But Quinn remained silent. Are you not going to answer Alastair's questions, Mr. West? Asked Dumbledore. This is not a formal investigation. I don't have to answer any of the questions I don't want to. Dumbledore exchanged glances with Alastair, who didn't look happy but calmed down at Dumbledore's quiet nudging. We are here to talk about the Chamber of Secrets, Mr. West. It's come to our attention that you know about Chamber of Secrets, about the Slytherin's monster, and more importantly, you went inside the Chamber of Secrets. I have no idea what you're talking about, said Quinn. You just said that you lie. So what, said Quinn. Even if I lie, I'm not going to accept when I lie. As for this situation, he turned to Hermione, I didn't go inside the Chamber of Secrets. You didn't refuse to know about the Chamber of Secrets or about the Slytherin's monster. I know about them now. The basilisk was pretty much known to everyone who was paying attention. We have proof that you were inside, Mr. West, said Dumbledore, cutting all the chatter. Oh, and what proof that might be, asked Quinn, but he already knew the proof, and it stung that he had missed it. It was as if everyone had rehearsed for this moment. All eyes in the room turned to one of the shelves upon which a hat. It was battered and ancient, it was patched, frayed, and extremely dirty. In order to speak and sing, a tear along the brim opened like a mouth. As if it could feel all the eyes, the hat spoke up. Ah, Quinn West. I remember your sorting. It was truly what is known as a hat stall. In the end, you went where you wanted to go. But I think you would have done better in Slytherin. Quinn stared at the sorting hat, his expression turning from clueless to a blank face. He opened his mouth and said to the hat, a true Slytherin would never join Slytherin and declare themselves to be cunning and ambitious. Wouldn't it be better for others to bear the eyes while the one outside roamed free without the attached stigma? He turned towards Dumbledore. All right, I admit, I was there. What's next? Asterisk. Quinn West, MC, it's tedious to pretend not to know when you know. Albus Dumbledore, headmaster, recognized the attempt to derail the conversation. Alastair Moody, Mad-Eye, ignored. Fiction-only reader, author, highly recommended to go read Chapter 63, Into the Chamber of Secrets. Read it carefully to truly understand what happened down there. Asterisk. Chapter 358, Back and Forth. All right, I admit, I was there. What's next? Quinn heavily leaned into his chair and crossed his legs with his hands firmly resting on the armrest. If not for his clothes, it'd look like he was in his home, getting comfortable for a night of relaxation in front of a fireplace. Why did you hide it? Asked James. Quinn looked at James, contemplating if he should put him in the answerable bucket or dump him with Moody and ignore the aura. After a second of thought, he decided to answer the man. I hid it because I thought no one knew about it. He gazed at the sorting hat, which again had gone to looking like a dilapidated hat. But it seems I was wrong. I feel ashamed I forgot about the hat which brought in the Gryffindor sword used to stab and end the basilisk. I was particularly distracted that day he was just at the edge of the first bout of Sin Curse taking over. He remembered how he had met with Lockhart shortly after, and the greedy, pompous bastard had triggered his emotions enough to let the Sin Curse take over. Soon after, he had almost tortured 2 girls, and things had come this close to going down terribly wrong. Every pair of eyes, even the one with the artificial eye, stared at Quinn. Their eyes were full of shocked curiosity and various other varying emotions. Why did you stab the diary with the basilisk fang, Mr. West? How did you know that the spirit was attached to the diary? Quinn shrugged, I observed, listened, and applied my brain to deduce that the suspicious leather diary laying on the ground of the previously deserted Chamber of Secrets would probably have something to do with spirit-spouting maniacal ambitions would be connected. He stared directly at Dumbledore as he said those words. Not for a second did he break away from eye contact with the blue eyes. When Quinn got a call from Ivy about the situation, he had scoured the memory of the day with a fine-toothed comb. He had increased the immersion on the memory book to the max, and could live in the memory as if he was experiencing it firsthand. He noticed all the little things he had not thought about in death, the actions he had taken, the magic he had cast, and, more importantly, the words he had spoken. According to Ivy, the sorting hat provided them a gist of the situation and his, Quinn, involvement, but the hat hadn't provided the specifics, at least, not to everyone in the room, but the same couldn't be said about Dumbledore. The hat had been in Dumbledore's company ever since, who knew how much in detail the hat might have retold the incident. Expect and prepare for the worst, Quinn thought. And it's not like it matters, does it? The sorting hat tells me that you took away the basilisk's fangs and its venom. May I know what you did with them, Mr. West? Asked Dumbledore. Quinn could feel the eyes on him. Basilisk fang and venom, 2 priceless commodities that couldn't be procured by usual means, only available through highly illegal means in exotic black markets, but here he was in possession of invaluable materials. It's ironic, said Quinn instead of answering the question. A man produced a feat of magic, created to protect his life at all costs, but then he created a second one, something amazing, fascinating. He had created a new life, but that new life somehow threatened his own. I'm not sure if the man knew, but I do. I have seen it in action after all. Quinn turned his eye to the sword of Gryffindor encased inside a glass showcase, enhancing the aesthetic of the office by displaying the glory of Gryffindor. It was goblin-made metal which had been dipped inside the basilisk venom and magically took on the properties, henceforth becoming a more valuable asset. Ironic, isn't it, Headmaster, said Quinn. He had spent 7 years walking around on eggshells because Dumbledore had substantial authority over, and it didn't seem wise to be at loggerheads with the person who ran the place where he had to spend 7 years of his life. But now, he had graduated, and he was out of Dumbledore's umbrella, free to do things he couldn't do before, and it felt great to act out so boldly. Dumbledore showed no reaction. He stared at Quinn in silence while others seemed confused about what Quinn was talking about. Quinn enjoyed seeing Dumbledore so restrained. It was clear that he hadn't told anyone about the existence of Horcruxes. He was still trying to keep the cards so close to his chest. Everyone, please give Mr. West and me some time alone, it'd be much appreciated, said Dumbledore. Before anyone from Dumbledore said could even raise a single word of objection, Quinn spoke up. It's okay, they can stay. I'm not going to say that I'd want to hide. So you wouldn't be saying things you want to hide, Dumbledore sighed before saying. Nevertheless, I would prefer if we could have a talk privately. I would like for everyone to stay. Mr. West. I insist, Headmaster, Quinn said flat out. If he was asked to choose a side between Voldemort and Dumbledore, not the light and dark side, but who he would follow between the two leaders, he would go with Voldemort. From what Quinn perceived, the violent megalomaniac seemed easier to work with than the smiling manipulator. At least with Voldemort, he would know when the man was angry and happy, but with Dumbledore, Quinn wasn't sure what the man was thinking at any point. That wasn't to say that Voldemort didn't use manipulation. The Dark Lord had fooled a society of high-class pureblood supremacists into following him, and one young Tom Riddle was particularly charming and persuasive, but to Quinn, that couldn't be compared with Dumbledore, who had built a reputation in an entire country's hearts, which only seemed to grow stronger after every adversary and obstacle. Quinn looked to the people around the country. Especially to the parents of the boy who lived. Lily and James Potter had no idea what Dumbledore was hiding from them. Quinn had tried to put himself in their positions and had imagined what it would feel like if something so big would be hidden from him. That imagination didn't feel pleasant at all. So he decided. If nothing else, he was going to break Dumbledore's grasp on information that the Potter family and even those who fought for Dumbledore deserved to know. I was shocked when I realized what the Dark Lord had done, said Quinn, spinning a small narrative for himself. No, shocked wouldn't be the right word. I was repulsed when I found out. To soil the sanctity of something so pure. A dirty stain on the name of magic. It was fortunate that I did what I did, or who knows what would have happened. It wasn't after some years that I realized what I had destroyed that say when I stabbed the diary. I felt elated. I had destroyed the Dark Lord's twisted safeguard, but then, Quinn stared at Dumbledore with a face without warmth, after several years, when I had progressed further in my studies of magic. I found myself staring at another one of those twisted things, and never in my life I expected it to see in such a form. Quinn kept his eye on the Dumbledore, but he could that Dumbledore knew precisely what he was talking about. What are you talking about? Asked Lily. Dumbledore will tell you afterward, said Quinn, not looking at her. If he doesn't come to me and I will tell you, you know what, even if he does tell, come to me, in case he forgets to tell you something. I'll fill those gaps in. Mr. West, why you're doing this? Because I want the Dark Lord gone, and unfortunately, you're the best chance anyone has of doing that, said Quinn. And if you keep things as I'm assuming you are, so hidden, it will come back to bite you and everyone in the ass. There's a reason why I have kept things as they are, Mr. West. Headmaster, believe me when I say that I'm an avid believer of the following: a secret is the strongest when only one person knows about it, but this is not one of those things. This is not something you have the right to keep to yourself. Dumbledore's eyebrows crinkled. You say such things, then why haven't you told them? After all, it seems you've known about it for a considerable amount of time. Quinn laughed inside. Dumbledore was cunning. He had flipped the question away from him towards Quinn. And it wasn't like it was unsightly. Quinn has indeed kept it hidden, but Quinn wasn't born yesterday. Tell me, Headmaster. How long would it take you to destroy the entirety of London? Asked Quinn abruptly. Pardon. Dumbledore seemed stumped. What kind of question is this, boy? Moody grunted. In 1927, the recently dead Dark Lord Gellert Grindelwald unleashed a terrible towards the city of Paris after a rally, and according to those present there, the spell held enough power to raise the entire capital city to the ground. So my question is to the men who defeated Gellert Grindelwald: how long would it take you to destroy London? Dumbledore remained silent, his eyes studying Quinn and his intention. Quinn turned to Hermione and asked her the same question. I couldn't, Hermione fumbled. He couldn't. Oh no, he could definitely, there's no doubt about it. Quinn shook his head. He turned to James and yet again asked him the same question. The Auror didn't fumble like Hermione and actually looked like he thought it through before answering. A month. Gasps sounded across the room. A month. 1 month to destroy an entire city. A shocking value when put into the context they talked about. However. Wrong, that isn't close to the real value. He turned to Dumbledore. Come on, Headmaster. Hazard a guess, there's no harm in it. After some silent deliberation, Dumbledore sighed and gave his answer, less than a week. It was as if someone had dropped a silencing spell on everyone in the room as all went silent with surprise and shock overflowing on their faces. Even Moody's both eyes stared at Dumbledore with rare utter shock. London is 6.6% larger than Paris. Gellert Grindelwald and Albus Dumbledore stand on the same level of destructive power, said Quinn with a bitter smile. But it wasn't over yet. You know the best part, continued Quinn. All it would take for him, he pointed at Dumbledore, is 3 meals a day, a good night of sleep after every day of destruction and great health. That's all it would take to bring a great city to the ground. Unknowingly, Quinn had started tapping his foot on the floor as he stared at Dumbledore. It wasn't a face of triumph or even satisfaction. It was a bitter face of unwillingness through and through. How am I supposed to oppose that? Asterisk. Quinn West, MC, I love derailing conversations. Fiction-only reader, author, any tips to increase focus and concentration? And those who are currently working corporate jobs, I want to write more while in the office so I don't have to stay late in the night. Any tips regarding that will be appreciated. Chapter 359, Leaving the Rest to Dumbledore. How am I supposed to oppose that, said Quinn, looking at everyone. I can't decimate Paris in a day with a single spell or bring London to its knees in a week. The latter one, I think, is Dumbledore still understating his destructive capabilities, or maybe you've genuinely gotten weaker with your age, I don't know. But the fact remains that people like the Headmaster and Grindelwald have enough power to disregard the norms and rules. He paused, and it seemed like someone had sucked all sound from the room. And the same goes for the Dark Lord. What had started as a conscious effort had now become a habit. The thing I care the most for in this world is my family and friends. Grindelwald is dead, and Headmaster isn't going to attack my loved ones, at least, I hope not, but that can't be said for the Dark Lord. Quinn straight out rudely pointed at Dumbledore. People like him and the Dark Lord can stroll into our homes, rip the ward apart, and do whatever they like without care. I would never do such things, Mr. West, said Dumbledore, his eyes earnest. It doesn't matter if he would or not, but the Dark Lord definitely would. He will come to my house, threaten my family, and if we are not careful, we will be lying dead on the floor, maybe battered beyond recognition or simply perhaps granted a peaceful death by a shot of the killing curse. Even if somehow are able to escape death, I'm sure we're going to end up as puppets. Do you think your family will face such a fate? Asked James, sounding doubtful. The West family was the strongest in the country, they could surely hire security. Quinn shook his head. The normal person doesn't understand what an Auror, or more importantly, what a hit wizard is truly capable of. He jutted his chin to James and Moody. These two are essentially living weapons. They're trained with magic that was solely created to take down people. An Auror can wreak havoc that would seem horrifying to normal folk, but even then, someone like James Potter has this blatant misunderstanding. He turned to Dumbledore and asked, tell them, Headmaster. Would you be concerned about facing a coordinated team of Aurors? A team of highly coordinated Aurors, launching an operation to take you down, for which they had prepared. Be honest. None of your diplomatic, evasive answers. Dumbledore pursed his lips, making his beard cover his lips. He didn't vocalize his thoughts and simply gave a shake of his head as a response, making some people in the room blink in surprise. What that meant was that if he desired, Headmaster could wipe a couple of Auror teams without breaking a sweat, Quinn said bluntly, which Dumbledore wasn't willing to put into words. Moody and James didn't look they agreed, maybe it was their pride, or they genuinely believed that they could take Dumbledore out. As for what I believe, is that even a question? The people who have reached the 2 Dark Lords and Dumbledore levels of magic can be counted on your fingers. And when you take into factor that Headmaster was born in the 80s and the Dark Lord in the 90s, puts the rarity of such people into context, said Quinn. Even among those people, not all are battle-oriented. My teacher, Alan D. Badley, pit him against the Headmaster and Dark Lord together in a battle of the minds. He'd rip their minds into shreds as if he was tearing bread at the dinner table, then turn these powerful men into doing his bidding, but if you put him in a duel against them, he'd be destroyed. How many of those rare individuals do you think will come to risk facing someone as ruthless as the Dark Lord? Without fail, all of them are accomplished in their lives. They won't come to defend my family for money, they will have plenty of it. Why would they protect my family for something they already have and can earn more by doing much simpler and safer work? All my family can do is make preparations to delay the Dark Lord reaching them so they could escape. Why else do you think did my grandfather flee the country during the war? So yes, to answer that question, I do love my family, said Quinn sarcastically. But now this is out, my family is at risk if it reaches the ears of the Dark Lord. He stared at everyone in the office. I would be very displeased if this somehow got out. I prefer not to have a conversation with my grandfather that we need to leave the country because I put my nose where it doesn't belong. That was a conversation that would come inevitably, but he preferred it to be as late as possible. After all, he knew exactly what his grandfather would ask him the moment he broke the conversation. He was explicitly told to stay away, and it wouldn't matter to George that it was much before they had the stay away conversation. He'd move in and use the chips he held over Quinn. Quinn was done. He leaned comfortably into his chair and looked ahead with a bland expression as if waiting for them to say something or end this meeting. He was done with speaking and answering questions. The way the conversation had went, he had done enough damage that the moment he stepped out, the people would jump Dumbledore with their questions. Nevertheless, you could have said something, spoke Dumbledore. So could have you, Quinn shrugged, to all these people and so many more. It seemed that everyone had become fed up with Quinn and Dumbledore's conversation where they couldn't understand what they were talking about. Would one you tell us what the hell are you talking about? Harry put everyone's thoughts into loud words. Quinn got up from his chair and buttoned up his suit. I'll leave that to the headmaster. I'm done here for today. As for Hogwarts security, for which I was called here, there's no reason to be concerned about me compromising it. The most I will be doing is visiting Hogsmeade. He faced McGonagall. I'll be sitting down with Professor Flitwick as he asked me to, but I'll be visiting the aid office before that. I hope that's not a problem. McGonagall had no opposition. She was too interested in what Dumbledore was going to tell them. She allowed Quinn to visit aid. He immediately exited the tense place that was the headmaster's office. Scene break. Quinn knocked on the door of the arithmancy classroom. The knock made everyone in the classroom turn towards the door. Mr. West. Septima Vector, the arithmancy professor, exclaimed. What are you doing here? Good afternoon, Professor, smiled Quinn. Looks like you're still stringing beautiful magic with numbers. I was visiting Hogwarts on some business with the headmaster. As for your classroom, I'm here to ask if I could borrow one of your students. Vector's smile seemed to indicate that she knew precisely who Quinn was talking about. Of course, you can. Before she could even complete the sentence, a blonde bullet walked past her with the elegance of a floating cloud and arrived beside Quinn, grabbing onto his arm. Take her, Vector chuckled and shook her head. Please return her before her next class. Will do, Quinn turned to the girl beside him and smiled, shall we? Luna Lovegood nodded with her eyes staring at Quinn. You didn't tell me you were coming, she said. It was a last-minute thing, and I thought I'd give you a surprise. How's 6th year treating you? It's the same as 5th year, which was same as 4th year, same as 3rd year. Really? I thought with me gone, Hogwarts would be less fun. I was the life of the party after all. Luna tilted her head cutely and muttered, party. Quinn chuckled before asking in a softer tone, has anyone tried to act stupid with you? Tell me, and I'll whip up something in the workshop you can throw at them to make the rest of their years absolutely miserable. It's okay. I can do it on my own. Yes, you can, Quinn grinned and side-hugged the shorter girl. How's aid going? Is Astoria handling the office well? Any clients she had to turn away for any reason? We completed the request of every person who came in. Everyone's happy and have their names added into the debt ledger. Good, good, that's the most important part. Any projects that you two are doing? We're in the middle of updating your first year notes. My notes? Are you adding something? Not like that. We're trying to rearrange how the information is presented. As Astoria said, we're making it more digestible. We even did the research for it. Oh, what did you do? Last year, we took one chapter from every notebook of every subject from the first year and made different mock-ups, each with a different design. We showed them to a lot of different first year and second equals year people for feedback. By the end of the year, we had decided upon the final version of the design. Then through the summer break, we slowly worked through all the chapters and all the notebooks for the first year. We're going to review the design one last time, and by the end of the week, we're going to send the new designs to Scrimbenshaft for printing. Are you going to expand to the other years? Asked Quinn. He hadn't taught Astoria, so he didn't know if the younger Greengrass could handle the educational content from higher years, but he knew Luna, and she could gulp everything taught in the Hogwarts classroom like a thirsty traveler in the desert. If this is a success, we're going to repeat the process for the second and third year notes and complete the process in the next year. If the updated notes fail, we're going to put the project on long-term development to see what went wrong. Quinn was impressed. He had told both of them that they needed to do something other than solving the Clent's problems isn't going to get work out as that got boring quickly, and doing personal projects was the best way to utilize aid, which was also what he had done. We are trying to do something. Quinn asked what it was. We're going to start a monthly newspaper. Everything from what happened in Hogwarts to what is happening outside, from magic to history. Everything is going to be in one place. It's going to be both new and familiar. Plus, we have decided to involve the aid cards. We haven't decided where we're going to use them. Maybe you could use them to access the paper. Nah, that's too easy. That idea was the one we rejected first. Ouch, that hurt. Well, whatever you do, send me one of those newspapers if it is built to be taken out of Hogwarts. Quinn smiled as Luna's eyes shined. He had dropped a little hint, and as he had expected, Luna had taken inspiration from it. Where are we going? Asked Luna. To bust Astoria out of her class, wherever that is, Quinn sighed. Why do these halls feel so foreign without recon? How am I going to find where she is? You can ask me, she said. I know. You're smart. I know. You're smart too. Thank you. Asterisk. Quinn West, MC, from Focus to Random. Albus Dumbledore, headmaster, trapped in his office with questions. Luna Lovegood, best friend, still the same, but also smarter. Fiction-only reader, author, 3 works done. Chapter 360, Tough Conversation. Scrivenshaft's Quill Shop. Providing meeting rooms for the West family and associated since 1991. And today as well, the shop was hosting another meeting. However, today, if the tense atmosphere inside the room on the first floor above the store was believed, the meeting didn't look to be a happy one. 2 people sat in the room, opposite each other, staring at each other from across the table. You knew, said Ivy, her voice dripping with hurt and accusation. Quinn pursed his lips into a thin white line. He couldn't even look Ivy in the eye even though he knew this conversation was coming the moment he had decided to accept Dumbledore's invitation. His knowledge wasn't a complete boon, it could also be a curse. As it was right at the moment. You knew what was inside Harry's scar, she said, her cheeks were flushed as she spoke with emotion. You knew, but you didn't say anything. You. Why didn't you say anything? I couldn't say. I had to be sure about it. Horcrux. Yes, a Horcrux. I had to be sure that there was a Horcrux in his scar, and with magic so ancient, there isn't much about them out there. Even though I had suspicions, I couldn't grab your brother to confirm, and even that wouldn't have made any difference. 2 days ago, he had the meeting with Dumbledore, and today, after total silence from Ivy, he had received a short Magifax wanting to meet him. It was clear that Dumbledore had fessed up everything he knew to at least the Potter family. The well-kept secret about Harry's scar storing a Horcrux had finally been open to people other than Dumbledore. And Ivy, who had listened to Quinn and Dumbledore's conversation, had realized that it was not only Dumbledore who had kept a secret. You seem pretty sure when you were talking with Dumbledore, she spat. Quinn reacted to Ivy speaking Dumbledore's name instead of his title. Ivy, like him, preferred to use the faculty's correct title, except for Snape. She would call everyone with the professor attached to their name, both in front of them and behind their back. Seeing her use Dumbledore's name showed that Ivy and maybe even the Potter weren't happy with Dumbledore. I was putting a firm front. I had to speak as if I was sure. Dumbledore's response confirmed that I was unfortunately right. He didn't want to lie, but for his past knowledge, he would continue to spin a web of lies until the day he died. Another curse that he had to keep with himself. So you're saying you did nothing wrong? Not at all. I am as bad as Dumbledore, if not worse. I accused him of hiding things, but didn't I do the same? You don't feel regret about it, do you? Quinn shook his head without a single moment of thought. His relationship with Ivy was one of blunt truth. She had clearly told him she'd prefer hard honesty rather than comforting lies. And he tried to follow that as much as he could. Did you also know about the other thing? She asked. The other thing, he asked. What other thing? Ivy narrowed her eyes, searching his expression. Can't tell you, she said bluntly. Fair enough. Quinn thought about what it might be and realized that it was probably about the prophecy. It made him think if maybe Dumbledore had been completely transparent about it. I'm tired, she sighed, slumping in her chair. She covered her eyes with her arm. Harry has a piece of Voldemort stuck to him. Dumbledore doesn't know how to remove it, and without it, Voldemort isn't going to. She stopped mid-sentence and started to breathe heavily as if she was about to break down. Quinn got up, walked to Ivy, and hugged her from behind. Everything will be fine. Harry will be fine. It's magic. We are going to find a way to get that piece of the Dark Lord's soul out of his scar. I've been looking into Horcruxes. Ever since I realized what they were, I've been diving deep into the magic, soul magic, trying to see how it works. It's coming along. I'm making progress with the magic. He saw expectations rising in her eyes. Stop. Don't look at me like that. Don't keep any expectations. There's no telling how things will turn out. Yeah, she sighed. I just feel useless. You probably are the least useless person in the current situation. I appreciate that, but I can't do anything useful right now. That's your misconception. Harry has spent his entire life being looked at differently by everyone because of his boy who lived situation. His only solace has been the people close to him. But now, those same people have been told something quite unnerving. It's inevitable that people will look at him differently, and maybe for the first time, he will feel foreign among those he's supposed to feel safe. And if you, his twin sister, who has been with him since he was born, act differently, who else can he expect to feel normal with? You need to treat him as if nothing is different. Also, nothing is other, actually. It's not like the Horcrux popped up when Dumbledore spoke about it, the soul was always there, it's just now you know about it. You need to be normal with him. That's what Harry needs the most. Mentality was going to be crucial for Harry. There was a connection between Harry and Voldemort, and if Harry began feeling distressed, the Dark Lord would be able to sense it, and he wasn't going to let such an open opportunity pass by. Even if Harry was militant with his occlumency, his mental status would still be affected, and a slight weakness was all the Dark Lord needed. This was why it was important that Harry felt as comfortable as one could be after knowing that they had their nemesis soul stuck to their forehead. It was crucial that Harry Potter wasn't harmed. The boy who lived was a beacon of hope in the hearts of the people. There was already a turmoil that Dark Lord was already back, and if something happened to that figurehead of hope, things would turn ugly and depressing really quickly. He needs you and his friends the most, said Quinn comfortingly. Ivy sighed and leaned back into Quinn. I'm still furious at you for not telling me about Harry. Would that have brought anything other than worry? Having no knowledge is better than half knowledge, which brings nothing but problems. I won't lie to you by saying that I was thinking about you when I decided to hide it, but the fact stands that it would have changed much. I don't want to believe that, said Ivy bluntly. I'm sure we would have some progress. If you had told us, we could have brought it up with Dumbledore sooner, and with more people looking into it, we could have at least found. Ivy held her tongue. Never mind, if you had told us earlier, some progress would definitely have been made. Same thing as before, asked Quinn, questioning what Ivy had clearly held back. Can't. Mum, Dad, and Dumbledore made everyone promise to not divulge anything that Dumbledore told us, she said. Quinn sighed. A promise is a promise. Feel no pressure from my side. He knew it was most probably about the multiple Horcrux problem. If he didn't have the inside knowledge, he would have at least tried to press or scope for an answer. And here I was thinking my 7th year would be carefree. Quinn chuckled. It's not a laughing matter. I know, but I don't associate Hogwarts with carefree, he said. Right from his 2nd year, Quinn had never been carefree inside Hogwarts. Every year had been a race against time with strict deadlines and deliverable pressures. The vaults kept him busy that he had to meticulously plan his days and the hours within them. I feel like I have gotten lazier since I have left Hogwarts. I need some external pressure, said Quinn, switching the topic of conversation. He sat back down, placing his cheek on his knuckles. I didn't even release a project this summer after so many years, it was an utter disappointment. Project? What do you mean? Quinn tapped his fingers on the table for a bit before starting. Time to reveal a secret about myself. Ivy leaned forward, her eyes showing expectations. Starting from Magifax to Aegis, a number of West products launched in the past few years are my brainchildren. I created them, perfected them, still develop them to this day, and of course, I own them, said Quinn. While the products/services he had released were only a small portion of the entire West business, they had been without a doubt the most profitable. They had grown so quick that every new subsidiary created had gone from loss-generating to profit-racking companies. You made Magifax? Ivy gasped. But if that, how old were you? I was 11 when I was developing it. I pitched it when I was almost 12. I was 13 when the product was released to the mainstream. Quinn shrugged. Magifax was my first pitch ever. Coincidentally, it is the product over which I have the least control. I'm only involved in its development. Maybe I will go take a look at the development offices. Ivy, on the other hand, still had her eyes widened. She opened her mouth a couple times before finally uttering, "Why, you were 11 when you created Magifax, how?" I mean, how? The first model wasn't that hard to create. He still remembered how Magifax hadn't used a single new piece of innovation in its creation. I just needed the spark of inspiration, which I, fortunately, had gotten from the non-magical world. Believe me, when I say this, the non-magical world is a huge source of inspiration. They're much larger than our world, and with so many people, it is almost inevitable they would end up thinking different and more things than us. You created Magifax at 11. You're still on that? Quinn smiled. It shouldn't be that surprising. Mozart composed his first piece when he was 5, you know. It's no different from that if you think about it. I think mine is a little less impressive. 5 years old are really dumb. Aegis is from you as well, Ivy was gaping. I have lost you, haven't I? Aegis itself had become a big deal in a short amount of time. The product had been launched at an opportunistic moment. Anytime news about Death Eaters would pop up in the media, the sales for the cheaper, alternative option to the goblin wardings would jump up like crazy. Aegis was spreading so fast that Quinn's personal net worth inflated like a balloon. I wonder how would she react if I told her I was behind Labyrinth, thought Quinn. Like Aegis, Labyrinth also grew at an accelerated rate, and while it didn't sell as much as the wards, the door network had been growing at a rate higher than the predictions. Quinn, himself, had created so many Labyrinth doors that some parts of the country had begun looking as if they were the Abate network in Italy. But he could feel that chaos was about to break into the country. Quinn West, MC, hard conversations are my specialty if I must say so myself. Ivy Potter, a muddle of emotions, in the heart of the situation. Fiction-only reader, author, I think I'm going to break the war soon. Chapter 361, Explosive Greetings. It was sudden. The day had started as normal with the morning rush of people going on with their lives. Adults rushed to their work, and children made noise on their way to school with many shops and stores already up and running for the day. Boom. A whip-like shock wave jolted everything in its path, followed by the sound of the blast. There was a burst of fire, followed by a plume of smoke rising up in the sky from an old, dilapidated building that looked as if it had been abandoned for ages. Eyes turned to the building with people halting in their ways to look at the accident that seemed to turn more horrible by the second. The fires grew higher and hotter, and the building began to crumble brick by brick. The sound of harsh but familiar sounds of sirens followed after. The fire trucks had arrived to extinguish the fire before it spread to the neighboring buildings. "It's not going down," yelled a firefighter from behind his face shield. "We need more people and trucks down here." "They're on their way," barked back another firefighter. The burly man turned towards the building when he thought he heard cars backfiring. "Did you hear that?" "What?" "The pops." "No. Look. The fire's going down." The fire that didn't seem to want to go down suddenly looked like it couldn't wait to be extinguished, as if it was working on unpaid overtime and wanted to leave work as soon as possible. In mere minutes, the fire died down, leaving behind a badly burnt building. The firefighters entered the building to sift through the debris to find the cause behind the fire, and what they found horrified many of the brave men inside. Slumped against a wall sat a burnt to the crisp body. The body had sustained so much burnt damage that, except for the humanoid shape, one couldn't tell that the figure was once a person. Squatter or an arson for murder? That would be revealed through the post-mortem, but if this is a murder. The firefighters' eyes blurred and out of focus. Everyone in the room stared blankly, unmoving. Two Aurors people suddenly became visible in the room. They exchanged looks briefly and immediately got to work. One of them carefully laid the burnt body into a body bag that stiffened after a wand wave. The other Auror waved his wand on the wall that the body was leaning against, and the part had remained relatively unharmed because of the body acting as the cover burned to match the rest of the surroundings. The Aurors then wiped the memories of the firefighters and modified them so that they won't remember seeing the body. "I am done," an Auror said. The other Auror looked around the burnt room, then at the body, before nodding. "Everything's here is done as well. Let's leave." Both turned invisible at the exact moment, and after a clapping sound, the firefighters awakened as if a paused video had been resumed, with the two men going around the room, sifting through debris to find clues behind the fire. Scene break. "So, what is the decision?" asked Shacklebolt as he entered the cold morgue below the Auror's office. "Who is our dear fellow, and how did he die?" A medi-healer with sunken cheeks turned away from the burnt body and turned toward Kingsley and the two more Aurors who came with him. Kingsley, who had met more than his share of medi-healer who worked in the morgue, furrowed his brows. Most of them were pale and looked as if they hadn't seen a single ray of light and seemed as if they were made from slabs of stones, but this one somehow seemed like a dead body had come to life. "You won't like this," said the mortician. "I was fixing the body to answer the first question but ended up finding out the second one as well." He stepped aside and motioned for the Aurors to step closer. Kingsley looked down at the body, which was lying on its back. He sucked in a cold breath when he realized what he was looking at. Etched on the man's back, which had been fixed, was a large dark mark in the darkest of the blood reds. "Oscar Willow's the name," said the mortician. "Willow?" Kingsley gasped. "Wasn't he a part of the improper use of magic office? I heard he was up and coming in the ministry." One of the Aurors behind Kingsley spoke. He was about to become the next head of his department. "How do you know that?" asked Shacklebolt. "My wife works there." "Oh yeah, I forgot about that." The mortician cleared his throat to gain the Auror's straying attention. Before he was burnt to death, the victim had gone through various physical and magical injuries. "Burnt to death?" asked Kingsley. "He was alive when he was burnt." "Yes, the cause of death was immolation." "Poor man. Those bloody Death Eaters," Kingsley sighed. "Anything else?" "Nothing for now. I'll have to do some more investigation to find additional clues. But there's something." The mortician couldn't complete his sentence. The dark mark on the corpse's back began to glow in an ominous red, and a red liquid that looked like blood began to leak out of the corpse onto the cold slab. What is this? Kingsley's eyes darted around the body with his hand on his wand. I don't know, said the mortician. Suddenly, a hiss sounded out from the body with the blood pooling around the body platform, and with the rate at which it dripped, it looked like it would flood the morgue. Evacuate and seal the morgue, Kingsley issued an order. Looking at the scene, none complained. They backed away and had just turned to run away when the dark mark flooded the morgue with a blood-red light, and then with a blast. Boom. An explosion burst in the heart of the ministry. Moreover, it was below the Oris office, the place with security only next to the Department of Mysteries. The entire Oris office block walls were thickened and reinforced for protection, but even the explosion ripped through those thick walls and spread through the basement like water out of a dam. The structural walls were cracked, and the tremors that originated in the base traveled up to the central ministry building and even up to the above-ground non-magical Whitehall buildings. When the dust settled, the basement was decimated with destruction everywhere, and in the middle of the chaos, a glowing orb of blue became visible. Shacklebolt dropped the shield and immediately whipped his head around while calling out, Rory. Bryn. Tegan. He jerkily stepped around, almost stumbling to the ripped-up ground. In the moment's action, he had pulled up a shield, but in that rush, he hadn't had the time to cover the others. Rory and Bryn would be all right, but Tegan. But then Kingsley's foot caught in something, and he fell forward onto the ground. Wah. Kingsley felt his stomach come up. He had tripped on a body, and when he saw the torn and muddy Aura robes, he knew who it was, at least one of the two who it was. Then it hit him that he hadn't heard anyone call out to him or even a single groan of pain. He crawled to the body and shortly waved his wand, only for the spell to give no response. There was no life in it. Kingsley shot up and waved his wand in a flurry. All the rubble in his view rose and was strongly pushed towards the walls, leaving behind a navigatable space. But it also made him what he was hoping not to see. Just a few steps away, there lay two bodies. Kingsley's breathing grew labored when he saw that there weren't two bodies, he could only see 1.5 bodies, the half body being the lower part. No, 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 no. He began muttering as he rushed to the complete body, which he could identify as the mortician from the clothes. He tested for life, but again, it came out as negative. Kingsley collapsed on the floor with his ears ringing and eyes swarming, but it was only for a second as instinct took over, making him stand up. His aura waves etched into the bones commanded his body as he moved towards where the exit was when the steel gate that had become mangled and twisted was knocked open before Kingsley could get to it. Auras came running in and almost invaded like an army. Shacklebolt. Robards shouted when he saw his haggard subordinate and friend. Rory and Bryn came out of Kingsley's mouth. Bryn's body wasn't even. Shacklebolt's body slumped against Robards as he muttered with labored breath. Robards supported Kingsley, and while the men didn't seem like he wanted to ask, the question came out of his mouth, what happened here, Kingsley? Dead body from arson had a dark mark on the back. It was some sort of explosion. Took out everything. Kingsley's eyes widened as he stood straight and stared at Robards. Basement. What happened outside of the morgue? We don't know yet, Robards pursed his lips. But it doesn't look good. The blast spread out of the morgue, coming down here, the picture was similar, the possibility of casualties is large. Kingsley closed his eyes shut to hide his pain. It was a trap, he said with anguish. The Death Eaters set a trap. He couldn't speak up as the effects of blocking the blast had sucked a lot of magic out of him in a very short time. I understand, no need to speak anymore, rest up, said Robards. The head Auror carefully shied Kingsley's to other Aurors who led him out. He turned, and naturally, with Kingsley's cleanup, he saw the 3 bodies lying on the ground. Robard closed his pain-filled eyes for a moment, and when he opened them, there was hard steel reflecting them. Sing, he commanded, and a senior Auror stepped up. I want every part of the trapped body gathered and bagged up. Then I need the morticians, Rory's, Bryn's bodies handled carefully with the utmost respect. He turned to another senior Auror, give me a statistic of the casualties, injured, and damages, I need to be updated regularly. Another order came up to another senior Auror, get the juniors ready. We're going to patch the damage by ourselves without any external help. I want everything cleaned and repaired as soon as possible. Finally, he turned to the team presents and declared. I don't care what Scrimgeour says. I don't care if Bones comes down against us. From today, this moment onwards, the Oris office is at war with the Dark Lord and the Death Eaters. They took 2 of our people today. I'm going to drag every single one of those fucking degenerates out in the open and have them answer with blood. The Aurors present were stunned for a moment when they heard the always stern, by-the-book head Auror Gawain Robards speak so vehemently with such burning anger. But when they saw the bodies, something inside them screamed out in the agreement. They clenched their fist and stared at Robards with matching emotions. It was final, the Oris office was at war. Kingsley Shacklebolt, Captain Auror, bed rest for a week. Gawain Robards, head Auror, I'm going to make them pay. Chapter 362, Gather Info, Part Beetle. Quinn closed the newspaper with a severe expression on his face. Explosion in the heart of the Ministry. An attack on the Auror office, a place that most terrorists wouldn't even dream about attacking, but here it was in the paper, the Death Eaters had blown up the bomb inside Ministry. How they did do it? The article didn't speak much about what exactly had happened inside the Ministry. The entire front page, which was covered in the blast incident, was filled with expert speculations of what could have happened inside the Ministry building. His eyes wandered to the article's byline, where Rita Skeeter was written in the place of the journalist's name. That shocked him more. The water beetle, who wrote really concise articles, even though they were mostly bogus, had written such a vague story, which meant that the Aurors had locked the premises and information so tightly that the master in the business couldn't get a peep out. What happened inside? Quinn started to tap on the armrest. The Auror office was strict in their information flow to the media and public, but this level of lockdown on such a public incident was unprecedented in Quinn's experience in this country. But one thing was clear. The fragile calmness that had been at the risk of exploding had finally blown up. The Death Eaters had attacked something that shouldn't have been target. If it was the canon timeline with weak leadership, Quinn wouldn't have batted an eye, but the current administration was what Quinn considered formidable. Gawain Robards was a strict man who ruled the Auror office with respect and strong ethics. The man was from a magical household without any affluential influence in the family. He had gone through the standard Auror pipeline from the academy to every level of the Auror hierarchy with utter hard-working excellence. When the leadership was as militant as Robards, it was bound to bleed down to the grassroots of the department. It was inevitable that Auror's office would pivot towards a culture that would benefit from Robards' influence. Then there was the man who ran the entire Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Rufus Scrimgeour was a veteran in both the field and politics. The lion-like man understood how the internals of his department worked and knew how to play the external politics to get his way. Quinn hadn't personally witnessed how Bartnios Crouch Sr. ran DMLE, but from what he had heard, it seemed the ex-DMLE head's work was similar to how Rufus Scrimgeour handled business. Then there was Minister Amelia Bones. In comparison to someone like Rufus Scrimgeour, she seemed tame, but that was when someone from the outside looked at it. Amelia Bones had started her career as an entry-level clerk in the ministry in DMLE and had risen up to the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement without being either an Auror or a hit wizard, but had somehow managed to keep all the ambitious ones like Rufus Scrimgeour under her heel for a long and successful career before ascending to her current position. All three of the most influential people in the ministry originated from DMLE, and that origin base of theirs had been attacked. In no way were these bigwigs going to twiddle their thumbs and do nothing at such disrespectful discretion against them. They were going to retaliate. And Quinn needed to be on top of those things to ensure he knew things as they happened to get the most out of them. He had to know what had happened inside and what was the vibe inside DMLE to understand how to map his next moves. He got up from his chair and shouted that he wasn't going to have lunch before leaving West Manor to get some answers. Rita Skeeter had just entered her go-to-diner/cafe for lunch when she heard a voice call out to her. "Miss Skeeter." Skeeter paused in her heels. Took a shallow breath, put on her best smile, and turned towards the source, thinking it was a fan who wanted her autograph, but inside she was already cursing the person who she hadn't even seen yet. The reason she chose to eat this place was that she could eat in peace without getting noticed by pesky dung flies. But when the dung fly entered her vision, her plastic smile froze on her face. Sitting in front of her was one of the people she disliked most in her life. "Quinn West," she all but whispered. Quinn raised his glass of rose soda sherbet towards Skeeter with a smile, and even though he didn't ask her to join, she walked to Quinn's table and sat down opposite him. Quinn waited till the waitress took Skeeter's order before snapping his finger and isolating every single vibration of sound from going outside. "What a coincidence, Miss Skeeter," smiled Quinn. "Who knew I would end up running into you at the quaint little cafe I decided to try out today? It was as if we were supposed to meet today." Skeeter fake polite chuckled. "I never thought you'd believe in such things, Quinn." "What can I say? They can be fun at times," said Quinn. He sipped his refreshing drink before asking, "I have to say, I was surprised reading your article today, Miss Skeeter. It's much different from what you usually write." "You read my articles, Quinn. I was under the assumption that you weren't interested in such things." "Rubbish. Why wouldn't I be interested in the news? It's critical to be aware of what's happening in the world, and Daily Prophet's good writers and editors do an excellent job of telling a side of the story," Quinn laughed. "Speaking of, I am genuinely interested in the piece you published today, and I have a few questions about it." Skeeter's smile faltered for a split moment before coming back full force. She ho laughed with her hand covering her lips. "I'm glad you liked my work, but unfortunately, because of the sensitivity of the situation, I can't talk about it outside of work. Moreover, everything I know is already in the article. There's no need for you to talk to me." "Surely you must be jesting, Miss Skeeter. The written word is my favorite, and I don't believe that you don't have something other than what was written on it." Come on, Miss Skeeter, there must be something in there that you couldn't fit inside the packaged article that you posted. The other things that were left on the planning board, tell me things you couldn't put out for everyone to read. Skeeter narrowed her eyes a fraction as she stared at Quinn. She knew this was coming. There was no way this was a coincidence. She would retire and put her pen down for good if someone could prove it wasn't planned, that she ended up meeting Quinn during lunch. His asking about the article so bluntly made everything clear behind the question of why Quinn had interjected her here today. Additionally, she noticed how Quinn hadn't said a single word of compliment in the form of a please. He wanted her to answer the questions, and from what Skeeter knew, he wasn't the type to take a refusal, especially with their particular past. It all started with a fire in the Muggle world, she said. There must have been some news about there being magic involved because the Aurors were sent out to the scene. They must have brought something back from the arson because something exploded down there, and I suspect it was something that they had brought in. Quinn leaned forward. It wasn't an infiltration, he asked. Doesn't seem like it. The Auror office would have said something if there had been an arrest. They would have tried to push the faulty security measures to another department. But the entire DMLE has been abnormally quieter, as if everything knows something others don't, and no one wants to open their mouth. Quinn leaned back, and his thoughts began churning. The Death Eaters had sneaked a bomb into the building, right under everyone's nose, sneaked in an object. If it wasn't a Death Eater suicide bomber, then how did it happen? Who might know this, Miss Skeeter? He asked. Someone high enough in the hierarchy, but none of those people I tried to talk to would even meet me. And you couldn't use your usual methods, why? They're persistent, Skeeter spat. The entire department doesn't look like they have the key to the Fountain of Youth. I see, Quinn hummed before asking, what's about the minister's reaction on this, anything on that front? Skeeter shook her head. Quinn sighed and settled down. The information was truly short. Even Skeeter only knew so little. But he had found something new, and it was time to take that small lead and try to find more. Quinn got up from his chair and spoke, that'd be all for now, Miss Skeeter. It was intriguing to talk to you about this, but now I must leave. He unceremoniously got up with no words of warning. Skeeter knew what would happen if she tried to use their meeting to spin another story. And was about to step away when he stopped and faced Skeeter. I'll be keeping in touch, Miss Skeeter. Who knows when someone might find some interesting facts, and who better but you to write about them. Scene break. Sirius Black exited a flue and stepped onto the vertic alley. It was already evening, and his workday was over, and with the blast, everything had been a heavy rush of things stampeding over him, and that beating made him want to have a drink, so after a hectic day, he ventured towards his favorite bar in the country. He walked in the empty street without fear. It looked like the perfect place to get mugged, but Sirius walked confidently without care. Would some petty mugger dare to even breathe in front of him? As he was thinking about his day and all the heaviness that was floating above the office, a distorted voice called. Sirius Black. He looked back, and if yesterday had been a surprise, this was another version of it. It was not because of the distorted voice, sure, it played a bit part, but what shocked every other thought from his mind was the figure covering him from head to toe, staring at him with deep violet eyes. It was the invisible vigilante. Quinn West, MC, information is very important. Fiction-only reader, author, sorry for the slightly shorter chapter, but this seemed like the perfect spot. The link is in the bio. Chapter 363, Peace, Not for Long. Sirius stood staring at the figure donned in black for a moment. His wand was already in his hand by instinct, ready for action, but it took him a beat to register what was in front of him. Are you mad? Sirius pointed his glowing wand towards Quinn. Or are you looking to surrender? If it is the latter, then I'll gladly take you in right here, right now. What do you say, want to come in? We're renovating right now, so it'll be a little rough, but I assure you, I'll put you in the best one we have. Quinn would have good-heartedly laughed if he wasn't under his mask. But Noir wouldn't laugh in any situation, so he went straight to the point, about the attack in the Ministry. What is the Auror office's stand on it? How will you and your people handle the Death Eaters now? Sirius scoffed, taking one step closer to Quinn. What are you, a journalist? Why would I tell you a single thing to a criminal like you? I want to know the Ministry's stance on criminals like Death Eaters. Is the Auror office going to stay still like cowards after the Death Eaters came into your house and bombed it? If so, I will lose all the respect I have for your occupation. Cowards. Sirius' voice went as cold as a grave. You're calling us cowards when you're then one who hides behind that mask. How dare you say that, you fucking nobody? Unlike the rest of my peers back in the office, I respected you for rescuing Amelia from Voldemort, but to think I was giving respect to someone who doesn't respect it. Quinn narrowed his eye behind his mask. I could not care less what you think of me, Sirius Black, said Quinn. Get to the point. What is the Auror's stance on the Death Eaters? If you do not want to tell me, then say so, and I will leave. Do you think I'll let you walk away just like this? Sirius, his wand taking on an angry glow. Quinn didn't believe words were an appropriate response. So he turned to what he considered an appropriate response and flared up his market. The doors and windows of Solitary Street rattled, and even the dust on the ground floated to rise up. "I am not a pushover," said Quinn. "I did not want this conversation to go this way. But if you want to go down this path, I will very willingly follow through with it. You didn't want to go this way. What did you expect would happen between an Auror and a wanted murderer?" said Sirius. "A cultured conversation. Cultured conversation with a bloke who has taken body parts out of people. Yeah, right. Have some self-consciousness." Quinn could tell this conversation was going nowhere. He wanted to get some information, but it didn't look like Sirius was going to give it to him willingly. He could take it out of the senior Auror's mind against his consent, but that was something he was looking to avoid because of how messy it could get and become a rolling snowball. Right now, he was more willing to take a risk on a junior Auror, who might or might not have the crucial information he was looking for. This was a waste of time, said Quinn, and started to back away while keeping an eye on Sirius. A wise decision, as Sirius immediately shot a spell towards Quinn, who blocked it with a shield and returned with a magic-heavy spell. Sirius moved to block it with his shield and was sent back flying as the spell made contact with the shield. Oof. A blue glow appeared around Sirius, and all the momentum was killed, bringing him to a halt. The senior Auror landed on the ground skillfully as if he had practiced 100 times. But as Sirius regained his footing, another spell appeared in his peripheral. He raised his wand, and a hasty shield spell blocked the attack, but Sirius was sent flying once again. The same blue glow of Arresto momentum cut Sirius' momentum and brought him to a halt, with Sirius physically maneuvering himself to land on the ground. Pop. Sirius looked up just to see the sole of a black combat boot smash into his shoulder and slam him to the ground, rattling his entire body. Gah. Even in this situation, Sirius' mind worked with perfect calmness and awareness of his situation. He channeled his magic through his wand, a dome manifested above him. Crack. But the next second, the dome was broken by a heavy blunt attack. Then Sirius saw the black soul come down, and this time instead of landing on his shoulder, it squarely pressed into his chest and rammed into the ground. "Think about it before calling me a good-for-nothing, Sirius Black," said Quinn. He extended his gloved hand, and Sirius' wand went flying to the side of the street, in a shady corner, making it difficult to be seen. "I do not wish harm upon those who do not deserve it. You do not deserve to face the harm I inflict upon the deserve. I still respect the Aurors, and the country cannot lose any more Auros, so I'm going to leave you, so make sure you lie here like a good boy." Quinn passed a light vibration spell through Sirius' body which did not hurt him, but it didn't hurt but did heavily disorient him. When Sirius recovered from the spell that shook every part of his body, Quinn turned away and was already turning the corner of the street. War. Quinn stopped and turned towards Sirius. The Aurors are at war with the Death Eaters. War. Now that is something, thought Quinn. He didn't know what war meant in the context of the Aurors. They could be simply starting an arrest hunt for the Death Eaters, or maybe it was more along the lines of avenging their fallen ones. But whatever it was, Quinn knew that this was the advent of what was called in the canon as the Second Wizarding War. "Take care of yourself, Sirius Black," said Quinn. "Wars do nothing but damage to everything involved. Stay alive, the world needs more people like you in it." After throwing some pleasant words, he turned the corner and operated out, leaving behind a relatively unharmed Sirius Black. Quinn dropped the noir patch on his bed and plopped down beside it flat on his back. "War, he says," muttered Quinn. He was expecting some big news today, and what he heard was right up the alley he was expecting. And it did bring him some nervousness and a little bit of anxiety. As he had said to Sirius, wars brought good to no one involved. There was destruction, loss of life, and distress on the entire spectrum of emotions. War, Quinn muttered again. It was already here. Quinn knew that it would come sooner or later, but now that it was here, it seemed that there wasn't enough time to prepare. There had been things he had been preparing for a very long time, and they still weren't complete. Especially, the main part on which everything depends upon. His hand went to the chain around his neck where the resurrection stone lay. He hadn't had enough time to work on it and desperately wished he had gotten his hands on it sooner. But there was no use complaining. All he could do was move his plans faster and hope that they had progressed enough to work. Quinn stood up from his bed, picked up the noir patch and walked down the stairs of his suitcase. If he wanted to make his plans move faster, he needed to put in the work to make that happen. Scene break. The door opened, and Sirius entered the room as silently as possible. "You're late, Auror Black." Sirius looked a bit embarrassed as he looked at the table of important people sitting at the same table, the Minister of Magic, Amelia Bones. Head of DMLE, Rufus Scrimgeour. Head Auror, Gawain Robards. Head Hit Wizard, Killian Perry, among many other important personnel from the DMLE. And Sirius was late to that meeting. "I'm sorry," Sirius said to Scrimgeour. I encountered two drunken parties fighting each other in the street about Quidditch, creating problems for everyone. There was no junior in the area, so I had to take care of it. He sat down in a seat near the walls of the room. Welcome to the meeting, James Potter whispered as he leaned toward Sirius. Don't start, Sirius sighed. Did you really find people on the street? No, I met the invisible vigilante, said Sirius. He beat me to the ground. I got late because of that. James tried to hold back his laugh, but it leaked out, gathering eyes from everywhere in the room. Is there something you find funny, Aura Potter? Asked Amelia. No, nothing, Minister, James said hurriedly with a serious face. After he was sure no one was looking at him, he whispered to Sirius, seriously, what happened? I met the invisible vigilante. Did you meet a girl and lose track of time? I met the invisible vigilante. He asked me what had happened. We got into a fight. He barely beat me to the ground, barely. We agreed that I could have won if he didn't get a drop of me and then parted ways like civil gentlemen. James wanted to scoff, but it died in his throat when he looked at Sirius. The smile drained from his face, and he grabbed Sirius' arm. Did you really? How did that happen? What happened? Sirius nodded. You are fine, right? Asked James. Yeah, I'm fine, sighed Sirius. There was a silence before he said, he was strong. What? He was strong. I made sure to charge up my shield plenty, but I was still blown away. And you know what? He blew me away twice at that. I couldn't adapt the second time as well. It was like there was a gulf of power that I couldn't cover. What did you say to him? Nothing much, but then he didn't kill me, so I just said that we were going at war. You did what? That's not supposed to go out. What happens if Scrimgeour and Bones shut down Robart's proposal? Like that's going to stop him. I know it won't, and that's why we have to keep it under wraps. You shouldn't have told him even if this goes through. The two stopped talking when Amelia got up along with the other bigwigs. I have listened to what DMLE head Scrimgeour and head Aura Robards had to say, and given the circumstances, I have come to a decision. Amelia looked around the room and spoke after a pause. We are going at war with the Death Eaters. This is going to be a covert operation, so whatever we discuss here moving forward is not to be talked about outside. Sirius looked at James. Well, there you have it. It's not as bad as before, is it? James opened and closed his mouth before shutting it and looked ahead, his expression covered in shock. Quinn West, MC, just a few days, I was talking about getting lazy. Sirius Black, Senior Auror, I did nothing wrong, per SE fiction-only reader, author, I'm back. Not a fracture, but serious ligament damage, tore M up pretty badly. 5 days of bed rest. After that, if the swelling and pain have improved, I can commute carefully with a support splint without worsening the injury. Then with care and DIY physiotherapy for 1 to 2 months, I will be able to regain full mobility. Not going home, at least not as of now. Let's see how I'm doing on Monday. Chapter 364, 10 Galleon Bet. If there was one thing that brought joy to the magical community of the British Isles, it would be the magical sport of Quidditch. If someone went out looking, they would find a Quidditch fan before they exited their home street. The singular sport had grown the level of religion in the lives of people who loved to play, talk, and watch the sport with more passion than any other thing in their lives. The sport was almost like a drug. People couldn't get enough of high-speed flying, high chances of collisions, and the guaranteed promise of thrill and excitement. International matches with national teams were events that the people were extremely attached to and felt a lot about, but they weren't enough. People wanted more Quidditch. To remedy that almost insatiable demand, regional Quidditch leagues were started, not only giving the people a chance to enjoy more Quidditch but also allowing more players a chance to play and make a living out of it. And such a pressing need was met, it was bound to make money, and when things made money, people who owned them wanted to make money. So, the business of regional leagues and sports teams grew to the point that they became household names. People would gather up in the stadium every game to support their teams and have an evening of Quidditch fun full of screaming, shouting, booze, and stadium food. Even in Hogwarts, people would follow the game through commentary on the magical radio. Every game night, people would gather in the common room to tune in and have a jolly communal time. And today, Quinn had come to one such game. He sat down at his chair in the VIP box situated inside the stadium's prime location with his big glass of iced tea. He was at the optimal height and could see the action without straining his neck. Unlike most people in this country, Quinn wasn't a big fan of the game. He had only been to a couple games in his life, and while the energy of the people in the stadium was enjoyable and a unique experience when using legilimency on the people, the game itself didn't excite Quinn. But today was a special occasion. Today, at the British and Irish Quidditch League, Puddlemore United vs Appleby Arrows, Eddie Carmichael was making his professional debut as part of the Puddlemore United, flying since 1163, the oldest club in the existence of English Quidditch. Quinn couldn't keep the smile off his face. Eddie wasn't supposed to debut today. A young athlete like Eddie, who didn't have any prior professional experience, wouldn't play in the top league. Instead, they build up experience in a secondary league playing in a junior team owned by the club. When he showed results, he would be called up to play on the big scene. But Eddie was Eddie. Quinn didn't know what he did, but Eddie had somehow convinced the management to let him play in a game. In a sport where a team only had 7 players, it was a considerable risk to replace one regular out with a fresh out-of-school rookie. But Eddie had done it. Puddlemore must be really desperate to have a kid play. They've been falling the past years today, they're going to be wiped out by the fucking arrows, said someone sitting beside Quinn in the VIP booth. Puddlemore United had been a successful franchise for centuries. Even now, it was standing at number 2 in the season rankings. Unfortunately, the team failed to show results where it mattered the most. The club had entered a long championship drought that didn't look like it wanted to end. The oldest team had already dropped down to number 3 on the rankings of the most championships won by a club. Because the team was still strong and successful, the loyal long-time fans supported it wholeheartedly, but it had seen a slight dip in attracting a younger, newer fresh blood who supported the team. Quinn stared at the old man and raised his index finger, lying flat against the armrest, and silently and sneakily cast a spell. The old man would feel thirsty no matter how much he drank for the next 24 hours. A loud horn marked the entrance of the players. Quinn got up and leaned against the railings to see as Puddlemore United came flying out, dressed in navy blues emblazoned with 2 crossed golden bulrushes. His smile turned toothy when he spotted Eddie, flying behind everyone else but was applying what he had learned to create a positive first impression. Or the version of the positive first impression that Eddie believed in, as just after the first whistle of the game, he showed another team's chaser in an attempt to get to the quaffle. Well, that's the image he wants, smiled Quinn. Quinn felt someone take a seat beside him. He looked away from the game to glance at the men briefly. For a second, his mind didn't pick up who he was looking at, and he turned back to the game, but then it hit, and he turned to look at the men properly. The men seemed to notice Quinn's gaze and look at him. "Good evening," said the man and then introduced himself. "Rufus Scrimgeour, Auror, and an Arrows fan. I think they're going to beat Puddlemore today." Quinn shook Scrimgeour's hand as he replied, "Quinn West, Puddlemore fan. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Scrimgeour. I disagree with you, I think Puddlemore will run Arrows down." "Oh. Why is that?" "Because my friend is playing in the game, and he's very talented." "Your friend?" "Eddie Carmichael. The young chaser making his debut." "You think a rookie will be good enough to meaningfully contribute to the game?" "A rookie, maybe not. But Eddie is the perfect mixture of talent and hard work. He's special. Give him a couple years, and he would be outscoring every other team in the league and beyond. And today's going to mark the start of it." "Even if your friend stays in the secondary league for a couple years, he will still need a couple more to come up to speed with the top talent, and if he is what you say he is, it will be a couple more years before he gets to the summit." "Secondary league?" Quinn smirked. "There's no way Eddie will go down to a secondary league." He pointed at the field. "He is having the taste of what the top professional scene is, and after that taste, he will refuse to have anything inferior. This chance he created for himself, he will grab onto it and never let go." Above the field, Eddie flew with the ball and threw it past the goalkeeper's fingertips into the goal hoops, marking Eddie's first professional goal. "So, Mr. West," Scrimgeour continued the conversation, but on a different note. "How are you doing these days? Have you been fine after your abduction event?" Quinn sipped on his iced tea through the straw before speaking. "Thank you for asking, Mr. Scrimgeour. I'm thankfully fine." There was no use hiding that he didn't know who Scrimgeour was. "I have to thank you for bringing my abductors to justice. Your department did a very swift job handling my case. We strive to handle every case with care and urgency. I heard your grandfather is busy these days." "How is he doing these days?" "And I heard that you guys are going to war with the Death Eaters. Why don't you tell me how's the going on?" Scrimgeour slowly turned to Quinn and gave him a slow stern observing look. "How did you know that?" "People at my status are privy to some privileges, Mr. Scrimgeour. But I have to say, I'm loving the direction all of you're going. It brings me great confidence in the ability of DMLE to protect us." Scrimgeour dropped the look and sighed. "It's not complete yet." "You mean the lethal sanctions?" "Yes, the lethal sanctions. The Minister of Magic and DMLE couldn't just sanction lethal actions against a specific group of people. Such measures had to go through Wisengamot for approval. The last time lethal sanctions were ordered, it was on Death Eaters during the previous wars, spearheaded by Barty Crouch Sr. "Do you think you can replicate what Barty Crouch Sr. achieved?" asked Quinn. "Right now, I wish nothing more than that to happen. You will need support for that. The Dark faction will oppose you. A portion of the Light faction will oppose you. The Grey faction may or may not support you. If you want this to happen in the current political landscape, you'll need a lot of support." "Are you implying something?" The crowd screamed in cheers, and the two seekers chased after the snitch. Quinn and Scrimgeour watched the game for a bit before returning to the conversation. I might be. I can help you gain the support you need. I suppose you can. Yes, I can. I can give access to my grandfather, and something tells me that he will be interested in listening to what you have to say. Will George West really support our action? That depends on you. If you can keep your point in front of him clearly and convincingly, there's no reason he won't support you, but don't expect anything other than political support. If you try overreach for stuff, he will shut you down, so be careful what you ask for. I will keep that in mind. I'm glad that you understand, said Quinn with his eyes on the game. Things will turn much worse from here on out, won't it? It will, who knows, this might be the last Quidditch game we get to see in person. Quinn sighed. Eddie will be pissed if that happens. That's what you take from that. That's what I take from it. Now, Mr. Scrimgeour, I would love to talk to you, but I would like to watch the game. It's the reason I came here. No small talk from me. I would also like that. Puddlemore is going to win. I bet arrows are going to win. 10 galleons. Just 10, asked the head of DMLE with the very lucrative pay package. I was thinking more like 100. It's not the money that makes the betting fun. Money will make a difference if the amount makes a difference for us. It's the bragging rights and the satisfaction of living that makes it fun. If you want to bet money, how about we bet a half a year of your salary? That'd be appropriate. Bragging rights and satisfaction it will be. And 10 galleons. It was Puddlemore who won at the end of the game by the capture of the snitch, and by the points scored by the chasers, including Eddie, who put on impressive numbers for a rookie. After a week, it was announced that Eddie won't be going to the secondary league and would be placed as a reserve for the Puddlemore United to be brought off the bench in the later parts of the game. Quinn won his 10 galleons and the bragging rights of beating the head of DMLE in a bet. Though Scrimgeour was the one who left with the most gain that day. Quinn West, MC, one of the sweetest 10 galleons I ever got. Rufus Scrimgeour, head of DMLE, already preparing for the meeting. Fiction-only reader, author, written on May 7, 2022, I'm sorry for the typos that have been happening in the past few chapters. It's just that I get sleepy after dinner, but I can't afford to sleep because I have to write, so I end up dozing off while writing, and that's when the typos happen. Chapter 365, Wizengamot Shock. Like many magical household buildings owned by old pureblood families, the Crouch House was situated in the countryside, away from the nearest non-magical villages, built on privately owned vast lands by those families, keeping them away from what they deemed unwanted. Voldemort stared outside at the property's front yard from one of the windows, which had twin gardens on the sides of a paved footpath that stretched from the manor's doors and the estate's gate. When he had arrived at the estate, the gardens were lush with vibrant flowers and rich grass spread, well maintained thanks to the house elf whose name he couldn't bother to ask, but now, the same garden had wilted away after the caretaker's death. The door behind him creaked open, but he didn't look away from the window. Is everything ready, Augustus? He asked. Yes, my lord, said Augustus Rockwood. The preparations are done, the teams are ready to move at your order. Voldemort hummed. Have you prepared well for today, Rockwood? Your role is going to be very important today. You might end up meeting old friends. Please be assured. My old friends won't be creating a problem today. Most of them don't know how to wield a wand in a duel. The ones who do know, I'm ready to handle them. Unspeakables in the Department of Mysteries, to be put crudely, were researchers who spent most of their time in labs, hunched over their research. While the Unspeakables were making substantial discoveries in magic, many of them weren't proficient in dueling. However, there was a section of Unspeakables that researched dueling arts, and those Unspeakables were one of the real dangers inside the Ministry. After all, Augustus Rockwood was one of the Unspeakables who studied the dueling domain focused on weaponizing magic. Did you know I was asked to join the Department of Mysteries when I was young? Said Voldemort. Rockwood wasn't surprised, given he knew how Unspeakables recruited, but he was highly intrigued by the image of the Dark Lord being asked to join the Unspeakables or even possibly working in the gallows of the Department of Mysteries. Voldemort continued, I refused them that day. I wanted to travel and learn magic instead of being stuck in a cubicle doing mundane tasks so that my supposed superiors could focus on their research, or worse, waste their and, especially my time, doing nothing. Rookwood knew what Voldemort was talking about. He had done his share of grunt work before being able to focus on his choice of research. And he couldn't even imagine Voldemort doing the same grunt work. When does the Wizengamot session start? Asked Voldemort. In about an hour, my lord, replied Rockwood. The bill for the usage of lethal action against my Death Eaters, said Voldemort, quoting the topic of the Wizengamot discussion. I still remember you telling how many problems it had caused our tropes the last time around. I should have killed Bartmeow Sr. before he caused those pesky problems. I made the mistake of not doing so last time. But this time let us make them aware of what they are about to face. If I may speak something, my lord. Voldemort hummed, which Rockwood took as a signal to continue. If we proceed with this, then wouldn't that sway the vote in favor of the implementation of lethal action? That would create problems, especially with Robards and Scrimgeour leading the current DMLE. Even Bones has her origin in the DMLE, she would be more perceptible to suggestions against us. How do you think the vote would go if we don't proceed today? Asked Voldemort. According to what Rivers have gathered, the bill is going to pass today, Rockwood said. Rivers Locke, the resident spymaster, had felt around the ministry using his network of Novellus Actionites and had concluded that today was going to be passed. He also said there are rumors of George West endorsing the bill. Then you should realize that whatever we do today isn't going to make a difference. And if there isn't going to be any difference, why not make the best out of the situation? Voldemort turned to Rockwood and continued, gather everyone, I'll address them before we leave. If everyone else wants war, let us give them one. Scene break. If everyone could take their seats, we can get started with this meeting, said Dumbledore, the chief warlock of the Wizengamot. He roamed his eye over the circular room, looking at those who had inherited their family seats, those who had been elected, and those who had received them as part of their ministerial designations. He looked at those people divided into the three major factions, dark, light, and grey, and one minor faction of the minister's circle. Dumbledore's eyes stayed with the minister's circle. It wasn't common in the Wizengamot and the British Isles political scene that the ministers had their own faction. Almost every time, the minister was backed by one or two major factions, representing part of the nation's populace. The last minister, Cornelius Fudge, was first supported by the Light faction in his first term and the Dark faction in his second. But Amelia Bones was an outlier in the way that she didn't belong to any of the factions. She had support from parts of both Light and Grey factions but didn't exclusively support either. Her true influence came from her work and tenure in the DMLE. She had been so competent and done such good work during a period when DMLE was having trouble finding applicants who passed the Auror and hit Wizard standards, keeping the reputations of her department so clean and successful that her approval ratings had been off the roof with the populace even without the explicit support of any political factions. Ahem, Dumbledore cleared her throat. Members of Wizengamot, today we have gathered here to discuss a bill proposed by Minister Bones in conjunction with the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. I'm sure all the concerned individuals already have a copy of the draft and have had the time to go through them to gain an understanding of what it entails. Now, I would give the floor to head of DMLE Rufus Scrimgeour to place the bill in front of the Wizengamot. Amidst the buzzing chatter, footsteps echoed as Scrimgeour walked to the room's well. All eyes followed the men who looked poised. One look at the men, one could tell that this was what an Auror was supposed to be. Scrimgeour walked to the table in the center and placed some documents in the middle, and the men took his time to set up as if the other didn't exist. Members of Wizengamot, he started, today we have gathered here to discuss a solution to the problem that ails our country and every person that lives within it. He turned to the Dark faction as he said the last part. It's not a secret that the Dark Lord, he said, and the people straightened up, and his Death Eaters have risen again. They have gotten back to their terrorizing ways of the war days. In the past few months, DMLE has apprehended many Death Eaters, who have been sentenced to Azkaban, but not a single time have the Death Eaters not tried to rescue their compatriots, going as far as to attack Auror guards escorting the prisoners. There have been many more incidents in which the DMLE suspects were caused by the Death Eaters. And, just recently, the Death Eaters directly attacked the ministry itself by sending an explosive to the ministry that everyone knows caused much damage. In that one incident, they not only threatened everyone's lives in the headquarters and so many important documents but also risked breaking the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy, which would have not only endangered the lives of wizardkind in our country but worldwide. When the population of one country found out about the magical population, then it was just a matter of time before the other countries would find out about it. It would spread like a pandemic, and the lives of so many people would be risked without them anything. It would bring judgment upon the magicals of the British Isles, and in those times of turmoil, no one would be willing to help them. So, on behalf of the Minister's Office and the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, I propose that lethal action be allowed against the Death Eaters. Like the last war, I propose that the Unforgivables be allowed to be used against the Death Eaters, and if in a situation of concern, Aurors and Hit Wizards be allowed to execute the Death Eaters. There was a heaviness in the air. A lot of chatter rose up within the room, making people. Dumbledore raised his wand to the air and shot harmless explosions, making people quiet up. If anyone wants to question Department Head Scrimgeour, please raise your hand, he said. It seemed that a lot of people had questions as hands were raised from all the questions. There was a reason why Dumbledore had stuck to the Chief Warlock position for such a long time without letting anyone have the chance to replace him. Chief Warlock was responsible for facilitating any discussion that happened in Wizengamot, and it was completely up to Dumbledore who he chose to give a chance to speak and in what order. For a big part, he got to decide how the discussion could go. And if he was to give a chance to the Light faction. Dumbledore glanced towards where the Light faction sat with complicated looks in his eyes. Ever since he had revealed the truth about Harry's situation, he had lost the trust of some influential members of the faction, and with it, a lot of people who didn't know the truth but were followers of said influential people. He wasn't sure what would happen if he gave a chance by the Light faction. As he contemplated who to give a chance, a sudden tremor went through the room. It was so violent that many people shifted off their seats, and entire rows of chairs moved by several inches. Even Dumbledore had to grab onto his chair to not fall off because of the violent shaking. Dumbledore even heard someone, presumably an Auror, shout, again. Dumbledore's eyes went straight to the dark faction members, and he started to scour the people looking for people who were acting strange. He noticed people who were acting strangely calm in this current situation, especially when there had been a similar incident very recently. He clutched his wand and let the magic flow as the Legilimency mind magic shot through like an arrow from a taut bow, piercing through the embarrassingly weak defense of the people who acted strangely. Dumbledore started to rife through their memories, and that's when he found the reason behind the sudden shock. He immediately stood up in shock and at once rushed towards the door out of the Wizengamot room. Before he exited, he spoke in a commanding voice. With me. And even those who were at odds with Dumbledore knew he was serious and not to doubt his orders. Quinn West, MC, me not here. It's been happening a lot. Albus Dumbledore, Chief Warlock, likes to be in influential positions. Fiction-only reader, author, we are starting soon. Chapter 366, The Advent of War. Dumbledore rushed out of Wizengamot amidst people calling for him, some angry, others concerned, but he ignored those voices and hurried towards where he could hear explosions and shouting. What he had seen inside the mines was mere a glimpse. Just a little conversation between people talking about the gossip they had heard from their peers in the Death Eater circle, but it was enough to send alarms blaring in his mind, and as the explosions got louder, the heavy feeling in the bottom of his heart started to become heavier by the second. He could hear the footsteps of multiple people behind him. Among those, James Potter rushed to his side. Dumbledore. What is happening? Said the men he had been having a difficult time with. Death Eaters are attacking the Ministry, said Dumbledore somberly. They're doing what? Came another voice that Dumbledore identified as Sirius Black. Why would they do that? Isn't it obvious? James scoffed. Because of today's bill. Dumbledore turned to glance back for a moment to glance at the number of people who had followed him out of Wizengamot. Many from the Light faction, most of them from the Order of Phoenix, had followed him. And hearing the short exchange between them made his thoughts turn momentarily complicated. A substantial part of the Light faction supported today's bill and wanted lethal action against the Death Eater. He himself didn't oppose such actions knowing it was the necessity of the war, but he also knew that many were awaiting these sanctions with zealous eyes. That worried him. He could foresee a near future where Aurors and Hit Wizard would actively start searching for encounters with Death Eaters to put them down, and it was inevitable that some people would get injured and, worse, lose their lives in such pursuits. He was hesitant to let the bill pass in its current stage, which lacked some crucial, much-needed restrictions. He could see the Robards and Scrimgeour tagging along at the back with an ensemble of Aurors following them. That itself worried him. If before, he could influence some restrictions, after this, there would be no chance he could make any suggestions that would protect unnecessary blood from being spilled. Good blood from being spilled. Dumbledore. He turned back and saw Scrimgeour had made his way to the front. If you would be so kind as to share something with this lowly head of DMLE, I would be eternally grateful to your greater personage. There's no need to be like that, Scrimgeour, said Dumbledore. As you might have already expected, Death Eaters have attacked the Ministry. Like before. Dumbledore shook his head. No, not like before. They have come in person this time. While he couldn't see it, Dumbledore knew that Scrimgeour was glaring daggers at him. He wasn't supposed to know anything about the Death Eater bomb incident. I hope you've already alerted all the Aurors and the Hit Wizards. I have called for backup, said Scrimgeour, but Dumbledore heard Scrimgeour speak something to an Auror beside him, who moved away from the group. Is the situation really that severe? Finished Scrimgeour. It is. They're in the main atrium with innocent people in danger. They definitely must have taken hostages, so it is imperative that we proceed with caution. We will. I'll have a team of Aurors trained in hostage situations ready to be deployed. They'll ensure that the hostages make it out safe without giving the Death Eaters a chance to move a finger. No, I'll handle it. Your people can come in after me. Scrimgeour's eyes turned cold. Dumbledore, don't overstep your bounds. If it was any other situation, I would have not suggested something like this, but this is the best course of action in this situation. And why is that? Because Voldemort himself out there. Everyone who was following Dumbledore froze up as if every single one of them had been hit with a body bind spell. All faltered to a pause and fell multiple steps behind Dumbledore, who didn't give them a look back. Some of you were there during the last war and know the danger of such situations where life and death are separated by a very fine line. A single mistake and everything could come to an end, but let me warn you. Voldemort had never shown his true powers in the last war, so whatever imaginations you have in your mind about his power, throw them out and be ready for anything you think is possible with magic and then go beyond that. He didn't want to place a fear inside their hearts, but it was necessary they knew what they were going against. It was better if they were cautious, even cowardly, than reckless. Let me handle Voldemort, but keep an eye open for stray attacks, warned Dumbledore as they reached the atrium. Now, ladies and gentlemen, arm for your wands and prepare your magic. It's time to show that justice always prevails. Dumbledore stepped into the atrium with the Elder Wand laying comfortably in his hand as if he was a part of his arm. He sucked in a short breath and felt thick foreign magic wash over him as if he had been dunked into a deep pool with viscous water. Dumbledore knew what exactly it was. He had been feeling it over ever since he had come into throwing distance of the source. He looked towards the said source and found the familiar figure standing in black flowing robes. The pale skin, serpentine features, and red eyes were just like the last time he had seen them in the very atrium they stood. Their eyes met, and two waves of magic erupted, one from each, and crashed into each other, sending tingles down the people's spines as their bodies sensed the dense presence of magic. Dumbledore wasted no time and scoured the Ministry atrium. As he had expected, there were plenty of hostages within the Death Eater's grasp. Dumbledore, however, was expecting and had thus prepared. A large group of people were on the ground, huddled in groups with terror in their eyes. They had Death Eaters standing around with wands pointed over their heads. He could see men, women, children, and even the elderly in the crowd of frightened people. Dumbledore raised his wand like an orchestra conductor and released a wide wave of magic that reached every single corner of the atrium. The magic spread fast and affected tens of Death Eaters, making them feel a shiver immediately followed by an intense heat that tortured every cell of their bodies. Now! Dumbledore shouted an order to the people behind him, who had also seemingly frozen stunned for a second by the showcase of power from Dumbledore. The Aurors and Order of Phoenix members moved under Dumbledore's command and launched an attack on the lagging Death Eaters. Play nice, Dumbledore. The inherently cold voice echoed in the atrium. Why would you ignore me to play with others when I'm here? Voldemort waved his wand, and the Death Eaters felt the harsh magic drain from their bodies. With nothing holding them back, they started their counterattack on the Aurors they outnumbered. Dumbledore didn't speak to Voldemort and again weaved magic. The Elder Wand's tip glowed golden as multiple threads of magic flew out towards the groups of people and poured over protective domes to shield them away from becoming a victim of crossfire between the Death Eaters and the Aurors. Protecting more than 100 people on his own quickly and effectively was only achievable by another person than Dumbledore, and that person was present in the room and didn't have a single intention to ever raise his wand for the cause of good help. Voldemort raised his wand towards the hostages nearest to him and shot a charged dark spell towards them with no mercy and did it without a hint of emotion on his face as if this was a norm in life, without a single shred of remorse on his face. Dumbledore made his move and pumped a burst of magic into the dome that Voldemort targeted. Fool, Voldemort scoffed as he suddenly raised his wand towards Dumbledore and chanted, Avada Kedavra. The eerie green zap bolted toward Dumbledore with the only intention of taking away a life. Dumbledore immediately dropped the other magic. Instead, he raised a block of marble from the floor and protected himself against the sure-kill killing curse. Voldemort didn't seem bothered as he lowered his wand and again pointed it at another group of people. Dumbledore again charged the protective dome, and again Voldemort shot a spell when he saw that, and this time, Dumbledore was only able to react at the last second. These people here are your weakness, Dumbledore, Voldemort laughed. And because they're your weakness, they're my strength. Don't be so overconfident, Tom, Dumbledore bit back. Because from the last time we met, you were forced to leave in a not soon good condition. So be rest assured, it won't be changing from the last time. Voldemort laughed coldly, and his voice reached everywhere, even above the loud exchange of spells. Is that so? Then let's test if that's true. A dozen muddy dark spheres manifested over in the air, all strategically placed above the hostage groups. Dumbledore's eyes shrunk when he felt the power behind Voldemort's magic. That was enough to pierce his shield and kill everyone in the vicinity, including Voldemort's own Death Eaters. Dumbledore immediately poured his magic into the protective domes as Voldemort dropped the spheres with a cruel smile on his face. Dumbledore's entire focus shifted to protection. He could still survive this, but it was clear that if he didn't protect the hostage, there would be no blood spillage as everything would have vaporized. Boom. There was a loud explosion. Everyone stopped and turned as the spheres vanished into nothingness. Their eyes were staring at Voldemort, who had his head bowed. The spheres didn't cause the explosion, but whatever did cause it had left behind a trail of smoke from Voldemort's defense. Voldemort slowly turned his head towards his assailant and saw a familiar figure standing in total black from head to toe and had two threatening spells hovering in his eyes. The invisible vigilante had arrived at the scene. Fiction-only reader, author, sorry for the shorter chapter, but this was what I could think of for today. I left office at 10:30 p.m. today, so I'm really tired and now going to go nighty-night. Chapter 367, Lead-Up Travel. I will be going to America for a few days, said Quinn as he sat opposite George in the latter's study. Why? Asked George, not looking up a letter he was reading. I need to meet the broker regarding my investment. He has been sending me regular reports, and I think it is time that I have a sit-down with him to figure out my next moves. Why America? Call him to Basel. It would be much easier for you for everyone to keep Helena Bernberg a part of the meeting. I will be meeting Broker's team this time. He's in charge of a lot of my money, so it is only natural that I get to know the people who are handling it. And taking his entire team from America to Switzerland is going to cost a lot of money in Portkey that neither he nor I are willing to pay. It is better that I go to their offices. George hummed. When are you going? He asked. As soon as my travel arrangements are made. Have you talked to Elliot? I'm going to today. How long are you going to stay? 3 days. George nodded and opened another letter. Quinn took the lack of opposition as a sign of affirmation. So he got up and walked outside, leaving George to his work. Scene break. Quinn exited the fabric of space and left behind the strobing rainbow lights to land on his feet, feeling a tad bit dizzy that cleared up almost instantly. He looked around and found himself in a posh, well-decorated room with high-class interiors. Welcome, Mr. West, he heard a melodious voice. Quinn turned to face a gorgeous blonde standing by the room's door. Welcome to the United States of America, she said. On the first day of his stay in America, Quinn immediately went to Abraham's restaurant and had lunch with Leah, who was in the country. Why are you here? Asked Leah. For work, said Quinn, eating a strange seafood dish. I have to take care of my non-magical investments. Meet the broker and his team. He pointed at the roof. I also need to catch up with the building manager about the state of the building, the tenants, and their leases. Then there's the warehouse that I bought last time I was here. I need to visit there to take measurements so that I can start planning the development I had in mind. Oh my, you're busy, said Leah, enjoying her meal. Let's go out somewhere today before you get all busy with your work. No, you're here to spend time with Abraham. I'm sure you have your own plans, I don't want to ruin them. Moreover, the meeting with the building manager is today, so I have to attend that. I don't know how long I will spend with Broker and his team tomorrow, so I'm going to go visit the warehouse today itself. But you're here for 3 days, correct? What are you going to do on the last day? Enjoy myself in the country of dreams, of course. On the second day of his stay in America, Quinn woke up early and got ready to visit the broker in his office. Quinn. He turned to see the loud man. Hair set with wax, a finely groomed beard, a natural tan skin tone, a tailored blue suit on his body, and an expensive watch on his wrist. The man strolled inside the meeting/conference room and gave Quinn a hearty hug. Welcome to my office, smiled the broker, Jerome Walker. My team and I have been eagerly waiting for you to arrive. I'm looking forward to this meeting as well, Quinn smiled similarly. The broker led Quinn through his office, which seemed like an office of a startup. The place didn't give a formal vibe with how it was designed. There was a turf area in the middle of the office with real grass, and Quinn noticed the picnic blankets on the green grass. There was even a set of wide swings with manila work folders sitting on them. We are a small team, but I handpicked every one of them carefully. Every single one of them is skilled and competent in what they do and are half the reason behind my success, said the broker. You'll like them. I hope so, Quinn chuckled. Who knows, maybe I will poach a couple of them from you. The broker laughed, you can surely try. But I pay them very handsomely for they make me money. The more they make me, the more they get paid. It's a continuous cycle. They were delighted when I got you as our client. If they learn from you, I'm sure they'll understand what I can bring them. The broker laughed again, seemingly not worried. We will see about that, he said as they arrived at the meeting room. He took the handle in his hand and smiled at Quinn. For now, let's make everyone some money. On the night of the second day of his stay, Quinn packed his suitcase and made his way to a small hill on the city's edge. He looked around the woods and noticed the absence of any sort of magic in the surroundings. Be it back home or in the States, the city's always had some kind of magical net that encompassed the entire city. The magical net had functions like facilitating the trace used to detect underage magic, and in America, the magical citywide net had another function of detecting port keys. Which was a problem for Quinn. He pulled out a tiny steel pyramid from his pocket and felt the weight in his hand. The palm-sized pyramid exuded a gentle wave of magic that tugged on the spatial threads in the surroundings. It was a portkey. A very personal and very illegal portkey. Would have loved to try out intercontinental apparition, Quinn muttered as he picked up his suitcase from the ground. Ever since the last year, when he had picked up spatial magic, his prowess with apparition had jumped up exponentially. He could apparate cross-country without a hitch, and even cross-continental was possible at benchmark distances. But Quinn hadn't tested intercontinental apparition yet, but he was confident that he could do it if he tried. But right now wasn't the time to test that out. He needed to have all his bodily organs intact for what was to come. Maybe on the return trip. Quinn clenched the steel pyramid and triggered the magic that whisked him away across the ocean to the small island nation where he came from. On the early morning of the third day of his supposed stay, Quinn stepped out of his suitcase dressed in all black of the noir suit from head to toe. He stretched his arms, looking at the sunlight as it filtered through the leaves of the forest canopy. He had woken up from a very pleasant sleep. His mind, body, and soul were in tip-top shape, something he could be needing a lot today. He took out his pocket watch and checked the time. It was time to go. He patted the chest portion and the noir suit, and it turned into a suit made from a lower quality material that usually Quinn wouldn't touch, much less put on, but for today he had to put it on. Because while Quinn wouldn't put it, John wore exactly that kind of suit. Quinn's muscles all over his body began to twitch and spasm as the bones, muscle structure, the properties of his skin all began to change, and soon, Quinn was gone, and in his place stood someone named John, only John. John stood in the line to enter the ministry atrium. He slowly moved up the queue and finally arrived at the front of the queue. He faced a dotted speaker on the wall with a slot beneath it. A female monotone greeted him, name and purpose of visit. John. Inquiry with the fluid department regarding faulty flue fireplace. There was a static silence for a moment before the voice responded, Mr. John visiting the fluid department. There were multiple clicking noises before a badge fell into the lip of the slot beneath the speaker. John picked up the visitor badge, put it on his lapel, and finally moved inside the ministry atrium, where he once again had to go through the security desk, who checked his badge and asked for his wand. I don't have a wand, said John. Didn't bring it today. Forgot it. Forgot it, the security guard narrowed his eyes. Step aside, we would like to check. John shrugged and submitted to a pat-down and a magical search that came out to be, no wand. You can go, said the security guard. John finally stepped into the main atrium, but instead of going to the fluid department where he was supposed to go, he moved towards the part of the atrium that led to the Wisengamot but didn't leave the atrium. He grabbed a corner, and slowly magic turned him invisible to the naked eye. John closed his eyes and began the waiting game of patience. After waiting for a good amount of time, John opened his eyes when he felt a swarm of magic that flooded the atrium. The foreign magic flowed, and John could tell what was coming, so he braced himself. Boom. It was as if an earthquake had struck the country and the ministry atrium was the epicenter. If he hadn't braced himself, he would be lying on the ground with his legs trembling like a newborn calf's. John looked to the source of everything sudden that had happened in the last few seconds and saw the Dark Lord standing in his full glory as his Death Eaters filed in from behind him with their wands shooting stunning spells at the people as they shouted everyone to get on the ground. One of the Death Eaters shot a killing curse in the air, which had a great effect as people dropped to their knees and even laid flat stomach side down on the marble flooring. John hid behind a pillar that blocked him from Voldemort's eyes. While still invisible, he slowly moved around Voldemort while keeping a vigilant eye on the Dark Lord. It would be a problem if he got found out now. Don't make any sudden moves, said one of the Death Eaters as John reached halfway through, but he was too slow because of the fear of being spotted by Voldemort. But then help arrived. Dumbledore and Aurus barged into the scene, with Dumbledore engaging Voldemort in battle. John patted his chest, and the cheapsit transformed into the noir suit with the mask in his that he slipped on his face. With that, John was gone, and Quinn was not coming out, all that was left was noir. When spheres of magical doom came down on the victims with Dumbledore trying to stop Voldemort, that was when Quinn decided that it was the best opportunity. He charged a strong magic, most vile, and the most damaging spell and shot it towards Voldemort's back. Just when Quinn thought that the spell would hit, a shield sprung up and blocked his magic. Quinn stared at Voldemort's back and the protective shield sizzling because of his backstabbing spell. That didn't work very well, now did it, he thought. The look that Voldemort gave him was not something anyone would be happy about. He had been face to face with the Dark Lord before, but this was the first time he had seen him so cold and furious, and all of that was directed at him. Oh boy. Quinn West, MC, Quinn, Noir, John. Fiction-only reader, author, that was what happened for this moment to happen. Chapter 368, Cursed Fire. Having the Dark Lord coldly stare him down after 2 days of painstaking alibi construction in the States, which involved breaking multiple American portkey laws and appearing in front of Aurus inside the ministry who were out to get him for murder charges, wasn't great. It was like the return of all his returns was underwhelming, to say the least. You have been an annoyance for some time now, Voldemort's voice seemed colder than his, Quinn's, ice magic. Stay within your limits, no. You have done enough, it's time for you to go. Quinn shifted his feet and sent body magic to every part of his body, ready to move at a moment's notice. He could feel a pressure emanating from Voldemort that was quite nerve-wracking. Not once in his life had he faced an opponent of this caliber, even his previous encounter with Voldemort couldn't be counted because of the suddenness of the situation. Voldemort didn't raise his wand, he didn't need to as the wand was a focus, and when appropriately skilled, there was no need to point and shoot. Quinn heard a crackle. He looked up to find himself staring as a yellow lightning bolt manifested. His eyes blew up behind his mask. The magical lightning jolted down towards Quinn's head as he raised a shield to block it. Gah. The shield blocked most of the bolt, but some of the lightning ripped through the magical cover and struck Quinn. He felt as if thousands of electric snakes coursed through every muscle fabric in his body. Everything spasmed out of control. He felt his body heat up several degrees in the short span of seconds. Quinn's breathing hitched as his magic retaliated and purged the foreign magic invading his body. His breathing returned to normal when all of Voldemort's magic was purged. Shit. Quinn cursed inside. The curse was dark magic. If he had let it stay inside his body longer, it would have done damage that'd have taken years of treatment from highest-grade doctors to fix. Even now, he could feel pain throughout his body. That was just one spell. Quinn turned invisible immediately and started to move slowly. But then he saw Voldemort's eyes following him and his heart skipped a beat. A dark mass of magic bubbled in front of Voldemort and zapped towards Quinn with a shrill whistling sound. Quinn raised another shield many times stronger than the last time, and it worked partially. The black mass collided with the shield spell and bounced off it into the ground, exploding the floor like a full grenade. Quinn felt an intense explosion of heat as the black mass ballooned from a tennis ball to a gym ball in a blink of an eye. It stopped expanding just before it could touch Quinn's shield and shrunk rapidly. The black mass was the only thing in Quinn's eyes as he saw it turn into an angry red explosion that sent out a force strong enough to shift his organs, and doing it while he was behind a shield. He was sent back flying from the force. Quinn fought through the disorienting impact and cast Arresto Momentum to cut all of his momenta and smoothly twisted to help him land on the ground battle ready. As his feet touched the ground, he raised his eyes once again locked onto Voldemort, and there was a green spell of death zipping towards him. He felt his entire body do one thing. It was instinct. The instinct to move. The instinct to live. Crackle, another small explosion burst out. A white plume of smoke/fog spread into the surroundings until it cleared up, leaving behind Quinn with a broke piece of the shield made from a huge block of ice. The room's temperature dropped as a thin sheen of frosty ice grew on every surface of the room. The high roof of the atrium developed stalagmite-like protrusion. Quinn stared at Voldemort with his eyes glowing in purple. His finger twitched, and a couple hundred ice spears manifested in the air. Another twitch and the clear ice gained a green tinge as Quinn applied a curse on every spike. The final twitch and the spikes shot toward Voldemort with the sole aim of piercing through his body. Voldemort lazily swept his arm across, and all ice spears slowed down. But before they could completely stop, Voldemort's eyes widened as he hastily moved his wand wrist and conjured a shield behind himself. A huge spray of fire assaulted Voldemort at his back, and the intensity of the flames only seemed to grow stronger. Dumbledore. Voldemort barked, feeling the heat on his back, and the tongues of fire just separated them. He was about to turn towards Dumbledore when he noticed Quinn wasn't there anymore. He immediately sent out probes, and Voldemort looked around to spot Quinn. Voldemort looked up and saw dozens of glowing red rods with electric current dancing around them. The moment the rods dropped, Voldemort conjured a protective cover above and turned towards Dumbledore. He pulled down the shield that held back the fire, plunged a sudden and continuous supply of his magic into the flames, and started to fight back. The rods dropped over his head and tortured the cover over Voldemort's head. It shook and rippled wildly, but not a single rod passed through. Just when Voldemort thought he could concentrate on Dumbledore's flames, his eye shrunk as Quinn became visible in his peripheral vision. Quinn raised his leg and front-kicked the Dark Lord's side with an intense quantity of body magic. Quinn followed up by sending out Empyrean chains with blades weaved with curses on end after Voldemort, but the Dark Lord's magic thwarted and crushed the chains before they could reach him. But it wasn't over as Dumbledore shot what seemed like an absurdly charged, modified Reducto. Even though it wasn't directed towards Quinn, he felt enough danger that he jumped away from Voldemort. Voldemort again blocked, but his shield was ripped as if it was paper. But Voldemort wasn't just the Dark Lord in name as he countered Dumbledore's offensive spell with an offensive spell of his own. The explosion was so impactful that it sent waves across the atrium. Quinn observed from the side, thinking of his next move, when a spell suddenly came from his side. He looked towards it with furrowed brows as it fizzled away because of his magic. He looked up and saw a Death Eater with his wand raised towards him. Quinn raised his hand, and the Death Eater's leg bones cracked, making him fall in pain. He returned back to Voldemort. 2 fiery orbs of eerie mustard-colored fire sparked above his palms. He pointed them at Voldemort, who battled against Dumbledore. Quinn's eyes flashed purple as hot rows of flame scorched towards Voldemort's back. The Dark Lord, facing fire from both sides, flicked his wrist of the hand holding his wand, and brought on terror. Maybe Voldemort had heard of the saying, fire with fire, because, in response, he let out a frightening fire. It looked cold and ghastly, but it was anything but. It was so hot that the marble on the floor melted away into a blob of molten stone. Quinn's concentration on assaulting Voldemort snapped. He took several steps back away from the fire because he recognized what the fire precisely was. It was not a normal fire. The flames seemed like they were alive, sentient, intent upon killing everything in their path. The fire was mutating, forming a gigantic pack of fiery beasts. Flaming serpents, chimeras, and dragons rose and fell and rose again. Fiend fire. Why the fucking hell would he do that? We're indoors. Indoors. Fiend fire was one of the magics that Quinn had tread lightly around. There wasn't really a place he could safely practice it without risking the quasi-sentient fire from getting out of control and leaking out to cause a hazard. He only knew one place that could hold the fire from getting out, the Room of Requirements. The room wasn't really on the 7th floor despite the location of its entrance, it was connected to the 7th floor through spatial magic, and just a command of disconnecting the entrance made the room a place perfect for practicing fiend fire, bar the fact the caster could die if things got out of control. And Quinn had at times taken advantage of the fact and practiced fiend fire. The prevailing supposition around Fiendire was that seemingly wild flames could only be hoped to be tamed by the most skilled of practitioners, and not every caster could actually control the spell. But in his experimentation with fiend fire, he had found out how the fire could be controlled. The answer was legilimency. The mind arts were how fiend fire could be bent to one's will. Quinn, even with his legilimency skills, could only control the flames shabbily, but I can make some of them touch Voldemort, gently. Quinn gently reached out to the flames, he had to be careful as they could backfire and burn his mindscape. He extended his mind to a wisp of mind, and immediately a connection was made as if the flame was eager for the link. Ah, I forget this took magic. Fiend fire was incredibly magic extensive, and even with the slightest of the links, it sucked magic like a sponge. Let's see if you like the taste of your own medicine. Quinn roughly targeted the area near Voldemort and caused an explosion, hoping that would hurt Voldemort as that amount of control was all he was capable of. The fire snake near Voldemort exploded. Voldemort flicked his wand, and the exploding snake returned to its serpentine form as if time had been reversed. Quinn could see Voldemort turn cautious as the quantity of fiend fire immediately lessened. Shit! Quinn cursed internally as he dodged a fiendfire dragon's breath. Thankfully, Voldemort seemed to focus on Dumbledore and was only sending stray fire wisps toward Quinn. Maybe it was because Voldemort gave Dumbledore priority, or perhaps it was because he could only maintain one target. Whatever it was, it gave Quinn some room to operate. Okay, one more time. If I can just get him a little, it would weaken him for long, maybe then. Quinn's eyes turned purple. An absurd amount of magic was fed to the flames. Quinn focused on the fire, and everything other than the flames stopped existing for him. He connected with the fiend fire, and he could feel an overwhelming pressure descend on his mind. It was like he was hung upside down, and all the blood was rushing to his head. He could around the entire body of the fire, but it was so violent that Quinn was scared that any wrong move he made could burn through his mind like a dry pile of leaves waiting to be burned in a forest. This is going to work, he thought and chose an area of the fire. But as Quinn was about to trigger an explosion near Voldemort, he felt something to his side. He distractedly looked to the side just to have a spell hit him. Quinn felt the magic course through his body in an overwhelming force that blew his body up from the floor into the nearest pillar. When Quinn slid down the pillar and had left behind a crack in the marble because of the force. For a moment, he couldn't see anything but a swarming mess, and all he could hear was a ringing noise. When his vision and hearing finally cleared up, he saw the source of the spell staring right at him as he thwarted the onslaught of fiend fire. What do you think you're doing? A voice clearly delivered through magic echoed in his ear. He recognized the voice well. He had heard it for 7 years. Dumbledore had attacked him. Quinn West, MC, my back hurts. Fiction-only reader, author, I was in the office till 11 a.m. yesterday, so I didn't have any time to write. Chapter 369, Eye for an Eye. What do you think you're doing? Dumbledore's voice echoed in Quinn's ear. Quinn pulled up a shield that blocked a fiend-fire wolf. The flame apparition tried to claw and bite through the shield, causing burning lacerations with every attack. Quinn's brows wrinkled at the sheer weakness of his shield. Fiend fire was as tricky as it could get. He grunted in his dull pain as he stood up. He glared at the fire and sent out a burst of legilimency to the wolf, and made it blow up away from him and kept it there. Any flame that came near him would wither away into middling heat. Quinn turned towards Dumbledore, who faced much more fire than him, and spoke to him in his Noir voice, sending it directly to his ear, which was difficult as fiend fire burned through magic itself. Is this the right time to try taking me in, Albus Dumbledore? There is clearly a greater evil present, someone all are trying to get rid of. So why in the name of magic would you attack me? Dumbledore swung the Elder Wand, and with the one swing, half of Voldemort's fiend fire extinguished as if the horrifying fire never existed. A glaring white light shone on Dumbledore's wand as he swung his wand once more to launch a blinding jet of light that cut through fiend fire and toward Voldemort. Keep those thoughts of yours to yourself, Dumbledore's voice echoed again as he continued to launch spell after spell toward Voldemort. I do not care about apprehending you, and I can't Voldemort catch here without risking the lives of everyone in this room, the lives that you just put at risk and came close to killing everyone. What nonsense or talk? Do you know where you are? Dumbledore interjected. Look around and tell me where we are. The damned Socratic questioning. Why is he doing that now? In the years Quinn had spent near Dumbledore, while he hadn't interacted much with the headmaster, he had seen enough to understand Dumbledore's educational method, the Socratic questioning, the technique that focused on discovering answers by asking questions from his students. Whenever Dumbledore wanted to teach something, he would never offer an answer to the problem directly, instead posed a question that would lead the person to the answer in the form of a realization, which would stick in a person's mind. It infuriated Quinn that Dumbledore stuck to his practices in the current situation. He was of the mind to ignore Dumbledore but decided to go with it. What the hell is he talking? Quinn froze for a second as he came to the realization that Dumbledore wanted him to arrive at. He had forgotten where he was in the heat of the moment and under the pressure of facing Voldemort. But the sight of shivering people crouching, laying down, and huddled together under golden protective domes kicked him down to the truth of the harsh reality. If fiend fire was dangerous enough for him that he needed to be on a constant lookout, then for the helpless people who didn't have anywhere near sufficient means to protect themselves, the current situation was nothing less than hell. Maybe Quinn's body language had given it away, but Dumbledore spoke on cue. I don't know about you, but I am not here to defeat Voldemort, right now. All I want is to get him out of here so the people don't lose their lives. If you plan to make difficulties, then I severely suggest that you leave, or I will make you treat you the same as Voldemort. Dumbledore's magic soared, and the room somehow turned hotter, but the fiend fire seemed to retreat towards Voldemort as if the invisible heat was consuming the fiend fire as a fuel. Quinn gritted his teeth. Voldemort wasn't directing as much harm toward his way, and Dumbledore treated him as if he was nothing but a nuisance. He didn't like that at all. Everyone with enough skill and prowess felt it. A disgustingly monstrous amount of magic flooded into the room, and for a moment, the chaos of Dumbledore versus Voldemort, along with the side scene of Aurors versus Death Eaters, settled into an unstable calm. The water in the fountain situated in the middle of the atrium rippled. The gravity around the fountain seemed to flip as the water rose like a reverse fountain. The fountain seemed to have an endless amount of water because soon, the water bubble in the air was big enough to drench and soak everyone in the atrium. Dumbledore stared at the floating water with confused eyes. Quinn's eyes turned purple as the water started to glow in shimmering silver light. He thrust his hand, and the water turned into a prehistoric dinosaur bird that flapped its wings, making it drizzle before charging into the bush of fiend fire. A sharp hissing sound echoed in the atrium as the dinosaur and the multitudes of Fire Cray Tuesday went at it against each other, trying to destroy each other. And finally, after such a long period, Voldemort's fiend fire looked like it was going to struggle. Quinn looked away from the water versus fire spectacle and directly focused on what to do next. A lot of water had rained down on the floor, and there was a lot of it on the floor. He took a step forward, and the puddles of water on the floor rose up and froze into ice spikes. Hundreds of ice spikes formed near the ground and shot up towards Voldemort at frightening speeds. Voldemort, who was trying to fight back the spelled water with fiend fire, at once dropped the spell when he sensed the ice spikes coming to skewer him. He swept his wand, and the ice spikes all, at once, changed their trajectory just enough to miss him altogether. Quinn wasn't disheartened. He had much bigger ammunition to exploit. All the water in the air that was contending with the fiend fry was now free, so Quinn put it to work. Under the command of his magic, all the water turned into a fine mist invisible to the naked eye. And to many, it would have seemed like a move to clear up the battlefield for ease of movement, but to those who could sense magic, it was a completely different feeling. Some could feel a tingle on their skin, to others, it felt as if they had been dunked inside a pot of stick-hot honey. Whatever they felt, they could tell that it was something big as the sheer amount of magic that was present inside the atrium was unprecedented to most people. Voldemort and Dumbledore both stared at Quinn, who stood absolutely still, not giving away a single clue what he was going to do next. Never let them guess your move. But when he made his move, everyone in the atrium knew it as there was a massive shift and thrum in Quinn's magic. Shing! Voldemort's eyes widened when he saw an ice spear appear right in front of his chest. The soul ice spear melted off before it could reach Voldemort, but Quinn wasn't disappointed. That was one, but what are you going to do with the rest of them? Quinn snapped his fingers, and 10 ice spears chilled the air in Voldemort's immediate vicinity. They came from everywhere and targeted every part of his body, from his feet to his neck and head. Again, the Dark Lord didn't have a problem dissolving every single one of them. But all that did was to make Quinn remember the Architect's Vault. It only got worse. Voldemort felt a little chilly on his bald head. He looked up to find himself staring at a colossal ice pillar hovering up his head. Then it dropped down on his head. He raised his wand and launched an explosive spell straight into the base. The ice exploded brutally, but just when it did, the ice puffed into a mist and turned invisible. Quinn smirked. The icy vault snowflake was incredibly annoying at times. Now, let's get real. Suddenly, Voldemort found himself facing hundreds of ice spears launched at him. He destroyed them, but those he targeted would disappear at the last movement, and more ice weapons like rods, chuckrams, and cannonballs would appear. It was an endless barrage of weaponry. It was as if he facing an army instead of one Quinn. Annoying. Voldemort spelled a wave of heat that burst out, melting all the ice, and as it disappeared into mist, he pointed his wand at Quinn, and it glowed green. He wanted to get rid of the problem at its root. Quinn adapted and responded by collecting the water vapor suspended in the air to form a shield around him to get some protection from the clearly obvious killing curse. As Voldemort was about to shoot to kill, his eyes shrunk, and he had dropped the killing curse and replaced it with a shielding screen for the most horrifying scene explosion launched by Dumbledore. "Injure him," Dumbledore's voice echoed in Quinn's ears. "I will hold him back and cover for you." Quinn didn't need a second prompt as he began his assault of ice and water and started to mix in spells and charms learned to injure Voldemort. Quinn began to walk toward Voldemort, and horrifying attacks were made against him today. His heat bounced up in his chest as he approached Voldemort as the Dark Lord struggled with a two-prong attack, with Dumbledore pressuring Voldemort in an intense duel while Quinn continued to pressure with his ice weapon barrage. A small Empyrean knife appeared in Quinn's hand. He held it by its blade, took aim, chose an opening, and finally threw it. "Ah!" Voldemort screamed in pain as he clutched his face. As one would expect from someone titled Dark Lord, Voldemort didn't falter completely and, despite the seemingly intense pain, he still continued to barely hold back both Dumbledore and Quinn. Quinn wildly smiled behind his mask. In the 5th year, during the 3rd task of the Triwizard Tournament, he had lost an eye. Voldemort had clearly done something to get rid of his artificial eye drone and had manipulated his creation to target his real eye. And today, he had taken revenge. Voldemort's hand covered the left side of his face with blood streaming down. The pleasure from that sight was incredible. Moreover, the Empyrean knife had a curse weaved into it, which was going to create problems when healing. But he got sober soon as Voldemort glared daggers at him and immediately shot multiple killing curses at him. Quinn immediately brought on the ice from the floating mist and blocked every one of them. But he could feel the force of anger behind every cast. Just as Quinn's magic had flooded the atrium before, Voldemort's magic rampaged out, tainted with fury. It made both Quinn and Dumbledore cautious as it was an indication that Voldemort was about to cast something big. But then the Ministry building shook once again like it had been doing so many times in the past some time. But unlike the other ones, this one seemed special as Voldemort's magic retreated and the Dark Lord disappeared with his Death Eaters following suit. Quinn was shocked but pulled himself together quick as he knew that soon all the attention would be upon him. He turned invisible, and as he was about to leave, he looked at Dumbledore, who was staring back at him, but the headmaster didn't make any moves as Quinn went away from the Ministry. Quinn West, MC, Revenge. Albus Dumbledore, Headmaster, Magic, more magic, more magic. Voldemort, Dark Lord, is definitely planning something. Fiction-only reader, author, oh my god, this took too much time. Chapter 370, Exhausted. Ah, shit. Damn those monsters. Quinn stumbled into his hotel room. He dropped the John disguise as the door shut behind him. He groaned his way to the bed, his body hurt inside and out. Voldemort's cursed lightning made his insides feel all types of wrong while Dumbledore's exploding push into the pillar had rattled his bones. Moreover, his back was killing. The old liar was aiming to kill me. Quinn groaned as he dropped onto his bed. I was using body magic for magic's sake. Now as he thought about Quinn was sure that Dumbledore was trying to injure him to the point he couldn't move. Not caring about me, my ass. He was trying to have at least one lawbreaker today. Quinn grunted as he got up and dragged his feet into the hotel suite's bathroom. He stripped down naked and sat himself down in the tub. With one flick, the water tap began to pour into the empty tub. He closed his eyes and felt the water level rising, and as it did, Quinn gently injected magic into every drop. Soon everything below his neck was submerged in shimmering water. It wasn't as good as the calm water in the last room of the aquatic vault, but it did help soothe the pain from the beating he had taken. He had gone into the aquatic vault a fair number of times to fasten the recovery from injury suffered during experimentation that he couldn't show Madame Pomfrey or when he was feeling particularly fatigued and needed a place to relax. Enjoying the room's healing properties had made Quinn, of course, want to replicate it outside the aquatic vault, marking it as one of the long-time projects he had going on. He hadn't been able to make a strong healing room like the aquatic vault, but he knew enough to create a diluted portable version in any body of water he wanted. As the aching dulled, Quinn thought back to what had happened in the Ministry. All in all, he thought everything had gone well today. Voldemort and his Death Eater had arrived at the Ministry, they had taken innocent people hostage, but no one had gotten killed despite the more than ample use of fiend fire. And most importantly, he had stabbed Voldemort in the eyes. Should have thrown it harder, it would have been better if I had gotten his brain along with his eye, Quinn spat in frustration, but he was nevertheless elated about taking Voldemort's eye. He just hoped that the curse weaved into the Empyrean throwing knife had enough time to spread. Quinn closed his eyes and slipped underneath the water completely. Inside the water, he shut off his mind, pulled down his occlumency, and simply let the thoughts that came naturally, and right now, nothing came to his mind, and he was fine with the emptiness. He opened his eyes and got himself out of the water with a splash. He exited the bathroom, dried himself, and went to change into a lower-grade suit. After packing up, he checked out of his room, walked out of the hotel and into a narrow alley while in the disguise of the John persona. Standing in that desolate alley, Quinn stared down at the floor with drooping eyes. He sighed deeply, took out a palm-sized metallic cube, triggered the portkey charmed into it, and whisked himself across the ocean back to America, with his old plan of trying intercontinent apparition discarded. Quinn walked to the study table inside his West-owned suite in America. There sat a small wooden case resting on the table. He waved his hand over it, and the locks on the box glowed blue as the interlocked latches snapped open. A small wooden, beautifully engraved card rested inside the box with the wording specifying the details of the portkey home. Quinn picked up his suitcase and grabbed the card before triggering the portkey weaved in to exit the States and thus end the 3-day farce that he had woven for something that had lasted than 10 minutes. How was the trip? Quinn sat down on the sofa in the West Manners lounge, where George who sat in front of him and asked him a question in greeting. It went well, said Quinn at a sedated pace. Went to the broker, met Leah, talked about the building repairs with the building manager, and even went to the far countryside away from literally everything to look at a piece of land that I'll be buying soon. Quinn looked at George. The extensive alibi planning he had done by going to America, somewhere far away from the British Isles, was done in part to keep his identity as the invisible vigilante hidden from the prying eyes who were looking for the outlaw. But, as far as he knew, no one was actually looking for him as a suspect for the invisible vigilante. Thus, him going to America and taking the risk of getting caught using a legal portkey to avoid getting seen as the invisible vigilante was massively overdoing it. The only reason he had done something so extreme was the man sitting in front of him. George was the reason why Quinn had to go to such lengths. He couldn't use his usual excuse of going to the non-magical world and get away with it without gaining suspicion. To ensure that his grandfather, who was already suspicious about him trying to go after Death Eaters, didn't get suspicious, Quinn needed to go the extra mile or the extra thousands that he actually went. It was tiring. He had done so many things in the first 2 days. He had gone to meet with the broker to talk about his investments while having Voldemort occupying his brain. He had paid half attention to the people there, who knew if he had paid more attention, he could have formed more substantial connections with the team and the broker himself. Not only that, because a majority of his wealth was invested in the non-magical world, broker had deserved and earned his full attention, but Quinn had not given him so. By doing so, he had put his future at risk, as the money he was making now was going to be used to fund his research in the future. He had spent time with Leah, whom he met so scarcely these days, but again, there was a part of his mind thinking what would happen if Voldemort decided to attack a day earlier. What if he was attacking the ministry right as he talked to Leah? For Quinn, who set his personal life apart from his professional and secret life, it was a massive violation to be distracted while talking to Leah. He had to meet the management staff who ran the building, and while he acted polite enough, it would have been better if he had communicated with them better. He had bought a costly building in a prime real estate location. While the purchase was emotional, who knew how many years Abraham would keep his restaurant in the building, he needed to get a return on his money. The only way to get returns on that building was the rent he got, and if the building manager didn't work well with tenants, he would be losing money. For the past 1 week, his time had gone living with Voldemort in the back and forefront of his head. Did you hear about what happened at the ministry? Asked George. Quinn pursed his lips. I heard about it. The Dark Lord and his minions have been getting bold lately. First the blast in the Aurus office and now this. I fear this is a resurgence of the war. What do you think? He hadn't experienced the war firsthand, but he could imagine that infiltration of the central governing body's headquarters couldn't be anything but a declaration of war. It was already a war when they blasted the Aurus office. The bill supposed to be voted upon today was the declaration of war, said George. If Bones doesn't declare war on you-know-who, then I and everyone would lose faith in the ministry. Wisengamot will convene again soon for the bill, and it will be passed this time. Those who will vote against will be voting themselves supporters of the Dark Lord. I can see it, a full vote in favor of the bill. Or, people shedding their facades and publicly declaring themselves as supporters. Why would they do that? Asked Quinn. It serves them better to hold on to their positions. Yes, it is better, but you know who might just not care. Last time, he wanted to usurp the ministry and exert total control over it. If he's going to do that, then the ones in Wisengamot and influential positions right now won't matter. But declaring themselves as Death Eaters or their supporters will be a sufficient proof of loyalty in the eyes of the Dark Lord. Quinn further slumped into the chair as he hummed in agreement. You seem tired, asked George. Did something happen? Quinn shook his head and put on a fake, smirking smile. I haven't slept for the past 3 days. Went out experiencing the nightlife all night long. Let me tell you, drunk American college students say a lot of interesting stuff if you ignore all the stupid gibberish. It is different from the interesting stuff that drunk Oxford and Cambridge guys, though the stupid gibberish is the same. It wasn't a complete lie. He had gone out at night with Alan the last time he was in America. The Mind Magic Master's idea of fun was running some tests on drunk people, and Quinn, who tagged along, heard a lot of strange things. When did you go out at night here? You don't need to do that. Quinn stood up. I wish to sleep now. I bought some gifts for you, I will have Polly send them over. There's some cool non-magical stuff in there, try to figure it out until I wake up. As Quinn turned away, George called out, Are you sure you are all right? Quinn didn't stop as he replied, I'm fine. Just dead tired. There were these two old dudes who went hard, and I ended up following them because they were exciting. The two old dudes, one who tried to kill him while the other tried to break his bones so the Aurors could apprehend him. I can't imagine anyone your age who will spend time will do that. Yeah, I know, others my age would get destroyed by those two old dudes, said Quinn as he exited the lounge with a last whisper, damned monsters. Quinn walked to his room and changed his clothes to go to sleep. But as he was about to go to sleep, Quinn felt something, and he looked around with furrowed brows. Was that a magical fluctuation, he wondered, but it was just his usual room. He looked towards his walk-in closet, where his suitcase was stored, and wondered if something had happened there. After heaving an exasperated sigh, he went inside the suitcase to check if any of his experiments were the source of the fluctuation, but after a search, there was nothing odd. I haven't been this tired in such a long time, sighed Quinn as he dropped onto his bed, filling the whole thing as something he imagined. When Quinn slept that day, he didn't wake up until the following day. He slept like a log, finally relieved as he didn't have to worry about a terrorist attack on the ministry. But the next morning, he would wake up to something strange, and it would be only a little while after that he would realize that the weird feeling wasn't his tired imagination at all. Quinn West, MC, listen. I'm not equipped with a foreshadowing detector. I'm looking for that upgrade, but it is like really tough to come by. Fiction-only reader, author, my productivity dips on Saturdays when I know I can stay up all night because it's Sunday tomorrow. Chapter 371, The No-No Word. Quinn groggily opened his eyes to a glowing orb of light on his side table. It was a magical light orb that produced artificial sunlight that slowly warmed up and turned brighter as the time clicked forward. He sat up like a broken marionette doll and weakly snapped his finger to shut down the artificial light orb that was created as experimentation with light magic despite him having a gleaming window with a clear view of the sun. Turning to the side table again, Quinn picked up his trusty ball of lead that had been with him for nearly a decade and slipped it inside his pocket. There were a few things that had stuck with him through his magical journey, his fake wand, his suitcase, Recon, he still carried his fake wand, but he had now begun showcasing his true skills. His suitcase was as trusty as ever, however, Recon, his first creation had already been passed on to Daphne, but even among those things, the lead ball was, without doubt, the object credited most for his growth in magic. The golf-sized ball would stay with him from the moment he got off the bed and stay with him until he returned to bed at night. The ball was made of lead with strategically added impurities that made it resistant to change with magic. The impurities added to the lead made it such that a larger quantity of magic would be required to successfully perform magic on the impure lead than on pure lead. Quinn had spent more than a decade exhausting his magic every night he was healthy to increase his magical reserves. But there was no quiet way to expend his huge magic reserves every day, and that's where the lead ball came with Quinn operating magic on it, using it to chip away at the reserves. Quinn walked to his bathroom, and on his way, his magic reached to the lead ball, turning it into a mercury-like consistency. It had become a habit when his groggy senses would start to clear up as his magic touched the lead ball. And this morning, when Quinn's senses, both physical and magical, began clearing up, they brought to him a feeling that wasn't present yesterday. Quinn stopped with his hand on the bathroom doorknob. He stared at his hand and then around the room. There was something strange in the air, but he couldn't put his finger on it. He went into the bathroom, but when he came out, his demeanor had changed. The moment the door opened, a restless Quinn entered the room with his swarming all around. "What the hell?" he exclaimed to no one. "What the hell?" Quinn rubbed his arms, riddled with goosebumps that refused to go down. It was as if something was covering every inch of his body, and no matter what he did, it refused to come off. He couldn't tell what it was, but it was seriously wrong, whatever it was. Okay, calm down, think about this." Quinn vocalized his thoughts to calm down the restlessness he was feeling. "I think I felt this last night, meaning that this thing has been here for at least 6 hours. But what it?" Quinn stilled. He stayed perfectly still as if someone had pressed the pause button on him. He raised his arm up, and the space around his hand twisted. Quinn observed the distortion with eyes full of solemn intent. "Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit, he did it." Quinn stopped using spatial magic to run the test and began pacing around the room with his hands in his hair. His eyes darted to his room's door, but the moment after, he calmed down. No one in the family called Voldemort by his name. Quinn used Dark Lord, George and Elliot used you-know-who, Ms. Rosie used he who must not be named, and Polly, like him, used Dark Lord. They activated the damned taboo, sighed Quinn, and the inside of his throat seemed scratchy. The taboo was a powerful jinx which designated a word as a key to revealing the speaker's location. The magic had been used in the First Wizarding War to target those who dared to say Voldemort's name, and from that day, the practice of using you-know-who, he who must not be named, and the Dark Lord instead of Voldemort was born. The name had been used as a taboo and then used to target those who spoke of it until it instilled enough fear that no one dared to speak the taboo. After the war, when the taboo spell was pulled down, Albus Dumbledore encouraged people to use the proper name Voldemort to not fear the name. But it made little impact as the community continued to use the alternatives. Soon, the youngest generation began calling the Dark Lord by the alternates without knowing why they did so. And now the second coming of the same magic had returned. Alright, time to follow the protocols for the situation. Quinn got up and entered the walk-in closet before coming out to head for the door. I should have breakfast first. Scene break. Quinn stood in the middle of a forest with his noir gear on and kicked some fallen leaves near his black boots. He looked around to ensure that he was alone, something he had taken into consideration while picking up the place. He placed his suitcase on the floor. He snapped his fingers and the suitcase opened with stairs going down, but instead of Quinn going down, something came up. It happened, asked Portrait Merlin from his frame as he looked around the forest. It happened, sighed Quinn. You did say it would happen. I know it would happen, that's why I talked about it with you. Quinn knew that the taboo magic would be making a return. But he didn't know how it would return as that piece of knowledge wasn't in the source material in his head. So instead of making plans to stop it, he decided to make the best of it. So, how did it happen? Asked Merlin. Quinn shook his head. I cannot say for sure, but I think I know how it happened. Oh. You told me for the taboo magic to work, it needs a power source to operate. I mean, for magic of this magnitude and scale to work, it must be drawing on a ward stone. Or this Dark Lord of yours powered it through his own magic. I have heard about him in the past 2 decades, and from what you have told me, he is powerful enough to power the curse himself. What makes you think he used a magic source? I would have thought the same, but the timing of it is what makes me think he used a magical power source. Timing. Yes, timing. You see, yesterday, why am I being humble? I definitely stabbed the Dark Lord in the eye. You did. Congratulations. How was it? Thank you. It was fine. Created a knife, threw it well, and landed it right in the eye. Oh, stop it. There's no need to be so humble. Okay. I mean, it was quite fantastic. I was battered and beaten, but you know me, what separates good from the best is performing under pressure, and I perform best when I'm under pressure. The curse I weaved was some of my best work, and I'm not much of a thrower, but that knife throw was legendary. Good, good, I wish I could have seen it. If today goes well, I can show my recollection of the event on a light projection. Then I certainly hope it does. But back to the original question. Ah yes, about that. Because I stabbed the Dark Lord in the eye, I doubt he used the time he could have spent healing on the taboo magic. And because the curse came alive yesterday, I'm sure it definitely wasn't the Dark Lord and a power source. I see. What are you going to do exactly here? I'm going to try out a test. It's early, and I might invite some nasty people, which I'm not sure if I want or not, but whatever be the case, this seems to be a time as good as any. You're going to trigger the taboo magic, Merlin quirked his brow. Well, I spent a good amount of time researching it, not triggering it would be a pity. The reason I called you here is for a question. What question? Can you charm the taboo magic to trigger differently based on the term that is spoken? A skillful enough wizard can do so. Quinn hummed. Then it is better if I go with the mainstream version. Going personal might offend the big guy enough. Quinn was sure that speaking Tom Morvallo Riddle instead of Voldemort won't bring the Dark Lord here because of the injury, but he was sure it would alert him if someone could communicate back to their headquarters was something Quinn didn't want. Alright, that was all I wanted to ask, said Quinn. I'll meet you later. Can't I stay? Asked Merlin with his best puppy dog eye impression. Nope, I don't know how things will turn. Quinn didn't listen to Merlin's counter and directly sent the portrait into the suitcase. He knew how it was going to turn out, but why risk something that could possibly be traced back to him, though he didn't see how that would happen, but again, why take the risk? Quinn put on his mask, and the forest went quiet. The leaves stopped shaking, and the winds came to a halting still. He once again gave the surroundings a look to confirm that he was alone. He took in a deep breath before a distorted voice emanated from behind the mask. Voldemort. There was a thrum around him, and while it was barely visible to the eye, Quinn could feel the spatial distortions around him. This is the first one. The first one. I can't believe we got a fool so quickly, came a rasping voice through the trees. How dare you speak the Dark Lord's name? We know you're in there. You've got half a dozen wands pointing at you, and we don't care, we curse. He heard footsteps in the fallen leaves, and then they stopped. Quinn turned towards them and counted the ragtag group of people, not one with a mask bar one. Quinn tilted his head at the 7 people that had heeded his call, 6 people who were definitely not Death Eaters but only mere associates, while here was only one of them who was garbed in proper Death Eater attire. "I invisible vigilante," exclaimed one of the Death Eater associates. "This is what I get," said Quinn, looking me over. 6 ruffians and 1 Death Eater, and the Death Eater I get only has 1 arm. I do not even get out of bed for less than a dozen whole Death Eaters. It seemed that his appearance and voice had their effect on the snatchers began to back up. "Now that all of you are here, please do not think of leaving," said Quinn. They didn't seem to stay as every single one of them triggered apparition, but Quinn smirked and snapped his finger, and the spatial ward trapped every single one of them, sending them all straight to the ground. "Let's get started. Quinn West, MC, I shall break the taboo. Merlin, portrait, ah, shucks. I want to see as well." Chapter 372, Inside Men. Quinn brushed the yellow grass off his jacket and leather gloves. The 5 snatchers and the 1 Death Eater lay on the forest ground. The 5 snatchers had their arms tied up while their leg bones turned to a liquid jelly as they shivered in the aftershock of the magic. The sole Death Eaters, however, laid unharmed other than the light bruising that Death Eaters usually suffered when they came across Quinn in his invisible vigilante persona. I knew there was a chance that violating the taboo this early would attract someone higher up the ladder, but never knew it would be someone so high up the ladder. Lucius Malfoy stared up at Quinn with one of his eyes beaten black and blue. The man who was once proud as a peacock shivered on the dirty ground with his hand raised in a desperate appeal to make Quinn stop. "Why would someone like you, Lucius Malfoy, be part of a field group accompanying these nobodies?" He glanced at the ruffians. "I always assumed you were the indoors type, sitting behind your fancy desk, pulling the strings, but here you are." His eyes went to Malfoy's empty sleeve. "And you don't have an arm. How did that happen?" He already knew Lucius Malfoy didn't have an arm. He had seen the thing happen in Barty Crouch Jr.'s memories, one of the deranged man's most prominent recent memories, making pieces of information he had seen on the Death Eaters. Alas, like Quinn, the invisible vigilante wanted to keep the fact he was a legitimacy secret. Please, spare me," said Lucius, his tone knitted with begging. I will give you anything." Quinn's pupil narrowed as he gave Lucius a stare down. "There is nothing precious than your life, Lucius Malfoy, and I would love nothing more than to reap the precious life of yours and rid the Dark Lord of one of his precious assets." Instead of begging more, Lucius laid flat down on the floor. It was as if all the life and struggle to survive had left him because of Quinn's few words. He let out a weak scoff. "Then off with it. I'm no asset to the Dark Lord." He raised his empty sleeve. "Killing me won't make any difference, so do it and do it quickly." Quinn narrowed his eyes and readily reached out to Lucius' mind with legitimacy, and he didn't have to go deep to run into a rush of emotions of longing, regret, acceptance, and a myriad of very depressing emotions that even made Quinn's mood drop. He went a little deeper and found the reason behind all the complicated emotions. "I heard that your son abandoned the glorious cause you and your wife left you." "That must hurt," Quinn quipped where it hurt. "How did it feel to have your family betray everything you stood for?" Lucius didn't vocalize his answer, but Quinn didn't need vocalization as he was inside Lucius' mind. The emotions and inner thoughts told him the presence of great initial anger followed by regret and doubt, which preceded a great sense of belief-shattering turmoil with pain and a resurgence of pain, hatred, and abhorrence. "Is that how you lost your arm? Punishment for your Malfoy family's betrayal? I guess it was in the Malfoy blood to bite the hand of the one who fed you when the usefulness ends." Lucius flared up. "Don't you dare. My family is not traitors. I have always supported the just and right cause of the Dark Lord." "One person does not equate to the entire family," Quinn interrupted. "Oh, wait, you are the only one remaining, so it is the entire family." Quinn's mocking invigorated Lucius by setting a fire of anger inside him. Quinn internally smiled. He had heated up the iron, and now it was time to strike it with his strongest hammer. "Just kill me," Lucius wailed. "Would you like to meet your family, Lucius?" asked Quinn, not paying attention to the angry appeal. "I can make that happen." Lucius sprung up to his knees like a man who had found water in a desert and crawled towards Quinn with his hands tied behind his back. Why you can do that? I know where they are, so it is not a stretch to say that I can make it happen. Please, please, my family, I want to meet my family. Let me meet them." Quinn's eyes shined behind his mask. He pushed Lucius away with his leg, making the bruised man fall to the ground. "I can arrange a meeting with your family, but for that to happen, I will need something in return, because taking away your life is still a luxury that I would love to indulge in." A shine of hope returned to Lucius's eyes as he rapidly nodded. "I will do anything, my family, just my family." Quinn nodded. Coming to the forest to trigger the taboo, he hadn't planned for the current situation. He had never thought that he would chance upon a Lucius Malfoy who was angry with Voldemort and his Death Eaters, a man that no longer cared about trying to assert absolute dominance of pure blood over everyone else, a father and husband who longed and cared for his family's well-being. It was a little too easy to turn Lucius, and in any other circumstance, he would doubt the effectiveness of his words, but in this case, he had confirmed that Lucius Malfoy was going to dance to any tune Quinn decided to play. Could he deliver on his promise? Could he let Lucius meet Draco and Narcissa Malfoy? He could do it, after all. He knew precisely where the both Malfoys were living in peace with fear always buzzing with worry. It wasn't that difficult when you knew where you were looking at. You are going to work in the Death Eater organization as my spy. As you said, even if you have fallen out of favor, the information you have access to is still useful to me, so anything major that happens with the Death Eaters, I want to hear about it. Go it. I understand. Good, said Quinn, but he noticed that Lucius wanted to say something, so he asked him to speak up. What will happen if the Dark Lord knows about it? Asked Lucius. Quinn's lips rose up slightly behind his mask. If the Dark Lord knows about this, you die, Lucius Malfoy, you die. Lucius froze like a block of ice. The already pale man looked like he had been converted to a vampire. No matter what anyone said, the thought of death scared all men, and it seemed that Lucius Malfoy, who had been the dealer of death, was now feeling the fear of being on the side of the wand. You're the one to lose the most, Lucius, but at the same time, the one to gain the most. If you chose to refuse, I could kill you now, and everything would be over, but if you comply with this little deal of mine, you can meet your family and take the chance against Voldemort. A piece of advice, Lucius Malfoy, believe it or not, the Dark Lord will be much more lenient to his Death Eaters than I am to them. There was a turn of silence as Quinn stared at Lucius, who stared down at the ground. If you can guarantee that I can meet my family, you will be able to meet your family. But don't be mistaken, you won't be able to live them, it'll be a meeting for the amount of time I decide, and in case they refuse to meet you, it'll be your bad luck. The last line seemed to strike Lucius like a sledgehammer. It was evident that the man hadn't thought of the possibility of his son and wife refusing to meet him. So, I ask you again and for the last time. Make your decision because your life will depend on it, and make it now. Quinn had said his piece. Make the most of the situation. He had gotten Lucius Malfoy, so he was going to make a man who was once the second-in-command into a spy that would feed him all the stuff he ever needed. He has no confidence. He had studied people and their minds for such a long time that he knew what confidence looked like. He had seen Lucius Malfoy at his best, and now he had seen the same man at his current worst. Quinn had seen the potential. Now, I just need to bring it back. If Lucius Malfoy had become an asset for Voldemort, why couldn't he become one for him? Lucius looked up towards Quinn, and with a strong tone that had been lacking before, he spoke, I will do it. I will become your spy. Well then, Lucius Malfoy. Look forward to meeting your family because, after that, we have a lot of work to do. Quinn turned to the Snatchers and finished, now, let's change some memories and call it a day. It was time to start picking the big snake scales out. Quinn West, MC, having insider information. Fiction-only reader, author, a shorter chapter. Couldn't write more on this scene of the story. This last leg of the story will fluctuate like crazy, so hang on tight and keep reading. Internship fatigue has also started to get to me, it has been forcing my schedule to become irregular. Chapter 373, I'm the one who knocks. Quinn operated on the edge of what looked like a normal residential street located in the suburbs outside London in the southeast part of England. It was one of those areas with identical houses for streets and blocks built by a single construction firm. Except for the cars in the driveways, the gardens, and occasional houses painted in different colors, the houses looked as if they had been copy and pasted from the same mold. It was as Quinn had imagined, an image of normalcy, but at the same time, it surprised him that this was the place the Order of Phoenix had chosen such a place. I guess it is fitting, muttered Quinn. Quinn snapped his fingers, and his appearance shimmered and twisted until his face had been replaced by someone else. Gone where his black hair had been replaced with brown hair perfectly parted 70-30 along, and his stone gray had been dyed to a hazel color. His height increased by a few inches, and his entire body lost muscle tone until he seemed on the verge of being lanky. He rolled his shoulders, and his emerald green three-piece suit morphed into a salaryman's brown work suit with a thick tie. The new face put on a smile and clenched his fist around a conjured work suitcase. He walked to a house with a trimmed garden with a bed of weather-appropriate lush flowers. Everything in the garden was just good enough that it won't arise complaints from the neighbors but not good enough that they would come looking for tips. As he stepped on the empty drive, he felt a tingle travel down his back. He took in a shallow but sharp breath as the magic in the ward scanned him. In a fraction of a second, he devised the motive behind the scan, it was looking if he possessed magic. He smiled and countered the ward with counter-magic, which made it seem that he didn't possess a drop of magic in his veins. Even if they didn't want goblin wards in here, they should have at least put up Aegis. Well good, less work for me, he thought, noticing that the warding around the house wasn't from either of the top two best in the business. I don't know if I should feel appreciated or insulted at them trying to copy Aegis quick response alert. The ward was clearly going to alert people, and they would arrive here to surround him as soon as possible. He kept his eye on the front door and didn't look at the invisible guard sitting on the yard chair as he stunned him unconscious. Idiot sleeping on the job in the middle of the day. He knocked on the door and enhanced his hearing, focusing it on hearing what was going on inside the house. He heard 2 sets of footsteps moving, with one of them moving towards the door. Yes. The door creaked open, and Draco Malfoy peeked out from inside with suspicion and caution clear in his eyes. "Good morning, dear sir. My name is John, and it must be a lucky day because I'm here with a revolution." "Sorry, not interested." Draco cut him short and began. The door closed shut the door, but Quinn put his shoe in between to stop it from closing. "What are you doing?" Draco exclaimed. "Sir, respectfully speaking, you are missing a great opportunity right now." Quinn grabbed the door and forcefully pulled it open as he stepped inside. "What do you think you are doing?" yelled Draco. "Nothing, sir, this is for your own good." Quinn closed the door behind him, and the latches clicked into their places. Hearing all the commotion, the second resident, Narcissa Malfoy, came out running. She had a worried look on her face and a wand in her as if she was expecting something wrong. "Who are you?" she yelled, pointing her wand at the unwanted guest. John's smile dimmed. He raised his hand, and the brown suitcase turned into a black mask that he put on his face. The Malfoys watched as the hazel eyes and brown hair both turned black. As their minds tried to understand what was happening, he gave them a push to make it crystal clear. He patted his suit, and the brown worksuit turned into an outfit that covered head to toe in black. "Why you?" Draco stepped back as realization dawned on him. "Good day, Malfoys," said Quinn in his distorted noir voice. "I have heard a lot about both of you. It's nice to meet you in person." Narcissa pulled Draco behind her and raised her wand to Quinn. "Why are you here?" "If it is about the Dark Lord and Death Eaters, we are no longer part of that world. Please leave us alone." Quinn raised both his hands up, showing that he had no wand, and then flicked his finger slightly, sending Narcissa's wand flying to the ceiling. Quinn lowered his hand and put his right palm side up to have the wand glide to it. "Now that we have the dangerous out of the way, we can have a civilized talk." Quinn slipped Narcissa's wand into his pocket. "As for you not being part of the world, I'm sorry, Madame Malfoy, as long as you have that last name, you'll always be part of that world." He looked to Draco, "Especially with what your son did recently. That is why both of you are here, am I wrong?" He stepped forward and walked into the house. Behind him, the mother and son tried to open the door to escape, but the door wouldn't budge. Inside, Quinn looked at the decor that was clearly non-magical, but there had been changes made to make it feel like home to a magical person with the extensive use of transfiguration, which told Quinn that the neighbors weren't visiting and that the residents were feeling out of place but comfortable enough, or pretending to be comfortable enough to make changes to the house. Quinn sat down on the sofa and crossed his feet to make himself comfortable. Boom. Quinn raised his brow and curled his finger in the beckoning gesture. There were 2 screams as Draco and Narcissa came flying into the lounge, forced to sit down on the sofa in front of him. "Even though this is not your home, it is not nice to destroy your place of living." Quinn disarmed Draco and confiscated his wand as well. "Now that we are seated, let's discuss what I came here to talk about." "Please leave us alone," Narcissa pleaded. "We were brought here by the Order of Phoenix. You know who they are, Dumbledore's group. They wouldn't bring us here if we were with the Dark Lord." As Narcissa tried to get Quinn, Invisible Vigilante, to leave, he observed the silent Draco, who sat by her side. Quinn noticed how Draco sat close to his mother, leaning forward toward Quinn, trying to put Narcissa behind him as she had done at the door, trying to shield her from the vigilante with the reputation of ripping up bodies. Quinn gathered magic in his voice box and exuded it, weaved it in his words. "I would like it very much if both of you could calm down. As long as you cooperate with me here, I have no desire to hurt both of you. So if we can have a calm discussion without raising our voices." "What do you want?" asked Draco testily. "I am here on the behalf." "Can you remove that from voice?" said Draco, even as Narcissa tightly clutched his arm. "It is hard to understand." Quinn tilted his head as he silently stared at Draco for a second before opening his mouth, and the voice that came out of it made the blood drain from the Malfoy's face. "Would you prefer if I sounded like this?" Voldemort's voice wasn't something both of them had pleasant memories of. "I guess not." His voice returned to as it was before. "Now, as I was saying, I'm here to talk. I'm here to talk to you regarding Lucius Malfoy." "What about him?" This time, it was Narcissa who interrupted. "He would like to meet both of you." "What?" Draco narrowed his eyes. "You are working with Death Eaters now." "No, but I am looking to form a working relationship with him. But for that to happen, he has put up a condition that he wants to meet you." "We don't want to meet him," Draco said without a thought. Quinn turned to Narcissa, indicating that he was waiting for her response. "What are you going to do with Lucius?" she asked. "From what I have heard, you don't spare Death Eaters when you get a hand on them. Because of you, one of my friend's husband is still in St. Mungo's to this day. I'm not sorry at all. Your husband was going to end up the same as your friend's husband, but when the man is Lucius Malfoy, even I have to give it a second thought. As for what I'm going to do with him, he's to be my inside informant." And he wants to meet us to do it. From what it seems, he hasn't been enjoying the home without both of you there. He misses you too, wants to meet you. Oh yeah. He should have thought of that before he recruited his son into being a Death Eater, spat Draco, his breathing labored. Narcissa put her hand on Draco's shoulder. She asked Quinn, what if this turns out to be a ploy to drag us to the Dark Lord for our betrayal? He will turn our lives into hells if he gets his hand on us. As I said, I have no desire to harm you, said Quinn. If the meeting is to be a ploy, then I'll kill everyone who's there to capture you and leave the curse that I have placed in Lucius' body to run its course and make his life, as you put it, a living hell until he dies and goes to hell. Quinn had decided to strike a deal with Lucius because he knew that the silver-tongued Malfoy wouldn't truly cooperate if he forced the men to work for him. The only way to have a working relationship was if Lucius Malfoy worked with him willingly. But that didn't mean that Quinn trusted Lucius, and thus, he had put in a curse that would eventually kill Lucius if Quinn didn't remove it. Plus, if Lucius Malfoy wasn't going to work with him, what was the use of him living? At said meeting, I'll be present to ensure your safety, he finished. The Malfoy pair looked confused and stunned at the masked individual sitting in front of them. They probably thought that their image of the invisible vigilante didn't match what they were seeing now. Why are you telling all of this? Asked Narcissa. Because it does me no harm. If you accept, I shall take you to meet Lucius. If you refuse, I shall erase your memory and the memory of the guard outside. Malfoys looked aghast, but Quinn continued, if you accept, just to get me out of the house right now and inform the Order of Phoenix later so that they can change your location. It doesn't matter to me as you have nothing on me that can put me in a disadvantageous situation, but I can always find you again later. It was a bit difficult to find both this time, but it won't be so much the next time around. We saw your face, said Draco. Do you really think that was my real face? Quinn said without the chuckle he would have usually put in. There is a reason why I have been able to evade the authorities and the Dark Lord's Death Eaters. It wasn't difficult to find them at all. They had a labyrinth door installed in this house, and he had a tendency to go through the purchase details of every door along with the backdoor magic he placed in the doors that told him the location of where the doors had been installed. And now, he didn't even need that to find them. Quinn crossed his legs, take your time and make a decision. The right decision on your part can be a big blow to the Dark Lord and his Death Eaters. It took them long to arrive at a decision, but it did put a smile on Quinn's face behind his mask. Quinn West, MC, well. I guess the John person is tied up with Invisible Vigilante. Damn. I particularly like that one. Narcissa Malfoy, mother, frightened at what the man in front of her is capable of. Draco Malfoy, son, does not want to appreciate having his residence invaded. Chapter 374, Bringing the Family Together. What are you doing? Quinn, in his John persona, pressed his hand over the same guard's forehead he had knocked out a few days back during his first visit to the Malfoy safe house. Preparing him for the time we will be outside. You said they check up on you twice a day, asked Quinn. Once in the morning and once before going to bed. That's why. Can't keep him unconscious for long. If someone comes to relieve him of his duties and finds him knocked out, it will raise suspicion. And because they don't check on you, nothing will raise the alarms until we return. Why do you care if it raises the alarm? Asked Draco. Quinn glanced at the younger men and wondered where all the intelligence he had shown just the last year had gone, all that planning in Hogwarts, and now he asked questions like this. Did Quinn answer those questions? No. He was the invisible vigilante. It is done. He will awake in a couple of minutes. Quinn removed his hand when the guard stirred. He walked to the Malfoy pair and extended a hand each to them. Give me your hands. Why? Asked Draco. The wards around this property are monitoring your presence. The moment you step out of the boundary, Order of Phoenix members will be operating here with their wands blazing. I'm going to make it so that when you step out, no such thing will happen. The mother and son exchanged looks, communicating with each other through their eyes. Hurry up. I would have delivered you to the Dark Lord or killed you last time I was here. I do not want Lucius Malfoy to flee in doubt because you two got me late. Though annoyed, both Malfoys hesitantly gave their hands to Quinn. They felt a soft current course through their body, causing them to jump and shiver. I don't feel any different, said Draco. Quinn left their hands and walked out of the boundary. He turned to them and asked them to cross the boundary. What if your magic doesn't work? Asked Narcissa. I know you are worried. What if my magic does not work and the Order of Phoenix arrives here, and seeing that you tried to go out for an outing, they might rescind their offer of protection? Am I right? He asked, and Narcissa's silence was the affirmation. This is your risk to take. You have half a minute to decide if you are in or out. A second late, I will listen to any last words you have for Lucius and be off. They didn't need any more motivation as they readily stepped outside the boundary while holding their breath. Their worried eyes darted around the house and the street. The lack of operating people put them to ease with their shoulders sagging in relief. Quinn extended his hands again and said, We are leaving. You don't want to check for an ambush. Quinn rolled his eyes. How many questions were they going to ask? He stepped forward, grabbed their shoulders amidst protest, and forcefully operated them away along with himself, leaving behind the guard who groggily cracked his eyes before snapping straight up and pretending to be active as if he had never gone to sleep. Quinn operated into the forest and dropped the lady and the brat on the ground, leaving them rolling in the leaves. And just when he was about to get some peace and quiet with the family reunion. Stop. Whoever you are, stop. Quinn held back a groan. Just a little more, he thought as he turned to face a cautious Lucius Malfoy. He gathered magic in his voice. It is me, Malfoy. Put that wand down before I break it. You wouldn't care, would you? It is not yours anyway. The look on Lucius' face was small happiness for Quinn, but before the men could say something, Quinn moved on. He patted his chest, and he was back in his noir gear, and with a mask, he was invisible vigilante. Let's get this over with, said Quinn. Have the family reunion. But beware, make any wrong moves, and you won't be leaving here the same way you came here, that is if you will be leaving at all. Quinn snapped his fingers, and a ward was erected around the Malfoy family and him. He leaned against a tree and observed from the side as Lucius Malfoy all but leaped his way to his estranged family, who showed no such similar enthusiasm. They remained jaded as Lucius awkwardly yet passionately put forward his account full of apologies and regret. There was a lot of back and forth, shouting and yelling at both sides, accusations and blame were thrown, and old skeletons were dug out. Quinn stayed away from the family, standing still to make himself invisible, but his ears remained sharp and recorded every word that came out from a Malfoy mouth. As the family dispute continued, the tired son broke away from the argument and unknowingly stumbled toward Quinn. What are you looking to accomplish doing this? Asked Draco, glaring at Quinn, who quietly ignored him. Hey! Listen to me. I'm talking to you. I can hear you, said Quinn. I'm just ignoring you. I have no interest in talking to you, Draco Malfoy. You are interfering with my family, you have to talk to me. No one asked you to be here. You came to us. You and your mother are not a package deal. You could have not come if you didn't want to. And let mother come here alone with someone like you. You underestimate the woman named Narcissa Malfoy. That woman is much stronger than you are. A woman who could lie to Voldemort to his face in a situation where if her lie failed, it could mean instant death to her and her family had to have nerves of steel. If she was in your place in the plan to kill Dumbledore, the old Whitebeard would be dead right now. You're putting her in danger, spat Draco, his voice full of spite. Quinn opened his eyes and gave Draco a lazy stare. How long do you think Dumbledore can keep you hidden? What? How long do you think before the Dark Lord finds your little hideout? Who except Dumbledore will put their lives on the line for the Malfoys when the Dark Lord is actually in front of them, and they're the only thing that stands between him and you? Quinn pushed himself off the trunk and stepped towards Draco. One day, you'll be in that little prison of yours, sharing a meal with your mother. Maybe it will be the only good thing about your stifling days, or maybe you'll be sleeping peacefully in your bed, and that's when he will come tearing on the roof of that non-magical house you don't like. If you're lucky, he will kill you in one shot with a killing curse, but if you're not lucky, he will torture her in front of you, and her dead face will be the last living memory you will have. I'm trying to prevent that from happening, you naive moron. I want to rid the world of a Dark Lord, and your father working for me is going to make that easier. Quinn backed away to enjoy the startled look on Draco's face. He wished he could have forced the image of his words into Draco's mind using legilimency to get a more satisfying reaction, but that was just his sadistic speaking out of place. So go stand by mommy and daddy as they sort things out. This is not a place for children to interfere. Now bugger off. With that, Quinn closed his hand but kept his sense keen in case Draco tried to do something stupid with his wand. I'm not an idiot, said Draco, his tone laced with faint defiance. I never said that you were. You didn't need to. The way you spoke to me said it all. And you did call me a naive moron. Quinn leaned against the tree. If he wasn't under the mask, he would have pulled on the empathy card, sympathized with everything Draco was going on, built a rapport, offered some advice, and cemented an image of friendliness in Draco's mind to gain his confidence. Even under his current persona, the cold vigilante could have gotten close to Draco and formed a connection, but right now, the Malfoy son was of no real use. Right now, he couldn't even see the worth of building ties with Draco in case he got helpful in the future. Well, at least I personally have some positive ties with Draco. Listen well, Draco Malfoy, said Quinn. This country is going through a war right now. The sooner it ends, the better it will be for everyone. The truth is that by trying to kill Dumbledore, you are to partly blame for this war. A guilty look emerged on Draco's face. Quinn took a nod of it and continued. I myself am also to blame, and so is everyone who is in a situation of power. My sole aim is to take the head of the Dark Lord and bring everything to an end. I am playing my part. You are to play your part as well. My part. Everyone has a part to play. You might have already played it out or might have something in the future, but that only time will time. Quinn thought about what would Draco's part be, and all he could think of was that when the war passed, the Malfoys would still hold plenty of wealth and even influence that could be put to good use. You think you can kill you-know-who? Asked Draco. I believe so I can. Just a few moons back, I took his eye. A highlight of his career as the invisible vigilante, if he was to say himself. I had done this mask with that intention, and I will remove it when my motive is achieved. Quinn closed his eye and ended the conversation. He didn't want to speak to Draco anymore, who himself didn't continue. After a while, the Malfoy family conversations ended, and Lucius and Narcissa stepped to Quinn. I agree to work with you, said Lucius. A good decision, said Quinn solemnly. I will provide you with the information on the Dark Lord, but other than that, I don't think I can provide you with much. Information is gold, Malfoy. While I have no need of your wand, I do think you'll be able to provide me with plenty of things, said Quinn, staring at Lucius with gears turning behind his eyes. There were a couple of more things he wanted Lucius to do, which he thought would prove to be the correct choice. Just keep my family out of it. Quinn nodded. He glanced at the mother-son and speculated if he could make them do something from their safe house of theirs. They could do something, but that was a thought for another day. Well then, Lucius Malfoy, let's bring down the Dark Lord. Quinn West, MC, I am a family reunioner. Draco Malfoy, naive, moron. Lucius Malfoy, asset, the inside man for the third party in the war. Narcissa Malfoy, strong, might be the strongest in family in many ways. Chapter 375, Talk About Taboo. I don't like this. Amelia Bones slammed a thick manila folder on the long conference table. We had more than a dozen reported cases just this week. Reported cases. We don't even know how many went unreported. She fixed a look on the people sitting around the table that clearly told them she was greatly displeased. We have had an explosion in the Oris office. Then the Dark Lord dared to barge into the ministry, took hostages, put lives at risk, and it took 2 outsiders to repel him away, and one of them is a wanted criminal. Does any one of you realize how that looks to the public? That the ministry can't do anything without Albus Dumbledore's help. An absolute disgrace. Some of the biggest names in the ministry, head of DMLE Rufus Scrimgeour, head Auror Gawain Robards, head hit wizard Cillian Perry, retired Captain Auror and defense consultant Alastair Moody, among many others, listened to the minister in silence. She picked up the newspaper and opened it to read the article. Every ministry employee ranging from office heads to the Minister of Magic herself have a bounty on their heads that can be collected in the seedy world of Nocturne Alley, dotted with connections to the Death Eaters. Amelia pushed the newspaper away as she dumped herself in the head chair, and with her fingers massaging her temple, she asked, "What is the situation with these snatchers?" Robards leaned towards the table and patted a folder in front of him twice but didn't open it. "We have caught 7 of them this month. Another 7 resisted arrest, and unfortunately, they lost their lives. The new law regarding lethal action against Death Eaters included a section that allowed an extension against groups like the Snatchers. What are the ones in custody saying?" she asked. N. Nothing. Those dimwits know nothing. They're just trying to earn gold. By rounding up Muggleborns and blood traders. It is a hassle to clean up after them and their mess. Some of them made a ruckus right in the middle of a Muggle public square. At least the marked Death Eaters are careful about where they let the magic out. How are we supposed to handle the root of the problem if we are busy chasing after the fools? That is your job to figure out, Amelia sighed. She turned to Scrimgeour and spoke, "You're coming with me to the Muggle Prime Minister's office. The Auror in charge of his protection has been sending memos after memos saying he wants to meet. It's on this Friday evening." Even the ever-serious Rufus Scrimgeour had a twitch when he heard the words, Friday evening, in the work context. "Understood," said Scrimgeour. He glanced towards the door once before turning to Amelia. "I still don't think it is good to get outsiders involved. DMLE is more than capable of handling this situation on our own. Whether you like it or not, he and his group are a substantial effort against the Dark Lord. In this situation, it is better to coordinate with them for information." Amelia turned to Moody. "Isn't that right, Alastair?" Moody grunted, which to those who know him was a grunt of affirmation. "But, Amelia, you just talked about how you didn't like Dumbledore's involvement in the Dark Lord incident," said Scrimgeour. "No, I didn't like it," said Amelia bluntly, "but that doesn't mean I didn't appreciate it. If he wasn't there that day, many innocent lives could have been lost. And this time, I'm inviting Dumbledore and his Order of Phoenix up front and," she narrowed her eyes, "you can't talk about outsider involvement after your meeting with George West. We need potions and their ingredients at a cheaper rate," defended Scrimgeour. "West can deliver us with that. We can even get Greengrass to sell us at a discount through West. I'm not complaining." Scrimgeour sighed and rested his complaint. He looked at his wristwatch and frowned. "He is late. This is an important meeting. If he expects us to work together, then he must be on time." The meeting hall's door opened, and Albus Dumbledore, dressed in his starry-patterned robes, entered the room with a smile beneath his beard and a shine in his eyes as if he was delighted to see everyone in the room. My apologies, everyone. I was caught up gazing at a bird I thought I had never seen before. Turns out someone had colored a magpie in some fascinating shades. I suspect they came from the mind and hands of a brilliant child. Dumbledore sat down on an empty chair right between Rufus Scrimgeour and Cillian Perry, smiling at both heads as if it was a Hogwarts reunion. If I missed something, I would request if someone could catch me up quickly, said the headmaster of Hogwarts. You missed nothing, said Amelia and moved forward without wasting any time. I want an update on the taboo curse. How could the Dark Lord cast such magic in the country? I thought we had taken away the means he had used to cast the taboo curse the last time. All eyes turned to the person sitting on the other head of the table, who hadn't spoken a single word since his arrival. Saul Croaker, an unspeakable from the Department of Mysterious, tapped his fingers on the table for a moment before speaking up, on the day Voldemort. Are you mad? Why are you taking his name? Cried Perry. Croaker sighed. Do you think the Snatchers will come barging into the Ministry? He will know someone spoke his name inside the Ministry. Speaking his name carelessly might become your downfall, unspeakable, scoffed Perry. I can say Voldemort, Croaker said, and people in the room frowned, as many times I want, wherever I want, and the taboo won't get triggered. Unspeakables have a way to evade the taboo, asked Amelia. Croaker nodded. But it is not something that anyone can use, Amelia threw a guess. Croaker nodded again, causing Amelia to sigh. Continue. On the day Voldemort and his Death Eater came barging in, there was another party that secretly entered the Ministry, taking advantage of the commotion, and made their way to level 9 to get something that enabled the Dark Lord to cast a taboo over the lands of the country. What is this something? Asked Dumbledore. That is confidential information, not to be shared outside of the Department of Mysteries. Croaker spoke the words as if he had rehearsed them until his throat was raw. I, with my authority, as the Minister of Magic, order you to disclose that information, unspeakable Croaker. Amelia spoke with her tone daring him to defy it. Croaker shrugged. You're privy to that information, Madam Minister, but, he pointed to the rest of the people in the room, they can't know about it. What? According to Section 44 DOM of the Unnamed Code drafted in the unspecified year by unknown parties, the Minister of Magic has access to a certain level of classified information in the Department of Mysteries, but they're not allowed to discuss those facts with anyone outside the Department of Mysteries. That is bullshit. The crude language didn't make a single eye twitch. There's a subsection in the law wherewith an internal vote inside the Department of Mysteries can lead the classified status to be revoked, or select people can be given temporary clearance status to the information, but other than that, the Department of Mysteries holds the rights to the information produced by us, Croaker answered with a straight face. As for this specific piece of information, there's no need to go through the procedure, it's not something that would make a difference if more people knew it. I'm shocked how your department isn't overrun with corruption, Scrimgeour said with derision. We have our ways to keep everyone in check, said Croaker, smiling mysteriously. And who knows, we might be teeming with corruption. Whatever, the work's been going on well, so no complaints. The way he said that was so potentially serious with such a light tone made people stare at him for a good second. I am assuming it was Augustus Rockwood who led that other party. Dumbledore continued the conversation along. Yes, Augustus Rockwood, an ex-unspeakable, Croaker said that term as if he had tasted something bitter. He looked to Amelia. You know, we don't have that. Ex-unspeakable. We have retired unspeakables, and they don't have to be oldies who don't work another day in their lives. We have plenty of young guys who leave us to pursue other interests, but not a single ex-unspeakable, that is, until Augustus Rockwood came along and the Ministry had to make everything a media spectacle. We couldn't deal with Rockwood as we usually do with others in his position. If this time around, we find another Death Eater unspeakable, we did a thorough check this time, but still, if we do, please make sure that we get to deal with them this time. If we dealt with him back then, we wouldn't have this situation today. We will see to that. Let's get back to where we were before. In the case of Ministry headquarters being compromised, like it came close becoming, the protocol for the Department of Mysteries is to pack up everything important and leave the premises. Even down at the 9th, people were in a hurry packing their respective inventory, and what was used in the taboo magic is really specific and not useful for a lot of other magic, so it was down the list of priority packing. It was somewhere in there that Rockwood and his group came in, took the stuff they needed, stunned the poor boy in charge of the area before leaving. Stunned, not killed, asked Robards. Rockwood knew better than to kill an unspeakable. He might have been one of our more battle-oriented members, but he knows that he wasn't the only one in the trouble it would bring him if he did kill in his old workspace. The smile on Croaker's face was simple, but at the same time, it lacked the humor it was trying to portray. Can you stop the taboo? Asked Perry. We can. Destroy the anchor to which the magic is tied or kill the caster. But I doubt we can either do that easily. Dumbledore said, in the last war, unspeakables were working on another method that would forcefully eradicate the magic. Are you working on something similar this time? You know too much, Dumbledore. We need to do something about that. Croaker stared at Dumbledore in silence for a moment before speaking. Yes, we are working on something. But because the approach to casting the magic is different than the last time, we are working up from the ground up. So, you don't know until when it will be ready, commented Dumbledore with a twinkle in his eye. No, we don't. Voldemort will. Unspeakables can speak his name, Dumbledore, that doesn't extend to you, said Croaker. I understand it doesn't extend to me. But who said I can't cast something similar on my own? Croaker's eyes observed Dumbledore. You have found a way to dodge the taboo magic. Of course, it was easy enough to figure it out the last time around Voldemort cast it. Dumbledore smiled and then Croaker smiled. The two smiled at each other like the best of a friend until the door swung open, and a hit wizard came barging with a labored breath and hurry in his eyes. What is the meaning of this, Rust? Asked Perry. Sir, a group of snatchers tied together were suddenly dropped at our backdoor entry, and their hands, sir, their hands are crippled, sir. As soon as everyone in the room heard about crippled hands, they got up as all brains pointed in the same direction. It's the invisible vigilante, sir. Amelia Bones, Minister of Magic, this job better gets easier. Gawain Robards, Head Auror, the lethality law is excellent, but they need to reduce the paperwork, or at least streamline it. Rufus Scrimgeour, Head of DMLE, I want a wartime budget. Saul Croaker, Unspeakable, no comments. Chapter 376, Taboo Hunting. For the past week, the smell of leaves and forest had become a mainstay in Quinn's life. I should have chosen a beach or something, said Quinn looking around the trees. Green is overrated anyway, but then he remembered his girlfriend and shelved that thought in the recycle bin. He canvassed the surrounding area for a bit before tapping his chest for the casual clothing to change into the noir gear, but it was in a forest camouflage shade rather than the usual black. All right, let's do it. Quinn did some stretches, including some vocal warm-ups. He waved his hand in front of his face for a mask to appear, and then the distorted voice said in a smiling tone. Voldemort. There was a rustle in the leaves as Quinn pulled on his gloves and clenched his fists at the sound of some laughter. He turned as the footsteps halted abruptly, and when he saw the group of people with wands out, their smiles drained as they recognized him. Snatchers, you have done well to heed my call, he said, but it is regretful that you did so as this will not be pleasant. The Snatchers didn't try to raise their wands to him, not a single spell was fired, instead, they immediately tried to apparate away, with the entire area twisting in spatial movement. But the next moment, the spatial fabric of the area froze up, and all the Snatchers were thrown to the ground. Please do not be in a rush to leave, you will be leaving, but not now. He had plans for them. The Snatchers pushed themselves away from him, crawling on the ground with their shaking wands pointed at Quinn as he sedately walked towards them. Stay away, you monster. Please, let us leave. Sorry, I'll never do it again. I am sorry. Quinn stared down at the begging and hobbling Snatchers and said, too late, let us get started, all of us have a long day ahead of us. He raised his hands, and smoke leaked out of his palms. Time to say farewell to the gift that you never appreciated. After he was done, Quinn bound up the guys with real ropes boosted with Empyrean jacket covering every individual as a precaution. He dove into their minds and did a cursory read on their activity on what they had done in their time as Snatchers. I have a wife at home, eked out one of the Snatchers. You should have thought that before you joined hands with the Death Eater and raised your wands in the name of the Dark Lord, said Quinn, eyeing the binds one last time. He turned and apparat away, leaving behind a groaning and begging mess. In another part of the forest, Quinn greeted another group of Snatchers and watched their excitement and joy drain from their bodies, only to be replaced with a growing sense of despair and panic. Welcome, Snatchers. Today is a glorious day in your lives, for you're finally going to be part of something great and meaningful, he said. He raised his arms, and smoke rushed out from beneath the bed of leaves around their feet. Say your goodbyes, you're going to experience what it feels to be like the muggles you all hunted for sport. Again, after he was done taking away the nerve activity in their hands, Quinn bound them up and again apparat to yet another part of the same forest. Speak to me, Snatchers, how much price do your Death Eater lords have put on my head? Asked Quinn to the group of prone Snatchers as the haze of soot of Titani Nervum inched towards them. He had already done this a few times, and repeating the same operation so many times while listening to the same pleas of begging had gone boring and irritating. What? Snatchers are rewarded in gold for their captures. The minister has a bounty, Dumbledore has a bounty, even the boy who lived has gotten a bounty. So I wonder, how much gold does the Dark Lord deem my life to be of? I don't know. Is that so? Quinn looked at all the Snatchers. A thought formed in his mind. He asked, does anyone know the bounty on my head? The one who answers will get a reward. A reward that every one of you will want. As he spoke, the hazy smoke stopped just before the Snatchers' feet. Speak to me, Snatchers, who wants the reward? But be cautious, tell a lie, and I shall take your legs as well. In any normal situation, someone would attempt to lie in the desperation situation, but this was out of the norm. None in the country hadn't heard of his work with Death Eaters. But it also meant that the Snatchers were scared to even speak a single word, until... I know. Quinn turned to the Snatcher at the very back. He instinctively put on a friendly face behind his mask and asked him to tell. The reward is why your weight in gold. My weight in gold. Quinn jerked back in surprise. The reason he had asked the question was only partly due to boredom and because his cursory glances had only given him the bounty of people the Snatchers had bothered to look up: Muggle-borns, blood traders, ministry officials, famous personalities, but no one he had met had bothered to look him up. He hadn't checked this group yet. My weight in gold, he made quick calculations in his head, that will be more than you will get for either the Minister of Magic or Dumbledore. You had a chance to reap enough reward to have lasted all of you and several of your upcoming generations. But that is a far-off hypothetical. He got up from the wood log and said, "You have done well, Snatcher. I will keep my promise and give you your reward." As he said that, the Snatcher's fearful face gave way to hope, which twisted in a showcase of betrayal as Quinn stunned him unconscious. Quinn turned to the other Snatchers and said, "The reward was mercy. This magic," the smoke of Tentani Nervum inched forward, "is quite painful. At least, now he isn't going to go through it awake. But for you, poor folk, get ready to familiarize yourself with pain. And no. Please. Please. God, help us." Quinn shook his head. "God won't be coming today. Only pain." He turned to gather rope as the haze overtook the Snatchers to finish the work that had been delayed due to boredom. Scene break. Amelia Bones, surrounded by full protection of hit wizards, looked at the group of battered men who looked as if they had been dangled at the edges of hell just to be pulled back just before hellfire got to them from behind a window. "What is he muttering about?" she asked Scrimgeour. The head of DMLE leaned in to say, "They're repeating to stop it over and over again. Some victims of his magic are known to show such behaviors. Because of the pain. That and the feeling of not being able to feel their arms and legs can be quite overwhelming." Amelia cleared her throat before asking, "Are we sure this is him?" "Yes, it is him. Everything from the abnormal magic traces that don't match with wands and the magic itself resembles the previous samples we got from his confirmed victims. It is, without a doubt, him. Why is he doing this? I don't know." The door behind them swung open and slammed into the wall, with a young Auror entering with a huff in his breath. He gulped and straightened when he felt the eyes of his superiors many times superior on him. "What is it?" asked Scrimgeour. "Yes, sir, more groups of Snatchers have appeared," he said in a rushed panic. "What?" "They're at 2 of our subdepartment back gates, 2 of the hit wizards, general supply gates. They are popping up using portkeys in key locations in front of people's eyes. Get them out of there." "We did, sir. All of them are being filed into the jails, but sir, I'm afraid we have already exceeded capacity." "How many of them are there?" "50 and counting, sir." Amelia and Scrimgeour exchanged shocked glances. Scrimgeour furrowed his brow as a thought struck him, and he turned to the junior Auror. "All of them are cursed." "Their hands." The junior Auror nodded. Another person entered the room, but unlike the junior Auror, she entered silently and moved to the corner of the room where Saul Croaker stood in the shadows. She leaned to his ear and whispered something under everyone's eyes and then stood to the side. Croaker spoke. "One of the Snatcher groups has been delivered to one of our entrances. It was our main entrance." He sighed. "Now we will have to change it." "You don't seem worried," Amelia said. "The invisible vigilante found something about the Department of Mysteries. Does that not bother you?" "It bothers me," Croaker nodded, "but there's nothing I can do about what has already happened. We just will have to reaffirm our security." "Now, I would like to take my leave," he said with the young female walked with him. "I will have someone pick up the Snatchers," said Scrimgeour. "That won't be needed," Croaker smiled. "Those Snatchers are known under our jurisdiction. Don't worry, we will pass them along to you after we are done with them." "That's not acceptable. You can't hold them for questioning." "Yes, we can. As per Section 44AO-DOM of the Unspeakable Code." "Rubbish." Amelia saw that the 2 men were about to go down, so she barked the order to stand down. "Behave like grown men. The Unspeakables will have their time with the Snatchers." "But, there's no need for them to do so," Scrimgeour protested. "We can interrogate them and pass along the information. It will be better if a single team interrogates every one of them. The Department of Mysteries has our own methods of interrogation." Scrimgeour snorted at that. Amelia sighed. "The Department of Mysteries will get their time, but the second that passes, they will return the Snatchers back to the Auror's office." As she was about to leave, another Auror came running in. "What now, this time?" Amelia herself exclaimed. "There are more." Yes, ma'am," said the second junior Auror, "but that isn't why I'm here." He turned to Scrimgeour. "Sir, there's another group, but this time it isn't Snatchers, this time it is Death Eater." Scrimgeour's eyes sharpened. "We are going now," he said. But sir, there is more, the junior Auror gulped. The invisible vigilante himself dropped of them, he left behind a message. Amelia gasped. Scrimgeour turned more severe than anyone thought possible. Saul Croker, who was about to leave, stopped and looked entirely interested in the conversation. What are we waiting for, said Croker. Let's see what the men of the day has to say. Quinn West, MC, I sometimes partake in hunting. Saul Croker, Unspeakable, Section 44AO DOM of the Unspeakable Code, is pretty legit. Chapter 377, Pink Chalk Glows. Is that the message? Two Aurors with a faint layer of magic surrounding their body carefully approached the group of tied-up people dressed in Death Eater regalia. Those who had seen the previously delivered groups of Snatchers noticed how the Death Eaters had been handled with much less care than the Snatchers, the heavy bruising all over their faces, which made it difficult to identify even a single one, made it clear that no love was spared for this particular group of people. Rufus Scrimgeour narrowed his eyes at the big white envelope stained with mud stuck to the chest of one of the Death Eaters. He spoke to Amelia. It has your name on it. Do you perhaps know what it might be about? Of course not. How would I? I have only been face to face with the men for mere minutes. Anything he said in those minutes? You already know what he said in those minutes. You saw the memories firsthand. And I can't thank you enough for sharing them with us. Amelia hummed as she watched the Aurors dislodge the envelope after careful checking and consideration about the dangers it might contain. The Aurors hovered the envelope, each standing at a distance from it. The flap was gently unsealed, with the rest of the glued creases and folds coming undone to form a straight platform for the envelope's content to sit upon. What is that? Asked Amelia. It is not a letter, to say the least, said Scrimgeour in reply, but even the seasoned Auror was confused by what he was seeing. On the disassembled envelope laid a palm-sized black puck that shined like a polished marble gleaming in the moonlight. The Auror handling the envelope and puck stepped closer and waved his wand over it, but just as the magic touched the puck, it vibrated, causing everyone to take a step back. The next second, the puck gained a life of its own and jumped off the paper onto the ground. Amelia immediately felt one rough hand each on her shoulder. She jumped in surprise and hurriedly glanced to her side to see her Auror guard detail standing firm and alert. Madam Minister, the moment we deem the situation to be dangerous, we will be operating away along with you. Please don't resist. The apparition location will be a safe house in a discreet location maintained by the DMLE for such situations, said one of the Aurors. Amelia nodded, recalling the week before she had taken chair as the Minister of Magic, where she had been briefed about all of the security details, and her time as the head of DMLE, where she had signed over the Minister's protection many a time. I understand, do whatever you must, she said. The black puck thrummed violently before going still silent. The puck's top glowed, and a shimmering image of a man holographed over the puck. The dark silhouette's image broke and flickered before the transparent shape of light stabilized, and the dark shadow lightened to reveal the silhouette's identity. Greetings, said the holographic image of the invisible vigilante. If you're seeing this means the carrier had delivered the message and the envelope was opened. I hope that the recipients are those in the ministry. This recorded message is taking responsibility for the use of my magic against the Snatchers and Death Eaters. It confused many about why the invisible vigilante would suddenly own up to his crimes. However, to those in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, it was not unusual for terrorists to claim credit for their misdeeds and acts of terror. But this was unusual to even them. However, the real reason for sending this message is to urge the Department of Magical Law Enforcement to exploit the opportunity in front of you. The taboo cast by the Dark Lord Voldemort. Everyone around them gasped, expecting the recording to get interrupted any moment. While a curse can also be a boon if utilized so. The Snatchers and Death Eaters who came joyously to my calls of the taboo were baited to arrive at the fate of losing their magic and paying for the sins they have committed. Turn the curse into a boon, summon the Snatchers, and once in a while, you will get a Death Eater. The hologram looked around as if he was actually seeing them. I will keep summoning them, take away their magic and leave them at your doorsteps. I say that the Department of Magical Law Enforcement weed them out until the Snatchers and Death Eaters no longer dare to answer the calls, until Voldemort himself pulls his own magic down. War is upon this country, and it cannot be fought with one side. If you do not become the other side, then I will. That is all. The puck's light flickered, and the holograph was extinguished, leaving behind the circular disc the message from the invisible vigilante. Scene break. Back in the same meeting room, the people in the previous meeting sat again to discuss, but this time, they had a black puck sitting in the center of the table. More than 50 Snatchers and 6 marked Death Eaters just to send a message, Amelia sighed. Scrimgeour sneered as he spoke, he's just an attention seeker, setting a bad example. I expected the bad example, but I thought he would be more discreet, he said while looking at Saul Croker. What does that mean? Asked Croker. Oh, don't act clueless, Scrimgeour scoffed. He is clearly one of your unspeakables, who knows if he is retired or is still working under your nose. Are you mad? What proof do you have? The vigilante called the Dark Lord by his name, Clearly he didn't summon any Snatchers or Death Eaters, and he had been clearly summoning them left and right today, barked Scrimgeour. It was then that Dumbledore spoke up to defuse the situation. I won't refuse Scrimgeour's theory about the possibility of the invisible vigilante being an unspeakable. He looked to Croaker, but speaking Voldemort's name isn't something only unspeakables can do. Croaker's pupil shrunk as he studied Dumbledore before turning to Scrimgeour. The invisible vigilante is not part of my department. We have checked for that possibility multiple times. Or so you say. Who knows what goes down in that department of yours? Maybe lying through your teeth is part of that unnamed code of yours, Scrimgeour spoke in a biting tone. Dumbledore stood up from his chair, hands raised. Both of you are wasting your time fighting. Let us all calm down and get on the same page because we will not get anywhere with all this fighting. He waited for Croaker and Scrimgeour to calm down before continuing. Now, let us converse like civilized individuals. What did we learn from that message? He apparently wants us to attack Death Eaters and Snatcher, Amelia sighed. I see no problems with it, said Scrimgeour. I have been suggesting that since the day the taboo went up around the country. It is crude, but I see no faults with that plan of action. I don't care for the Snatchers, but every Death Eater can be a valuable source of information, Croaker said and then eyed Scrimgeour. I know you don't have the permission to get inside, he tapped his temple, but if you hand them to me and don't ask questions, I can get you valuable information. Unspeakable Croaker. That is out of law even for the Department of Mysteries. Amelia warned. It is war, Madam Minister, Croaker shrugged. We need to employ some extreme measures in drastic situations. And create such a dangerous precedent for your department. No, Amelia shook her head. The mind is out of interrogation boundaries for reasons. It is a right that every wizard and witch have and can't be breached in any circumstances. Croaker sighed. He looked like he wanted to speak more but chose to stay silent and simply observe. What else? Asked Amelia. Dumbledore replied, he is going to continue this up. The taboo will continue to summon Snatchers and Death Eaters. If he continues this, there will come a time when groups of Death Eaters will answer the calls. I'm sure he will be fine, he will even welcome it, but the people who make mistakes of calling Voldemort's name will suffer. Snatchers might be greedy for rewards, but Death Eaters wouldn't care. We need to up the efforts to highlight the taboo's danger, Amelia said with a serious note. If he will continue doing this, then I don't see why we should not. Prepare for the Aurors to replicate his work, and keep it clean. There were connotations in those words made so that it was up to Scrimgeour to interpret what he meant by keeping it clean. It was Amelia's way of saying that the responsibility would lie solely on Scrimgeour's head if things went wrong. Understood, Madam Minister, Scrimgeour was happy with that. As the parties conversed, Dumbledore twitched his finger, and the puck silently slid across the table to him. He held it in his palm and stared with a train of thoughts running through his eyes. Water magic wasn't that uncommon, it might be just a coincidence, thought Dumbledore. Is there something wrong with the puck, Dumbledore? Asked Amelia. Dumbledore shook his head. I am just observing it. Please continue, I will let you know if I find something. He silently reached into the oversized sleeves of his robes and pulled out a small vial of reddish-pink chalk. Dumbledore could hear his heartbeat in his ears as he gently and sneakily directed his magic into both the chalk vial and puck. He clutched the vial in his grasp, hiding it within with only the upper part barely visible and only to Dumbledore himself. He slowly inched his hands closer until his hand came to a halt. Dumbledore stared down at his clenched hand, and there, from the top, a reddish glow leaked out. Oh no, he thought, what have you done? Dumbledore, asked Moody. Albus Dumbledore looked up at his longtime friend, and for a moment, the man who seemingly had answers to every question was speechless. Dumbledore. Moody called again. Yes, Alastor. Is everything all right? Everything is all right. I was just wondering about his identity, the best way to lie was to tell the truth. Oh. Do you think it is an unspeakable? No. I don't think it is an unspeakable. But he is talented. Moody grunted in agreement, he stabbed the Dark Lord in his eye, so I will give it to the lad. Yes, Dumbledore threw out a distracted reply. After a moment, he slid the puck back to the table center and pocketed the small vial of chalk. Did you find something of interest, Dumbledore? Asked Croaker curiously. Maybe something that could lead us to the real invisible vigilante. Dumbledore put on a regretful smile and shook his head, nothing I can find right now. After that, Dumbledore leaned back into his chair, and for the rest of the meeting, he nodded and responded with half-baked answers. It had been a while since he had found something that had greatly occupied his mind. The last time he had felt this was when he had found Harry Potter was a Horcrux. Invisible Vigilante, Quinn West, that took a couple of takes to record. Albus Dumbledore, Headmaster, like a thunderbolt. Chapter 378, Finally Visible. Quinn stood inside Flourish and Blot's inner corner, where all the boring books sat away from the popular products that made the store money. But to Quinn, the newest batch of research journals was why he liked to visit bookstores regularly. As long as he could apparate to it, he wanted to go on his own, be it books or materials. Where he couldn't, he had people scouring for the latest. It was a peaceful time as he slowly flipped through the research paper titles and abstracts. It was the middle of a Tuesday with everyone working their jobs in their place of work. There weren't Hogwarts students plugging up the bookstore as they would before the start of the year. So Quinn could calmly browse the catalog without any unnecessary and unneeded disruption. Mr. West. The edge of the paper slipped from Quinn's hand as he turned his head towards the person who had called his name. He turned back to his book and groaned as he slowly closed the journal and returned it to the shelf. "This is ridiculous," he said. "It's like every time I go out, one of you people comes finding me when I'm looking to relax." He looked around. "Is there someone following me around? I'm not a media celebrity, you know. I'm not supposed to be recognized in public, neither am I supposed to be followed around." After he had graduated, he had run into Saul Croker, Unspeakable from the Department of Mysteries, and Rufus Scrimgeour, the head of DMLE. He had even met with Amelia Bones, the Minister of Magic, but that was because of his own actions. And now he was meeting Albus Dumbledore, the head of the Order of Phoenix. He turned to his ex-headmaster to ask, "So, what gives, Professor? Should I travel in stealth now? If people want to meet me, they can always set up appointments with my secretary." "You have a secretary?" "No, I do not." "Then." "Exactly. You get it," Quinn said with a straight face before sighing. "What is it that I can do for you today, Professor? It would be better if we talk in private." Quinn observed Dumbledore with a critical eye, blatantly not hiding his doubt regarding this private invitation. Dumbledore didn't reveal his intention, silently insisting that it was a matter not to be discussed in public. After a few seconds of stare-down, Quinn shrugged and decided to tag along with Dumbledore, who led him to a small tea shop on the secondary street of Vertic Alley. When they entered, Dumbledore nodded to the men on the counter. Quinn stopped at the counter, shook the man's hand and asked for his name, and created the man's profile in his mind, adding the possible Order of Phoenix tag to it. They sat down on the innermost table in the corner of the petite shop. After receiving what they had ordered, the two men finally got to talking. "Can we talk now, Professor?" asked Quinn, sipping on his lemonade. Dumbledore raised his hand and slowly swiped it in the air for a cover of magic to envelop them. Quinn narrowed his eyes at the magic to find it to be a privacy ward, a strong one at that. He looked back at Dumbledore with a quirked brow. "All right, you have colored me curious. What warrants so much cloak and dagger?" Dumbledore reached into his robes and placed a small vial that could be comfortably held between the index finger and thumb on the middle of the table. "What is that?" asked Quinn, eyeing the reddish-pink substance inside. He was about to crack a joke when he noticed the serious look in Dumbledore's usually smiling eyes. "What is it?" "This is the composite used as the catalyst in the ward that surrounded the Goblet of Fire in the Great Hall." The moment the words exited Dumbledore's words, Quinn's clemency kicked in as he manually controlled, but he kicked himself in the head as for a split second all emotion drained from his face. "You remember this, correct? We talked about it that year when I was trying to find the caster. I wasn't able to find them back then, but I finally found them now." Quinn silently stared at Dumbledore. He had become excessively cautious for a moment, but as he thought about it, he calmed down. The Triwizard Tournament was a long time ago, and it wasn't like he had done anything wrong. If protecting his friends was wrong, then he was fine paying for that violation. "Oh. Who is it? Are they still in Hogwarts? That'd be mighty impressive if they are." Dumbledore stared deep into Quinn's eyes as he continued, "I was in the meeting with the Minister of Magic. We were discussing the Invisible Vigilante's latest." Quinn's heart skipped a beat. And he had sent the Ministry a message in the form of light and illusion magic spelled into a small black stout cylindrical object, and imagine my surprise that when I by chance tried to compare the magical signatures on that and this, he pointed to the vial, they were a near-perfect match. Invisible Vigilante was the person I had been looking for all these years. "Oh." Dumbledore leaned forward, and the shop went eerily quiet. It was as if the ambient noise had been sucked up, leaving a sound vacuum. "Don't pretend to be clueless. I had long confirmed that this chalk dust was yours. There was no reason for me to bring it up, but I tested the two things for some remote intuition that I wasn't thinking would be true, and to my surprise, they matched. I had found the Invisible Vigilante's hidden identity. It was you all along. You, Quinn West, are the Invisible Vigilante." Quinn studied Dumbledore's face for a moment before he straightened up, and all fabricated emotion drained from his face. The old headmaster had made up his mind, and no matter what Quinn said wasn't going to change his mind, so why bother pretending? "Magical signatures can't be used in the court of law because of the unreliability issues associated with the method," said Quinn in a plain voice. Magical signatures were actively used by DMLE to narrow the list of suspects and focus their efforts in the right direction, but the findings couldn't be used in front of a judge and a Wisengamot jury. "Remember who you're talking to, Mr. West." Dumbledore's steady tone had gained a terse quality. "I do not make mistakes. Especially when it comes to this. You can't prove it was me, Professor. No one can." Dumbledore leaned back into his chair, looking at Quinn with still unbelievable eyes. How could I not see this before? There were a few signs here and there. The advanced water magic that year at the Great Lake and the Invisible Vigilante's penchant to use ice magic and the aggressive use of water magic in the Ministry against Voldemort, they could have been compared, and you displayed proficiency in water magic during the second task. Dumbledore's words left a bitter taste in Quinn's mouth. In the intense situation of facing Voldemort, he had unleashed his water magic capabilities in public under the guise of the Invisible Vigilante. I knew that day at the Great Lake would come to bite me in the back, thought Quinn. Dumbledore, oblivious to Quinn's thoughts, pointed to his hands. No one has ever seen the Invisible Vigilante use a wand. The DMLE and even I thought that he was using some other form of focus, but it turned out he was not using one at all. You showed flashes of wandless magic in Hogwarts, especially near the end, and after Hogwarts, I had heard you had rested your wand. I thought you were growing splendidly as you became older and gained more experience. Never did I thought that you were holding back since who knows when. The headmaster of Hogwarts, the one who had defeated one Dark Lord and had been a thorn in the second one's, seemed tired as he stared at Quinn incredulously. The Novellus Actionites attack at Hogsmeade in 1993, that's where you made your public appearance. You were 14 years old that year, a 14-year-old who thrashed grown adults into walls and stabbed them with ice spikes. Was that your first endeavor, or did you start before that with some incident that the DMLE hasn't credited to you? While Dumbledore tried to wrap his head around the fact that the Invisible Vigilante could have started as a 14-year-old kid behind a mask, Quinn was thinking with his mind running at hyper speeds. What was he going to do now? One of the most influential men in the country was convinced that he was the Invisible Vigilante. What is this, Professor? Quinn shook his head. Why are you trying to match to unrelated people? How could I be the Invisible Vigilante? I wasn't even in the country during the Dark Lord's attack on the Ministry. I was out in America when all of that happened. There is ample proof in government records, and there were people who saw me there in case you're thinking of going to the DMLE with this ridiculous theory of yours. You're right, I'm not going to the Aurors with this, Dumbledore shook his head. You're very fortunate to be born in the family you were born in, Mr. West. You have access to things people can only dream of. You are right, I don't have any way to legally prove that you're the Invisible Vigilante. Even if I could, your grandfather would prevent you from facing any charges. There was something Quinn could finally agree with. If push came to shove and his identity was finally revealed, his grandfather would ensure that he wasn't put into Azkaban for his actions. The Ministry might actively pursue him for his crimes, but he would never be tried if George West had some say in it, and George West usually had a say in everything. And because of that, I feel no guilt to use this information for my own purposes. What? I'm going to go to your grandfather and tell him all about this. I will tell him my findings, my theory, and I'll show him your reaction today to convince him that you're the Invisible Vigilante. Wait. I'm going to then put forward a proposition. He provides me all the support I need for the war against Voldemort in exchange for my keeping quiet about the truth. Listen here. George will understand the severity of the situation. He will know what this information can do coming from my mouth. He will, on his own, recall how the current leadership of DMLE feels about the Invisible Vigilante and the Ministry's changed stance on the wanted criminal. And to make sure that his grandson's life isn't tainted by such a dark spot, he will cooperate with me and provide. Dumbledore. Quinn roared as he smashed the side of his fist on the petite table. The small tea shop shook as if an earthquake was coursing the bricks of the building. The short shopkeeper on the counter stood up with his wand out, but Dumbledore waved him down to ensure everything was fine. Don't push it, Dumbledore, Quinn glowered. If there's one thing I don't like, that's someone trying to take advantage of those close to me. Dumbledore stood up calmly from his chair and looked down at Quinn. You've been blessed with prosperity many couldn't even dream to imagine, so I say it is time to pay up. His face turned bitter as he continued, you're a killer, Mr. West. So young but with blood on your hands. You shouldn't have gone through that, and for that, I profusely apologize. But I need your grandfather's help to prevent that from ever happening, and this is the quickest way to accomplish that. Oh, don't give me that, scoffed Quinn. You have blood plenty on your hands, Dumbledore. Don't try to dress all of that in a pretty package and try to guilt-trip me along with all the emotional pointers you just threw. Dumbledore showed a bitter smile. He nodded deeply, I know, Mr. West. I am well aware of that. He looked down at his hands with a brief haunted look in his eyes. He didn't say a single more word and turned away to leave. What if I tell him myself, said Quinn immediately. Dumbledore stopped, turned his head, and shook his head, it's not going to make a difference. I apologize for doing this. I would have never done this if it wasn't for the current circumstance. It is all for the greater good. Quinn wanted to say so much hearing that, but Dumbledore continued to walk away, and the words died in his mouth as other thoughts took more forceful priority. He stared at where Dumbledore had placed the chalk vial that he had taken away. He had to make plans. And he had to make them quick. Quinn West, MC, oh, shut up. Albus Dumbledore, defeater of Dark Lord, it is for the greater good. Fiction-only reader, author, again, a reminder. Read Chapter 155, as I thought, if you're confused and need a short recall. Chapter 379, Making Preparations. Quinn paced in his room with heavy worry echoing in his every step. It felt like his knees were injected with lead, and his saliva had been replaced with something much more viscous. His body felt hot, something his body tended to do when his brain ran under extreme pressure and in uncomfortable situations. Dumbledore knew his identity as the Invisible Vigilante. Shit. 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 It was a huge problem. The moment his grandfather came to know that he had been hunting down terrorists under a mask, all his freedom would be taken away from him. George, head of the family, West would do everything in his power to restrict Quinn's movement. It didn't matter Quinn was already of age adult, George was going to do everything he could to make sure Quinn didn't have breathing room. Why did I lose my control? The meeting with Dumbledore was a trap that he had walked in on willingly without a single shred of persuasion. If Dumbledore had gone directly to George, while it would have left Quinn blindsided, he could have talked his way out of it, and even if George didn't believe him and placed people around him, he could have given them the beat. But Dumbledore had sacrificed that advantage to gain another one. In exchange for informing Quinn that he was going to George, he had gained Quinn's reaction. And he had given precisely the reaction Dumbledore wanted. He had pulled up a clemency and had failed to fabricate emotion on his face for discreet purposes. That single fault had made it look like Quinn was hiding. He was either the Invisible Vigilante or knew who the Invisibility Vigilante was. The latter had been struck off the board because Dumbledore could prove that Quinn was the Invisible Vigilante. When it came to magic, Dumbledore was an authority whom many people believed, and George West was among those people. There were enough cascading layers of things against Quinn that even if he lied, George wouldn't believe him outright. Trust, but not blindly, was one of George West's favorite mottos, and when he was in doubt, he would do his own digging, and things were bound to seem suspicious with the timing of things, and George didn't need proof admissible by law to form his conclusions. Even before all that, Quinn couldn't lie to his grandfather. In case he lied and George believed it, and then later it came out that he was indeed the Invisible Vigilante all along, that would shatter the trust between grandfather and grandson with cracks and damage spreading to his other relationship as well. Could he stop the meeting between Dumbledore and George? He could not. Stopping Dumbledore physically, magically, wasn't going to work, and he couldn't imagine any other way he could stop either one of them. Dumbledore wanted the benefits that the West resources could provide him, and George would want to meet Dumbledore so he could keep the news from going out. Fighting Dumbledore? It could either end badly or make enough ruckus to attract unwanted eyes. The chances of safe victory were not high enough for him to take the path that could backfire on him. The question that remained was if he should be the one to break the news to George or if he should let Dumbledore do it. George was out of the country for a couple of days, which meant that Dumbledore wouldn't find George until then. I can't be sure. Dumbledore could go abroad just to have the talk faster. It made sense as George would be out of his comfort place and would be more perceptible to Dumbledore's demands. Quinn sighed. The reason he was even thinking of letting Dumbledore break the news was that it may come to that. He needed some essential time to make some moves because whatever was going to happen, things were going to go downhill for him in various ways, and he had to make the preparation needed to face whatever was to come. Quinn sat himself on the edge of the bed, his eyes heavy with thought and contemplation. The sun in the sky traveled its course as the shadows in the room slowly shifted. It was after an hour since he had gone still and silent that Quinn stood up from his bed, walked to his walk-in closet, and after a while, he came out dressed for going out with his suitcase in hand. Polly. The West house elf popped into the room. Her big eyes went to Quinn's suitcase and then to his clothes before she looked at his face. There were no questions from her, but Quinn knew what she wanted to ask. I'm going to a friend's place for a bit, said Quinn, spinning another lie to tell his family. I will come back in a few days, but if someone in the family asks. I'm at Marcus Belby's house. Ms. Rosie already has his address and his Magifax details. When they return home, please inform them that it was a last-minute decision. No one was home, making it the perfect point to leave. Quinn bid farewell to the clueless Polly, who didn't know what was going on inside. It could be that this was one of the final times for a while she would be able to go to Quinn with a single thought. Scene break. Quinn stared at the building in front of him. It was a building entirely opposite to Gringotts. The thought entered his mind just like it had entered the last time he had seen the building. A soul-sucking black without a fleck of dust marring a surface so polished that one could see its reflection. He walked to the glass doors of the establishment with his eyes glancing at the name written in gold overhead. Monolith. The symbol of terror and reassurance. The bank's policy, don't steal from us, and we will keep your money safe, secured, and growing. Monolith was a classic private bank that catered to affluent clients with an abundance of wealth like West, and provide them with facilities like essential banking services, brokerage, limited tax advisory, concierge-type services, discretionary asset management, and the vast array of wealth management. They were infamous stating for their secrecy promises. Once money goes into Monolith, it's difficult for an outsider to get information about who holds what and how much. They promise that your financials are going to be kept under a tight seal. Of course, they won't help you break the law, bend around the law, sure, but not breaking the law. And because they only service high-asset clients, who have rock-solid financial stability, it ensures that Monolith won't go bankrupt, thus making it extremely safe for them to hold people's assets. He had made a portkey of the location he had already seen and triggered it to travel to Basel, Switzerland, where the bank that managed his magical money had been securely stored. The lobby only had one greeting table, and the lobby somehow didn't look desolate despite the lack of any other furniture. Behind the long white-patterned marble table sat 3 women in the prime of their beauty, dressed in identical attire. As he approached them, the middle woman looked up from her work. There was a brief daze in her eyes before clarity descended in her eyes. "Welcome, Mr. West," she slightly bowed. "We weren't expecting you today. Nevertheless, we at Monolith are ecstatic that you are here visiting." "Thank you, Amaryl," Quinn greeted the front desk concierge and glanced at her identical sisters, Cheryl and Daffodil. This much hadn't changed ever since his last visit to the bank. "What brings you here today, Mr. West?" Amaryl asked politely. "I would like to meet Gare." "Mr. Gare might not be able to meet you today, Mr. West," she sounded troubled. "He only meets clients through appointments so that his day is planned out. He might not be willing to meet you right now." "Tell him it is urgent," said Quinn simply. Amaryl turned to her workstation, and her hands moved behind the thick table. Quinn couldn't tell what she was doing, but he could sense some magic being operated. In the meantime, Quinn turned to the little stone gremlins perched on the walls and ceiling around the huge room. He watched as one of the gremlins' eyes followed him like a security camera. He stared at the stone gremlins intently and kept his eyes on one of the stone gremlins. After a minute, Amaryl turned to Quinn with a beautiful smile. "Mr. Gare will meet you, Mr. West. He is getting free within the next hour and has asked that you wait in his personal guest lounge that he uses to entertain his guests." They walked into the inner part of the bank through an entrance in the inner wall of the lobby and entered a room with a dozen doorways. They stepped into the doorway with the number 4 in Roman numerals etched above. Number 4 was known as the West Gate, as through there one can go to the part of the bank that handles the West Fortune. They walked through a few corridors, passing by many doors and coming across a few people who would make pleasantries with Amaryl, who didn't seem particularly about most of them. After they exited the corridors, the interior changed into a classic Renaissance design, much different from the rest of the bank. They soon reached a pair of dark wood doors. A pale woman sat outside the door, to a side behind a desk. She wore thin-rimmed circular glass with messy brown curls flowing down her shoulders. Quinn readily greeted the woman. "Ixquick, it has been a while. I hope you're doing well." Ixquick stared at Quinn with her half-dazed eyes. For a moment, they simply stared before Ixquick's eyes regained focus. She got up and took over from Amaryl and led him to an ornate lounge to wait. "How are you, Ixquick?" "How is the life of a living blood bag?" asked Quinn calmly. "It has been fruitious. How is your health?" "I hope no complications on that front." "My health has been fine, thank you. My body has adapted itself to it." Quinn asked a couple more questions, but the answers were all curt bare minimum words, so after a while, he stopped asking and closed his eyes in waiting, going through his memories. Around an hour later, he was roused up from his memory traversal and said that Gare was ready to meet him. Ixquick pushed one pane of the double doors open with her entire body. "Please go in," she gestured to him. Quinn entered the styled office, with Ixquick not going in with him. A wall covered with bookshelves, artwork framed on the others, a sitting area around a table in one part of the room, wooden cabinets fitted with glasses. And the most eye-catching part of the room were animal heads mounted on the upper walls: lion, tiger, wolf, elk, among other non-magical animals. But then there were the magical species, and that collection was impressive from every angle: an Egyptian sphinx, a Peruvian viper-toothed dragon, a South American fire drake, a white-feathered griffin, and the list went on. Sitting in the center of the office was a man in his prime, dressed in a simple white shirt and black pants, leaning into his chair behind a simple yet ornate four-legged desk. "Quinn West," said the ancient vampire in his deep voice. "Why are you here without any prior intimation?" The blood-red eyes stared at Quinn as if trying to peer through all of his secrets. "Quinn West, MC, I need to literally run now." Idris Gare, vampire, very old, flirty, laid back, has raised his own blood bank. Ixquick, blood bank, blood woman, I don't speak much. Chapter 380, Funds from the Vampire. Quinn and Gare sat in front of each other in the latter's office. "I don't like to meet people without appointments, Quinn West. If you didn't know it before, know it now," said Gare. The ancient vampire was as Quinn remembered him last time. He still seemed lazy and looked like he was on the verge of sleeping, but there was a flicker of annoyance in the red eyes. "Even if it is your grandfather, I would take offense if he came here unannounced." Gare sighed, and if there was a place where a sigh would seem natural, it was on him. "But now that you are here, tell me what you're here for." "I can't send someone so far away from away." Quinn was in no mood to exchange quips with Gare, so he got straight to the point. I need to withdraw some funds from my account here. I hope you kept some of my wealth in liquid reserve. Excluding your emergency fund, I have kept 1% of the gold you initially allocated to me. 1%. Quinn furrowed his brow. That was lower than he thought. According to the last report I read, the coinage was still at 5%, said Quinn. You haven't been keeping up with the reports, Gare quirked his eye. Quinn's wealth was invested in a wide portfolio, all of it was handled by 3 firms, the broker, who managed his non-magical investments, the West's Basel office, which dealt with a large portion of the entire West family's wealth, and the Monolith Bank which provided the Wests with its financial services. Quinn had divided his wealth among the 3 firms to not put all his eggs into one basket. Moreover, every one of them had a different skill set and ideology towards investment, which would give Quinn gains, or losses, in diverse areas. Out of all 3, he had only asked Monolith and Gare to hold cash reserves, with the other 2 keeping the entire reserves bound up in investments. He got audited reports on a monthly, quarterly, and annual basis on the health of his wealth, but unfortunately, to no fault of anyone else, Quinn had not gotten the time to read the recent reports. I admit, I have not been keeping up with them, Quinn sighed. 5% of a third of his wealth would have barely gotten him through what he was planning, but 1% wasn't something he was not at all comfortable with. Isn't 1% quite less? He asked. Gare sighed, including the trust fund made for you by your grandfather. 1% of what I had was more than enough even for the exorbitant expenses you have. You know, I have heard of many young lads who spend left and right without care, but even among them, you're near the top. Quinn pursed his lips. He spent a lot of money every month on research and development. Magic was a free resource that only took regular meals and good sleep every day to regenerate, but progressing in magic wasn't cheap. At his level, it took a lot of resources to get to the next level. I want that 1% in the emergency fund, Quinn asked Gare. Still inside, he felt that the funds weren't going to be enough. The situation was still contained, so he could go to the Basel office and ask them to liquidate some funds, but that would take time which he didn't have, and the moment situation broke out, the doors to the Basel office would be closed to him. I will have to with this for now, thought Quinn. It meant that he had to go to the broker at some point to liquidate his portfolio there. Unlike the Basel office, the broker was his personal contact. Why do you want so much cash? Gare took out a sheet of paper and a pot of ink. Are you planning to buy something big? Instead of answering the question, Quinn posed one of his own to Gare. Are you employed by my grandfather solely, or am I also paying you? Gare unscrewed the ink bottle and curled his finger up for red ink to float out of the bottle. Quinn blinked at the ink that flowed to the paper and started to form words. Vampires were magical creatures, but they weren't supposed to use them like this. Then it hit Quinn. You use blood in ink, he said, surprise clear on his face. He used blood magic to confirm his theory. I do, said Gare nonchalantly as the blood printed words on the paper like a printer. Is it Ixquix? Human blood is not suitable for inks. This is a blend of inks from different beasts and creatures, had it custom made by a good friend of mine, Ricci. Another vampire? Of course, only a vampire can know blood so well. I haven't seen an ink so good, with or without magic. Gare swiped his hand, and the paper sheet slid to the slide, but then a new sheet of paper slid in front of him. Quinn's jaw loosened. He had thought that the first sheet moved because of the blood ink, but it seemed that even the sheets even themselves had blood in them. Quinn looked around the room, wondering what else in the room was infused with blood or blood magic. I am employed by the West family business, your grandfather, your sister, and you, answered Gare without looking up. What? The answer to your previous question. I treat business and people as separate entities. I handle the business accounts, but I also handle the personal accounts of George, Leah, Elliot, and Rosie. Elliot and Ms. Rosie as well. They qualify as clients for Monolith. The bank only took customers who could meet their standards of wealth. Elliot Dalton and Rosie Vivian are both extremely rich. Years working with your grandfather have its gains. Both of them are prolific investors and have invested in various companies. They might not earn as much as you do, but their portfolio is nothing to sneeze at. Especially, Elliot Dalton, a majority of his businesses complement some arm of the West business, so when that subsidiary grew, Elliot's business would grow as well. That surprised Quinn. But now was not the time to expand on the situation. Would you share my information with my grandfather? Why would I do that? Asked Gare, still writing up papers. I don't have the habit of discussing client information with others. Even if it is George West, Quinn used the full name. Even if it is George West. He can make problems for you. I am well aware he's a big enough client that if he asks, the board will kick me out, even though I have a share in the bank. Why are you asking? He will come looking for me in a few days. Why? Are you running away from home? When Quinn didn't speak, Gare looked up. Seriously, you're too old to run away from home. Aren't you an adult now? Holy blood, why would you do that? Some stuff, don't worry about it, Quinn waved it off. Grandfather will come looking, and when he does, don't say anything to him. He will ask for the records of every single purchase I made through my account here, but I don't want you to give him anything. Got it? This will cause problems for you. Gare closed the inkpot and leaned back into his chair, looking like he was sitting on a rocking chair by a fireplace. I have been doing this job for who knows how long and have made some great money doing it, more than I can spend in this century even with all I spend. The pale man seemed apathetic as he spoke every word. The only reason I do this job is that I'm good at it. It doesn't matter to me if George gets me fired. I'm a partner in the bank, even if they do kick me out, the money will keep coming in. I will go find something fun, though I will be disappointed in George, and honestly, I do not think he will have me fired. A man should have integrity, and me protecting my client shows it. Gare shrugged. Run away all you want, Quinn West, I shall keep my tongue to myself, your secrets will stay safe with me. Gare rang a bell, and Ixquick came in. He handed her the papers, and she took them away. Quinn studied Gare. He thanked the man, but inside, all he could think was what it would be that old. The vampire was the oldest man Quinn had ever met, and it made him curious to think how life changed after one had done one single job longer than most people lived. Maybe Mr. Allen would know, he must have lived someone who lived that long. A stray thought passed his mind that made him smile bitter. Having thoughts about magic in such situations showed him something about priorities. Thank you, Mr. Gare. Now that he had the money, he had other preparations to make. Scene break. Quinn had returned home the next day and was walking past the lounge to his room when he heard his name called out. He turned and entered the lounge to find George sitting alone, nursing a drink in his hand. The room was dimly lit by a tableside lamp and the gentle moonlight coming through the windows. It is late, Grandfather. You shouldn't be drinking so late in the night, said Quinn sitting down in front of him. It was strange for him to see George drink anywhere outside his cellar, that place specially built for enjoying a drink, built for George West to enjoy a drink in peace. I heard you were at Marcus' home, said George. How's the lad doing? He's going to start his training the next week. He told me, said Quinn. He had known that for a while now. I'm still planning that trip with him. It needs to happen before I go for my apprenticeship and Eddie starts his career in earnest, so I want him to have a good chunk of time off. Have a talk with Elliot, said George. I will. I will. Quinn studied George, and his grandfather seemed to be distracted and looked like he had a little too much to drink. Are you all right, Grandfather? I'm fine, my child, said George, taking another sip from his glass. Quinn stood up and walked to George to take the glass. You should stop drinking. It's already late, go to sleep. George stood up and looked like he was going to stagger, so Quinn gave him support, but he raised his hand to say he was fine. George patted Quinn on his shoulder before walking away. Quinn cleaned up the room before walking out himself to find Miss Rosie standing at the door. Do you know why he was like that? He asked. It is the day he lost her, your grandmother's death anniversary. You were in Hogwarts this time of the year, so you wouldn't know, said Miss Rosie. She raised her hand to Quinn's cheek and gently caressed it. He has lost too much already, my dear. You and Leah are all he has left. Treat him well. Quinn nodded. She smiled and walked away into the darkness. I'm sorry, he muttered alone. Quinn West, MC, time to get that gold. Idris Gare, vampire, yeah. I have blood in a lot of my things. Fiction-only reader, author, next couple of chapters are going to be around the current topic. Chapter 381, Leaving the Nest. The heavy rain over the countryside had locked the people inside their houses on what should have been a lovely Sunday morning. The same went for the people living inside the West Manor in Herefordshire, with the downpour showing no sign of stopping any time soon. Even in the rain, the day seemed its own kind of perfect, with the wind a little cooler than usual, a gentle rain breeze that wafted through the house without bringing a humid quality in. But for Quinn, it was less than perfect, it was as far as it could be from perfect. He placed his suitcase by the door, and when his fingers left the still pristine leather, the suitcase went invisible. He faced the door to the home office and took a breath as he smoothed the suit he had put on. All right, let's do it. Quinn knocked on the door, and the sounds of his heartbeat overshadowed the sound of the knocking. He uncurled his hand and found it to be a little sweaty. He couldn't remember the last time his hands were sweaty, and he had an excellent memory. He stepped inside when the call to enter came from inside. Despite maintaining the aide office and another office inside his suitcase for years, he envied what his grandfather had built in his home office. Every inch of the room sang pure English class with not a single thing out of place. Quinn remembered how much time he had spent in the office in the pre-Hogwarts days, thinking he would have something like this of his own. As he was admiring the office, George walked in from another part of the office with 2 sheets of paper that he was comparing. What is it, child? Give me a moment to sort this out, and then we shall talk, he asked and glanced up for a moment. Is that a new suit? I haven't seen that one. Did Taylor stitch that one for you? Quinn looked down at his sky blue suit. No, it is not from him. I I made this on my own. Oh, did you? It looks great on you, dear. I would say that you have a talent for stitching. Sit down. Quinn sat down and stared at the men who sat on top, arguably the biggest empire on the magical side of the world. He was sure that if one day he walked down the street to ask random people the question, Albus Dumbledore or George West, who would you like to be? He would be lucky to find someone who had remotely heard of the name George West, but Quinn was sure if they knew the two options well, most would choose to be his grandfather. It took something else to be chosen over Albus Dumbledore in the British Isles. Talk about. Quinn. Quinn. Quinn snapped out of his thoughts when he saw George staring at him, calling his name. Yes, my apologies, I was away for a moment, he said. Are you all right? I'm all right. Are you sure? Yes, I'm sure. All right. What do you want to talk about? Quinn took a silent breath. He opened his mouth and found that he was at a loss for words. This was difficult, he thought. He had prepared the words he was going to speak, but despite his inclemency, he couldn't find them. It was like Karna's curse in Mahabharata, to forget all his knowledge at the moment he needed it the most, which had ultimately led to the hero's death. I ran into Dumbledore a few days back, said Quinn. Oh, where was that? He asked without stopping his work. What did you two talk about? I hope he didn't try to get you to include in some of his plans. He will be spinning some manipulations if he wants you involved. Stay clear away from him. Every time the topic of Dumbledore came between them, it got clear that there was love spared between George and him. Even the mention of Dumbledore sprung the usually taciturn men into a stretch about not trusting Dumbledore. That is right about what happened, said Quinn, making George stop and look up at him. What? He wants to get me involved in one of his manipulations. He wants you to get involved in a web of his manipulations. Quinn chuckled with pursed lips. Dumbledore was quite straightforward about it, didn't hide the fact that he was going to use both of us. George reached for his wand, and with a swing, everything on his desk was tidied up and pushed aside or into its place, leaving behind an empty space between them. Quinn had his full attention. What did he want? Tell me what he said word for word, don't leave a single thing out. Quinn shook his head with a semi-bowed head. That wasn't how he wanted the conversation to go. Dumbledore wasn't going to be the focus of this conversation, this was between him and his grandfather. He knows a weakness of mine, said Quinn with a bitter smile. He's planning to exploit it to get to you. But don't worry, I have. What weakness? George cut him short. First, let me finish. What weakness? Quinn and George stared at each other, the latter's gaze much fiercer than the former. For a moment, Quinn's hand trembled. A gush of panic thoughts passed through his mind. They were alone in the room, which was covered with sound-dampening charms that Quinn had personally cast. Anything that happened in there wasn't going to get out. This was his chance to turn back what had been said and pretend the conversation hadn't started yet. Maybe there was some way else he could approach this where he didn't have to involve his grandfather. He could take Dumbledore, who knew, perhaps he could fight the master of the Elder Wand and come out victorious. Quinn closed his eyes and leaned into the chair. Who was he kidding? Taking on Dumbledore wasn't the answer. Lying to his grandfather once again wasn't the answer. I know the answer, there's no running from it. Quinn placed his hand over the table, hovering inches above the surface. He breathed out as a black substance effused out of his hand onto the table. It hardened to form a familiar black mask, familiar to him at least. What is this? Asked George, frowning. How is this related to your weakness, Quinn? You are well aware that I do not like to beat around the bush or anything that isn't direct to the point, so get to the point. The invisible vigilante still held true. Except for those in the Aurors and the Hit Wizard, no one knew what the invisible vigilante's attire looked like. Even after the Ministry appearance, when his appearance collated from the hostages in the Ministry atrium was published in the papers, it wasn't accurate due to the fear-addled brains of the people who gave the descriptions. This is my mask. Quinn tapped the conjured mask made from a special magical polymer that Quinn had blended on his own, and that was just the opening act of what he was about to reveal. Under George's confused gaze, Quinn tapped his self-made suit on the chest, and the light blue fabric turned into a thicker weave of black in a pulsating wave that traveled through his entire body. Gone was the stylish suit, replaced by the all-practical combative outfit. This is my gear, said Quinn, clenching and releasing his hand. I call it the Noir Adaptive Gear, version 17. He picked up the mask and gently placed it on his face. There was radio silence before the usual distorted voice came from behind the mask. I'm the invisible vigilante. An elevated heartbeat was always part of the deal when he put on the noir gear. Be it due to the exertion of hunting Death Eaters outside a Quidditch stadium, facing the most dangerous werewolf in the country, saving Amelia Bones from the Dark Lord, or facing Fiendfire cast the Dark Lord. But today, the heartbeat was louder and faster than ever. It felt like it would beat itself out before he could even speak a single word. What? No, George shook his head. You can't be the invisible vigilante. Grandfather. George slammed his fist onto the table. An immediate tension filled the room. He was fuming. Quinn hadn't seen fuming from George. "Remove that," he said. Quinn complied. The mask melted into fumes, but the noir gear stayed in the black combative form. George needed to see who his grandson really was. He had seen the good side, and now it was time to have the nasty side shining in his face. "The invisible vigilante is accused of murder," said George, as if he couldn't get the words out. "I am wanted for murder," said Quinn. "You're not making this easier," said George, his voice on the edge of growling. "How did this happen, Quinn? Didn't I tell you that we are staying away? I started long before that, grandfather." "Then you should have stopped when I told you to stop." George leaned forward with his hands clenched over the table. "Do you think this is a game or one of those experiments of yours? This is real life, Quinn." He pressed a finger into his temple. You faced the Dark Lord in the Ministry. What were you thinking, child? You could have gotten yourself killed. Instead, I costed him an eye. That doesn't. It wasn't the first time, anyway." "What do you mean?" asked George, confused. "I was the one who rescued Amelia Bones when her house was attacked by the Dark Lord," said Quinn. "I know what I am doing, grandfather. I know you're worried, but what is done is already done. Dwelling on it won't change, so let's move forward." "Move forward? No, this isn't." Quinn waved his hand. "Dumbledore knows I'm the invisible vigilante, and he has proof connecting that I'm indeed him." George looked like he was about to burst again, but Quinn pressed forward. "He wants your resources in the war. He will hold whatever he has over your head into becoming a vault with an unlimited amount of coin. He will make you publicly oppose Voldemort and ensure that the most resourceful man in the country is working for him. Then I will give him whatever he wants," said George immediately, with no hesitation. Quinn shook his head and kept his smile to himself. "No, that's the worst thing you can do, grandfather. If he had leverage on you, it wouldn't ever stop. First, it will be war, then it will be politics, and whatever he wants. We don't want to give Dumbledore any leverage." "Then we leave the country," said George with finality. "He can do whatever he wants, but if we leave, it won't matter to us. We can cut ties with the country and never return. That's called running, grandfather, and I'm no runner." "Then what do you want me to do?" George raised his voice. "I do not want my grandson to be arrested by the Aurors." "I won't be arrested," said Quinn calmly. "What Dumbledore has won't work in the court of law, but if he presented it to the Aurors office, they would start looking into me, and with only one person as a suspect, they will develop a tunnel vision towards me, especially with not finding any leads in such a long time. Rufus Scrimgeour doesn't like the invisible vigilante, grandfather. If he sets a target, he will do anything to ensure I'm punished." "You don't need to be worried about Scrimgeour," said George. "He's looking to sign a deal with me, and if I put that over him, he will stay quiet, choosing to ignore a lesser evil in favor of a greater one. He will make sure that everything is scrubbed, never to be brought up again." Quinn smiled gently, but it wasn't a relieved smile. "No, grandfather. Giving Dumbledore leverage is not good, but giving Scrimgeour isn't any better. He was big aspirations, wants to be the Minister of Magic and wants to stay in that position for long. He will use you every step of the way, grandfather. I don't want that. I don't mind helping if it keeps you out of trouble. You know that, child." "I know, of course, I know, but I don't plan on stopping, grandfather." George shook his head. "You promised," he stood up and walked around the table, "you promised you would do anything for me. I want you to stop. I want you to leave the country and leave everything to me. Grandfather will sort all of it. Child, please listen to me." Quinn felt pain spike up inside him. It pained him to see his grandfather like this. However, this was bigger than both of them. "I can't leave it," he said and stood up. "I have to finish what I started." George grabbed Quinn's wrist. He said, "I can't lose you, I have lost too much. I can't lose any more." Quinn took George's hand into his own. "You won't be losing me, grandfather." He kissed the hand. "Don't give anything to Dumbledore when you meet him, don't let him pull you into the public. I will handle him, but I didn't want you to know all of this from anyone else. And even if I am not, you still have to follow the rule, stay away, grandfather." He took out a small black puck and placed it on the table. "Tap it with your wand, only your wand will work, and it will give you everything you need in case Dumbledore comes to you. Don't let him exploit the Wests." He pulled his hand out of George's grip and turned away, but George grabbed his hand again and said, "Where are you going?" "No. You're staying here." Quinn shook his head. "I will see you soon, grandfather. Please call Leah home and tell her, and everyone else, everything." He didn't want George to go through this alone. He placed his hand on George's cheek, and before the man could speak another syllable, he was knocked by Quinn's magic. He transfigured the chairs into a comfy bedcot and laid George on it. "I'm sorry," he took in George's face. Everything will be over soon. Quinn stood up, and without taking another look, he walked out of the office. He feared that he wouldn't be able to leave if he looked back. He changed his combative outfit to the sky blue suit and picked up his suitcase. It was time to leave home. Quinn West, MC, Truth is Bitter. George West, grandfather, sad to say, but this will affect his health. Fiction-only reader, author, I don't like this chapter. Chapter 382, I'm not a good person. Yellow turned green. Dumbledore left behind the roar of the fire and stepped into the noise of chatter happening around the bar floor of 3 Broomsticks in Hogsmeade. He looked around the most popular inn in the village, which remained festivus round the year regardless of the season or time. He stepped away from the fireplace and was immediately greeted by the sweet smell of butterbeer that lingered in the air, among other things that made the bar smell like a bar. He made his way to the bar with the occasional nod of the head accompanied with a smile to those who greeted him along the way. Dumbledore greeted the inn's hostess, Madame Rosmerta, from behind the bar. You should have told me you were coming down, I would have booked a room for you. Give me 2 minutes, I'll have one readied for you right away. No, it is fine, Rosmerta. I'm meeting someone today. He looked around the bar, searching, do you know where I can find Quinn West? Ah, so you're the one he's meeting, said Rosmerta, smiling. Quinn said he was meeting someone. He's such a kind and charming young man, I offered him a room, but he declined, she sighed. Are you meeting him to offer him a job, Dumbledore? If so, you should ask him if he wants to shift to a room. Rosmerta pointed out a table in the seating area. Dumbledore followed her direction and found himself staring at a table right in the middle of the room, surrounded by other tables from all 4 directions. There he saw Quinn sitting with a plate of fries and a drink in front of him as the young man had his eyes reading a book in hand, unbothered by all the racket around him. Quinn, said Dumbledore as he approached the table. Quinn looked up at Dumbledore, then his eyes moved around the bar, seemingly checking if Dumbledore had brought company. He closed his book and made it disappear inside his coat jacket. Quinn asked Dumbledore to sit down. What is this meeting all about, Quinn? Asked Dumbledore. If it is what it is I think about, then it would be better for us to shift to a private setting. Rosmerta has offered to clear a private room. If that is not all right with you, we can go to my office. Here is just fine. Dumbledore pursed his lips behind his beard and looked around the bar before sitting opposite Quinn, who at that moment snapped his fingers for a thick blanket of magic to cover them. Dumbledore observed the spell with a critical eye, but as he was doing so, he heard Quinn, I hope you didn't want to order something. A private room is better than a privacy spell, and he could sense something mixed in, and a confusion element to keep people away. If you say so, said Quinn. Moving on, I called you here for a point, so let's get to the point. You're not going to exploit my grandfather for anything. We are going to forget about the previous conversation and pretend that you never know that I was the invisible vigilante. Dumbledore sighed, this is why you called me here. Quinn, I'm the headmaster of Hogwarts, among other various duties which keep me busy. I do not have time to take part in needless conversations. He stood up and turned to walk, but just as he was about to exit the boundary of the magic. I guess you don't want to know about the Dark Lord's Horcrux. Dumbledore's foot froze halfway outside the boundary. He slowly turned back to Quinn, who picked up his glass and sipped on his straw while maintaining eye contact with Dumbledore. What? Asked Dumbledore, but he didn't take a seat just yet. You heard me, if you walk away right now, you won't get to know what I have to say about the Dark Lord's Horcrux, said Quinn as if he didn't care. Dumbledore looked around the room. You're insulting my magic by looking around, Dumbledore, said Quinn, his voice distorting akin to the invisible vigilante. Dumbledore wrinkled his brows and took his seat. Talking about the invisible vigilante and especially about Voldemort's Horcrux in such a densely populated setting wasn't something he appreciated. There are no more of those, Quinn, the one you destroyed was the only one. And I'm working hard to remedy Harry's unfortunate situation. Quinn shrugged, then why did you sit down? Do you take everyone other than yourselves for a fool, Dumbledore? Is it not enough to threaten my family, but you also undermine me by such a poor excuse of a bluff? You are angry. Excellent guess. Do you want me to give you some sour candy for it, said Quinn, almost snarling. Dumbledore stared as Quinn's eyes burned a violent purple. I had to tell my grandfather that I'm a cold-blooded killer. How do you think that affects a relationship? Because I don't know, I had to leave my home before getting to experience it. He slammed his fist on the table. Now, my family will know the ugly truth about myself that I have for obvious reasons though I would take to the grave, and if that was not enough, I have the great Albus Dumbledore trying to reveal it to the entire damned world. So yes. I am furious. Quinn backed away with his eyes fading back to their original black. He picked up his glass, it developed a layer of white condensation as the carbonated drink cooled down inside before Quinn took a big sip from it. Dumbledore stayed silent. It was clear that today Quinn wasn't going to be happy with him speaking anything that he didn't want him to speak, so why agonize the young man by speaking the words that could be done without? Here's the deal, Quinn cleaned the corner of his mouth with a napkin. I hold one of the Dark Lord's Horcrux, and if you don't agree to my demands, I will hide it, and you or anyone will never see the sight of it. So if you want to keep an undying maniac hanging around, then you can go ahead and walk away and blab your mouth to anyone you want to. I don't believe you, said Dumbledore. How do I know you're not lying about possessing one? I don't think you have one, and this is just a desperate attempt disguised as a one-sided negotiation. Between the two of us, who do you think is more of an authority on Horcruxes, said Quinn. Let me clear that up, he pointed towards Dumbledore. You have destroyed 0 Horcruxes, he pointed at himself. I have destroyed 2 of them. 2 of them. Dumbledore wrinkled his brow. You already know about my work with the diary, but did you know about the Marvolo Gaunt's ring in the Gaunt Shack in Little Hangleton? That was you. Of course, it was me. Who do you think is the authority to destroy immortality-granting soul containers between the two of us? Quinn scoffed condescendingly. I'm not a one-trick pony who just destroyed the diary by chance. I dug deep and went down the rabbit hole, and found a second one, destroyed it, and then found a third one. So Dumbledore, tell me, do you believe me now? That was a surprise. Dumbledore didn't think that Quinn was the one who destroyed the ring he found in the Gaunt Shack. When he had called Quinn to talk about the diary, he hadn't expected him to know about the Horcruxes, and after he had let out the secret to the Potter family, he hadn't anticipated that Quinn was still hiding another secret. After spending years not knowing who destroyed the ring, the discovery of Regulus Black, and the fake Slytherin socket, he assumed that it was the younger Black brother who had gotten to the locket as well, though inside, Dumbledore always knew that his theory had holes because of the discrepancies between the notes. He simply didn't care about who destroyed the Horcrux, just that they were destroyed. Looking at Quinn's mocking face, Dumbledore only had one question. Why haven't you destroyed it yet? With the small sample to draw from, Quinn had destroyed 2 of his 2 Horcrux finds. It was a statistics-driven assumption for him to assume that the third find would have the same fate. You're saying that you will hide the third one away, but what if you have already destroyed it? What if you don't have anything in your hand? Quinn's response was a small curl of his lips that stretched into a smile that opened up to a wide grin. Do you want to risk that, Dumbledore? Asked Quinn, his voice backed by magic. I may have already destroyed the Horcrux, I may not have destroyed it, or I may not even have it, but do you have the liberty of testing Lady Luck? Can you know for certain that my threats are bogus? Because if you're by chance wrong, and in future have this one chance where you can kill the Dark Lord, and you miraculously succeed. Quinn chuckled, all that for him to return. And maybe by then, you're dead. Who among your cohort do you think will kill the Dark Lord, who Dumbledore has enough magical prowess other than you? Even if you're alive, Dumbledore, you're not growing younger, and with every passing year, your magic grows weaker, but the Dark Lord stays as powerful as he is. He pointed near Dumbledore's waist, and as powerful as that wand isn't all-powerful, so think about it. Do you want to take the risk? The privacy spell dulled the incoming voice, but right now, it was as if the magic had sucked all the voice, leaving behind a vacuum between Dumbledore and Quinn. Why are you doing this? Dumbledore asked, his voice laced with disappointment. You have done some misdeeds, but I don't believe you to be a bad soul, Quinn. So why would you do something so important that it concerns the people of not only this country but many others as well? I don't believe you want to see people die. Do you know how I see you? I remember the young man passionate about magic, someone who wanted to pursue the depths of magic. Yes, I understand all of this is because of me pressurize you for the support I need to battle Voldemort, but for you to threaten so many lives to oppose this, why? Quinn turned his eye away from Dumbledore and fixed them towards a window that let in warm rays of sunlight that illuminated the specks of dust in their glow. If there's something that can sway me away from magic, then it is the people I'm close to. For them, I'm willing to deviate from my goals. From all of those people, my family is the closet, and you threatened them. I'm not a person with a just moral compass, Dumbledore. I'm willing to risk the lives of thousands, even millions, for my loved ones. Will I be able to sleep at night with it? No, I think it will change me forever. But now with my family, I shall make it right. I am a terrible person and a hypocrite at that, so don't put me in that category, Dumbledore. When I put my mind to a thing, I end up working towards it until I complete. Quinn stayed silent and continued to stare at the window. It was clear that he was going to say another word without listening to the speaker. I agree, I shall not threaten your grandfather to go public, said Dumbledore. How are you going to enforce it? Easy, you will sign a magical contract. Dumbledore pursed his lips, but after a lengthy back and forth he came to an agreement. He agreed as long as he was given a chance to read and question Quinn on it along with the legal counsel. Quinn chuckled, very well, I shall guide, and you can take a thorough look before finally submitting it. What is the Horcrux's identity? Asked Dumbledore. It is the Hufflepuff's cup, of course. Quinn West, MC, I have other plans. Albus Dumbledore, headmaster, not how he saw the meeting going. Fiction-only reader, author, no, Quinn hasn't gotten that one yet. Chapter 383, Living Independently. It was early in the morning. Quinn placed his dirty breakfast dishes into the sink. The cleaning utensils rose as the water spouted from the tap, and soap bubbled up in the sink. He shook his hands, and a scouring scrubbed his hands clean as he moved towards the condo's front door in central London. The suitcase flew into his grip as he walked out to greet the new day. "Good morning, John." As Quinn locked the door to his rental house, he heard a chirpy, shrill voice. He looked to the left to see a plump, homely woman with a big red smile walking towards with the energy of 100 suns. Even though he was wide awake, he found this neighbor of his to be too bright. "Mrs. Carrot," he put on a smile, "a good morning to you as well. I hope you're doing well today." "I'm chipper if nothing else." "Off to work, dear," she beamed. When Quinn nodded, she asked, "Have you given it a thought, dear? Angela is a sweet church-going girl and very beautiful. I'm sure you both will like each other. Should I set up a meeting?" Quinn sighed inside. He was John, a 20-something living alone in London, with parents in Liverpool. He had designed the looks of the current version of John to be such that people wouldn't give him a second look, not attractive, but also unattractive enough to catch the eye. He was the image of mediocrity, just like he preferred. However, for some reason, Mrs. Carrot, his new neighbor, an idle housewife with nothing occupying her free time, fancied herself to be something of a matchmaker, and despite Quinn's current average features, she found him to be a target of her matchmaking. All of it was because of the details he had put in his background. A college graduate working a corporate job in finance that he had given himself as it was easiest for him to pretend. That background seemed to be a big plus point in her eyes. Moreover, even with his current background, he wasn't able to leave behind his style of clothes, which were high-grade suits, and that ended up giving Mrs. Carrot the idea that he made good money, which, while true, wasn't supposed to be a part of his disguise. "I would have to pass, Mrs. Carrot. I'm currently not looking to be in a relationship." Even though he was out, living under disguise, it didn't mean that he was untethered from his two very thriving relationships. "Right now, I'm trying to keep myself focused on my job. It would be unfair to Angela." Quinn thought he had made his point, but it turned out he was wrong. Mrs. Carrot waved her hand in dismissal. "Oh, you don't need to overthink this. Meet her once, and if you still think it will be a problem, this old lady will give it a rest." Quinn ticked his neck. He had been listening to this spiel for a few days now, the first thing when he left home and the last thing before he returned back. It was in small doses, but the irritation had pilled up. "Mrs. Carrot, you're not a nice person." "Pardon? You barely know me, nowhere enough that you should be trying to set up your cousin's daughter with a stranger who you nothing of substance about." Mrs. Carrot was stunned with the surprised eye, but the more she heard, the more offended she got. She burst open like a cap on a shaken-up soda. "Listen here, young man." Quinn raised his hand, and the woman sent Zip silent. "I didn't want to use magic, as it undermines my disguise and acting skills, but I think this will be the best for both of us." He gently nudged her broad wrinkled forehead, and her eyes turned white. "Let's make it so that you lose interest in your new neighbor." He planted some key suggestions, "and I will do you by not showing you my face for a while to let the suggestion set." Quinn turned Mrs. Carrot around and pushed her towards her home with the final suggestion of going to sleep to cement his suggestions in her mind. After he was done with the annoying neighbor problem, Quinn exited the condo building situated in a safer middle-class area. He looked around the silent residential block. For the first time in his life, he was living on his own in a place of his own. It was unlike Hogwarts, where he had roommates and was aided by a staff of house elves under the eye of school professors. Here, he had total freedom from everyone other than his house owner who he had to pay rent. But he had to say, he wasn't expecting his first freedom living situation to come this way. Running away from home, hiding from all the parties that could be looking for him. He had thought this time would come after he had completed his apprenticeship with Alan, because the old mind master had said that if Quinn wanted to learn, then he had to stay with him. He looked up at the sky with sparse clouds. Living out of his suitcase in an empty studio apartment was yet another thing that his actions forced him to do. Time to go to work, I guess. He cleared his throat before operating out of the empty street. Scene break. It was a Hogsmeade weekend, and the students of Hogwarts were pouring down to the all-magical village. Was what it would be like in any other year, but this year Dark Lord Voldemort had shown his face enough times that the much-anticipated outings were cancelled, disappointing and frustrating many youths who looked forward to it. Hogwarts had been advertised as the safest place in the country, and the trip needed to go to maintain that image. But not all could be kept inside like caged birds. They needed their free space, especially when they received an enticing call from the outside world. One such person was Daphne Greengrass, who had received a message on her secret Magifax ID, which including her only two people knew existed. The blonde Slytherin followed the path that Recon had pointed out to her, taking steps echoing in anticipation and impatience as he exited a secret passageway leading outside the castle. And there he was, standing in front of the passageway, looking the same as he did the last time she had seen him. "Quinn!" Daphne exclaimed as she ran to him and leaped into his arm. Quinn hugged Daphne back and clutched her close. He closed his eyes and just enjoyed the moment for what it was. Long-distance relationships where they couldn't meet, with letters and the occasional face-to-face chat was the only point of contact, were tough. "I missed you," he whispered as he pulled her into a deep kiss. "I missed you too," she replied with a smile, but after a while, as Quinn didn't let go, Daphne asked if something was wrong. "Quinn, is something wrong?" "I missed you," he said again. He finally pulled back and let her go but kept her eyes on the girl of his dreams. "What is it?" she asked, worry splashing in her eyes. For a moment, the cat got Quinn's tongue. His mind was at war with his heart about if he should reveal the secret to her. He had already told his family, it was only normal that he told his girlfriend that they might go after her if someone came after him. "I have to tell you something," he said and then willingly opened the vault to his secret. "I am the invisible vigilante." The amount of time stern-faced Daphne's expression jumped may have been a personal record as she went through an entire range of emotions. By the end of it, she was on edge as the story that Quinn had told her only went up and up. He made sure to keep the information about the Horcrux out of the story as that wasn't a secret for him to share. You faced the Dark Lord twice," her dainty fingers clutching his clothes until they turned white. "You could have died. I could have lost you. You were 13 years old. You. "I have killed people," said Quinn with his head down. "And I know if you wanted to not associate with me, that would be fine with me. It would be better for you to not associate with me as it may bring you uninvited trouble." Quinn continued under Daphne's eye, who single-mindedly stared at him. "But don't worry, I will continue to treat Astoria. I've improved since we started, meaning if I wanted, I can switch it to one every 2 months while maintaining the safety standard. I think that'll be better for everyone." Daphne. I don't know how to feel about it," she said, and Quinn pulled away at those words, but Daphne pulled him back close. "But I know that I don't want to leave or have you leaving me, so don't talk about this nonsense." The words brought warmth to Quinn's heart. He was frightened that the blood on his hands would drive away. But here he was with his girlfriend, who had shown a reaction much more favorable than he could have ever imagined. He could see her hesitation and turmoil in her eyes, but he couldn't see fear while she stood close to him there was no revulsion about what he had told her. It felt great. Ever since he left the house, his grandfather's reaction when he told him the truth dominated his mind. The fact that he had used magic against him bothered him like a splinter in the sole of his feet. Telling Daphne and seeing her reaction felt like he was in the healing room of the aquatic vault, but much better. Saying that, "I don't like that you're going around who knows where hunting Death Eaters. It is dangerous, and I would rather you stop and let your grandfather take care of the mess with Dumbledore." Daphne sighed as she looked up at him. "But you're not going to stop, are you?" Quinn shook his head. He had gone far too long to just hang the coat and return home. Just try to be safe, okay? I wouldn't know what to do if you suddenly went missing." She clutched his arms tightly. "You have to talk to me every day." She reached into her pocket and took out a pair of mirrors that looked awfully familiar to the ones that he and Ivy shared, but on a closer look, it was of a different design. "I made ones on my own. I want you to talk to me every day. I won't take no for an answer." Quinn received the mirror and stared at the reflective surface. He could tell it was supposed to have the same function, but the magic used to create that functionality was different from Ivy's mirror. "Thank you, this means a lot," he said. "Have you told her?" she asked. Quinn shook his head as he looked up at the castle. "Not yet. I have yet to meet or talk to her. It is going to be another challenge in its own way. Do you want me to put in a word?" "No. It is fine. I will do it on my own." Quinn West, MC, Time for Truth. Daphne Greengrass, comforting, has learned to get things out of Quinn when needed. Chapter 384, The Price Paid. "No. It is fine. I will do it on my own." That conversation started in a way that he wasn't expecting. "You did the right thing," Ivy said, and there was a sense of pride in her words. "Those disgusting Death Eaters deserved their fate. You don't need to blame yourself for anything. Who knows what would have happened if they were left alive? They would have gone after some Muggle-born or Muggle. They might have even harmed the Aurors there. You did well." Quinn stared at the girl. Like the different magic used in 2 pairs of two-way mirrors, both girls had their unique reactions. Daphne had been uncomfortable with his confession, and he knew that it would take some effort from his side to bring things back to normal, stronger than before. But Ivy didn't show any revulsion to his actions. It was definitely because of his victims, but the fact remained that she was ignoring that he was a killer. "You're fine with me being the invisible vigilante?" "Of course not," she said, smacking his shoulder. It seemed he had thought too soon. "It is dangerous. The Death Eaters are trying to kill you. The Aurors and even the Hit Wizards are allowed to use substantial force against you. I'm afraid the next time you pop up in front of any one of those people, they'll try to take your head off. Do you think anyone's girlfriend would like that?" "It is fine, as long as they don't get me in my sleep, or poison me. They won't get to me," said Quinn and got another smack from Ivy. "Don't joke about that," she fixed him with a mock glare. Ivy sighed. "I can't believe Dumbledore tried to blackmail you." She looked revulsed. Just wait till I tell Mom and Dad. I could only imagine what the next order meeting would be like. No, don't do that. I don't want this to go out more than it needs to. No offense to the Order of Phoenix, they stand for something important, but I don't trust the people I have never met, and there are so many Aurors in the secret group that could only go one way. Ivy pursed her lips in dissatisfaction before agreeing to keep quiet. You didn't tell me how you made Dumbledore stop from going to your grandfather, she asked. There it was. This was why he had gone to Daphne before Ivy. It was this part of the talk that he wanted to avoid more than he wanted to avoid coming out to his family as the invisible vigilante. About that, because he blackmailed me, I held something he would care about hostage over his head, said Quinn, his voice softer than usual. For a moment, he didn't know what to do with his hand and what expression to make as Ivy listened to him attentively. A part of his mind was telling him to make another excuse and hope that it'd hold for a lifetime, but he knew that wouldn't work. I told him that if he didn't stop, I was going to hide one of the Dark Lord's Horcrux. The moment he said, Ivy's expression turned. The green eyes widened as her face twisted in red anger like her hair, her narrow shoulders trembled, and blood receded from her hand as she clutched a fist. Ivy, listen, I'm sorry, I should've. He reached out to hold her only to get a tight slip in return. Why you, she breathed heavily. I was expecting you to have secrets, you bastard. I knew that it would take time for you to open up to me, that you'd share them a little by little over time, and I didn't mind for it to happen this way. I was ready for it to slow because I knew it was going to be rewarding. She roughly pushed him, but you do this, she yelled. You know how important this is to me. To Harry, to my family. You knew this, didn't you? Why yes, but Ivy. Then why? Why did you hide this? She weakly staggered a step away from him. Is this what it's going to be like, Quinn, being in a relationship with you? Finding these secrets of yours that keep hurting me? No, of course not. I had to. Ivy shook her head distraughtly. You had a Horcrux with you, Quinn. My brother's life depends on one of those. You knew that, of course. I wouldn't know about it otherwise. Why in the world would you hide it? I didn't know if I could trust anyone with that knowledge. It was too dangerous. You're talking like Dumbledore, she scoffed. I am not. Quinn protested. Unlike Dumbledore, I have worked alone from the start. Even after I was revealed to be in knowledge of the Horcrux, I wasn't keen on working together with that old manipulative bastard. I couldn't tell you about the others because that would have meant you telling your family, who would have undoubtedly told it to Dumbledore, and then the manipulative headmaster would have tried to spin some scheme that I didn't want any part of. And if you don't remember, Quinn West wasn't associated with the invisible vigilante back then. There was tension between the two. It was dawning on him that Ivy was going to take much more effort than Daphne, that is, if this relationship was salvageable after today. Why haven't you destroyed the Horcrux yet, she asked. If you have it, you should have destroyed it. I have my reasons, he said. And what might they be? That I don't have the bloody Horcrux, that it is locked in a vault inside Gringotts, that's why, he thought. But it wasn't something he could say. I can't tell you that, he said. If I tell it to you, there's a good chance that Dumbledore would know about it. What, you think I will tattle to Dumbledore? Ivy sounded offended. No, I don't think that, Quinn sighed. He pointed to his temple, but I don't trust Dumbledore with your mind. I'm half sure that he knows of our relationship, that man has an eye for people and human nature, and if I told you the specifics, I wouldn't put it past him to not try to pull that information out of your head, so no, I can't tell you. He knew that it wasn't a good look and not in any way a solution to the problem. But he hoped that Ivy's logical mind would see his reasoning. I don't care, tell me, she said. Ivy. I'm your girlfriend, and my brother is a living Horcrux. I don't care about Dumbledore or the game of schemes he's playing, I want to know, she said. It will put my family at risk, Quinn argued. I only wish to know why haven't you destroyed it yet. Can't you even tell that much, she said, stepping closer to Quinn. You're not the only one who cares about their family. Quinn gritted his teeth. He turned away from Ivy, his hand went to his hair as he paced a few steps. He turned back to her with a look that said he wasn't pleased about what he was about to do, but with a sigh of resignation, he stepped closer to Ivy and pulled out a chain from around his neck with a triangular locket hanging from it. For an answer, I will only show you this. Quinn grabbed the locket in his fist, and when he opened it up, there was a black carved gemstone laid upon it. Look at this design, yes, the triangle one, this is why I haven't destroyed the Horcrux. What is this, she asked as Quinn placed the black stone on her palm. I want to rid the world of the Dark Lord. Horcrux makes him unkillable, and so to make him mortal, we destroy them, that much we already know. But after that, we still need a way to kill him and someone as powerful as the Dark Lord. Yes, we have Dumbledore, despite that, it is in our best interest to weaken him. I'm trying to find a way we can accomplish that. And this will help you do that. Quinn curled his finger, and the black gemstone rose from Ivy's palm. I think it will. I hope it will, he said, grabbing the stone. What exactly is it? She asked, her eyes on Quinn's chest where the locket sat. That is for you to find, he said, confusing Ivy. If you can find what it is, you will find the answer to what I'm trying to do. Why can't you tell me directly? She exclaimed, confused. Quinn stepped close to Ivy and put a gentle hand on her cheek. She seemed to freeze as if she wanted to pull back but hesitated to do so. I can't give you the entire truth because I fear that when you find the meaning, you will go out looking for trouble. So I give you this tiny sliver hoping that it will keep you busy until I have figured out what I wanted, he said. Is this all really necessary? Ivy asked. You don't want me to go in danger while you intend to go out there doing who knows what. Quinn weakly chuckled, didn't I tell you a long time ago before we were even friends? I'm a hypocrite of the highest grade, Ivy. You knew what you were getting into, he paused, do you regret it? The feeling I have is not regret, but I don't know what is. Want to take a look inside and tell me what they actually are? She asked, leaning in closer. Quinn couldn't tell if she was tempting or daring him. He pushed her away. I don't use legitimacy on people close to me. You know that, Ivy. Ivy pulled away and began stepping back towards the passageway where she had come from. That's the problem, Quinn. Right now, I can't tell if you're speaking the truth or lying because of something you can't tell me. Ivy, please. Ivy shook her head, and without saying a single word, she disappeared from his sight, leaving behind Quinn standing alone with clouds thundering above in the sky. He clenched his fist hard enough to draw blood. It had been only a few days since Dumbledore had first approached him, and so much had changed. He had lost his home, the trust of his family, and had damaged his relationship with the two people he loved from the bottom of his heart, and now, in this moment, he couldn't even tell if they could be repaired. Was all of this his fault? Having the knowledge of a possible future had made him get involved when there was no need for him to do so. Or was it the fault of the Dark Lord who was the root of all problems, who would not stop until he got the rule he wanted? This is all Voldemort's fault, he thought. Quinn repeated it again inside his head to assure himself of his views, strengthening the feeling of hate and anger inside him. However, despite all of that, he couldn't stop hating himself. He felt something slide down the side of his face. He looked up as drizzle began falling from the overcast sky full of dark clouds. In moments, the heavens cried down on him, and he stood there taking what it gave. Quinn West, M.C. Ivy Potter, Confronting, has full intention of exploring what Quinn has given her. Fiction-only reader, author, well, shit.